The moonlight fell on the deserted street through thick clouds. The warm wind shook the trees around the building. Through the window of the building, we could see young men sitting at their desks, one of them drawing something in a notebook. It was a guy whose name was Chen Gil. He was twirling a pen in his hand, trying to complete his images in the notebook. Gil knew that everyone saw him as a diligent middle school student. It brought him joy. He was sure that there were no difficulties he couldn't handle, and he was proud of that. But something in Gil's eyes told him that there was a task that was causing him difficulty in solving it. This difficulty for Gil was a problematic but very beautiful girl with whom the guy fell in love. The girl, not paying attention to what the teacher was telling her, turned to Gil and asked him to do her homework for her. She was going on a quest in the evening. Gil was glad he was the one she asked to do the assignments. Blushing slightly, he agreed. The beautiful classmate's name was Xiao Mei, and Jill dared to talk to her. But the teacher intervened and kicked the girl out of class. Before the girl left the classroom, Jill asked if he could play a game with her. Xiao Mei silently stood up and was almost at the door the teacher pointed out to her, making Gil nervous. But suddenly, the girl turned around and gave a positive answer to Gil, indicating the time and place of the quest. After class, it suddenly started to rain, and the boy hoped that he could get home before the game started. On the way home, Gil thought about his beloved and about people saving electricity so that the game would go off without a hitch. A drenched Gil entered his house and let his mom know he was home and that classes were over. His mom was surprised that his son was back earlier than usual, but Gil told his mom that they had been let out early because of the weather. It was raining like a bucket outside, so Mom suggested that Jill change his clothes and rest so she could finish cooking dinner. Jill was hungry and didn't want to wait. He suggested that Mom order food delivery. Mom was fine with that, adding that she would leave the food outside his room. Upon entering the room, Jill noticed a box labeled Cosmos that was lying on the floor in the hallway. Mom was surprised to hear that Jill was playing games. She wanted her son to give himself more time to relax. She didn't mind that he started playing games, but she was worried that he would forget to eat when he was playing. Mom noticed that he was in a hurry and assumed that he had arranged to play with someone, perhaps in a hurry because of some girl. Gil knew that Cosmos was now the most popular VR game for today's youth around the world. This game requires only one helmet and nothing else, with the help of which you can fully immerse yourself in the virtual world. Gil was worried because he had no gaming experience and this game would be his first game. He thought that Xiao Mei was already an expert in this game. He lay down on the bed and raised the helmet above his head, examining it once more. Then his confidence returned. While he was looking at the helmet, he got a message on his phone from a girl inviting him to the game. Gil put the helmet on the charger so he wouldn't fall out of the game, put it on his head, and prepared to dive into the game. Jill was looking forward to meeting the girl he was in love with. It could be considered their first date. Unexpectedly, Gil felt the process of immersion into the virtual world through the Cosmos helmet. The loading process began. The first thing that Gil felt was the touch of his foot in something wet. In anticipation of what would happen next, Gil held his breath. Jill found himself in a room whose floor was made of squares. With caution, Jill began to take the first steps. In the distance was visible triangle with the name of the game. From it came pleasant music and sounds of falling drops of water. A sharp beam of light blinded Gil. He had to cover his face with his hands. He tried to see where the light was coming from. A game window appeared in front of him, thanking him for buying the game, as well as a voiceover that welcomed Gil to the game. Gil was impressed by the graphics and the game's design. He wanted to learn more about what was waiting for him. Abruptly, the welcome screen changed to a blank white screen, which caused the guy a lot of questions. A warning text appeared on the screen, which indicated that this game was a test and survival game. Gil realized that he was in for an incredible adventure. The game offered him to choose a class and dive into the virtual world. He could not decide for a long time what class he would rather play. He remembered the words of the girl who mentioned supporter. In the list of options offered to him, there was no mention of supporta. Then Gil decided to choose what he liked, and he chose Hilaire. After selecting a class, Jill had to choose the clothes he wanted to play in. He wanted something official that Xiao Mei would like. Jill completed all the customizations, and the game transformed him into a fancy suit that fit him perfectly. All the clothes on Jill changed very quickly. The guy was shocked at the costume he was wearing. The game showed Gil his new image, which was chosen by the guy himself. Strict black suit perfectly suited for a date with a girl. The process of loading the game began. The guy was waiting impatiently for the beginning, but suddenly he heard that the weather had worsened, and it was necessary to turn off the electrical appliances. The weather took an unexpected turn. It started to rain heavily, which was accompanied by thunder and lightning. One of the lightning bolts struck right in Gil's house. The whole house was struck by sparks and bright light from the strike. The sky rose above Gil's house. Nature raged. The lightning bolt hit the power supply from Jill's helmet and shorted it out. The current could be seen rushing out and damaging everything around him. Jill sat in his helmet and waited for the game to load. listening to music, unaware of the danger that was creeping up on him. The guy raved about his first date with Xiao Mei. He dreamed of seeing the girl. The current was almost ready to breed Gil's head. A sharp, strong, penetrating current shot through Gil's entire body. Who could do nothing about it? He was at the mercy of the electricity. Gil couldn't call for help. His whole body was shackled. He didn't understand what was happening to him and how to stop it. Another powerful discharge lifted Gil above the bed, penetrating even deeper into his body. From the windows of Gil's house, bright beams of light streamed out onto the street, as if someone were conducting dangerous experiments in a laboratory. The bad weather had de-energized everything around him, and all the houses and buildings were plunged into total darkness, the light coming from the moon. After the electrocution, the helmet flew off the guy on the floor. It was badly damaged. It was defective. There was a knock on the door of Gil's room. His mom asked to check if all the equipment was turned off, but there was no answer, and she decided to go in. She was surprised to see that her son wasn't there, and from the light that came from the window, she found a helmet lying on the bed. The monsters who came out of the forest tried to scare their victim. They shouted, opened their mouths, waved their swords. The girl was terrified, surrounded by monsters. Her sword for defense was broken. She tried to give battle to the nasty creatures, but eventually she was surrounded. In desperation, the poor girl screamed and called for help, hoping that she would be heard and rescued from the clutches of the monsters. A bright burst of light distracted the monsters from the massacre of the girl. They could not understand what was happening, where the light came from. The sound of breaking branches came from the forest, as if someone huge was tearing through the trees, who was determined to get to the monsters. The girl looked up and saw that all the monsters had been killed by the beautiful hero who had saved her. She recognized her savior. It was Gil. Gil was scared and worried about Xiao Mei. He was sorry that he was delayed in traveling and let the monsters surround her. She was not in danger. The girl's eyes shone with happiness. She was amazed by Gil. Her hand touched his hand. He was a real hero to her. The girl reached her lips to Gil, softly saying his name. The guy excitedly said her name, and now their lips came together in a passionate kiss. Gil was puzzled and asked the girl to take her time in kissing him, her tongue literally licking his lips. He found his face drooling from the kiss. He opened his eyes and saw a nasty lizard in front of him kissing him. Gil jumped up, throwing the lizard off him. He shouted the girl's name loudly and couldn't believe he had dreamed it all. After sitting up for a while and coming to his senses, Gil realized that it was a dream, and he was kissing the lizard who was running away eating a bug. Gil was shocked that it was all incredibly realistic, but it all disappeared in an instant. Gil began to look around. He found that there was a tingling sensation of electricity all over his body, but he liked the feeling. It was pleasant. He got up, walked around, looked around, sweat dripping down his face. It was getting hotter and hotter, and a thought came into his head about his whereabouts. Soon he realized that he was in the game itself. There were burning sands around him. A cave storm was coming. He was in the desert. Gil felt the scorching desert sun. He couldn't believe how realistic everything seemed. He thought his first time. The game was supposed to load him into a newbie village, but there was no one alive in the desert but him. Gil decided to text his favorite Xiao Mei and called up the game's hero search window. He entered a name and clicked search. After completing the search, the game gave a result that Gil didn't expect. A player with that name didn't exist. Gil was puzzled, as this could not happen. He was sure he had memorized her ID correctly. After trying a few more times, he decided to go to the newcomer's village, hoping that the girl was waiting for him there. He had been walking through the desert for hours now. His clothes were soaked from the heat, and the cape on his head did not save him from the merciless sun. Gil wanted to know how long he had to walk and where he was at the moment, so he called up the Cosmos map. Looking at the map carefully, Gil found that the village was not marked, or even there was no village at all. He thought he might have made a mistake from the unbearable heat. He couldn't figure out where he was and where to go next. The game gave him a notification that GM connection had started, and he had to wait. The loading took longer, and he couldn't get a connection to the server. Gil started to worry. A while later, a message appeared stating that Gil was outside the service area, which made him angry. Gil found out that there was no connection to the help desk either, which was suspicious and made him even angrier. He decided to do the math to find out how many milliliters of sweat a person produces on a hot day. This calmed him down. Gil came to the conclusion that he would soon be fainting and dehydrated. It was weighing on him heavily. He wanted to stop the game and quit so that there would be a chance to discuss the difficulty of the game with Xiao Mei. After Gil confirmed his desire to quit the game in the program window, a new notification popped up to inform him that it was impossible to quit the game. Gil froze in place, his eyes conveying the shock he was in. He couldn't believe that he couldn't quit the game. Gil kept poking his finger at the quit button, but to no avail. He thought it was a joke and continued to press the button. Instead of logging out of the game, the screen was flooded with notifications that there was an unauthorized exit. Their sound was deafening to the guy. Gil did not want to give up and poked at everything he saw on the screen. He realized that he would not be able to leave the game and he almost resigned himself to it. After another unauthorized exit notification, Gil wondered what it could mean and how to solve the problem. Jill became nervous and angry. He thought he was locked in the game and would not be able to leave it. He did not know what to do in this situation. Unexpectedly for Gil, there was a notification about getting a new task. In a bewilderment, the guy did not know what it meant. On the screen with the task was all the necessary information for Gil. He still could not understand what awaited him and how to complete the task. Gil was desperate. He just wanted to play with the girl he liked. He thought he was cursed. The guy got really angry at everything that was coming at him. He hit the sand with all his might with his fist to relieve some of the stress. Gil calmed down and sat down on the sand. He tried every possible option to leave the game, but all was unsuccessful. He was frustrated and thought about the fact that he was stuck in the game forever. No chance of getting out. Jill got up and went without knowing where he was going, thinking that his faith in his own strength was fading as he spent time in the game. He caught himself thinking that this virtual world was very similar to the real one, and almost got used to the idea that he would never get out of the game. The heat was making Gil nauseous and a little dizzy, and he knew that if he didn't do anything about it, he could die. But he didn't want to die. He had never had such a desire to live. Thinking a little, Gil decided to seek water at any cost. Suddenly, a small pebble caught his eye, and Gil began to remember his grandfather watching a survival show, and there was a mention of this rock. He finally remembered that this type of rock is found close to a water source, and his eyes lit up with hope for the best. Gil assumed that the water would be found where there was a lot of shale, which was the name of the rock, and he followed the rock. After gathering his strength and resting a little, he decided to go to the source of life to drink water. Jill walked through the desert in search of water from the scorching sun. He did not look around him and did not expect danger. He just wanted to find water. But the desert, wild beasts had their own plans for fresh flesh, which was coming to them for dinner. Jill came to a rock he knew and decided to catch his breath a little so that he could continue his journey. He hoped that his journey would not be in vain and that his assumptions would be correct or he would die. Jill heard the sound of a drop that had just fallen from a cave stone. It was the sound of hope. Jill stood at the entrance to the cave. He saw a bowl with a drop of water in it. He realized that he had done the right thing, and he was about to taste the water. He was almost dehydrated. His mouth was dry and sweat was dripping down his face. He was getting closer and closer to the water. Jill was happy to drink the water. He completely immersed his head into the bowl and began to drink the water greedily. He drank it as if it was the last time in his life. It was the most delicious water. Jill could not quench his thirst. It seemed to him that the more he drank the water, the more he wanted it. When Jill had drunk, he took the water in his palms and began to wash his face. The thought flashed through his mind, how nice it is to be alive. But his joyful moment was interrupted by a wild animal. A hungry beast stood at the entrance to the cave preparing to attack the boy. The unsuspecting Gil was lying on the ground, satisfied that he had quenched his thirst. He had drunk a lot of water and now it was difficult for him to move. He had only one thought in his mind, how he could leave the game and get out of it. He couldn't get enough of the idea of quitting the game. He decided to open the map and look at it again. He thought that if it was a game and he was in the desert, he should look for a clue in the desert itself. But unfortunately, the map only showed the explored area of the desert. He realized that it wouldn't be easy. Gil decided that it would be useful to study the data of the system thoroughly to know how and what to prepare for and what skills he had. He found that he had very poor performance and could only rely on his quick feet, and he didn't understand what set conditions were. Gil decided to see what equipment options were available to improve his performance and thereby protect himself. He chose new gloves and a sword, weapons he thought would be very useful in an unknown place. He was surprised that the system allowed him to take a sword. He thought that a support was not supposed to have a weapon. Jill got up and began to put on his equipment. He put on his gloves, picked up his sword, and felt protected and strong. When he finished with the outfit, the guy thought that he needed some practice with the sword and started swinging it in different directions. He had no sword skills. He imagined the danger in front of him and used the sword to try to solve the problem. He imagined how he pressed the sword into someone's chest. These exercises gave him strength. After fighting with a shadow, Gil decided to test the sword on something tangible, and with all his might he hit a stone lying next to him. The sword cut the stone in half. The guy was surprised. Gil saw how strong and powerful the sword was. He recognized that it was much stronger than in the real world. When the sword tests were finished, a window appeared that showed the strength of the weapon. Gil was surprised that the game had a lot of visualization. Suddenly, Gil heard growling near the entrance of the cave. He prepared his sword and waited for the unknown beast to enter him. But suddenly the growling stopped. Gil hid but remained cautious. He had no idea what it could be and decided to scramble for food. There was a sound behind his back. Something fell loudly in the depths of the cave. The boy sensed danger again. Jill turned his head in the direction of the sound. He couldn't understand where it was coming from and who was making it. The ignorance made him stunned. Jill stood still for a while and decided to go deeper into the cave to explore it. Surprisingly, it was quite spacious. He was no longer thirsty. He wanted to look around. He walked carefully, keeping his guard up, looking around carefully. Suddenly, a bone fell out of a dark corner right in front of Gil. He was upset. He thought it was a bone from a man, which horrified him. Gil's eyes were full of terror. Droplets of sweat began to run down his face again, and goosebumps of creepiness ran down his back. Jill pulled himself together and decided to walk a little further to determine whose remains they were. Behind the large stones, he found a mountain of different bones and skulls of unknown creatures. He caught himself wondering where this pile of bones had come from, what had killed them, and why they had been here for so long. Picking up a bone that fell in front of his feet, the guy remembered that he had already seen a photo of similar teeth marks that were on the bone. When Gil remembered who left such marks, it became clear that the matter was bad, and he had to look for a safe place. He turned and ran in the opposite direction. He couldn't stay there. It was getting more dangerous. With a sharp movement, the predator swung at Gil, and the guy already saw an open mouth with sharp teeth and long claws. He did not immediately realize what kind of beast it was, but Gil's reaction was high, and he managed to dodge the wild beast. He crouched down, and the jaws closed right above his head with a terrible force. He heard the clatter of teeth. The beast stood in the darkness. His eyes were visible. 2 huge, angry red eyes. The guy stood opposite and waited for him to attack him. The game gave Jim a clue that before him was a desert wolf, TK, as there was a description of its characteristics that possessed the beast. This information will help Gil in the fight with him. The first small drop of blood fell and crashed to the ground. It looked like the beast hit the guy a little bit. During the attack, the wolf reached speeds of up to 65 kilometers per h. Gil knew that the main type of attack of the wolf was a bite, which was up to 200 kilograms in strength. He also knew its weak point was its belly, which was difficult to reach. The guy realized that the monster was still here and was following him, waiting for Gil to get into a tight spot so he could attack him. The wolf was looking straight at the guy. He was ready to attack. His mouth was drooling. He was ready to tear Gil to pieces. He couldn't run. The wolf was faster than him. Gil had all the options in his head not to fight him. But unfortunately, there was only one way to get away from the wolf, and that was to kill him. The boy slowly began to draw his sword to start the fight with the beast. He was sure that he could defeat the wolf. Gil knew that he couldn't lose. He didn't want to die, so he could see in his eyes that he was ready to take this hard fight. He swung his sword and let the wolf know that he was not to be underestimated, that he would be a difficult opponent, and that his will to live was stronger than his fear. After a few attacks, Gil felt that something was going wrong. It felt like he was losing his strength, even though he wasn't attacking at full power. A system window appeared in front of him with a short notice, from which Gil realized what the problem was. It turned out that his health was running out. He needed treatment. Gil had a flashback to when he was in his first year of high school, a class that brought him joy. Gil had studied kendo and went to a club where he was the head of the kendo club. He was proud of himself for reaching that level. The guy spent days on end practicing with a wooden sword at the club. He was honing his sword skills. He wanted to be the best at it. In swordsmanship, it was important how you moved, so Gil practiced hard on his movements and stances. He already had several awards that he won in competitions. He was the youngest master in the country with a 6th dan in kendo. His training was paying off. He knew he was doing it right. Many people did not understand why the guy was studying this kind of martial art, but the reason was simple. Once he watched a kendo competition on TV, he saw how other masters fight. The tournament had a positive impact on the choice of classes for the guy. Another reason why Gil chose kendo was his mom. In his youth, she was a fan of this sport and often watched it on TV with her son. She was obsessed with the star of the sport at the time, Kimura. She was happy when she saw him on the screen. After watching it, she always kissed me a few times on the cheek. Gil always remembered his mom bringing him to classes at an early age, when he was more interested in hanging out with other kids on the street. At first, he thought that kendo was easy. You just had to wear nice clothes and fight with your opponents. But it was more complicated than that. After Gil started to get involved in the training process, he realized that the movements in kendo are not simple, and in some places even difficult, but he did not give up. When he found himself in front of an opponent, it became even more difficult, because sometimes emotions were running high. Gil realized that he was getting excited. His heart was jumping out of his chest. His breathing was hitching. He had to pull himself together and calm down. At his first competition, the shroud of terror had enveloped him tightly, and at such moments his body had stopped obeying him, and he could barely get it to move. Gil stood and thought that the source of all this horror was coming, and before he could finish the thought, he was attacked by the opponent opposite. Then the guy lost, but gained valuable experience. He realized that the source of his fear was his own weakness, so he began to train even harder. Each training session was not easy for him. He wanted to finish, but reminded himself that constant work on himself is a constant overcoming of his laziness. That's why the guy spent all his free time in the dojo. He repeated each movement many times, while others were walking and lazy to do anything. At times when he was constantly losing, he knew that he could do better and continued to improve himself in sword technique. The constant exercise in the dojo was necessary, and without the injuries that accompanied him all the time, both in training and competition. The sword was always in his hands, and he continued to make sword swings even when he had almost no strength left. This continued until Jill was successful. When he became a master with a sixth dan, his training was not in vain. Gil knew that in the world where the law of the jungle reigns, you need to be in perfect mastery of weapons. You never know what lies ahead. The guy always thought that it was impossible to predict how terrifying your next opponent would be, so he practiced a lot. After all the memories that had been triggered by the wolf's appearance, Jill decided it was time for a battle. Jill swung his sword once more to attack and again thought that he shouldn't underestimate him. He was a tough nut to crack. After attacking the wolf, he couldn't understand what was wrong, why his attacks didn't work. But then suddenly the wolf approached him, and now he was already conducting his attack. He hit Gil with all his might with his tail. From such a strong blow, Jill flew into the wall, from which he received a lot of damage. The blow was so strong that the stones from the wall fly in different directions. Jill began to rise and laugh loudly, hysterically. He did not see the moment of the attack and did not have time to dodge or defend himself from it. The guy swung his sword with all his might, hitting the wolf with incredible force, but the sword didn't do any damage to the wolf. Gil was confused. After another useless attacks, the game system reminded Gil that all his attacks are useless. The wolf has a powerful armor. You can kill him only by hitting him in the belly. Before he could even think about it, the guy saw the evil predator running at him at a great speed. He had to do something. Gil barely had time to dodge, and again the jaw with sharp teeth flashed past his head. At that moment, it became clear to him about his weak point, and he thought about how he could hit it. But there was a problem he didn't know how to solve. The wolf was incredibly fast and agile. It was trying to gnaw the guy to death every time. Gil knew that constant defense would get him nowhere, and eventually the wolf would get the upper hand. The guy's back was against the wall, and he didn't know what to do to defeat the ferocious beast, which wouldn't stop attacking him. The wolf looked at him with a grin, and at that moment Gil thought that he was destined to die in this place. Every now and then he would get a notification that he was running out of health, and at those moments he had no hope of survival. Gil didn't want to give up, and he didn't want to die, so he finally pulled himself together and figured out how to get to the wolf's belly. He sprinted and started attacking the wolf with the thought that if it worked, there would be a chance to inflict fatal damage on it. The guy was sure that it would work, and he would finish him off. He kept running towards the wolf, who started to move in response. They approached each other and each wanted to launch their own attack, not knowing which one would prevail. Drops of blood spilled onto the cold ground. It was not clear whose blood it was, for both were attacking each other at the same time. Jill stood with his sword in his hands, and on his shoulder, with its huge teeth, hung a wolf, which was ready to throw the guy to the ground. The wolf's eyes looked straight into Gil's eyes. They both froze and thought about their next move. The wolf clenched his teeth even harder and blood rushed to the ground. The wolf let his guard down, which Jill took advantage of. He thrust his sword right into the wolf's belly, piercing it through. Almost exhausted, Jill finally successfully reached the wolf with his attack. His plan had worked. He was glad of it. As the wolf fell off the dead wolf, Jill realized that he had the victory. He had more confidence in his own strength. Jill deliberately let the wolf bite him. He had no other option to get to the belly, and this plan worked perfectly. Jill was starting to like the game. After the fight, a notification screen appeared. The desert wolf was defeated. The guy got 6,000 points and Jill reached level 5. He also got 25 skill points for defeating the wolf. Gil read the information carefully and proudly closed the notice. He was glad to be alive. After receiving the new level, all the wounds on Gil's body healed. He was as good as new. He was happy. A strange notification appeared in front of him that informed Gil that a hidden level trading platform had been launched. He didn't know what it meant. Gil didn't understand what was going on and was wary of everything. He turned around and couldn't understand what the program was running. Everywhere around him began to appear various windows, with armor and weapons. The guy realized that on the platform, he could buy something. In addition to various weapons and armor in the distance, Gil saw something familiar and could not believe what he saw. He was furious with the developers of the game, because he saw a beautiful girl like his favorite Xiao Mei on the couch. He even thought that they wanted to keep him in the game forever. After seeing this, Gil reminded himself that he was in a game, and games were characterized by giving points for killing different creatures, and leveling up gave points to distribute. He clicked on the game menu, and again he came across the marketplace section. He wondered what it was. He wanted to be there. Gil selected the marketplace section and clicked enter. He would find out what he could buy there and for how much. After clicking enter, everything around him began to glow. He had to squint his eyes to see what was going on around him. There were various blades, swords, weapons of various kinds, and the exact characteristics of them, which was convenient for choosing a weapon. There were so many things on the platform that Gil opened his mouth at what he saw. He did not know what to choose because there was a lot of goods. He saw a very interesting sword called Golden Glory. Its characteristics inspired confidence in Gil. When the guy familiarized himself with the goods, he understood what the trading platform was and continued to get acquainted with the contents. Gil had little experience in the game, and his level as a player didn't allow him to unlock all the items, because unlocking the inventory costs a level. In addition to weapons and armor in the list was usually equipment with household appliances. This fact puzzled the guy. No one will buy such appliances in a survival game for a huge amount. Gil also discovered the mercenary system, but for it the game required the player to have at least level 100, and the guy was only level 5. He was curious what would happen when selecting mercenaries, so he decided to explore this section. Suddenly, a girl with a masked face popped up in front of him. She had an unusual purple hair color. She was very attractive. But the girl was not simple. In an instant, she pointed the sharp end of the sword at Gil. He did not expect to have to fight her. Luckily, it was a hologram, and she was not dangerous. Gil scrutinized her. The image of the girl was very attractive and dangerous. The next character was a mysterious warrior with a large round hat and pointy swords. He looked intimidating. The character named Tank was immediately fearsome. He looked deadly. He could kill his victim with one look. There was an interesting character who possessed magic and fought with it. He had long hair and sharp claws that did not look human. The assassin had a sword with which he cut his enemies like grass. His face was not visible. It was covered by a mask. On his head he had a hood. Gil was pleasantly surprised by the variety of mercenaries. The hologram stood around him waiting for him to be chosen. Amongst all the warriors, the lad stood and couldn't afford to hire any of them. His level was too low, but he also turned his gaze past all the warriors. He saw a beautiful elf girl, who he assumed was a support. She stood out among all of them. She was beautiful and completely unarmed. She was lying on a couch. When Gil approached her, he saw that she had butterflies on her ears and a small ponytail down her back. He was a little confused. Gil turned away from her, feeling that he was beginning to like her. Although he knew it was just a game, he didn't understand why they had invented such a helpless class. After the presentation of the mercenaries, the system notification popped up in front of him again, telling him to unclutter his daily goods. Gil thought ironically that he knew his level and what he could buy without the prompts. He used his level and unlocked items. With his level, he was able to buy 5 sugar buns and 3 Coca-Colas. Gil ate and realized that he could last for a while, but he still wanted to get out of the game. After a hearty lunch, the guy wanted to look at the stats window and asked the system to show him his stats. All of his stats were back to normal after the first test, but he still didn't know how to get new abilities, so he had to rely on increasing his stats. Gil realized that after the distribution of his points back will not be able to return them, his characteristics will directly affect the future fate of the hero. He began to go through all the possible options to improve himself. He studied what can give him armor, what can give magic. Gil remembered the recent fight with a desert wolf. He tried to use the valuable experience he had gained in the battle to accurately distribute his points. He bet on speed and damage. He already knew exactly how he was going to allocate his points. He upgraded his armor, strength, and agility. Before confirming, Gil thought again and pressed the confirm button. He knew that armor would increase his survivability, strength would help him defeat monsters in battle, and agility would make him more agile on the battlefield. The system accepted the distributed points and began to change the image of Gil. He felt that everything was changing, even his body. It was filled with strength and became more plastic. Now Gil could relax a little. He felt a pleasant strengthening of his whole body. He was ready for new adventures that awaited him ahead. As soon as all his transformations were over, a pack of desert wolves were already standing at the entrance to the cave waiting for him. Now he was ready to fight them. Gil was glad that he would be able to test his pumping results and began to draw his sword, preparing to attack. As the wolves rushed to attack, Gil went to meet them. He was sure that today he would destroy their den for good. The first wolf that approached, he chopped off the top of its head without much effort. And with the first blow, it was much stronger. Gil noticed that, unlike the last fight, his current level allowed him to damage wolves despite their strong armor. It was noticeable that his sword skill had improved with the increase in stats, and Gil had no doubt that he could easily deal with the wolves. One by one, Gil killed a wolf. He was happy with his new power. He wanted to fight and destroy wolves more and more. With each new kill, his level increased. The wolves became less and less, and Gil quickly dealt with them. After killing the last wolf, A system notification window appeared. Jill reached level 15 in the fights, got 24000 experience points, and 75 points to distribute to his characteristics. Gil was pleased with himself. He concluded that with an increased level, kill monsters much easier and faster. After finishing all the things in the cave, the young man hurried to the exit. It was night outside. The sky was sprinkled with stars, and the path of the guy lit up by the moon. Gil made a supply of water and food and decided that while the desert was cool, it was necessary to search for a way out of the game. Not far from the cave, the road was strewn with the corpses of wolves. Not only were they killed, but there were traces of the beasts eating. It all looked eerie. Gil leaned over one of the corpses and wanted to understand why they were all dead. What had killed them? Who was capable of such a thing? Not far from where Gil was, something had killed a wolf again at an incredible speed. The guy didn't even notice it. He reached for his sword, thinking that he would be attacked soon. He tried to see the enemy, but he still couldn't. When the monster stopped killing the wolves, Gil saw him in the moonlight. He was standing on a low mountain. He looked like a man. He had fresh corpses of animals in his hands. Their gazes crossed. They both couldn't understand who was standing in front of them. They were confused. The creature saw all the information about Gil, his abilities, his characteristics, what weapons he used in battle. Jill raised one of the killed wolves on his sword. He was shocked by the way they were killed. It was as if the wolves had been sucked out of him. The guy realized that he was wrong, and to kill wolves in this way can only be another monster that knows no mercy. It was clearly not a man. Gil did not give rest to this thought. He did not know what was ahead of him, and whether he could survive in battle with the unknown. Everything around him was getting very strange. Gil was already confused in his thoughts. He was confused. He was almost certain that he had seen the silhouette of a man. Judging by the corpses, there was someone there. He just disappeared, as if he was not there. Gil's thoughts flashed one after another. He assumed that he too was stuck in the game like himself. He needed to track him down. Gil picked up the wolf again and concluded that there was no blood left in the wolf's corpse. It was as if it had evaporated in the sun. He didn't suspect that he was being followed, that the other monster was following him. It moved silently and very fast. It was impossible to catch it in the dark. Gil was trying to figure out if the player could have resorted to such atrocities. It didn't seem like something a human would be capable of. He realized again that he was mistaken and thought completely wrong. To kill in such barbaric ways, another person could not. There was a very loud sound, a system notification alerting Gil to something. Danger was coming towards him. Gil saw that in the darkness behind his back, something was attacking him very quickly. The guy swung his sword with a sharp movement of his hand. There was a drop of someone's blood on the tip of the sword. Gil thought he had time to attack him first and damage him. Right in front of him fell something that looked like a tentacle, which he successfully cut off. It continued to wriggle even in this state. Because of this attack, the strength of his sword was 25%. It looked like this creature had strong armor. It was finally clear that the wolves were not killed by a human, but what killed them? It was as if it did not know fear. It only wanted to kill. The monster's legs were visible from the darkness. He was in no hurry to show himself fully. He liked to operate from the darkness. But in the light of the moon, Gil was able to see almost all of the killer. Only his face was not visible. Finally, Jill saw his face, huge teeth, and a wide mouth. He had 2 pairs of tentacles on his head. He was a class above Jill. Jill was in a fighting stance with his sword in his hands. The monster raised his arm. Jill saw that in that attack he had cut off his arm. The guy immediately noticed that the battle with the wolves and this monster would be different. The monster was stronger than the wolves, and it would be difficult to fight him. Gil nervously thought that if his characteristics had not increased after passing the first level, he had little chance of winning. The monster managed to damage Jill's ribs. He would have been dead if he hadn't leveled up last round. The monster just stood there watching the guy. He didn't say anything or do anything. He raised the arm that Jill had cut off, and a new arm grew in place of the old one. It had a regeneration ability. Defeating it was becoming a problem for Gil. He was stunned by one of the monster's abilities. Now the system gave a clue to Gil. The monster in front of him was a monster whose name was Wandering Apexer, but it was not known what level he was. When his arm was fully restored, the monster was fully ready to kill Gil. It kept looking at him, instilling fear in him. The monster lived in this desert. He possessed perfect speed. In the desert, he's the top of the food chain, tries the monster with the blood of living creatures. To Gil, the monster was the most real threat to be killed. He realized he couldn't hide if the apex came out to hunt. The monster wasn't doing anything. He was just watching the reaction to his presence. Gil was ready to meet different monsters, but the summoner was on another level. He realized that its chilling power could dispel him very quickly. He had to think of something to prevent the fight from happening. Gil couldn't shake the power he saw. He took control of his body. He was nailed to the ground. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. It was the first time in his life that the guy had ever experienced such intense terror. The vertex was the most important danger that Gil didn't want to fight. Soon he realized that he was being hunted. His whole body was maximally in tension. He could not control it. The hunt began. The monster, with incredible speed, began to run at Gil, who was still confused, but the sword was in his hand at the ready. It was obvious on Gil's face that he didn't know how to defeat him, and the monster had already started his attack. Dazed with fear, he continued to stand still. The hand of the summit was already near Gil. He was ready to grab him and drink all his blood to the last drop. Unexpectedly for the monster, Gil managed to dodge the attempt to grab him. In a moment, he seemed to be as fast as the summoner. At that moment, Gil decided that he would give the fight. Despite the odds being terribly slim, he tried his attack. Gil jumped on top of the monster, and he was already flying at the monster with his sword above his head. The fear gradually faded away. He decided for himself that he would not be intimidated and that he would fight until he was killed by the apex. The sword struck right on the vertex's shoulder, but did no damage to him. His armor was incredibly strong, and Gil's sword would not do any damage. Gil threw another strike at the monster, but this time he managed to chop a couple antennae off its head. As the guy's sword lowered to once again attempt to kill the monster, Gil saw the vertex disappear from under his sword. Gil turned his head and was greatly surprised to see that the monster was already over his head. He didn't know how to defend himself. The summoner took Gil by surprise. It struck the guy in the face, at breakneck speed. The guy didn't even see the moment of impact. The monster hit Gil with such force that he was thrown far into the desert. After such a blow, the guy could die immediately. Gil hit the ground with more damage. He was powerless in this situation. He only had to wait and hope that he would not die. The guy could not slow down his fall. The speed was too high. Then he came up with the idea to use his sword. Gil stuck his sword into the ground, which slowed down the speed of his fall, but he was still flying on the ground. He managed to get to his feet with his sword so that he would take less damage from the vertex strike he received. He managed to come to a complete stop and catch his breath. He was amazed at the speed and power of the blow that the monster had successfully delivered. Wiping the blood from his face, Jim realized the speed the system was telling him about, but he didn't want to give up. Jim had just gotten to his feet, and in front of him stood the vertex ready to strike again to kill him faster. Suddenly the word halukalu came out of the monster's mouth, the meaning of which only the vertex knew. After the monster said it disappeared again using its super speed, Gil stood in the same place, not understanding what the monster said to him. A new blow did not take long, and the vertex inflicted it on Gil in the chest area. The blows became harder and harder. From the received blow, the guy spat blood right on the monster's hand. He had never received such strong and accurate blows. Gil knelt down. His sword fell out of his hands to the ground, and at that moment, the monster was already raising his hand for another blow. It looked like his ribs were broken and he was bleeding internally. He spat blood on the ground again. Gil thought that the last blow the monster had struck might well have killed him and ended the beating. The monster was standing near the boy again and was ready to strike again. Gil tried to understand what he was up to, what he wanted from him. The Supreme stood calmly and did not utter a single sound. He was enjoying the process of destroying the guy. He, with surprising calmness, hit Gil again for the third time, and again very hard, so that Gil again flew a few meters away. Gil was trembling from the blows he had received and the damage he had done, and he didn't know how to fight back. Gil crouched down beside the trembling Gil, his sword in his hands, and he said the word halukalu again. Gil was shocked. He couldn't believe that the monster himself would dress him his weapon, but why would he do that? The Supreme raised his hand, as if he wanted to show Gil, who was still lying on the ground in bewilderment. Putting his hand on the back of his neck, he tried to convey something to Gil. He didn't quite understand what the monster wanted from him, but the gesture was familiar to him. The summoner held out his sword to Gil. He didn't attack him anymore. He didn't understand what was going on and why the monster was returning the weapon to him. It all reminded Gil of a cat playing with mice, catching a mouse. The cat is not in a hurry to eat it. He didn't trust the executor, thinking it was a game. Gil concluded that the monster was playing a game with him so that he wouldn't kill his victim at once. The usual killings bored the mastermind. Taking his sword in his hands, the monster immediately grabbed the guy by the throat and lifted him above him. It was a surprise attack he wasn't ready for. But things were not easy for the Supreme. Gil was not going to become an easy prey. He was going to fight back against the assassin. Now Gil was striking the monster with his sword. His whole body was filled with power. He felt like he had a second breath. A thick cloud of smoke rose over the desert. It was visible even from the farthest corners of the desert. It was clear that there was a battle going on. The Supreme reflected Gil's attack and counterattacked him again. Gil was lying on the ground and didn't know where to find his weak point. After this attack, the strength of the sword was already 80%. The monster surpassed Gil's speed by many times. He couldn't keep up with him. Normal attacks are not enough for him. He can't be killed with this. Hovering over the lying guy, the monster grabbed him by his shirt and was lifting him again above his head. The summoner kept playing with him like a mouse. Gil watched him and couldn't figure out the Vertex's next move. He was preparing to fend off the attack. Now Gil was preparing for the worst. Suddenly, the monster spoke in human language. He only said one word, but Jill understood it clearly. He said, "human," and was silent again. Jill was shocked that such a creature could talk. He had hoped it could understand human speech. The Supreme began to speak again. He thought the human was as weak as a parrot, that he was superior to it in everything. Gil listened to the sentence to the end and did not tolerate the mockery of himself. He chopped off the hand of the Supreme. He was ready to prove him wrong. After the successful attack, Jill released himself and bounced a safe distance away from the monster. His words made Jill angry. In his anger, Jill told the summoner that he was as ugly as an insect. He had shit in his head, and he wanted to knock it off the summoner's head. The monster looked at his severed arm. He didn't care about it. He was calm. Nothing bothered him. He was the top of the food chain. His arm grew back after a while and was just like before. The apex was curious. The last time he had seen humans was 100 years ago. Gil found the monster quite entertaining as well. He wasn't going to obey him, not even under threat of death. The boy raised his head and smiled at the monster. It had been a long time since he had felt his blood boil. He loved the feeling. Gil realized that his family, his friends, his whole past life was very far away from him, that he needed to abandon himself here and now. He had no right to die in this game. He gained determination. His body was once again covered in a bright light. He was getting stronger. Gil wanted everyone not to give up hope that he would return. He wished they would wait for him. He had to get out of this game alive. A bright, powerful column of light illuminated the desert. It pierced the clouds and went straight up into the sky. What caused it was unclear. The Supreme covered his eyes from the bright flash and saw Jill in that light, who was filled with a power unknown to him. Jill was unstoppable. He felt the influx of new energy flowing through his body. It was a pleasant sensation. When Jill's transformation was complete, the game system gave a notification that he had activated the will to fight. It was a special blessing from the goddess Latona. This gift increased all of Gil's characteristic by 100 points. He was now much stronger than before. Gil brought his sword above his head. He was filled with power that was bursting out. He wanted to deal with the summoner as quickly as possible. Jill's transformation was appreciated. He saw him as a rival who could fight him and who had the power to do so. Before he could speak, Jill was already approaching the summit. His new speed shocked the monster. He was as fast as he was. Jill tried to hit the summoner as fast and hard as he could. His new characteristics gave him hope for a successful attack. He hit him. The blood breezed in different directions. His attack hit the target, and now he was bleeding out. Gil, despite his success, kept his eyes on the monster. He couldn't relax. Even after he bled the monster, he remembered its regeneration. The guy began to chop with the sword of the Vertex. He gave it many blows, which came exactly on target. In one of the attacks, Gil's sword broke into hundreds of pieces. The system notification didn't take long. The weapon's durability was 0. No further use was possible. Gil threw away the hilt of the sword and began to retreat from the monster. There was nothing to attack with, and he did not want to get into the clutches of the monster. He retreated. Jill retreated, just so that he could gather all his strength in a fist. He was again near the Vertex and gave him a powerful blow with his fist, right on the face of the monster. The force of the blow was incredible. The Vertex flew away as if it had never existed, and now it was forced to defend itself against Gil's attacks. Jill was determined to change the perception of the human race that the monster was convinced of. Rushing to the place where the apex had fallen, when the dust cleared, Jill found that the apex was not there. It had disappeared. But the speed of the apex was incredible. He had deliberately let himself be damaged to test Gil's strength. He was already behind the guy. His attacks didn't kill the monster. Realizing that he had the Vertex behind him, Gil felt that he was trapped. The Vertex attacked the guy while he was trying to understand how he managed to come to his senses so quickly. Jill tried to get up again and again to continue the fight. The Vertex approached him and said what he had said earlier, that the man was like a parasite to him. With sadness on his face, it was clear that he could not be defeated. Even after improving all the characteristics, it was not enough. Suddenly, the summoner rose above the sitting Gil, high into the sky. The boy was at his feet. The monster had the ability to fly, which was even more of a problem. The summoner wanted to end the fight. He had had enough of his victim. He raised his hand. In the palm of his hand was a sphere of energy. The monster used his technique and summoned an even more terrifying monster that should put an end to Gil. Such power the guy had never seen in his life. The Supreme was sure that now he would massacre Gil. He stretched out his hand and was already saying goodbye to the guy. He aimed all his power at Gil, who still couldn't get away from the last attack. The monster was sure that he wouldn't miss. Gil raised his head and saw that the monster had directed an attack at him. He had to do something about it, or he would die. There was a huge rumble across the desert. The attack reached the earth and hit Gil. It was not clear if he had time to get back. The attack hit Gil's body with thousands of needles. It was one of the most powerful attacks of the Supreme. There was little chance to survive. Gil fell to the ground. He had no strength at all. The life was slowly fading in him, but he still wanted to say something. Bleeding. He couldn't believe that he would die in this game at the hands of the mastermind. He wasn't ready for it. After a while, a system notification appeared. Change Gil's health points are 0, the player is dead. Not realizing what was happening, he heard the voice of a girl who was glad that he came to his senses. Gil woke up and came to himself and saw in front of him a beautiful girl who was holding a laundry basin. Gil did not understand what was happening. The girl turned around and hurried to the door. She shouted to her grandfather that the guy woke up. Suddenly, Gil remembered that he was dead. But now he was fine. He had a lot of questions about what it was all about. Gil continued to sit on the bed, trying to understand something. His heart was pounding in his chest at an incredible speed. He was excited. He exhaled deeply. He was trying to calm down. He realized that he had dreamed the whole thing. Gil couldn't tell if he was alive or if it was all an illusion. He was tormented by this question. Gil looked out the window. He thought that he had managed to get out of the game. He liked the feeling of freedom. He was glad. But it was too early to rejoice. He had to find out who this girl was, how he had gotten here, how he had escaped death. From the window of his room, Gil saw the beautiful nature, the bright sun shining through the mountains. He could not understand what this place was. Gil was still not free. He went into the settings of the game and wanted to see his characteristics. He was trying to figure out what was going on. With a disgruntled face, Gil stated that he was still trapped in the game, and he had yet to get out. It was depressing him. He remembered how, that night, the summoner had definitely defeated him. The guy felt that he was dead. But how he was alive, he wondered. He woke up in an unknown place, completely unharmed, and he had to solve the mystery. There were no marks on his body from the battle. He thought more and more about what had happened to him. The door to the room where Gil was creaked open, and someone appeared on the doorstep, distracting him from his thoughts. A very beautiful, red-haired young girl came into the room. She brought Gil some things for him to change. The girl repeated the phrase she had told him the first time they met. Gil thought that maybe it wasn't the same girl. He was back on the bed, sitting in the same position, and everything was the same as the first time they met, but it looked strange. Gil said hello to the stunning stranger and told her that he had just woken up, although it seemed to him that it had all happened before. The girl didn't answer anything. She turned around and headed for the exit, calling her grandfather and telling him that the guy was awake. Gil didn't understand what was happening, why everything was happening again. He thought for a moment that he was in a village of fools. At that time, a man was working in the rice field. He was leisurely, he walked bed by bed. He did not think about anything else. He was a man with long gray hair. His whole body was covered with scars. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of time fighting. He did not hear what his granddaughter shouted to him. He asked her to repeat the words again, but he listened to her carefully. Between the young people, at that time it already started a dialogue. He told her his story, but because of the screams of the grandfather, the girl had to ask Gil again. At the moment when Gil was telling his story, the grandfather joined them. Gil said that all his chest was slashed. He asked them how he was in this place. The girl pointed to the grandfather and explained to Gil how he ended up in this place. His grandfather found him when he was hunting. The grandfather, whose name was Ubi, was smoking his pipe and remembering that day. Gil was on the brink of death when Ubi found him. Grandpa Ubi informed Gil that he had no idea about any game or pledge village. The lad was very surprised. He assured Gil that they were not gamblers in anything, but ordinary people who planted rice and did household chores. Gil was astonished. He knew it was impossible and that he was in the game. He took it all for a system error. He sat for a long time thinking how he could convince them that he was telling the truth and that everything around him was a game. He came up with an idea. Gil turned to the system and called up his characterization window. This would have to convince them to believe him. Grandpa Ubi and his granddaughter looked at him and didn't understand what he was trying to tell them. They were tense with incomprehension. Gil began to explain to them how the taskbar worked. He assured them that he had a map. He showed them everything he knew. While Gil was waving his arms around, the granddaughter and grandfather thought he had hurt his head. They couldn't see anything Gil was talking about. The guy thought the room wasn't getting a signal. The ID with his beloved's name on it wasn't searching. He realized he was cut off from the outside world, and there was nothing he could do about it. He was angry again. He was doing his best to leave the game, but he didn't know how to do it. No ideas came to his mind. Gil started hitting the taskbar out of sheer frustration. He couldn't be in the game anymore. He wanted to go back home. He wondered if anyone had managed to leave the game, what they had done for it. He hoped their experience would help him. After listening carefully to Gil, his grandfather turned around and was about to leave. Pulling the tube out of his mouth, he informed him that no one had ever managed to leave the game. In anger, Gil started to question the old man. How he could know that it was impossible to leave the game. How they were here. He needed information. The girl, after a little thought, decided to tell him their story. A few years ago, they killed a dragon on the mainland, and at that moment they were struck by a lightning strike. After the strike, they found themselves in this word place. The grandfather knew that they were in the desert. Anything and anyone could be here. You can get out by getting to the temple of the Kaibri. The girl told Jill amazing things. She told him the legend that the desert had no end. It was immense. She wanted to warn Gil that countless people had gone in search of the temple, but none of them had returned. The people who were in the game gradually abandoned the idea of searching for the temple. They did not want to die and left to live in the game. Gil listened to them carefully, but he didn't want to stay living here. He wanted to go back to his world where he was happy. Ube put his hand on Jill's shoulder and told him that every year new people appeared, but no one had ever left. Leaving the room, Ube gave the young man some advice. He advised him to gradually come to terms with this reality, adding that later his granddaughter would show him the town. Ube and Sally, that was the girl's name, left Gil alone with his thoughts. He was sure he was still in the game. He had seen such plots often in the real world. An unexpected notification from the system distracted Gil from his thoughts. He didn't immediately realize what the system wanted from him. He had a new task. When he opened the notification, he saw that he was waiting for payback for the early death of Kibri. He didn't know what it meant, but he had no options. He just had to accept the task. Gil read the terms of the assignment. He had to find and break the seal that restrained the god of Kabri. It was the seal that saved Gil from the summoner. The guy was furious. The conditions that considered the task completed were unrealistic. He was required to find the temple, kill the monster Nabris, and free the Kabri. But the reward for completing this task calmed Gil down. He had a chance to free himself. The reward was a key that would help him leave the desert. Gil left the room outside and came to Sally, who was sitting on the grass. He told her about the task, and that he didn't know how much time he needed to do it. The guy talked to the girl, turned around, and went to think about his new assignment. He knew that it would be very difficult to fulfill it. Leaving Jill thought that he had already died once, and it didn't matter what was ahead of him. He went on a search. Jill came to a field where there was no one. The tall green grass was developing in the warm wind. The sun was warming the ground. The guy wanted to be alone with his thoughts. He lay down on the grass in the shade so that the sun would not blind him. He opened his features and started thinking. He had a goal, and he would try to reach it. Gil was going over the terms of the task in his head. He was putting everything in order. He wanted to know where to start and what could help him accomplish the task. He was lying down and setting himself up for the task. He had one thought in his head, that when the time came, he had to find a way to get out of the game. The guy was in no hurry. He was enjoying the warm day. He needed to distract himself from negative thoughts, but from far away he heard someone calling his name. Gil got up from the grass to see who was looking for him. He saw Sally running towards him. Apparently she wanted to talk to him again. The girl came running to him and asked him a few questions. She couldn't understand why he had run away to this place. She had spent half a day looking for him. Gil apologized to her for spending so much time looking for him. He had nothing to do and wanted to go for a walk. The boy got up, went to the edge of the slope, and pointing his finger asked if he understood correctly whether the desert was a Rark desert or not. The girl, confused, gave him an ambiguous answer. It looked as if she wanted to tell him something or if she was not telling him something. Sally got up and walked over to Gil. "The place where we are is surrounded by desert on all sides," the girl said, looking at him. Then the girl raised her hand and pointed to some place. Gil turned around and looked carefully in the distance where Sally had pointed. He confessed to the girl that he didn't know how long it would take to find the temple. Sally was surprised that he wanted to search for it. Determined, Gil told her that he had to get out of here. He had no options. He didn't want to stay here. When Gil turned around and started to leave, the girl suddenly told him that there was no temple and that if he left he would die. Gil heard her words, but did not pay them any attention. His main goal was to get out of the game, no matter what it cost. He wasn't afraid. He had already died once, and he wasn't afraid of death anymore. He didn't care what he had to overcome to find it. Gil invited Sally to walk with him to town. He liked talking to her, and on the way to town he could learn something else that would be useful to him for the mission. They walked towards the city. They talked about everything they wanted to talk about. During the walk, Gil forgot that they were in the game. The girl walked beside him and did not dare to ask Gil a question that bothered her. She wanted to know if he really wanted to search for the temple. Sally asked him a little shyly about the temple, to which she received an immediate firm yes. She warned Gil that there were many different monsters in the desert, and even her grandfather didn't dare to hunt them. Gil was pleased that Sally was worried about him, but he hurried to reassure her that he thought he had amazing abilities. As they approached the town, They saw something begin to appear in front of them. They had never seen anything like it before. They waited to see what would happen next. Gil saw a silhouette that came out of a purple cloud of smoke. It was coming straight at him. He had to do something. A loud explosion raised more smoke in the sky, because of which there was nothing to see. No one understood what was happening, who was attacking them. There was a big hole in the middle of the road, from which smoke was still coming and fire was visible. Someone had deliberately blown up the road. They were met by 3 guys who appeared and made all these explosions. It was clear that there would be a fight. The main one of them was very glad that the game had fallen to them, that they had been successful in their hunt, and now it was up to them to take what was theirs. Jill, a little groggy from the smoke and dust, could not understand what was going on and why these 3 were attacking them, what they wanted. Right in front of Gil appeared Sally, who successfully fended off the first attack on them. The guy was shocked at the girl's abilities. The main villain was surprised that she was able to shield herself from his strike. She used the fire dungeon to defend herself. They had met before and knew each other. It looked like Sally had been wanted by these bandits for a long time. The girl also saw a familiar face. He was calm and kept his guard up. The main one turned out to be a guy named Boban. The fire in Sally's hand was gradually dying out. She no longer needed to fend off attacks. Gil was distracted. He didn't understand what was going on and why they were attacking them. Sally looked at the trio carefully. She had forgotten to tell Gil that only bandit hunters were scarier than the monsters in the game. She explained to the boy that they don't hunt in the wilderness to avoid death. Instead, they simply rob other people. Boban was amused by Sally's words. He made his living by killing ordinary people. He stood there laughing for a long time. 2 swords appeared in Boban's hands. They looked very intimidating. He wanted to finish them both off and make some more money. Gil had never seen such abilities before. He was curious what they were, and how to defend himself against their attacks. Boban pointed his sword at Sally. He reminded her that last time she had managed to escape into the desert. But now things would be different. Sally was ready for battle. She began to show off her power. She would make them think twice before attacking her. Before attacking, the girl turned around and asked Gil to go home and look for Grandpa Ubi. She didn't need any help here. She was sure she could beat them. Boban was a confident guy. He knew that Sally's attacks wouldn't do him any harm. He offered to follow Sally. He gave her a condition, and if she fulfilled it, he would let Jill go and not touch him. But Jill wasn't going to run away from them. At this time, Grandpa Ubi was strolling leisurely under the moonlight and smoking his pipe. He looked thoughtful. The weather was gradually worsening. Gray, huge clouds were coming. Darkness was engulfing the city, and the first thunderstorm had struck. Grandpa stopped for not far from the house. He wanted to assess the situation around. He had to prepare for bad weather. He looked at the sky and realized that a thunderstorm was coming. It worried him. Now he was thinking only about it. He sped up his steps and headed for his house. It was not safe to stay outside. It was very serious. Walking up to the house, the old man thought that Sally's granddaughter, looking at how long it had been, should have gotten home by now. Sally and Jill were still trying to get away from Boban, who wouldn't let them go without bringing the old man to help them. Boban kept saying that Sally's spells would not work against an opponent like him, so he called her back to him. His condition was simple. Sally must go with them, then he would not touch Gil. These words did not please Gil. Boban tried again to tell them something, but the girl would not listen to him any longer, and shouted sharply that he would not even dream of it. Then he looked at them. Boban turned to the girl and asked her not to blame him for being too cavalier with them. Sally realized that a fight was about to break out. She didn't turn around and told Gil to run away from there. She could figure out how to hold them off. Gil's answer was short and clear, but at the same time firm and decisive. He refused to run away, leaving her alone with them. His answer shocked her. She couldn't understand why he answered her like that. She looked at him and tried to find an answer. He saw that the girl did not understand his answer. Gil explained to her that he did not know the word escape, and it was not about him. He was ready to stand up for her, even though they knew each other only a little. Jill was determined. He could not leave his comrade in distress, and at the expense of running away himself, it was low for him. Boban didn't wait any longer and listened to their conversation. He decided to attack Gil. He wanted to catch him off guard. He grabbed Gil by the head, and with all his might he pinned him against a nearby tree. He was quick and precise in his attack. Sally was scared for Gil. She didn't expect Boban to attack him first. She hadn't seen what he was capable of. Boban was angry. He thought Gil was a lowlife who thought too much of himself. He didn't believe his stories. He thought he was a liar. He told Gil that in this world, it was not words but power that mattered. Boban thought he was very strong compared to Gil. Gil got tired of Boban's chattering. He grabbed him by the hand he used to hold his head. Boban was surprised to be rebuffed. The guy took Boban's hand off his head and asked him the same question he had heard from Boban earlier. Did the thug really think he was stronger than Gil? Gil held the bandit tightly. The guy remained calm. Whether a sneak attack was an indication of the bandit's skill, Gil couldn't understand. Holding one of Boban's hands securely, Gil gave him his blow. It was accurate and strong. Everyone watching them was surprised. The bandit was thrown back a couple of meters by Gil's attack. He fell, but it wasn't easy for him to stop. He could barely stand on his feet. The pain in Boban's arm was intense. He thought it was broken. This was a problem for him in his subsequent attacks. He couldn't believe the boy had the strength to twist his wrist. He needed to strategize his attacks. Gil looked at Boban and tried to study him. He noted his speed. Gil had added all his agility points, but he still didn't have time to react to his attack. Sally ran up to Gil to see if he was injured. The boy told her that he was perfectly fine and the bandit had done no damage to him. The girl made sure Gil was okay and turned to Boban to see what he wanted from them. Boban, still trying to heal his arm, it was giving him discomfort. He told her that he had come here for her to be his girlfriend. Sally was not happy with that option. She had no feelings for him. She asked him to leave his attempts to win her over. Gil looked at Sally. He wanted to know if this was all happening for her to date him. The girl nodded her head positively. Boban saw them talking and thought they were dating. Did she reject him because of Gil? It was unbelievable to him. Sally was at a loss for words. What was he talking about? She shouted. They were just friends. Gil was standing aside and he was pleased that Sally considered him a friend. Boban didn't believe her. A smirk appeared on his face. It was probably just her excuse not to go out with him. He was sure of it. The thought made the bandit angry. He wanted to fight Gil like men. Sally should not interfere in their duel. Before he attacked Jill, he made a condition. If Jill could overpower him, Boban would once and for all get away from the girl. After the bandit said the condition, a system notification appeared with a new side quest for Jill. He needed to give an answer. But before Jill could make a decision, a new notification popped up. It said that the reward would be a lost map of Latona. It was a chance for Jill to find the lost temple. Gil scrutinized the notification. He was excited about the reward. Finally, he had a real chance to get out of the game. The boy looked at the bandit and agreed to his condition. He knew he had to win whatever it took. Deal, said Boban, and a strange sword appeared in his hand. It was not like any sword Jill had ever seen before. Standing behind their leader, the two bandits noted that their bro was getting serious, and that he was jealous of Sally and the stranger. The tension was rising rapidly. Sally had warned Gil that he was facing the best shadow swordsman in their town, and she was sure that Gil couldn't beat him. Gil didn't know what shadow swordsman meant. He was a little confused by the word, but what he was most interested in was how strong he was. Sally knew all about Boban. Not only was he able to use the power of the dark shadow, but he also had great speed. She also told him that his attack power was as strong as his other stats. The shadow that enveloped his blades gave them devastating power, making him a strong opponent. Gil stepped forward to start the battle with Boban. The girl tried to talk him out of it. She didn't want Gil to die. The boy walked confidently. He didn't listen to what Sally was shouting at him. He had died once before. Now there was no fear of death in him. He had only one wish, to get out of the game, and for that he would destroy everything in his way. The battle began. They both tried to damage each other, but their speed allowed them to dodge the dangerous attacks. Gil looked at the girl and spoke words she didn't expect to hear. He would not back down and would fight as long as it took for his freedom. With a smile on his face, Gil asked the girl to calm down and not to worry. The fight was not avoidable, but after his victory they would be able to get out together. Sally's eyes were filled with surprise at what Gil had said. Did he really want them to get out together? The question confused her. Jill couldn't understand why things had turned out so badly. Not knowing the answer to that question made Jill sad. But after defeating Boban, everything would be fine again. Jill was sure. He needed this card that was given for the victory. Shadow Swordsman was really fast. In an instant, he could be behind Gil's back and successfully attack him. Gil felt that the bandit was behind his back, and he wanted to counterattack him with a spinning attack. But the guy's attack was too slow for the shadowy swordsman. He saw Gil's foot go past his chin. This amused the bandit. Boban drew his sword and clenched it tightly in his hand. Behind him it looked like two more bandits like himself were standing behind him. They were his shadow clones. Sally stood and watched them fight. She wanted it to be over quickly. She didn't like fighting, and she didn't like watching fights anymore. Suddenly Boban turned to her. He was laughing with Gil. He thought that was all he was capable of. He didn't understand why she could like Gil. Jill didn't pay attention to Boban's taunts. He was thinking about his opponent. It was strange that he kept defending himself from his attacks, but he didn't attack back. He seemed to be up to something. Sally approached Gil and wanted him to leave the battlefield and find Grandpa Ube. She would go with Boban. She knew Grandpa would free her. He could handle the bandit. At the offer to leave, Gil gave an emphatic refusal. There was no way he would leave the battlefield. It was not acceptable to him. He asked the girl to calm down. He could not withdraw from the fight. It was too late. He needed only victory. It would allow them to get out of this game. When she heard what Gil had told her, she was shocked. How their fight would get them out, she wondered. She didn't know what the reward was for defeating Boban. Sally couldn't understand what Gil was talking about. She thought he was going crazy. He hadn't told her about the reward that he would have had in his hands if he had won. Jill explained to her that everything made no sense the moment he got into the game. He was stuck here with no way out. He was dead and then found himself among the living. He told Sally about the reward. He might have thought it was random at first, but the guy was sure that someone was in control. He needed to find out who was behind it. The fight stopped. No one was in a hurry to attack. Gil stood and thought how he could strike a decisive blow and not get trapped. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a bandit who wanted something from him. Boban thrust his blades into the ground. It looked like he wanted to talk to Gil, or that he just wanted to rest and distract Gil from the fight. The bandit continued to taunt Jill. He was confident and could not lose. He thought that Jill was scared of him, but he could not back down. But Jill decided to play a joke on Boban. He compared him to a grasshopper that runs away from him when Jill attacks him. A verbal fight ensued. They tried to throw each other off balance, but there was no result. Boban was bored with the fight. Smiling sinisterly, he noticed that Gil had no weapons. Even though Boban was a bandit, he wanted a fair fight. Because the girl he was in love with was at stake, he wanted to impress her. He threw one of his swords at Gil. It was fair, Boban thought. He didn't see the guy as a rival anyway. He thought he was the best swordsman, so he was going to lose. With a deft movement, Jill caught the sword. Now the chances of victory increased for him. With the sword, Jill felt even more confident than before. The fight was getting more and more interesting. Boban didn't want Sully and his charges to think that his victory was unfair. It humiliated him. He kept smiling wickedly. Boban's underlings, who were standing behind him, noticed the seriousness of their boss's intentions. They did not doubt his victory. They admired the nobility of their leader. Sally was surprised by Boban's action. She had never seen him act honorably before. It came as a complete surprise to her. Gil stood and taunted the thug. He wanted to seem like a decent guy. But Gil still remembered his slap from the sneak attack, so he was always on guard. There was already more of a verbal altercation going on between them as if they were two teenagers. Boban denied his foul attack. He was acting emotional at that moment. Gil was sick of words. He wanted a real fight. Getting into a fighting stance before the attack, Jill said that if he was telling the truth, then it would be a fair fight between them. Now Gil was serious. He had to defeat him and get the coveted card. Boban couldn't wait to show Jill the true power of the shadow. He raised his sword and prepared to attack. Jill kept his eyes on the bandit, so that he wouldn't be caught in a slash, like the first attack. This time he could take real damage. The boy was the first to attack Boban, who was standing still and waiting for the attack. He didn't try to move away or run away. He just stood there. Boban smiled. The prey was coming at him, he thought. He just needed to successfully fight it, and he would be done. The bandit nearly hit Jill with his sword, who managed to avoid the attack at the last moment. A strange shadow was coming from the blade, Jill noticed. Gil was frozen in place by what he saw. He was facing a serious opponent that Gil hadn't had time to study. He didn't know what Boban was capable of. Boban raised his sword to attack Jill. The smile was still on his face. He was enjoying the game he had started. Jill reacted in time and blocked his opponent's blade with his sword above his head, sparks flying from the clash of the two swords. The guy was holding back the bandit's onslaught. Swinging his sword, he tried to keep his eyes on his opponent to avoid cancerous mistakes. He couldn't be killed. But Sally's voice distracted Gil from the enemy. She was trying to warn him that he was being attacked from behind, and he needed to defend himself. Jill saw the attacker, and now there were two of them, but the question was simple. Where had the other one come from, and who was he? Gil pushed Boban away. He had to dodge the second attacker. He could have easily killed him if Sally hadn't shouted at him in time. Jill turned around and stopped the unknown assailant. The blade that hit him in the back was bigger than the one Boban had given him. His reaction didn't fail him. The unknown assailant just scattered in the wind. He disappeared like a shadow. Jill didn't understand what was happening, how it was possible. He couldn't believe what was happening. Gil began to realize that he had made a mistake, that he had fallen into the trap Boban had set for him, but when he had managed to pull it off was a mystery to him. Sally was frightened for Gil. She saw that he had plucked and fallen into one of Boban's traps. He was in danger. She could not interfere in the fight. Boban's sword reached its target. His attack damaged Jill. The sword strike caused blood to rush in different directions. Jill needed treatment. Jill laughed at the fact that he was so easily trapped. The bandit had taken down 300 health. He still had 700 health left. If his health reached the 300 mark, he would automatically lose. Drops of blood were still falling to the ground from Boban's sword. He once again offered a surrender to Gil, who was in no hurry to get up. He was catching his breath. The bandit was sure of himself. He told Gil that he had no chance of defeating him, that he would only lose ignominiously. Gil knew he couldn't give up. He couldn't let go of this chance to free himself. He was already on his feet. He was badly wounded. The system offered him to take advantage of the treatment. He looked at the notice and couldn't figure out how best to proceed. After all, the battle wasn't over, and he might still need this treatment. After thinking carefully, he agreed to use the treatment. The wound was starting to hurt more and was causing discomfort in his attacks. The system quickly applied a level 1 treatment that gave Gil 100 points to his health. His wound healed. He was almost restored. Standing behind Boban, the subordinates realized that Gil was a support. It was hilarious for them to see a normal support fighting a shadow swordsman. Boban turned his back on Gil and urged him to leave Sully and walk away. He didn't think it was worthy of a fight with an awakened Sapert. Bandit started to walk away, but Gil shouted words that stopped him. Gil teased him that he was afraid of losing in Sully's presence. Gil's words made Boban furious. He had never been so angry before. No one dared to doubt his courage. Gil got into a fighting stance and suggested that they talk less and resume their fight. He had enough strength to continue. The shadow clone began to emerge from Boban's body again. It no longer wanted to be ceremonious with Gil. The only thing it wanted was for him to see the true power of the shadow swordsman. There were already 2 shadow clones behind him. He was calm and waited until the clones were completely finished. This was one of the swordsman's abilities. Their speed was incredible. They were faster than Boban himself. One of them was already behind Gil's back and ready to attack him. Boban noted that Gil was lucky to escape, but a big one like that wouldn't happen again. He wouldn't give him another chance to escape. Attacking, the bandit bled again. No one doubted that the battle was already serious. This time it was more damage. Gil stood and watched as Boban split in 3. Now he had to defend himself against 3 fast and dangerous bandits. Boban was kind enough to explain to Gil that shadow swordsmen used the cloning ability in combat, which increased the chances of victory. Gil began to strategize on how to win. He remembered his first attack where a clone was used. He realized that they were connected and could switch places at any moment. It was a difficult class of opponent for the guy. It would not be easy for him to defeat him with such abilities, but he did not give up. Soon the bandit was tired of showing compassion to the worthless Saport. He would be ruthless and merciless. Crossing his arms and remaining calm, the bandit turned to Gil. If he wanted to see his true strength, he would have that chance before he died. Gil raised his sword and was fully geared up for the fight. He was looking forward to it. He didn't wait for the bandit to attack. This time he ran at him first, hoping to get even with him for the trouble he had caused him. Boban stood still, unmoved, unconcerned that Gil was running at him. A very arrogant fellow, the bandit thought at that moment. He had left it to his 2 clones to deal with Gil, and he thought that was enough for him. The clone on the bandit's right began to follow his orders, and moved at breakneck speed to counterattack Gil before he could strike his master. Gil gripped his sword tightly with both hands. He saw the target coming at him. He needed to stop in order not to be trapped again. The shadow clone struck with his blade but failed to reach his target. Gil fended off his attack. His sword skills were no worse than Boban's either. The bandit stood aside and controlled the clone like a puppet. He directed it for new attacks. He was looking for a weak point in Gil's defense. But the guy tried his best to make as little contact with the clones as possible. He wanted to appear invulnerable, to be attacked by the real Boban. While fending off the attacks, Gil forced the real bandit to take part in the fight. While attacking the clone, Boban attacked behind Gil's back, but Gil managed to dodge. The guy noted the bandit's strength. It was hard for him to resist even the clone's attacks, even though he hadn't been attacked by a real bandit yet. Boban stood and enjoyed it. He liked to see the fight between the clones and Gil. The guy was attacked by only 1 clone, and there were 2 of them, and both of them were strong. The second clone joined the battle while Gil was trying to crush the first one. He already had the second one behind him. The situation was repeating itself. He managed to dodge last time, but this time it looked like he wouldn't be able to avoid the attack. The sharp sword of the shadow clone was already approaching Gil from behind. He felt it. He needed to put up a defense, but he didn't know how to do it. It seemed that the clone had caught up with the guy. Blood flowed on the ground again. The damage was done. It was unclear whether the clone had finished him off or the guy had managed to dodge. The sword slowly fell to the ground. It seemed that the battle was over, and Gil had lost the fight. Boban was happy with this scenario. Both Sally and the 2 like-minded men were stunned. They didn't know how to react to this. There was genuine surprise on their faces. Boban couldn't understand how it was possible. Gil was still able to dodge and avoid death. The bandit seemed to be losing confidence in his abilities. He was enveloped in anger. He didn't understand what was going on, how he managed to dodge his attacks all the time. Gil, with an ironic laugh, bounced back from the attack. This time he got away, but he almost lost his life. As soon as Gil stopped, a few system notifications popped up. He was given some nice bonuses for the maneuver he performed while dodging the attack. He stood studying his new bonuses. He had been gifted the lightning strike skill. He could only use it again after 5 seconds. Had the skill not appeared earlier, he would have been killed already. Gil stood filled with new skills. He became even stronger. Now he only needed to find the real one among the three, and he could finish the fight. The shadow clone killed by the boy recovered and stood next to Bobin, who looked at Gil, laughing hysterically. Bobin was laughing hysterically, amused by the fact that he not only managed to dodge, but also managed to hit the clone, thinking it had dealt with him. For Bobin, this fight had been fun, but now he decided to get real and not to give in to Gil. He ordered the clone back. As soon as the bandit finished his speech, he immediately launched a new, serious attack on Gil, who was not ready for it. Bobin felt that by sympathizing with his opponent, he was holding himself back, and not attacking properly. He admitted that he had underestimated Gil. He shouted threateningly that the games were over and warned Gil not to blink because the speed of the attack would be unbelievable. Bobin, along with the shadow clones, prepared to attack Gil. They were as one. Their movements were synchronized. Gil was already ready to attack. His face looked calm and confident. He wanted to test his new skills in battle. The trio now had no swords in their hands. They were using a new kind of weapon, while Gil didn't even have a sword. He didn't know what to use to defend himself from the attacks. Bobin set up for his best attack that was going to lead him to victory. This was his final attack. This attack was dangerous and deadly. Gil should not be exposed to it. It would be the end of him. The attack was called Wasteland Strike, the strongest attack in Bobin's arsenal. A ring of shadows formed around Gil. He was surrounded and could not get out of the ring. He had never seen an attack like this before. Suddenly, an arrow in the form of a sharp lightning bolt shot out of the ring and flew straight at Gil's head. Gil's dexterity worked perfectly, and he was able to dodge the arrow coming at him, almost calmly. But there was more than one arrow. They kept trying to hit Gil, and more of them were coming. Gil twisted around, dodging them as best he could. One shot was almost accurate. It barely grazed Gil's shoulder, but it hit him hard and wounded his arm. The attacks did not slow down, but only increased. More and more arrows were being fired into the narrow, enclosed ring, and it was dangerous for Gil to be inside. Bobin stood outside the ring and watched what was happening. At one moment, he ordered the clone to get away from him. He was preparing another surprise for Gil. Gil tried to jump out of the ring, and at that moment, a notification appeared that he had already lost 30% of his health. He needed to heal his wounds urgently. Without a weapon, he could only dodge. But Bobin surprised Gil again with his cunning. The moment Gil jumped above the ring, he was already under attack from above by Bobin. Controlling his shadow, Bobin fatally hit Gil. Gil didn't know what to do, how to defend himself without a weapon, how to stop taking damage. Bobin could already see Gil starting to stagger from the wound. Death had already crept up on him completely unnoticed by him. The bandit was defeating Gil. Gil was enveloped by a shadow, and thousands of needles began to wound the defenseless guy, causing him mortal damage. Finally, Bobin's plan worked, and Gil was almost defeated, proving that he was the best shadow swordsman in town. Bobin watched Gil take the lethal damage. He was incredibly happy. He promised that he would find a great place for him in the cemetery. But the bandit's happy moment was suddenly interrupted. Someone was approaching the place of battle. Bobin tensed up and looked carefully into the distance. A gray hair with a hat behind his back flashed past the bandit. He was so fast that no one could see his face. From outside the city, there was a powerful explosion that could be heard everywhere. Gray clouds covered the whole sky. Something terrible was coming to the city. Sally was worried again and didn't understand what was happening, who was approaching them, how to help Gil. Two of Bobin's servants stood silently with their mouths open. Bobin turned around at the loud clap. He saw Grandpa Ubby centimeters away from him, stopped Gil's attack, who was mad with anger. Grandpa saved Bobin. Grandpa didn't want the fight to continue. He asked Gil to calm down. There were more important things to do right now. He looked at them all carefully. He was in time, or one of them would have been dead. He stood pensively but said nothing. There were voices coming from the open door in the house. It was raining outside, and in the room Sally was asking Gil to stop fidgeting. It was bothering her. Gil was lying on the bed. Sally was sitting beside him. She was dressing Gil's numerous wounds, but the pain made him twitch reflexively, which slowed down the girl's robot. In the forest among the trees, something was going on. It was not possible to take away what exactly was there. The noise of rain and the sound of thunder came more and more often to the people of the city. Wet in the heavy rain, wounded, stood Gil and nervously practiced. He tried to discharge the accumulated anger. He was hitting a nearby tree with all his might, not paying attention to his wounds, but he was distracted by an old man who came up to him. Grandpa Uba asked Gil to stop. It was obvious that he wanted to talk to him, but he continued to beat the tree and did not pay attention to the old man. Sally came running after Grandpa. She wanted to make sure Gil was okay. But the guy was very angry. Jill looked at them and stopped throwing his anger into the tree. He told the girl that he was fine. He tried to calm her down. Grandpa Uba, not paying attention to Boban, approached his granddaughter and Gil. They had to get out of there. There was a storm coming, which worried the grandfather. Jill didn't understand why the old man was so scared of the usual thunderstorm. The bandit behind him was laughing again. Sally, on the other hand, knew the danger of the storm. Boban continued to mock them. He couldn't stop. It was hilarious to him that Grandpa Ubi had come for them. But his laughter was abruptly replaced by anger on Boban's face. He threatened the old man that he would not be able to take them away without a fight. He could not let that happen. After the bandit's threats, the old man stopped abruptly. He was not scared. He wanted to clarify something to Boban, to warn him. Now the grandfather was threatening Boban. He warned him that if he tried to stop them, the old man stopped talking. He didn't want to say what was waiting for him. Boban interrupted the old man with a serious look on his face and told him that if he wanted to leave him, the old man's days would be numbered. He still believed in his own strength. Gil did not tolerate Boban's taunts and threats. He thought the bandit was bluffing, saying that he would win. But the bandit still stood his ground. He didn't believe that he could be killed by the newly minted support, even with his agility. Boban shouted to the old man, psyching himself up, that if he hadn't gotten involved in their fight now, Gil would have been dead long ago. While the bandit was trying to instill fear in everyone, a system notification appeared in front of Gil, stating that he had successfully completed the task of defeating Boban's shadowy thug. Gil was confused. He didn't know why the system gave him the victory since he hadn't killed the thug. Grandpa Ube was quick to remind them that the storm was coming and it was time to get to safety. The thug's underlings hurriedly reassured their boss that if they got caught in the storm, they could die here. Boban didn't want to stop the fight. Even though the deadly storm was coming at them, he didn't care. He was eager to kill Gil. Both wards restrained Boban. He tried to break free and fight with Gil again, but the guy listened to the old man and was about to leave. Jill turned around and saw that Boban was being restrained by his wards. Jill was quite surprised at his behavior and eagerness to fight. Sally noticed that Jill had stopped and was not following them. She called out to him, warning him that the storm was near and he had to leave immediately. When Sally returned home, she found a number of wounds on Gil's body that had been left by the thug during their fight. She began to treat them. She carefully treated and bandaged Jill's wounds. The process would have gone faster, but Jill kept twitching and getting in her way. She asked for patience. She was finishing. Jill accidentally caught Sally's foot, which hurt a little. She told him she couldn't put ointment on him because of his constant twitching. He apologized and lay still on the bed. During the reversal, Jill was upset that he had caused trouble for her and her grandfather again. Sally said what's done is done. No need to worry. She noted that she hadn't expected him to be so strong. Gil was lying on the bed and analyzed the outcome of the fight. This time he had gained experience, but his level was the same. His wounds needed to heal. He had to figure out the mechanics of raising his level. He thought about it and decided to talk to the girl. It seemed to him that she and her grandfather already knew Boban, so he asked Jill. Sally was uncomfortable with the question. She told Jill that she and he had been together since they were kids. She thought they were like brother and sister, nothing more. The girl fixed her beautiful red hair and happily told Gil that she had finished treating his wounds. She got up and was ready to leave, but Gil got up and thanked her for her help. A little pained, the girl replied to him that she should be the one thanking him for what he had done for her. Gil was pleased that the girl was so kind to him, it seemed that a spark had flown between them, that they might like each other. But Sally did not continue the conversation. She had to go to help her grandfather, and she advised Gil to lie down to rest, to which Gil gave a positive answer. The girl left the cabin and went to her grandfather's house, and Jill decided to heed the advice and try to rest after a hard fight. Gil sat near the window. It was raining outside. It calmed him down a little. He looked out the window and remembered that on that unfortunate day, it was also raining. The guy suddenly wondered how his mom was. Probably she was going crazy that he just disappeared from home. He was saddened by such thoughts. He thought that she was crying. She loved her son very much, and it was hard for him to imagine what she was going through. He logged onto the system and decided to look at the map he had been given for defeating Boban. He was already thinking about his future plans. All he had to do was to find the temple, defeat the boss, and then he would be free. Gil was going to go to the search as soon as the rain stopped. He was not going to drag out the process any longer. He wanted to get to the task as soon as possible. He saw the system notifier again. He was informed that he had received the secret key and he needed to confirm it. Gil wondered what the key was, why it was given to him, what it was for. He had too many questions. He acknowledged receipt of the key and then he pointed it at the lock. It must have been a portal, Jill thought as he started to open it. He was thrown into what appeared to be a safe or a bank with many chests and treasures. With the key, he could open one of the 6 chests that could hold anything. Gil picked up his cape that he had been walking around in. It seemed that he wanted to go out for a walk, that he was tired of lying idle, but he decided that he couldn't wait any longer, and he had to get on the road immediately to find the temple. Jill had no sooner gotten out of bed than his grandfather Ubby came into his room to talk to him. The boy was happy to see him. He didn't think he would want to talk to him after he saved him, but he still came to see him. The old man apologized to him for not coming to see him earlier, but he was busy with a business. To save the crops, he needed to cover them from the rain that was pouring down like a bucket. Gil accepted the apology, but he thought why the old man came to him. He probably wanted something from him. But the old man just asked how his wounds were, if he was all right. The guy hurried to reassure the grandfather, saying that his wounds were not deep and would heal soon. It would take him a couple of days. Grandpa was glad that he was okay. He decided to confess to Gil. He did not expect that he could defeat Boban, because he is the strongest swordsman in the village. But Gil didn't consider himself a winner. He told the old man that if the thug had taken their fight seriously from the beginning, he wouldn't be alive. The old man poured tobacco into his pipe, telling him that he knew Boban's abilities, but that not only were they important in a fight, but that will was also an important factor. He turned his back to Gil, and smoking his pipe told him that he had not won by accident. Gil was puzzled by the words he heard. Gil wondered if he and Sally had been together since childhood, why he had changed so much in a bad way. The old man, letting out tobacco smoke with sadness in his head, quietly said that it was quite a long story. Grandfather left the lodge without telling Gil anything. Without turning around, he told him to come to the mountainside tomorrow when the downpour had passed. Ube added that if he succeeded in passing all the tests he had prepared, the old man would agree to train him. Grandpa Ubby began his story. He recalled that 10 years ago there was a downpour just like today. That day he and Sally were in the desert on their errands. As they passed the house where they planned to spend the night, they noticed a strange monster attacking the family that lived there. They arrived too late and no one needed help. The monster had killed everyone, and they found the corpses of almost the entire family. Grandpa and Sally were happy to find that their child was still alive. He anxiously held his mother's hand, hoping she was alive. The boy sat over his mother's body, completely helpless. He was unable to defeat the fierce monster that had spotted him and was preparing to kill him. He was still calling out for his mother, even when the monster was ready to snatch the poor boy to finish him off. The monster's unexpected move hit the right target. A bright flash of lightning carried straight through to the monster, saving the boy in the process. The monster received a blow that knocked him back a couple meters. He didn't see the moment of the attack and didn't have time to defend against it. It was young and fast Grandpa Ubby. He stopped the monster from killing the innocent child who was standing over his dead mom. The monster experienced the power of the grandfather who was young and full of strength. He was going to protect all who were left alive from the monster who was sitting and trying to recover. The grandfather's attack rose up the monster. He was ready to tear everyone to shreds. He was huge and strong. He inspired fear with his mere appearance. But the monster did not attack the young. At that time, grandfather, he hid in the forest with sharp and quick movements, and the battle did not take place. Ube turned around and saw a little boy in tears, still trying to hear his mother's voice, but it was too late. It turned out that the crying boy was the same Boban who had become a thug after experiencing such grief. They helped him to bury all his relatives. He sat by his mother's grave and cried for a long time. He was not evil then. Gil listened attentively to the old man, but still he was tormented by the question, if it was like that, then what did he need from them? Ube continued with the story from the past. Boban had chosen to find and kill that monster, and the old man had tried to talk him out of it. He explained why he had tried to talk him out of it. Because there were strong monsters in the desert that were hard to imagine. And even Ube couldn't kill that monster. And Boban couldn't even kill that monster. The old man added that this was the reason why they had parted ways, and that Gil was interested in the monster, which even Ube himself considered strong. Ube hurried to end the conversation. He thought it was time for Gil to rest. But the boy kept thinking about the map, and that even with it in his hands, he still had to get to the temple. Gil didn't know how strong the monsters in the desert were, but one could kill him, and his current strength didn't allow him to fight strong opponents. He thought a lot that during the previous battle he had been slain very easily. This was not an option for him. He needed to start training. Grandpa Oba was already near the exit and was getting ready to put on his jacket when suddenly Gil stopped him. The old man didn't understand what the guy wanted from him. He asked the old man to train him to fight. He wanted to get stronger and find a temple that would allow him to get out of the game. The old man reached for his hat, but from what he heard he froze in place. He didn't know what to say to Gil. As he left, the old man told Gil, who stood waiting for an answer, to take a good rest and gain strength, for he would need it. But Gil was not satisfied with his grandfather's answer. He was very serious about training. He told his grandfather that he knew a way out. Gil slammed his fist against the door jamb. He realized that he was talking nonsense. That was why he and Boban had split up, and he had just blurted out what was on his mind. The boy stood at the exit of the cabin and waited for the old man's answer. After a little while, Ubi told Gil that he would wait for him after the rain on the mountainside. But he made his condition. If Gil passed his test successfully, he would take him on as an apprentice and train him. Gil was beyond excited. He contentedly told the old man to be calm. The lad was sure he would not let the old man down. Ube felt that he had renewed hope that they could get out. He remembered that Gil in the battle with Boban had literally burst into flames with terrifying power. Even his best shield couldn't withstand his power. The old man walked on, and more thoughts of Gil came into his mind. He didn't know if it was possible that this youngster would lead them out of the game. Walking into his room, a happy Gil received a new notification from the system. He had a new assignment. He was given daily tasks. He was required to run 10 kilometers with weights, do 3,000 push-ups and 2,000 deadlifts. He stood and studied the new tasks. Gil found it was a hell of a workout, but he needed the new attributes. They would come in handy when he searched for the temple. He couldn't refuse the task. He confidently pressed the button and accepted all the conditions. He had a very difficult training ahead of him. Since the early morning, when the sun began to rise above the city, somewhere in the mountains were heard the sounds of a man working hard. Gil had already started his new tasks, and he started with a 10-kilometer run with a load. He used a huge wooden deck as a load. He was happy with the training. It was helping him to get stronger and stronger. He noticed that the system was trying to take care of him and was helping him with his training as if it wanted him to get out too. Gil had already completed the mandatory 10-kilometer run and started doing the rest of the exercises, but they were still not finished. But Gil didn't give up and kept training. After the workout, Gil thought that it had been a long time since he had struggled to reach his goal. But he was more excited about the challenge than the difficult road ahead. He had no energy left and collapsed to the ground to regain his energy. The system notification informed him that the task had been completed, and he was rewarded with 4 attribute points for his daily training. Gil lay on the green, warm grass. His body was almost exhausted from the training. He had to choose which attribute would be best to supplement. He stood up, and before allocating the points, he looked at his characteristics. He noted his healing and defense abilities, but allocated the points between intelligence and stamina. He thought it would be best for him. When Gil was done with the allocation, a voice distracted his attention. Someone was looking for him. He turned his head to see who was calling him. Sally was running towards him. She had distracted him by saying his name. She looked as beautiful as ever. She was almost there. Jill went up to find out what was wrong, why she was looking for him. Sally explained to Jill that she had brought him breakfast, but hadn't found him in his room. Her grandfather had told her where he was now. Sally wondered why Jill was walking around without clothes. She assumed he was training. The boy gave a positive answer, adding that his grandfather Ube had agreed to teach him how to fight. He took the food and sat down to eat breakfast. Jill had already taken out a bun and was about to eat it when Sally again asked a surprised question. She couldn't believe that his grandfather had taken him on as an apprentice. He had abandoned it long ago. She was excited to hear what she had heard. She was eager to see what abilities he could awaken with training. Gil was surprised by Sally's words. He thought that other skills were unavailable to a simple support. It was a surprise to him. Sally hurried to explain her words to Gil. She said that a support is just a class, and his abilities will be determined based on his predisposition. The girl began to explain him on her own example. Her element was fire, grandfather's was thunder, and Boban has a shadow. All people have their own element. The class only gives direction. The element is determined by itself. Jill understood everything, and it pleased him. He was curious about what he was capable of and what he could awaken with hard training. Grandfather Ubby told Gil that the deity of primordial chaos had once endowed the world with different races. They were called vocations and classes. The only thing they had in common were the elements. He tried to convey to him that they represented not only those that could be seen and touched, but also those that were hidden from human sight, such as light and shadow. The old man told him where he came from. He was from a world that consisted of 5 continents. Bolar was one of the continents for the gathering of people. Its trademark was the boisterous trade and exchange of goods. People from different regions gathered here. He said that Bolar was the center, and a little to the west, on the continent of Mokala, there were many volcanoes, the home of dragon riders. To the north was a land called Xanthi. It was forever covered in ice. It was home to giants and various ferocious beasts. It was full of minerals. In the east was the continent of Bergama. It was covered with forests. There lived elves. They possessed magic. There were also huge beasts that carried great danger. The old man continued to tell. The south was home to the dwarves. They were engaged in forging. Their homeland was called Shariktik. In other words, the edge of the earth. Sally, who was sitting under a tree, also told Gil that it was rumored that if one crossed the Great Sea, one could reach the realm of the gods. where he would have endless power. Jill stood and listened attentively to what Sally was saying. She thought it was all a fairy tale, until she found herself in this place. But there was some truth in the stories. The boy sat down near the girl and said that the legend about the temple in the desert could also be real. Gil promised that they would get out of there. Gil's words embarrassed Sally, gently fixing her beautiful hair. She blushed a little and only nodded her head approvingly. The couple sat and chatted sweetly as the grandfather appeared. Sally jumped up immediately. It was as if they had been caught red-handed. Gil turned calmly towards the old man. Ubi had not expected them to arrive before him. The grandfather didn't understand what his granddaughter was doing here. He asked the girl to clarify the situation. It was obvious that Sally was nervous. She didn't understand what the grandfather meant or what he wanted her to say. The old man raised his head and directed his gaze at Gil, who stood silently to the side and intervened in the conversation between them. Gil stood and prepared himself, and prepared for the first lesson from his grandfather. The old man tilted his head and noticed that the lad had already warmed up before the fight. He stood confidently and prepared for the test. There was no fear in him. He felt more confident than ever. Their lesson began with theory. His grandfather told Gil how the world began, who its inhabitants were, who was endowed with what, and what they all had in common. Jill stood in front of the old man and tried not to miss anything. Every detail was important to him. He needed to be trained as best as possible to be ready for anything. Grandpa Ube raised his hands and began to demonstrate his skills to Gil. He added that to master the power of the elements you had to activate your perception. That was what Gil needed to do. He folded the fingers of his hands so that he could make a seal. For what purpose was not clear to Gil. He stood and watched Ubi, who was silently trying to show him his powers. Ube put his hand on the ground. It seemed that he had made some kind of seal. What was waiting for Gil was still a mystery. His grandfather took his time and explained to him how to activate his perception. Gil needed to feel their flow in him. Grandfather continued to tell him how to do it. Gil had to try hard to feel their presence. While he did not know how to do it all, he just watched. Grandfather finished his story and showed Gil the power of his element. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky where Ube was. Its power was incredible. Gil, watching everything, was amazed at how strong Grandpa was. His element shocked the young man. He had never seen anything like it before. Grandpa finished his seal, turned to Gil and told him everything. He made a teleporter leading outside the desert. It was a settlement of different beasts. Grandpa accidentally discovered it when he was hunting. Behind the old man's back was a sword wrapped in bandages. He reached out and added that this sword had been with him in all his battles for 10 long years. It was very dear to him. The old man handed the sword to Gil and said that he would go into the portal. Exactly 3 days later, he would reopen it. He needed him to kill the king of beasts and bring him his head. Then the test could be considered passed. Jill reached for his sword, and the old man reminded him that only by awakening the power of the elements would he be able to unleash the true power of the sword, with which he would be able to kill the king of the beasts. But the old man also warned Gil that he might not come back from there. He asked him to think carefully before going there, so that he would not regret it later. Jill smiled. He already knew the exact answer. The old man's words lit the fire inside Jill even more. He was ready to go into the portal. He drew his sword and confidently replied to the old man that he would have no regrets. He couldn't wait to start his new adventure where he didn't know what awaited him. Jill promised the old man that he would bring him the head of the king of beasts and would do his best not to upset him. After entering the portal, Jill received a new task to find and kill the king of beasts. The system asked for confirmation of receipt. Jill thought for a while before giving his answer. But after he adjusted himself, he confirmed the task. He felt like there was no stopping him, and he would pass the test the old man had given him. Gil had a strict time limit to complete the task. 3 days to complete it, the countdown began. The old man stood and watched as the portal took Gil to a land unknown to him. He hoped that he would pass the test with flying colors. The grandfather stood and thought about the inhabitants of the land. They were extremely strong. They could be defeated only by mastering the power of the elements. This power would help to defeat their king, and this power came from the perception of the outside world. A bright ray of light brought Gil to a place unknown to him. He had not had time to reach the ground before he realized that he was back among the sand. He stepped out of the portal confidently and without fear. He looked around. There was no danger, and he could walk safely exploring the new territory. Jill walked and saw the remains of various animals. This was the location of the mission. Jill noticed the difference between this place and the desert. They were not the same. Walking a little further from the portal, the guy noticed that under his feet was not ordinary ground. It was black in color. Jill did not know why the ground was black. Jill raised his head and looked up at the sky. But there was not the slightest glimmer of light in the sky. It was a strange place. The air here was much worse than in the city. The guy smelled a bad odor. He was surprised by everything around him. After looking around, Gil didn't think about the world around him. He focused on the task at hand. His goal was to find the pack of beasts. Gil logged in to take another look at his stats. With his current level, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat the boss. Gil urgently needed to figure out a way to raise his level before fighting the king. He stood and looked at the screen of the system, soon decided to start searching, and he thought about the battle that he was about to face. In the guy's head was a lot of thoughts. As he stood and thought, something started to attack him from behind. Gil barely had time to look back before it was already near him. It was something powerful and large. Gil had to jump aside to avoid getting hit, but for now he was only defending himself. Gil immediately wanted to see what the monster was, but he was so fast that he couldn't see it. The beast stopped. Gil looked at it, and it would seem that he had met it already on his way. The huge beast stood in front of Gil. It had an ogre-matic maw with red light bursting out of it. Its tentacles wrapped around his body. It spread its wings to intimidate the guy. Gil watched it, but didn't attack. This beast was level 20, the most mysterious Rarknaya uncleanness. The beast was angry and wanted to tear Gil apart. Gil leisurely drew his sword. Even without the elemental power, this blade could still kill. Gil wanted to see how he could do it. He attacked the monster and thought to himself that it was not for nothing that his experience was constantly increasing. Now he was not a beginner and knew how to kill monsters. The beast noticed Gil coming at him. He gave out his menacing growl. He was also ready for battle. Gil ran straight at the beast. There was no more room for fear in his heart. He didn't care who his opponent was. Fear was superseded by the desire to fight. When he got to the monster, he began to chop off its tentacles one by one. Gil thought only that after killing the beast, he would gain experience, and after leveling up, he would become continuously stronger than he was. But the beast did not want to give up without a fight and made his attacks on Gil, but he managed to dodge them. He was as agile as ever in dodging. The monster, with his attacks, drove Gil to a safe distance where Gil could not chop his limbs, but Gil was not going to hesitate and rushed to the attack. The beast aimed its tentacles at Gil. It didn't want to let him near him. It was too dangerous for him and he didn't want to risk his life. To Gil, the monster's tentacles were no problem. He easily cut them down. The feeling of getting better after a victory was the best pleasure for him. The guy reached the monster, thrusting his sword deep into the monster's chest. His attack was successful. This fight was no problem for Gil. Gil swung the blade of the blade in different directions to do maximum damage to the monster. The beast no longer resisted. Death awaited it. The guy pulled the sword off the monster and was ready to end the fight. With a sharp swing of his sharp sword, Gil chopped the beast in half. Pieces of the monster's flesh were flying in different directions. There was no chance of survival. It was all over for him. After winning the fight, Gil concluded that it was not easy for him. The monster lay at his feet. For this beast, the system gave him 35,000 experience points. His level was raised to 17th. He also had 5 attribute points. Gil was satisfied. Just after finishing the fight, a whole pack of monsters were already closing in on Gil. He was in for a challenge, but he was ready. Grandpa Ubby was working in the field. Sally came to him and was outraged. Why didn't he tell her he was in that place? Why did he have to insist that Gil go there? She waited for Grandpa to give her answers. Sally stood waiting for her grandfather to give her answers, but instead he turned around and started to walk away. He asked his granddaughter to make her something to eat when he got back from the suburbs. The girl was outraged. She didn't get what she came for, and now she has to cook for him. Somewhere outside the city, late at night, there was a sound among the rocks. Someone was shouting, "More, more." You couldn't see who was shouting and why. Someone was chopping rocks in the forest. It looked like a training session. One by one, huge rocks became small stones. They were not spared. In front of a huge rock, Boban was hitting it with his shadow sword with furious force. It looked like he was taking out his anger on the rock. He wasn't like himself. He was filled with anger. He couldn't stop and was cutting down everything in his path. He couldn't calm down. Boban smashed huge rocks over and over again. He was filled with resentment and anger. This was the first time this had happened to him. He knew no other way to pull himself together. It went on for a long time, and when he stopped to catch his breath, breathing heavily, he couldn't believe that he had actually lost to Gil. It was not in his mind. He couldn't win. Even with the power of the elements, Gil was very weak for a thug. But as it turned out, the guy wasn't simple at all, and the power of his attacks scared Boban out of his wits. He replayed the moment in his head when Uncle Ubby used a move that stopped Gil's attack, but even he found it quite difficult to do so. Boban couldn't forget Gil. He thought about him constantly. Thoughts of him were triggered in Boban's mind from the fact that he had lost. He wanted to know more about Gil, where he got such power from. What made an ordinary sapper so strong? There were no answers to be found. Gil at that moment was not easy. He spent attack after attack. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger. He slew almost all of them. He chopped them without much effort. The increased level gave him even more power. With each new kill, his level increased even more. Gil killed them with great speed. He liked to fight. That's why he came to this world. But he did not forget his main goal, the king of beasts. There were many monsters. One was replaced by several new ones. They tried to kill Gil, but they could not damage him. Gil needed to defeat the monsters to level up. He needed to do so that he wouldn't have any problems with the king. He was sure the king of beasts was very strong. He killed and killed monsters. He was willing to do it as long as he needed to. The system notifications kept alerting him to level up. When Gil killed the last beast, the system notified him that he had reached level 25. His unallocated points were 45. The last item on the list confused Gil. He didn't know what it meant. He stood there and read the notification. Around him were scattered the remains of the beasts he had chopped off. The system prompted Jill to unlock an apothecary, the price of which was 15 points. Jill wanted to figure out what kind of apothecary it was. Jill couldn't make a decision after all. He had been leveling up for so long by killing monsters, and he wasn't willing to spend 15 levels for the pharmacy. It was a real headache for him. He noted that with this cost system, the higher his level, the higher the price of anything. He wanted to calculate how much he needed to spend to buy everything he needed for the quest. The system displayed a system of calculations. It took into account all of Jill's possible purchases and came up with a final sum. The guy was shocked. To buy everything he needed 300 points. It was a huge amount. Jill began to analyze what he should spend his points on. He wanted to accumulate enough levels to unlock the high-level sections. But for now, he was about to fight with the king of beasts. He decided to buy medicine so he could survive. He went to the pharmacy section and selected the type of medicine he needed to buy to restore, enhance, boost skills, reload, ability, and acceleration. The list was not small, but he felt more confident with it. Gil was interested in how the medicines worked, what their abilities were, how effective they were, and he was interested in the recharge time. In addition to these properties, Gil cared about the price of these medicines. He couldn't spend too much. He realized that the medicines could be used several times, and they strengthened proportionally. The more health, the more recovery. With this medicine, Jill would become invincible. Jill unlocked the pharmacy and spent 15 points. Then he decided to buy the Death of the Berserker medicine. The price was 8 points. In the end, Jill still had 2 points, but he didn't want to spend them yet. After finishing his purchases, the guy thought that he now had 2 lives and a lot of health, and Gil went on to search for the King of Beasts. He didn't have much time left to search. Gil wanted to go further, but suddenly his stomach rumbled. He wanted to eat after the brutal fights with the monsters, but he only had 2 points. He had spent a lot of energy on killing. He needed to regain his strength. He urgently needed to buy something to eat. But what he would be offered with his points remained a mystery. Gil went to the food section and saw some inexpensive loaves. He could afford them. Their main effect was to reduce his hunger. He could afford them. He took the loaf and began to eat it greedily. They were a bit tough, but they conquered his hunger. Gil remembered Sally's delicious, light steamed pies, but he was content with what he had. Gil walked and ate the loaves. He remembered the time he had left. He had already spent 12 hours here. He still had about 60 hours left. The guy was replaying the dialogue with Ubby. He remembered that he said that the pack was in the northwest. Gil opened the map, where a point was marked. Apparently, it was the point where the pack was gathering. Gil went on. He walked around the map looking for the pack. He kept eating the loaves. He was still hungry. The system reminded Gil that he had unallocated points. It asked him to allocate them in a timely manner and warned that the changes could not be undone. Gil opened his characteristics to allocate points, but he didn't know which attribute to add them to. He had to think about it. The guy looked at the characteristics and couldn't choose what he should pump first. He didn't have enough points for all attributes. He needed to distribute them equally among all attributes so that nothing would limit him in battle. Jill had another problem. It is a lack of health, which affects the course of battle. If he gets a strong opponent, he can kill him with a single blow, and he will not have time to apply the medicine. It worried Jill. Gil kept thinking about what he should do. It reminded him of a math or physics exam. Only this time he had only one attempt to get it right. He was tired of thinking about where to allocate his points. He had no doubt that he could pump up his attributes as much as he wanted, but in battle he just needed to choose the right strategy. Jill distributed his points between health, strength, and a little more on armor, mana, and agility. It allowed him to keep in the fight. If he managed to apply Death of the Berserker, he would be unstoppable. He finished pumping his stats, and decided that now it was time for him to find a pack and complete the task. Time didn't allow him to think longer. It was morning in the city. The thick fog was dissipating under the first rays of sunlight. Everything around them was waking up and coming to life. Sally went to Grandpa Ubba's house again. She was worried about Gil. She asked if Gil would have any trouble on the mission his grandfather had sent him on. Grandpa was tending to his vegetable garden as before. He enjoyed picking at the soil. He was soothed by the process. He had heard what his granddaughter was telling him, but he still hadn't given his answer. He raised his head, stopped to weed the vegetable garden, and answered her that he had left a seal on his sword, and in case of mortal danger, he would come and save Gil. The girl calmed down a little, but she wondered why he had been so insistent on sending Gil there, and he had not told her that he had been there before. The grandfather stabbed the shovel into the ground and thought about what to say to his granddaughter's questions. Where to start? He was a little confused. He leaned on the shovel and began to answer his granddaughter. He told her how he accidentally found this place when he was hunting, but he was in no hurry to answer the second question. Grandpa turned around and headed towards the suburbs. Sally had the impression that Grandpa was hiding something from her, but she didn't know what it was. Before he left, Grandpa asked Sally to make him something to eat, but he didn't like to cook, so she thought that Grandpa had left specifically so that he wouldn't have to cook for himself. He was walking along an empty road in the woods. He was thinking a lot about Gil. His thoughts were upsetting him. He wanted to be alone with his thoughts to put them in order. Grandfather thought about the fact that he wouldn't be able to talk Gil out of trying to escape from there, but he wanted him to see the pack and see that the world wasn't so rosy, so he sent him there on a mission. Ube knew he had given him an impossible task, but in his heart he hoped he would be able to return with the beast's head. Hope inspired his grandfather. He thought again that he had done the right thing, because if he came back with the head of the beast, people would believe in him and would be able to go after him. Gil kept walking and walking along the endless road. He did not meet anyone on his way. He was already tired from such a long walk. Time was passing faster and faster, and he had not found anything yet. He didn't give up hope, he thought. He was already close to the pack's den, and soon he would reach them. A lot of time had already been wasted. There was a cry for help behind Gil's back. He turned around to see who was asking for help and where the sound was coming from. He was ready to help the mysterious stranger. Gil saw a girl with a baby in her arms running straight at him, asking for help. She was scared and in tears. She was being chased. The guy did not understand where the girl and the child came from, how they managed to get to this place. Thoughts filled Gil's head. Running up to Gil, the girl kept asking him for help. He tried to calm her down and find out what happened to them, who she was running away from. The girl, shaking hand from fear, pointed in the distance and stammering told Gil that there was a monster. She was incredibly scared. There was the sound of chains banging against each other, but who they were on and what kind of monster was there, Gil couldn't make out yet. A huge red head appeared out of the mist. The monster's mouth was covered with huge teeth that could bite anything in half. 3 monsters appeared in front of them. 2 of them were very big and red. They were carrying no less big logs. With them came their chief, but he looked like a normal man. But it was far from being so. Gil looked at the girl who, at the sight of the monsters, began to tremble even more. He asked, with his usual courage, if this monster was after her. He was ready to fight again. Suddenly a man appeared in front of Gil. He was looking directly at Gil with a slight smile on his face. He was not going to fight him. He seemed like a kind man to Gil. The monsters that chased after the poor girl were controlled, slow-moving beasts, tank type. They had incredible attack power and great health. Chief among them was a beast-like barbarian. He was level 40. His ability was to summon giant barbarians. He could command and control them. Gil noticed that the barbarian's level was significantly higher than the monsters he had met before. It was a scout class, the same one Boban had. Gil realized the danger and asked the girl to move back behind his back. He decided that their sudden appearance was an indication that their lair was nearby, so he was heading in the right direction. Gil noticed that the girl didn't seem to be a local. Maybe they had gotten here the same way he and Grandpa Ubby had, but Gil didn't question her. She was too scared. She held her child tightly to her. She didn't want her child to see these monsters. She wanted to keep him safe from them. Gil looked at how the girl was worried about her child more than herself, and remembered his mother, who also protected him from any danger. The barbarian came closer and closer to them. He started the fight with threats. He turned to Gil. He offered him the pleasure of being torn to pieces. The barbarian wanted to intimidate Gil. In his eyes, Gil was just an insect. He asked Gil to keep protecting the girl, and then the barbarian could enjoy the feeling of being torn apart. Gil didn't listen to what the barbarian was saying and rushed to the attack using his incredible speed. He attacked one of the giants behind the barbarian's back. He struck the giant with his sword blow by blow. He was not intimidated by its size or its abilities. Gil could not lose to this monster. The giant was shocked that he was attacked by Gil. He was dealing him deadly damage. Gil was very powerful in his attack. He did not spare the giant. Gil gave him one last powerful blow that sent the giant to the ground. He had taken one out of the game. Now there were 2 more left to be punished. Looking at the monster falling, Gil noticed that the giant was not completely defeated. He still had strength and health, but the guy did not want to give a chance to attack this giant and finished him in the air. The giant collapsed on the ground, chopped by Gil's sword. He did not even have time to touch Gil. No one expected that the guy easily deal with them. Gil did not stop and continued to attack the rest of the red monsters. The girl saw that she and the child were saved. The stranger defeated the monsters. She stopped shaking. She and her child didn't expect to see such power, and that they would be saved by a young guy. He didn't even know them, but he couldn't leave them to be torn apart by the merciless monsters. Gil finished his lightning attacks, which were accurate and incredibly strong. He bounced off of them. He wanted to see which of them had survived and was still continuing the fight with him. He was pleased with himself. He was stronger now that he had leveled up. Now he was hard to stop or catch off guard. He was ready to fight anyone. He liked his new skills. The barbarian stood behind Gil. He was shocked that he had defeated the monsters quickly while taking no damage. The barbarian was worried for his life. He turned to his whole monster and ordered it to attack Gil. It was a hysterical scream from the barbarian. The dead bodies of the monsters lay on the ground, in their own blood. It was a horrible sight to all who were there. The monster did not rush to fulfill the barbarian's order. He stood staring and did not understand how he alone could defeat Gil. He had no chance to win. The monster turned around and ran away. He wanted to live. The barbarian stopped understanding what was happening and who Gil was. The barbarian shouted in the back of the fleeing monster that he was a worthless trash he didn't want to see anymore. The barbarian was going to deal with Gil himself. But the barbarian, before he could even finish his words, had a sword at his throat, and now he was in big trouble. Gil did not let him out of his sight. He told the barbarian not to move, or he would immediately blow his head off. The barbarian slowly rose from the ground to his feet. He didn't want to be left without his head, so he obeyed Gil completely. He threw his weapon from his hand and surrendered. Gil only wanted to know one thing. Why was he trying to kill these people? The barbarian wanted to scare Gil and warned him that he was a god's servant. If he harmed him, his god would haunt Gil for the rest of his days. These intimidators didn't help the barbarian. For wanting to intimidate Gil, he got a sword to the face. Gil hit him not hard. It showed him that it was better not to threaten him. Although the blow was not strong, but Gil still did some damage to the barbarian. Blood was running down the barbarian's face. He was in pain from the blow he received. Gil didn't care that he was in pain. He needed an answer to the question of how to find the lair he had come here for. Now Gil decided to start threatening the barbarian. He explained to him that if he didn't tell him, he would kill him instead of hitting him. The barbarian raised his hand and pointed to the mountain, in a cowardly voice saying that it was there. Gil didn't think he was fooling him. There was some similarity to what the system was showing him. The barbarian's expression changed as soon as Gil turned away. He was planning something and waiting for him to turn away. While Gil was standing and looking at the distance, the barbarian jumped and ran towards the girl with the child. Gil was in a stupor. The barbarian managed to grab the girl and the child. He was glad he had succeeded, then turned to Gil. The barbarian threatened to snap their necks and drink their blood. His words made both the girl and the child start again. He added that this was his real strength. He was preparing to put his words into action. He had nothing to lose, and he was pursuing them for that purpose. Gil looked at him, but he was not afraid. He had to free them, and the barbarian for his sneak attack on them would be severely punished. He jumped with such speed with the barbarian did not notice anything. Gil was already flying to the barbarian to stop him, but Gil was not alone that tried to save the girl and the child. The barbarian twisted his head left and right. He didn't know how to avoid this attack from both sides. He was in unreal danger. He couldn't think of anything in such a short time. Both were already too close to him. He could only smile ironically. Both blows were struck exactly in the barbarian's jaw. They practically dented the barbarian's entire face. It looked incredible. But who was the other one was a mystery. From these blows, the barbarian flew from that place very far away. The blows were very strong, and the barbarian was thrown away from the people he was attacking. The girl and the child were saved again, but Gil did not understand who the other guy was, and why he also decided to save them was unclear. Gil looked at the other guy carefully. What he needed he didn't say, and he didn't give his name yet. Gil was concentrated and didn't relax. The unfamiliar guy noted Gil's punching technique, and praised him for that punch. Gil's technique seemed pretty good to him. The others who arrived with the strange guy were helping the poor girl up. Gil didn't know who they were and wanted to find out. He didn't understand how they got here. The stranger told Gil his story. He and the boys had been here 3 days ago, and they had been attacked by a beast-like creature. He had kidnapped one of them, and they had followed his footsteps. That's how they had ended up in that place. He held out his hand to Gil with a smile on his face and told him his name. His name was Bros, a class warrior. He was pleased to meet a new man. Bros wanted to introduce him to the other people who had arrived with him. He pointed to the hooded guy. It was an assassin named Philog. He nodded in affirmation. He then pointed to a pretty, short-haired girl. She was a healer. Her name was Rachel. After Bros introduced him to everyone, Jill held out his hand in return and said his name was Chen Jill, but asked that they just call him Jill. When everyone had gotten acquainted, Bros seriously asked Gil if he knew why they were there, what they needed. Gil gave a short but clear answer. He didn't know why they were there, but it seemed to him that one of them did know that information. It was the barbarian. The beastman still couldn't recover from Bros and Gil's attack. He couldn't see the stealth attack either. The barbarian noted that humans can be very unpredictable. He was angry with them. The beastman hated humans and wanted to destroy them all. He had made a promise to himself that he thought he would be able to fulfill someday. They all approached the beastman who was lying on the ground. They surrounded him. He looked up and realized what they were doing around him. The barbarian lay there angry. He threatened each and every one of them. To his god they were just food, insects. He promised them that he would destroy them all. For such words, Jill decided to punish him by lightly hitting him on the head. The beastman had no way of knowing how he knew his name. It was impossible. Jill leaned over to him, leaning on his sword, and told the barbarian that he had a few questions for him, and he wanted to hear some truthful answers. He warned him once he found out the barbarian had lied to him, then death awaited him. Jill would not spare him for not telling the truth. They lifted the beastman and bound his hands with rope. He was their prisoner while they bound him. The rest of the team helped the girl and her child recover. When they were done, Jill and the rest of the men had to leave. They had to get to their lair at all costs. To do so, they banded together and went on a dangerous journey. Jin listened carefully to the barbarian. He claimed to be telling them the truth. He told them everything he knew. The barbarian continued. The monsters thought humans were just food sent to them by the gods. He didn't want to do anything wrong. He was just following orders. Everyone standing behind Gil, hearing the barbarian's words, was at a loss to understand who was giving such cruel orders to the barbarian. It was raining in the city of Dalkov. From a huge building that looked like a church, voices were heard. One of them saying that Grandpa Ubi had gone mad. It was not clear what was going on inside the building. Grandpa Uba stood silently in front of the main men from the town. One of them noted that Uba was still as naive as he had been years ago. It was still unclear what they were talking about. More and more questions were asked by Uba, a guy with green hair. He couldn't believe that Grandpa could find the temple. He was sure that getting into the temple would be very difficult, almost impossible. This guy's name was Hicks, and his element was air. He kept convincing the others that the entrance to the temple was guarded by monsters that could not be defeated, and that Grandpa was putting his hopes in vain on a boy who didn't have any elemental powers yet. Everyone knew what would happen if they angered the gods. The whole village would be in danger. They could not let that happen. It was their only refuge. They wanted Ubi to kill the boy. Hicks, looking at Ubi's grandfather, told him if he did what they asked him to do, then he would be forgiven. Hicks was shocked by his grandfather's words. Ubi was not going to kneel before those who did not consider them human, but simply saw them as food and prey. Ube continued his rant. He accused them of giving up innocent people to be tortured in exchange for peace and quiet, that they made up fables about heroes to cover their cowardice. Ube did not choose his words and said what he thought. Grandfather's eyes were on Hicks, a young boy, and he told him that he was walking on other people's heads and that Hicks was scared to death of monsters. Hicks was even angrier at his grandfather's words. He couldn't believe what he had said. He wanted to punish Uba for saying such things to him. He channeled the power of his element into Ubi's grandfather, who stood calmly waiting for the attack. Hicks wanted to kill him for what he said. Grandpa was calm. His indifference made his blood run cold. He didn't pay attention to the fact that Hicks' attack was almost upon him. Ubi blocked without even raising his hands. It wasn't a difficult attack for him. He was sure that Hicks wouldn't be able to damage him. Hicks watched as his attack crashed through his grandfather's defense. He couldn't believe it. He thought he was a very strong opponent, but Grandpa Ube wasn't easy at all. Ube did not respond to his attack. He only said that such a life was not for him, and he could not risk others saving himself. His weapons would always be used only to protect the innocent. He put on his hat and started to walk away. He was sure he was capable of protecting the innocent from their so-called god. Grandpa Uba had no fear of him. Hicks was just boiling with anger and rage. He wanted Grandpa to learn a lesson that he couldn't talk to him like that. Hicks was about to attack the departing Ubi again. The man sitting next to Hicks, who had his face hidden under a hood, raised his hand and ordered Hicks to stop his attempts to attack the old man. Hicks looked at Ubi and craved only one thing: to get even with him. To him, this was an insult, and clenched his teeth and had to stop his attack, something he didn't want to do at all. In his darkened mind, Gil thought that being in a place where people were just prey for monsters, a place that even the players had forgotten about, There was only one fate waiting for them as non-player characters that he didn't want to think about. He realized that when he met Grandpa Ube, Sally, and the rest of his companions, it was no longer a game for him, but something more. Gil thought he needed to find the temple and help them all get out of the game. Now he could no longer be on his own, nor could he be responsible only for himself. This was a responsibility he had placed upon himself. He remembered seeing a book about ancient mythology, and there Gil read that Kabri was an incarnation of the god Ra. He remembered that the barbarian was obliged to guard this temple. Gil began to think in what direction the temple could be. The only thing that troubled Gil was that he didn't understand what the monsters were supposed to be guarding, and whether there might be a hidden temple nearby. Gil finished his thought. He was distracted by something. He stood there not paying attention to what his companions were doing. He was thinking about how to find the temple, but his loneliness was interrupted when he heard his name and was distracted from his thoughts. Bros called out to Gil and told him that they were ready. It was time for them to move on to the monster's lair. Time was not on their side. Gil and his new company set out to find it. The monsters probably weren't the only danger that awaited them along the way. The boy thought that staying in this place would be the safest thing to do. The further they went, the more danger grew for them. They couldn't leave a girl with a child alone in this place full of monsters. Bros decided to leave Rachel. She could not only heal wounds, but also had the skill to amplify the power of her element. He could take care of them. Rachel agreed to stay with them and protect them from all sorts of monsters. She was sure she could do the job. She convinced the others. Then they decided it was time to set off. The three of them and their captive barbarian, who would lead them straight to the monster's lair. The beastman told everyone who went with him not to blame him if they were eaten there. He was warning them of the danger in the lair. Gil replied to the barbarian with a calmness in his voice that he feared more for his life. The king of monsters could kill him for leading them to the lair. Gil's words angered the barbarian. He would have pounced on him, but his hands were tied. He told Gil that he was not the kind of monster that feared death. Bros got tired of listening to the monster. He shut him up and ordered him to go forward. But the barbarian suddenly started to discourage them even more. It was obvious that he was very much afraid and didn't want to go to the lair. In the lair, the monsters gathered near the throne of the king. 4 monsters carried a cage. From it came cries for help. Inside the cage sat people. It looked like they were about to kill them. They came to the throne and knelt down in front of the king. The monsters told him that this was all the food they could find. They were trying to please the king and stay alive. The king sat and said nothing. He was harsh and knew no mercy. The king paid attention to what his slaves had brought him. It was time for the food. The king didn't have time to eat the cage people. Suddenly, all his monsters were covered in ice. He couldn't see who dared to attack him. After making sure that all the monsters were neutralized, a guy entered the lair. He told the king that he was the great magician Engamu. He came to save the people who were brought as food to the king. Engamu did not come to the lair alone. He was accompanied by several experienced warriors. Engamu suggested that they join forces and destroy all the monsters that were there. He was determined. The brave mage wanted to finish them all off for the suffering they had inflicted on so many people. It was unforgivable to him. He wanted revenge. Engamu began to threaten the king, preparing to attack him with the power of his magic. He promised him that he would answer for everything he had done, for all the suffering he had caused innocent people. He attacked the king with the spell Ice Blades. It was a powerful attack that should kill the king of monsters, without Engam himself even needing to approach him. The king was sitting on his throne, keeping an icy calm. He saw the blades flying at him. The king put up his shield and the attack did not do any damage to him. Mage Engamu couldn't believe that his attack didn't reach the target. It was his strongest attack, but he didn't want to give up and was preparing a new attack. But suddenly his whole body was paralyzed. He couldn't move a finger. He didn't understand what was happening to him. The warriors standing nearby were confused. They didn't know how they could help Engamu. Now the attack was for the king. He sat on his throne, also keeping calm. He was too strong for them. The monster lifted the mage above the rest of the warriors. He did not know what the king would do next. The king crushed the mage in the air with his attack. The blood splattered on the warriors below. He killed him without getting up from his throne. He had immense power. Finding themselves completely covered in Engamu's blood, the warriors were very scared and didn't know what this attack was. They were in big trouble. Death was waiting for them. The king of monsters was level 85. His name was Finiar. He was too bored. Everyone who attacked him was weak. He killed everyone without difficulty. In the lair, he was getting bored. He wanted to find a worthy opponent. On the way to the lair, Jill and his comrades fought new monsters. Bros killed the beast-like ones with lightning and powerful attacks. Assassin Phylog used magic and defeated one monster after another. He was a strong mage and warrior. He did not spare his enemies. Gil was unstoppable in his attacks. The monsters fled from him and his sword. He was becoming incredibly strong. He was getting short of monsters. He wanted to level up before coming to the lair. The beast-like barbarian who was standing tied up couldn't believe that they were all so strong that they couldn't be killed by other monsters no matter how hard they tried. He noticed that Jill was stronger than the others. Since their fight, it was as if he had gotten stronger. It scared the barbarian a lot. The barbarian wanted to know who Gil was, how he got there, why he was so strong. He was still a mystery to him. Jill noticed that the closer they got to the lair, the more monsters became, their fighting power and level also increased. But this did not prevent Jill from killing them. After the fight, Jill decided to study his characteristics. He saw that his level was reset, but the experience required to move to the next level remained the same and corresponded to his previous level. The guy thought, although the monsters were pumping experience well, but the rate of increase in game level was rapidly falling, they needed to accelerate in search of a lair. Gil stood and waited for the others. Bros approached him with a smile. It seemed to him that Gil was not yet used to the fighting power of the monsters. But Gil was not simple, and he did not care about the power of these monsters. Although they were slow, it took a lot of effort to kill a monster. This was the first time Bros had seen a person who killed them with such ease without having the power of the elements. Bros stood and marveled at Jill's skills. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw him attacking. Jill listened intently to what Bros was saying. He offered Jill to join his guild when they got out of this mysterious place. He could use such a brave guy. Gil looked at him, and with a surprised look on his face, wanted to clarify what kind of guild he was interested in. Bros immediately wanted to entice the guy, saying that there were some very beautiful girls there, and if Gil wanted to join them, he would introduce him to the girls. But Gil had no idea what Bros was talking about. Phylog intervened in their conversation. He heard Bros luring Jill. He asked Bros if he told Jill that he was the only member of the guild. Bros blushed. He felt a little embarrassed. Bros laughed hard at the awkward moment. Phylog put him in an extremely stupid position. He quickly replied that Phylog was joking and tried to change the subject to finding a lair. As they moved on, time was running out, and they hadn't found the lair yet. And there was still a tough fight ahead with the king of monsters. Suddenly, Phylog called out to Bros and Gil and pointed his finger to something that looked like an entrance. In front of them was a huge entrance to a cave. It must be the lair of all the beasts, they thought, and went inside, not knowing what was waiting for them. Jill turned around to ask the barbarian Rashidler if they had come to the right place or if it was not their lair. But the barbarian was silent. Jill smelled something wrong. He turned to look at him, for there was no answer from the prisoner. Gil was surprised. Rashidler had escaped. They had not even noticed how he had untied the ropes on his hands. Now there was no one to lead them. Bros also noticed that the barbarian had escaped, and with a smirk on his face said that he was probably scared of them, and that's why he decided to run away. Gil and Phylog didn't say anything. They had other things on their minds now. Rashidler running away was very happy that he managed to fool them and escape. He was happy to be alive. He ran as fast as he could. He thought he should hurry up and report everything to the king. He thought he could get a reward for his valuable information. The three boys stood at the entrance and couldn't figure out if they had come to the right place or if it was a trap from the barbarian. But as they got closer to the cave, they realized they had come to the right place, and there was a lair in front of them. Bros noted that from the smell it was definitely their lair. The smell was horrible. He remembered the barbarian and added that he wasn't lying and had led them to the right place. They tried to make up their minds to go inside the cave. They didn't know what was waiting for them, and if they could survive in there. Bros calmed down and suggested they go inside to investigate the lair. The trio walked through the narrow entrance where torches lit their way. They noticed that there were many human skulls. They had no doubt that they had come to the lair. They continued walking, but it was strange that during this time they did not meet any monsters, as if they had all disappeared, and it was just an ordinary cave. When they came out of the narrow passage, their attention was fixed on a certain object. On their faces there was surprise and confusion. It looked like finding the king would not be easy. They had 3 paths that left them stumped. They had to come up with a plan to keep the 3 of them from dying in the cave, but they were willing to take the risk. Bros told them that it looked like they would have to split up. He was serious now. The danger that awaited them in this place could kill them. He gave Jill and Figol the Firepath seal. It was the first time Jill had seen such a seal, and he didn't know what it was or how it worked. Bros explained the purpose of the seal. Each of them would go through their own tunnel. If one of them found answers or was in danger, they only had to read the spell, and the other 2 would instantly teleport to him. Now they had to decide who would go to which tunnel. Bros decided that he would go to the tunnel on the left, Phylog would go to the right, and Gil would go to the center tunnel. The choice was made, and they were ready to go into the unknown. Before entering their tunnels, Bros reminded them that if they encountered danger, they should recite the spell he had shown them. Both nodded positively to brothers. Gil was running through his tunnel and couldn't find anything. He needed to level up, but as luck would have it, there were no monsters in the tunnel to fight. He didn't understand what was wrong. He ran and still did not meet any monsters, but suddenly something caught his eye. He could not clearly see what was there. Gil saw the corpse of a girl, over which stood the monsters. They devoured her. The monsters did not realize the presence of Gil in the tunnel. In front of Jill were scavenger vampires. They were level 47. They had long claws and a wide mouth with huge fangs. The mere sight of them terrified the victim. Scattered around the vampires were scattered naked bones and skeletons. One vampire saw Gil in their tunnel. These creatures cast by both god and devil. They had the most powerful bite, but they were intolerant of sunlight. These creatures rarely hunted alone. They always went in packs. Gil didn't know what the hell it was. He grabbed his sword and prepared to attack and kill these monsters that were destroying people. He ran deeper into the tunnel to deal with the vampires, but waiting for him was a whole army of vampires who came out of their caves smelling fresh flesh and blood. They tried to intimidate Gil with their menacing screams. There were so many of them that it was extremely difficult to deal with them. But Gil was not afraid and did not back down from the battle. Rashidler, the barbarian, had already run to his master and was ready to tell him everything about the approach of the three warriors. He fell on his knees in front of Lord Finiar, who was ready to listen to the beast-like barbarian. Rashidler told the Lord that 3 insects had entered the lair, but they were trapped. The Lord remained calm. He was in no danger. The barbarian finished his report and stood waiting for the Lord's reply. Lord Finiar was sure that they were most likely already torn to pieces by the scavenger vampires, and there was no point in worrying about it. Gil stood in front of the vampires in full alert. He knew that their combat power was not high, but their numbers impressed him. This was a great chance for him to gain more experience. He rushed into the attack and one by one started killing the vampires that couldn't damage him. For every 10 scavengers, he got 2,000 experience points. He was unstoppable. Jill attacked them over and over again. He was killing a bunch of them, but they wouldn't stop. It was wearing him out a bit. He was getting a little tired of killing. He had already gained enough experience to level up. He needed to hurry up and finish off the vampires. Jill, during the battle, he received a system notification. The number of scavengers he had killed had reached 99. He had successfully leveled up and had reached 3 class skills. The system warned that Jill could only choose 2 skills. He had a hard choice to make. He couldn't make a choice based on their descriptions that the system gave him. Jill read the skill information again. Divine Blessing and Punishing Light complemented each other perfectly. While Holy Strike and Divine Blessing gave double the health regeneration effect, the choice was difficult for him. In any case, all the skills were for close combat. They had the ability to regenerate. Using Divine Blessing, he could get close to the enemy and strike him with Punishing Light or Holy Strike. Jill wanted to go through all the possible options to choose the skills. Jill couldn't make a decision quickly. It was about his characteristics, and he had a tough fight ahead of him. He discarded the Punishing Light option because of the attack range of this skill. It wasn't the best option, and Jill continued to go through the options. After thinking through all the options available to him, he chose Divine Blessing and Holy Strike. They suited him best. After making his decision, Gil remembered his comrades. He wondered how they were doing, and if they were alive. Gil assumed that if there were no signs on the seal, they were fine, and Gil continued on his way. Gil ran even faster to complete the task he had come here to do. He couldn't let his grandfather down. He had given him his word that he would be up to the task. Bros was in his tunnel fighting vampires like Jill. So far, there was no danger to him. He was defeating his enemies with the spell Hellfire, which was burning his enemies. The fire killed the vampires mercilessly. They screamed in pain before they died, the fire burning everything in its path. Suddenly, the sounds of music came to Bros. He didn't understand what it was and couldn't make out what song was coming to his ears. Among the burnt corpses of vampires, Bros saw a silhouette in the fog that reminded him of a girl. She was the one singing the song he didn't recognize. She walked slowly and kept humming the tune, broken shackles dangling from her legs. She stepped out of the mist and headed straight for Bros. She was blindfolded. Her hands resembled the long claws of a beast. From the looks of it, she seemed like an ordinary girl, but it was much more complicated than that. And Bros needed to keep his guard up, or death awaited him. Bros realized that she was the one controlling the vampires, and she was the one ordering them to kill humans. He wasn't going to spare her. He only wanted to turn her to ash. Suddenly, she stopped singing and laughed at Bros's words. She didn't see him as a threat. Her vampires were already ready to attack him again. Instantly from the ground, huge shadowy hands enveloped Bros. He was not prepared for the attack and did not know how to dodge the attack and stay alive. Bros couldn't move anymore. His body was bound by the monster's attack. Bros thought he was trapped by the song the monster girl was singing. It seemed to him that there was no way out. She approached Bros, who was restrained. She touched him and then licked him. She was pleased with her catch. The monster pulled out her long tongue and pointed it towards Bros' face. He could do nothing. She told him she hadn't had such a delicious meal in a long time and was going to lick him. A huge, shadowy hand grabbed the poor guy's face and started to choke him. The girl monster wanted to stretch her pleasure before killing Bros, who already thought he was going to die. But suddenly, at a frantic, incredible speed, Gil ran to his aid, who was already close and ready to attack the monster. Gil made his first attack on the monster, which had already almost killed Bros. Gil chopped off both of the girl's arms with his sword to the monster, thus disarming it. The shadowy arms gradually disintegrated from Bros' body. The monster's magic was no longer working, and he was practically ripped from the monster's clutches. Gil barely managed to save his comrade. He saw that Bros was in a state of shock. Gil asked him how long he was going to stand there, but Bros gave no answer. The monster girl looked at Jill with surprise, who stopped her from eating her prey. He asked what happened to the monster named Delic, and was surprised that the monster didn't finish him off. Jill didn't take long to answer and threw something in the monster's direction, adding if she was asking him about him. He threw under her feet the head of Delic, which he killed. She saw it, and thought that he may have been stronger than the other monsters, but apparently it was not enough to defeat Jill. After that, the monster girl started attacking Jill with her song, which almost killed Bros. Jill stood quietly and did nothing. Bros, who was standing behind him, tried to warn Jill not to allow her song, but then his injury prevented him from finishing his sentence. The song reached Gil's ears. It was the song of the Enchantress, the monster's main weapon. The effect of this spell was paralysis, and it seemed Gil had fallen for the Enchantress's trap. The sorceress was sure that her song had completely paralyzed them both, and she could now kill and eat them, but she couldn't even finish her sentence. She stood there not understanding what was going on. She herself was as if paralyzed from what she saw soon. The Enchantress's song had no effect on Gil, and he chopped off her head at full speed with his new skill, Divine Blessing. The Enchantress was defeated. Jill, after blowing off the sorceress's head, added that she sings terribly, and he was glad that he had managed to snatch his comrade from the sorceress's clutches. Bros, who had been watching the fight and healing his wounds, looked at Gil and smiled, surprised at how strong he had been in the fight with the sorceress. Bros and Gil felt something wrong. The seal he was putting on everyone started to burn on their hands. They didn't know what had happened, but they were ready to fight the monsters again. Gil raised his hand with the seal and saw it burning. They had no doubt that Philog was in danger and needed to be rescued immediately. In the tunnel where Philog was, he was attacked by a level 55 hell python. It was a sinister creature that dwells in hell. Its body was shrouded in hellfire. This monster used fire attacks. Philog was in great danger. The distance between him and the python was too great, and he couldn't attack it. All he could do was hold back its attacks. He realized that he had to do something or the python would kill him. It was impossible to defend himself all the time. The python was too strong for him. One of the python's attacks broke through Philogoo's defenses, and a ball of flame hit him, and he was thrown backwards by the impact. He flew with all his might into the rock behind him. He was losing this fight. The chances of him dying were high. The python, after a successful attack, was preparing to finish Philog off. Flames were coming out of its mouth. Philog thought it was over for him. The python had defeated him. Philog was sitting on the Scalanu and couldn't move. He could see the fire python moving towards him, its jaws wide open. The monster wanted to swallow him whole. It was very close. Philog was sitting and was ready to die, but his comrades came to his aid. Gil stood in front of him to repel the python's attack. Jill attacked the huge snake, giving it a powerful electric shock. The snake wriggled in pain. Now it had to defend itself from the attacks. The guy watched as the snake wriggled in pain. Eventually, it collapsed to the ground, and it seemed to him that the danger was over, and that the snake had been killed. Gil turned to Philog and apologized to him for the delay in their journey and for having to fight off the python alone. Philog was glad that Jill and Bros had gotten to him in time to help him and that he had survived, and he noted that Jill had become incredibly strong compared to him. Standing next to Philog, Bros told them that if he and Jill were trapped in their tunnels, this way was the only way back, and that this was the king's lair. Philog was sitting on the ground trying to recover from a heavy python attack. He looked up and called out to Brosa with a smile on his face. You could tell by the look on his face that he hadn't fully recovered yet. Bros picked up Philog and asked him if he was okay. Bros was worried about his friend's condition. Philog gave him a positive answer, adding that it wasn't time to die yet. All the fun was ahead. Philog was surprised that this giant snake was very strong. He had never seen anything like it before. He became scared. What if... And he abruptly stopped talking without another word. Bros was tensed by what he saw. He thought that if they faced the king of monsters, it was likely that someone like him would die first. This thought was lodged deep in Brose's mind. Gil stood and listened to what his comrades were saying. He was confident and showed no fear. He told them that it was not the king that would destroy them, but their own fear. He explained to them that shaking with fear on the battlefield only brings you closer to death. There was only one king against them. They shouldn't be so afraid. When they got out, they would be ready to fight any monster in their way. Gil was very serious. His expression changed. He tried to encourage his comrades. He was ready to sacrifice himself for them. Gil's words encouraged them, and the fear receded. He was ready to fight until his last breath. For the sake of his comrades, for their freedom, he was not ready to give up until the very end. They agreed, and were about to go further into the den. But suddenly a huge python appeared in front of them, which had regained its strength and was ready to attack them. Gil, who was standing in front of them, called out to his comrades to defeat all these creatures that were killing and devouring innocent people. All three of them were on full alert, ready to kill anyone who got in their way. But they were about to fight a fire python that was incredibly strong. Brose rushed to attack the snake, while it stood and waited. He was joined by Gil. They acted together to defeat the monster and not get killed. Brose ran up to the snake and shouted to it that it was paying attention to him. He challenged it to a duel, not thinking about what consequences awaited him. The python saw the little man standing near him. He tried again to do damage with a fiery attack. He aimed his maw at Brose below. The snake made an attack and fired firepower at Brose. He managed to dodge. His speed did not fail him. A powerful stream of fire swept past him. Philog watched Brose and Gil and didn't take part in the fight. He couldn't just stand by and watch. He had to prepare to unleash his power to help his friends take down the monster. He prepared to begin his attack. He couldn't become a burden to them again. He was ready to do everything possible that was in his power. Philog used all his magic and power. He recited the spell Palm of Kshidigarba. The spell was powerful and should help them in fighting the python. An Ogrim stone hand appeared in front of the python and grabbed the snake and immobilized it. It was caught in Philog's attack. Brose signaled to Gil that the snake had been attacked and was now immobilized. Now it could be easily attacked. They had the opportunity. Gil stood at the top of the hill and waited for a chance to strike the snake from above. After receiving the signal, Gil accelerated and jumped at the python. He flew at it with his sword in hand, preparing to thrust it into it. He thrust his blade straight into the fire python with all his might. His attack had reached its target. Now he could finish it off. With his attack, Gil had damaged the python's armor by 20%. He wasn't going to stop. It was still far from complete destruction. He needed to attack it again and harder. Gil was hitting harder and harder, more and more of them. The python's armor could not withstand it. It was already 50% damaged. Gil was unstoppable. The python was wounded, but still very dangerous. It could attack his friends or Gil himself. But the incredibly strong guy didn't give him a chance. He put his sword all over the python's body. Finally, after so many attacks, the python's armor was 100% damaged. It was shattered. Philoga dispelled his spell, and his hand let go of the python, but it wasn't the end for the snake. Gil realized it was time to use his final attack to kill the monster. There was no stalling, and he plunged his sword right into the python's head. He jumped off the huge snake, hiding his sword, the snake writhing in pain. Only death awaited it, its blood flying in different directions. They were able to defeat the monster. Brose was delighted with the way Gil had dealt with the python. He asked him not to slow down and continue. Philog stood with his mouth open. What was happening had taken away his speech. The python burned alive in its own fire. It was completely melted. For killing the python, Gil received 2,000,000 experience points. He was getting stronger and stronger before the main fight. For killing the hidden monster, Gil received a hidden equipment, fire gloves. They were made of hellfire and were used by a ghostly general called Higsley. They were the best defense equipment. Gil scrutinized the information on the gear. With it, he had a good chance of increasing his levels by a few points. This made him happy. He applied his new equipment fire gloves. He felt strong and invulnerable. He was ready to fight the king of monsters. Brose stood behind Gil. He thought that even though they had been separated for a few hours, Gil already looked like he had undergone an incredible transformation. Brose wanted to know what had happened to him in his tunnels, how he had become so pumped up. He still couldn't figure out who Gil was, how he got here. He was troubled by this question from time to time, especially in the moments of Gil's display of his abilities. He was a mystery to him. All three of them stood thinking about how to go on and how to defeat the king. They heard a noise that was very close by. It was not clear what kind of monster was coming at them, but they were ready for battle. From around the corner in the tunnels, the monster was watching them. It wasn't attacking them. It was gathering information on them. But it had been spotted, now it was in danger. Jill and Bros looked at each other. They realized they had to be the first to attack it while they had the chance. They simultaneously jumped up and attacked the monster like the first time they met. It was a quick and effective attack. With their attack, they hit the monster and it flew away from the blow. The monster didn't have time to block the blow. They were too fast for it. As they ran up to the monster, they were surprised to see Rashidler, the barbarian who had escaped from them. Braz told him that he had been caught by them for nothing. After his shameful act, he wanted to deal with the monster. Rashidler, who was lying on the floor, tried to save his life by telling them that he was lost. Apparently, the king had activated the traps. He was afraid they would start beating him again. Bros was pissed off by his words. Gila didn't understand what traps the barbarian was talking about, but it was no surprise to him. After all, they had some monsters on their path. Rashidler rose to his feet. He was surprised that they were still alive, despite the fact that they had fallen into the traps that the king had cleverly set. Bros kicked the monster with his foot. He didn't like the barbarian's words. He ordered him to take them to the king and keep them alive. The barbarian agreed to take them. He knew exactly where to go. He showed them where the entrance was. Before the entrance, they stopped. They didn't want the barbarian to trick them a second time. Brolas warned the barbarian that if he pulled any tricks, he would destroy him on the spot without a second thought. Rashidler agreed to the terms. He was scared. He didn't want to die. He went to the entrance and quietly told the gate to open. He led them to the king himself. After the barbarian's words, the huge gate slowly was opened in front of them. They were walking to meet the unknown. They might never walk out of that gate back again. It was raining lightly in the city. Grandpa Ube was walking slowly around the house, thinking about something. It looked like he was going somewhere. He was preparing for something. Grandpa approached the closet and was ready to open it, but he stopped to think again. He didn't know why he was in the closet. He made up his mind and opened the doors of the closet. There was his armor, in which he had gone to battle many times, but he had not worn his armor for a long time. Grandpa did not want to be in battle again. Behind the old man's back, at the entrance to the room, stood Boban. He did not attack him. Boban spoke to him calmly, that despite all the doubts, Ubi had decided to open the room. As a child, the old man had never allowed him or Sally to go near this room. Boban had always wondered what was behind the doors of this room. But when he saw that it was his armor, Boban laughed. Boban was sure that sealed all this time in this room was his desire to escape. Grandfather listened to him and could not understand how he got in silently, that he did not even notice. He had come to the old man because he had heard that he was recruiting a team to escape from the desert. They had a great chance of meeting the monster that had killed his parents. It was a real chance for him to avenge them. That was why he had come to the old man. Boban was determined. He wanted to join their team. He hoped that the old man wouldn't discourage him this time and would take him with him. Walking down the tunnel, Bros shouted to Rashidler not to even try to pull something again and set them up. If he betrayed them, there would be no mercy. They would kill him. Bros grabbed him from behind by the neck and began to choke him a little. He once again threatened him with death for betraying them, but the barbarian wasn't going to set them up. He showed them the way. They had to go right where the Great Hall was. There was a king of monsters. Gil looked at the beast-like man with a heavy look. He tried to ask him where the people the monsters had brought were imprisoned. He wanted to save them. Rashidler answered him with confidence that he naturally knew where the place was. He knew these places well. Gil was going to go to the king, but before he did, he told Bros that when Faloga got to the Great Hall, he needed to give orders to the barbarian to take you into custody. That way they could get to the right place and save the rest of the people. Bros was a little hurt by Gil's words, and he told him not to get cocky just because he'd saved them, but he tried to hurt Gil too, saying that he wasn't as strong as he thought he was, and that they couldn't blame it on him alone. Gil, hearing what Bros was saying to him, was a little upset. He didn't want to hurt them. He wanted to keep them out of danger. He didn't have time to explain anything to Bros before the system notified him that danger was coming, and now they were in for a hard test. In front of Gil, the system displayed a notification that warned that an unknown boss had been discovered nearby. Based on Gil's stats, the chance of survival was 10%. The King of Monsters was incredibly strong. Gil accepted the mission. He raised his level as much as he could and didn't even reach the power of the elements. The chances of completing this mission were too slim, but it was too late to retreat. He didn't want to tell his comrades that the chance of survival was too small and they could all die. Phylog saw that Gil was upset, but he didn't know what the matter was yet. Gil didn't want to drag innocent people into their fight, so he asked Bros once again. As soon as they entered the hall and saw the people, they were to be released and run away, and the boss, Gil, wanted to take over. When Gil finished, Bros, who was standing behind him, contradicted him and said that there was no way they would leave him alone. Jill was surprised by his answer. Bros was trying to explain to Gil that he would never let his comrade go into the field alone. He couldn't just sit on the sidelines while others risked their lives. After listening, Gil turned to Bros and told him that that monster wasn't as easy as they might have thought. There was only a 10% chance of winning. Someone could die in this fight. Bros was not frightened by Gil's words. If he hadn't come to their aid a while ago, they would have been dead already. Even if the odds were slim, he wouldn't run away. Bros looked at Philog and saw that he nodded positively at his words. Gil listened to Bros and remembered his childhood. He had always been alone at school, and in Keto classes he was alone. He went through all the tests alone, although there were not many. But now he saw that he was no longer alone, and he was surrounded by loyal friends who would not leave him in trouble. The barbarian pointed out to them that the main hall was in a straight line from them. He didn't want to go there. He offered to guard them. It was better for him than if he just killed him. They finished their conversations. Then they saw that there was a huge dark entrance in front of them. The barbarian begged them to leave him there. Rashidler told them that if they wanted to die, then please go to the main hall, to the King of Monsters, and he didn't want to be involved. Bros and Jill looked at each other and decided to feel sorry for the barbarian who kept his promise and led them to the lair. Leaving the barbarian, they went to the main entrance. They entered the hall and saw an empty throne in front of them. They couldn't understand where the king had disappeared to. They decided it was another trap. They were ready. They were angry at the absence of the king. They had traveled a long way. They had tried to kill them many times, and when they reached the lair, there was not a soul in it. Jill asked Rashidler if he was the one who said that their king was in this place, but there was no one on the throne. He said he didn't understand what was going on. The place was usually full of guards. The barbarian was shocked. Suddenly there was a rumbling noise that attracted the attention of all who entered. The passage they had entered began to close. They were trapped. The barbarian saw that the exit was blocked. He didn't understand what was happening, who had locked them in. He was very scared for his life. Suddenly, Philog began to glow green. His body seemed to be paralyzed. What was happening to him, no one could understand. Philog screamed terribly in pain. He was gradually being killed. He was lifted into the air, and the pain was getting worse. Bros, looking on, didn't know how he could help him. The barbarian fell to the ground in fear, but there was nowhere to run. On the throne suddenly sat King Finiar. No one noticed how he appeared and started attacking them. For him, it was all just a usual fun that brought him no joy. Finiar was killing Philog little by little. He was spitting blood. The end was near. They had to come up with something to save their comrade. Gil watched Philog die painfully. He couldn't let that happen. He had to do something about it, or he would be torn to pieces. He made the only right decision. He started to attack the king so he could save his friend. He was willing to sacrifice himself for that. Gil was near Finiar and wanted to thrust his sword into him with all the strength he had. The king was still sitting on his throne and didn't try to dodge the attack. He brought his sword over the monster's head and struck it with a powerful blow, but Finiar put up his flawless shield, and Gil's attack failed. Jill bounced away from the king to avoid his attack. Jill had already realized how strong the king was, and he didn't want to underestimate him. Jill's attack distracted the king from killing Philog. He started to fall head down to the ground. He was unconscious. Bros tried his best to catch him so he wouldn't take more damage. Bros managed to catch him centimeters off the ground. It was obvious that Philog needed immediate help. He didn't say anything but moaned in pain. Gil was near the throne. He did everything to save Philog. He turned the king's attention away from his attack, but Gil couldn't understand when he even appeared on the throne. The king sat there smiling madly. He was amused by the people. Gil couldn't believe that he had defused his attack so easily. It was unthinkable. Defeating him would be extremely difficult. Philog came to his senses and began to do a recovery spell. He was almost at the limit of his abilities. Bros asked him not to overdo it. He was still weak. He replied to Bros that he was fine and could continue the fight. He didn't want to seem like a weak link to them. He had to show them his strength. After regaining his strength, Philog cast a spell that lifted Bros up on a huge block of stone so he could attack the king. The king sat on his throne and watched them. He saw their every move. He remained calm. He was protected by his trusty shield. Bros aimed the block straight at Finiar, who saw the attack but didn't dodge it. It was already near him. Bros jumped off it at the last moment. He jumped down to make his own fiery attack. He wanted to burn the king to avenge his friend. The block crashed into the king's shield on one side and Bros on the other. He wanted to break his defenses and lure the king onto the battlefield. To Bros's attack, Jill joined in. He thrust his blade into the king's protective dome. The defense was very hard to break for them. After their attacks, the protective dome shattered. The explosion from it was incredibly loud and strong. The walls of the lair shook from the explosion, but the king disappeared again and escaped the attack. Gil noticed an unusual green glow around them. He realized that they were being attacked by the king, but from where and how he was carrying out the attack was not clear to Gil. Finiar stood smiling. He played with them as he wished. He could have killed them at any moment, but he was fascinated by the process of killing people. He raised his hands to create a spell. What kind of attack it would be and how strong it would be, no one could guess. The king was unrealistically strong. Gil tried to jump away from the green light. He was safer in the distance, and he wanted to see what the king had in store for them. He saw a huge green sphere that kept growing and gaining destructive power. They could all die from it. Bros and Phylog collapsed to the ground. Phylog spat blood again. It was obvious he had taken a lot of damage. Bros fell beside him. He couldn't resist the king. Gil put his sword out and held back Finiar's powerful attack. He was the only one who was able to resist the king. The beast-like barbarian who watched the battle marveled at the strength and power of his king. He did not hide his joy that soon people would die at his hands. Gil took a deep breath as he steadied himself. He thought that Finiar had terrifying power. He had not yet figured out how he would defeat him. Gil turned to his comrades to see how they were doing. Hearing a positive answer, he was calm for them. A lot of questions were brewing in his mind. What kind of power was this? How could he defeat it? Gil was beginning to doubt the success of the task. All three of them were standing and thinking how to defend themselves and attack the king. They were trying to regain their strength to stay alive. They heard a terrible laughter that filled the whole cave. The king stood and laughed at them. He couldn't believe that he was being attacked by such weak people. They were like insects to him. He could easily kill them, but his expression changed dramatically. He became serious and told them that they were bugs, just weaklings. He was going to play with them a little more before he killed them. After the king finished his speech, he just disappeared again. No one noticed where he disappeared to. His speed was phenomenal. Gil was all tensed up to the max. He didn't understand where he disappeared to. He thought that was the king's ability. He noticed that the king had decided to attack them from his hideout. Bros was the next to be attacked by the king. Before he knew it, Bros was facing a huge king, who with one look at him could just tear him to pieces. The king didn't use his abilities. He hit Bros with incredible force. He didn't want to kill him quickly. Bros bent down and spat blood. It looked like his ribs were broken. The king had done some serious damage to him, but he didn't want to kill him quickly. But then Bros decided that the king was very close to him, and this was a great chance for him to strike back. The king effortlessly stopped Bros's blow. He grabbed his arm. Bros cried out in pain, but the king only laughed. He was enjoying the slow kill. Bros didn't want to give up. He wrenched his arm away and tried to counterattack him with his leg kick, using his elemental power. The king was surprised for a moment by Bros's courage and bravery, but he was completely confident and saw what Bros wanted to do. But he decided to act faster than him. He headbutted Bros with all his might. He got ahead of him, thus protecting himself from his blow. Bros felt a terrible pain run through his entire body. He no longer had the strength to attack the king. Finiar stood over Bros's exhausted body. He was ready to finish him off. The king had had enough of him. He stepped on Bros with all his might. There was no practical chance of his survival. The force of the king's blow was extremely high. Phylog watched as the king stomped Bros. He couldn't believe that his friend had been killed by a monster. Out of desperation, Phylog screamed. When the smoke and fog cleared from the king's blow, he saw that Bros's body was gone and he was still alive. The king was confused. He didn't know who was so fast. Gil managed to save his comrade who was on the verge of death. He put him on the ground and watched what the king would do. Phylog had already run up to them and saw Bros's mangled body. Gil told him to take care of Bros. Bros woke up and apologized to him for letting him down. He was going to get up again to fight the king. Gil was calm and determined. He told his friends to leave this monster to him, and he drew his sword. He was sure he could overpower it. He was going to finish it off. Gil was going to avenge the king for the men he had killed. The king sat and prepared to kill them all. He turned to them and said that they were just an appetizer to him. He didn't see them as equal fighters. Gil watched him and wanted to see what he was up to. Was he going to use the same trick he had used before? Suddenly, the king lunged at Gil. He was going to attack suddenly and insidiously from behind, while Gil was thinking about his next attack. Finiar was already striking, but suddenly Gil stopped the king's attack with a chilling calmness, almost without straining. Gil was using a special gift he had gotten for killing the python. With the help of his fire gauntlet, he was able to stop such attacks. Looking at the monster, he told him that it may not have been able to counter his skills, but in strength and agility it was not inferior to him. Gil's recovering companions were shocked that Gil could resist the Monster King's attacks. It was something unbelievable. They had a chance to escape. Bros thought that if he had trained for another 10 years, from still he wouldn't have been able to defeat this monster. He was incredibly strong for him. The king emphasized that this was the first time the worm was able to resist his attack. It was getting more and more interesting. He raised his hand sharply, in which a small sphere appeared. Finiar prepared to attack Gil. The resistance was weaseless, thought the king. The monster directed a powerful stream of his attack at Gil that would end Gil. He thought he was a small bug that was bothering him. Gil saw the powerful attack coming at him. He wasn't scared or nervous. He put a block and the attack didn't touch him. Fighting off the attack, Gil told the monster to save his surprise for when he left him headless. He was eager to avenge the king for bullying his friends. Gil dispelled the king's attack and rushed to deliver his blow. Before the monster could expect it, he tried to strike him with his sword. Blow after blow, the guy struck the monster. He was defenseless. He didn't block. He took all the blows on himself. Gil thought he could deal with him faster than he thought. Gil chopped him down with his sword, and in the flurry of the attack, he shouted that it was for Phylog, whom he had nearly crushed. He had done him great injury. The guy hadn't forgotten how the monster had taunted Bros. He was preparing one of his powerful attacks for him for that. Gil put into his blows all his anger. Gil used the holy strike to kill the king. He aimed all his power at him. This was going to end his reign. He managed to knock the crown off the monster's head. The attack was insane in its power. Gil thought he had managed to damage him, but Gil was wrong. The king distracted his attention with his crown and was already behind his back and almost grabbed him. Gil did not see the attack and did not react to it. He felt the danger approaching him from behind. He deftly turned around and attacked the monster with a lightning strike. Gil hit it with his attack. Everything around him shook. Rocks flew in different directions. A column of smoke rose. His blow was powerful in its power of destruction. The boy stood on the ground and watched as his attack hit the king. He added that this was for all the innocent people who had suffered at his hands. His comrades couldn't believe how powerful his attack was. Rashidler's mouth dropped open in surprise at the power Gil wielded. Gil's attack made the king even angrier. He wanted to get even with Gil for his blow. He was determined. The smile was gone from his face. The barbarian saw this and was frightened. He said that this was the king's power. Now they were doomed to die. But Gil thought differently. He became more confident after the successful attack and was not afraid of the king. He looked at him and thought that this was his praised strength, which he successfully coped with. Finiar stood scratching his head as he thought about which attack to choose. He had many attacks in his arsenal and couldn't choose the right one. The monster thought of which attack to use to kill Gil. A huge hammer appeared in front of him that could release the dark power of the king. Gil was in great danger. The games were over. Finiar ordered his huge pack of wild wolves to attack Gil. They rushed at him at breakneck speed, ready to tear him to shreds. There were countless of them. Gil did not let them near him and tried to make his attacks first. He needed great strength and agility not to be killed by them, but they continued to attack him with even greater force. While he was fighting off the pack, the monster had already made a new spell. A new weapon appeared in his hands. It was even more powerful than the previous one. The king didn't wait for Gil to fight off the wolves. He jumped high up and was already attacking him. The monster was very cunning and agile. Gil realized that he was being attacked from the air. He had to do something. Otherwise, the monster would reach his goal. The attacks were unpredictable for him. The monster was different from those he had fought before. Finiar, with all his might and all his strength, hit the place where Gil was. Each of his attacks was getting stronger. The king was showing his true power. The attack was unbelievable. Gil could have been killed by a direct hit from the king. Gil's sword flew out of the spot and stuck into the ground. It was covered in blood. The king didn't miss and hit Gil. Gil was alive, but he was badly wounded. His whole body was damaged. He had difficulty standing on his feet. His right arm was in a lot of pain, but he didn't give up and didn't run away from the battle. The king didn't stop. He was preparing a new attack on Gil. He was creating a monster friend to become even stronger. A powerful stream of energy was coming out of Finiar's body. Gil could see that the king was coming after him. He had never seen power like his before. Gil could not recover. His strength was running out. His body was not listening. He stood there unable to move. The king's attack was very powerful. The king took his perfect image. He was showing Gil his true power. The guy for one moment thought that for him it was the end. The monster moved with incredible speed. He became even faster and more powerful. His strength impressed everyone who watched the fight. The king would be sure that he had no equal. Finiar hit Gil and he missed the attack again. It was like a beating. Gil didn't have time to counterattack. It was getting harder and harder for him to fight the monster. Gil didn't have time to fall to the ground before he was attacked by the king right in the air. He gave him another crushing blow. He was on the edge of his powers. He didn't know how he could stop the king. He had to think of something urgently, or he would suffer the fate of the fallen men. The king didn't stop. He was dealing more and more damage to Gil. He didn't want Gil to be able to counterattack him. Finiar dealt Gil a decisive blow before he landed on the ground. Gil was completely shattered. He didn't have the strength to resist the monster's attacks. Gil was lying on the ground and couldn't move. He was bleeding. He heard the king approaching him. Gil was realized that he would soon die a second time. The king used the spell again. He slowly approached Gil, instilling in him fear and a sense of imminent death. Finnear approached Gil. He told him that the useless insects must be destroyed so they would accept their fate of being killed by monsters. Gil couldn't answer the king. He had no strength left. The king's words gave him negative thoughts. If this time everything he believed in was coming to an end. But Gil didn't want to die like that. Memories of home, of his beloved girl, of Sally and Ubba began to appear in his head one by one. He couldn't give up and lose to him. The image of his mom's face appeared in front of Gil. She was calling him to her. Her smile warmed the guy's heart. He loved his mom madly, and he was determined that he would see her no matter what it cost him. He remembered her picking him up from school when he was little. It was his mom who was the motivation for Gil to persevere, to get out of the game. Jilo's face was covered in dark matter. There was black smoke all around him. It was weathering the awakening of some power hidden within him. The bright light blinded Bros and Philog. They did not understand what was happening to Gil. The barbarian behind them, hidden behind a rock, was very curious about what was happening there. A new, very powerful sword appeared in Gil's hands, not like the one his grandfather had given him. He raised it up and let the monster know that the fight wasn't over yet. Gil was getting stronger and stronger. His strength was overwhelming him. He had awakened a power unknown to him that had saved him when he was on the verge of death. He changed a lot. His hair became silver. He was surrounded by dark matter. What happened to him was not clear to anyone. Gil was silent and transformed. An unexpected voice brought the guy to his senses. Someone was calling him, asking him to get up. Gil was scared. He didn't know who it was and what he wanted from him. Gil was high in the sky. It was as if he could fly. It seemed to him that he was in a dream and could not wake up. Anxious thoughts did not leave his head. He opened his eyes and looked around. He didn't understand what was going on. He had just fought a monster king. He wanted to know where he was. What was this amazing place? The land was like sea waves, and he himself could fly. Everything seemed unreal to him. Gil looked at his hand. It was shrouded in a strange white glow. He wondered if he was already dead and had fallen into the realm of the dead. A voice, unknown to him, which he heard from behind him, hastened to reassure him, and told him that he was not dead. But Gil did not see the one who had told him these words. In front of him appeared a guy in a beautiful cloak. He was holding something in his hands. Gil wanted to find out who he was and why he was in this strange place. The guy turned to Gil. He wanted to tell him about everything that troubled him. He wanted to calm him down, so that Gil would not do something stupid from misunderstanding. Gil looked at him in surprise. He wanted to know who he was, how he knew his name. Gil had a very surprised look on his face. The mysterious guy gave him an answer that gave Gil goosebumps. He told him that he didn't know who he was, and it was true. He didn't know how long he had been in this place. Maybe it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years. He had lost count. Gil was excited by the stranger's answer. The stranger tried to reassure Gil. He had heard a voice once that told him that one day he would be taken away from there, but he didn't know anything else. He looked at it carefully, and was relieved to say that it looked like that moment had come and Gil would free him. Gil was angry at not understanding what was going on. He couldn't understand what the stranger was talking about. Gil had just asked him to tell him how he could get out of this strange place. He stood there hoping that he would show him how to get back out. He had to fight on. He couldn't leave his friends in trouble. But the stranger just asked Gil to agree, and then there was silence. The stranger got down on his knee and asked Gil to become his master, which amazed him even more. He didn't know how to react to what was happening. He stood in front of Gil, bowing his head, his voice telling him that only the one he would ask would be able to leave this place. It was for this reason that the unknown man had asked Gil to become his master. He recognized him, and it was time for him to leave this place. Gil had agreed to the stranger's terms, to become his master, and now he had to get Gil out of this strange place. They shook hands as a sign that all the conditions had been met, and from now on Gil was his master. During this handshake, amazing things began to happen. Their hands began to be covered with unknown magic. Gil was excited. After a moment, Gil was once again standing in front of the Monster King who was preparing to attack him. It was as if Gil had never disappeared. Gil watched the monster carefully. He was really back from that place, that Uncle had not deceived him. Now he was going to continue the fight. The guy felt an incredible energy that spilled over his entire body. Whether it had something to do with the fact that he had agreed to become his master was unknown to Gil. He managed to awaken the element of chaos, but what it meant Gil did not understand yet. He did not fully understand his characteristics. Gil was charged with victory. Now he had a new element and a new weapon. That uncle who appeared in front of him must have been the embodiment of the element. Gil liked the new sensations. The king of monsters saw Gil and was confused. It just couldn't be true. After such attacks, he was completely unharmed. He looked at him, and it looked like he had become stronger, and now it would be difficult for him to kill him, with the new power awakened in him. Because the power of the element had been triggered, JL's skills would be strengthened, and he had also reached the destruction skill. The power of this skill, activated by Jill's health, the attacks of this element could break through any defense. Mastering this power, Jill could defeat the king of monsters. Also, the power of the element unleashed a weapon for him, his sword, which increased all the characteristics of the wielder. Jill looked at his new sword carefully. He liked the true shape of the sword. It was beautiful. Previously, it didn't give Jill any special stats, but once he reached the power of the element, the sword unleashed its power. Now it was time for Gil to carry out his attack. He didn't think long. He ran to test his new characteristics and skills in battle. But the king thought that he couldn't match him in strength, just because he was able to awaken his element. Gil didn't listen to what the king was telling him. He continued his attack. He approached him and struck him. He broke through his defenses and shattered his mask. He managed to damage him. Finiar got up after Jill's attack. He didn't take much damage, but Jill hurt his ego. The king immediately rushed to attack. He couldn't lose to this worm. It was impossible for him. There was no point in holding back now. He was going to crush this insect once and for all. The monster tried to make his attack, but Gil was faster and counterattacked it with his new technique of explosive slash, which hit the king. Jill didn't stop at one attack. He continued to chop him with his sword. Finiar couldn't believe that Jill was able to damage him. There was only one thing left for him to do, to destroy the Monster King once and for all, to avenge him for all the innocent people. Jill dealt the king a fatal blow. His health was reduced by 90%. He had no chance of surviving Jill's attack. Jill won. He successfully destroyed the Sunil boss. For killing him, he got 40,000 experience points, thus increasing his level. He also successfully completed the mission he came to this place with. For this, he got 5,000,000 experience points and leveled up once again. He got one treasure chest, but he didn't know what was in it. Grandpa Ube and Boban were working together in the vegetable garden like they used to. The weather was beautiful. The sun was warming their backs as they worked. Grandpa Ube admonished Boban that if he had volunteered to help, he should have worked harder. Boban tried to justify that it had been a long time since he had worked at this pace, and he was just used to it. Sally was sitting under a tree in the shade eating an apple. She was worried about Gil. It had been 3 days since he had left. She was waiting for him to come back. Grandpa was worried too. The time he had given him was up. He was ready to go looking for him if he didn't come back soon. A very loud rumble distracted them from their work. They were tense. They didn't know what was going on, and thought they were being attacked by monsters. A strong wind blew. They could barely stand on their feet. No one could understand what was happening in their city. But everything ended abruptly. Just as it had begun, Boban looked at his grandfather, who took off his hat with sadness on his face. Boban wondered what it all meant. Sally came running to them. She was scared for her grandfather and came running to see if he was okay. And what had happened, neither she nor Boban understood anything. Ube explained to them that it was the energy waves that manifest after destroying high-level monsters. The source of the wave was coming straight from their lair. With a serious expression on his face, Grandpa added that it was likely that Gil had awakened the power of the element and killed the Monster King. The energy wave was still coming out from the dead body. The defeated king for a long time. It possessed everyone that the monster had killed. The barbarian looked at the wave and was shocked. His king was killed by a boy according to the wave. He couldn't believe it. Philog, if he hadn't seen what was happening with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a powerful man even existed. He was in admiration of Gil. Bros marveled that such destructive power was unleashed literally in an instant. It amazed him. He looked at Gil and speculated if he could have just been hiding his true power all this time, keeping it for the very last resort. Jill stood there and still couldn't believe that he had defeated such a strong enemy. But what scared him more was the guy from the dream who had helped him get this power. He said that Jill was his master. He didn't know what his words meant yet. The guy stood and thoughtfully silent. He was thinking about the guy who gave him the power. He did not talk to his comrades. He was resting from the hard fight. Philog was incredibly happy that they had survived the ordeal. He rejoiced at the victory. He called out to Gil to see if he was all right or if he needed help. Gil turned around. He was fine, but his comrades were badly injured, so he left them in the same place and went to free their comrades. He called Rashidler to help him find those they had kidnapped and held in this place. The terrified barbarian immediately agreed, and now Jill was his boss. Gil won, but he was not satisfied. He still had a lot of questions. Who was the man in the dream, and why he suddenly appeared? He wanted to find out if it was an accident that he got into the game. The guy thought there was someone watching everything that was going on, but he didn't know how to find him. Gil felt that something was wrong with him. Gil was lifted up. all his black matter scattered to the wind, as if something was pulling him out of this dangerous place filled with monsters. The portal pulled Jill back into the city. Grandpa Ube caught Jill, who had passed out on his way back. Jill saw him, and in a weak voice called his name. He was too weak. He needed to regain his strength. Jill faintly added that he had accomplished his grandfather's task. He had defeated the king of the monsters. He woke up lying on the bed. He heard someone calling his name and asking him to wake up. He opened his eyes but could not understand where he was. Gil turned his head and saw a familiar face. She was telling him it was noon. How long was he going to sleep? It was time to wake up. He couldn't believe it when he saw the face and heard the voice. Barely holding back tears, Gil saw his mom. He thought he had come home from the game. His mom, smiling at him, leaned over and told him that she had already made him a breakfast he loved. Tears flowed from Gil's eyes. He jumped up from his bed, all in tears, rushed to hug his mom as he had never hugged her before. He was insanely happy to hug her. Gil held her in his arms and cried. He told her that he missed her incredibly much. He didn't want to let her go for a second. But a sharp voice brought Gil back to the game. A rough voice asked him what he was doing. Gil didn't realize what was happening. He opened his eyes. Tears were still streaming from them. Jill, confused, saw Boban standing in front of him, who looked shocked and didn't understand why he was hugging him and crying. Jill, embarrassed, sat down on the bed, and as if nothing had happened, asked him what he was doing here in the first place. Boban was a little freaked out and asked him why he had hugged him so abruptly. Both guys were puzzled. Boban explained why he was in Gil's room. He promised the old man to take care of him. He wished him a speedy recovery so he could fight him again. He went to leave with his rough weather. He told Jill not to hang around until he brought Grandpa Ubby and Sally. Jill watched silently as he followed them. Jill, sitting on the bed, realized it was a dream. He didn't remember how he got back. He remembered Grandpa Ubby and nothing else. He had a terrible headache, as if someone had hit him with all their might. Gil wondered what had happened to Bros and Phylog after he came back. The system reminded Gil that he still had an unopened chest in his briefcase, and no points had been distributed. Gil thought it was the treasure chest of the Monster King. Gil remembered that for defeating Bohan, he had gotten a key. He could use it to open the chest to see what was inside it. He received from the system a complete list of what was available to him and what he had accomplished by killing the Monster King. Gil also received a legendary hidden item that interested him a lot. He wanted to see what was inside as soon as possible. He opened the hidden item and was greatly surprised. He didn't expect to see what was in the hidden item. In front of him was a large egg. Gil couldn't believe that the legendary item would be an egg. He could just eat it. He didn't know what else to do with it. The egg began to crack. Something was hatching from it. Gil thought it might be some kind of animal. The egg was almost broken. A little baby hatched out of the egg, which caused a storm of emotions for Gil. For him, it was something fantastic. He looked at it and couldn't believe that the legendary object would turn out to be a baby. He completely stopped what was happening to him. The kid saw Gil and with absolute sincerity was overjoyed. He called Gil his daddy. That's exactly what the kid thought. He jumped on Gil and started hugging him while repeating that he was his daddy. Gil didn't know how to handle the kid. Jill didn't understand why he was calling him daddy, what the kid wanted from him, and why Jill got him and considered him legendary. A lot of different thoughts were in Jill's head. The kid was playing and Gil wanted to understand what the kid was there for. He thought about finding a clue on the menu, but there was nothing there. Gil didn't know what use he could be. He was just a kid. The child was having fun rolling around on Gil's bed, who stepped aside with a puzzled face. He didn't expect to see a child when he opened the chest. He tried once again to go into the menu and recognize what the baby was for, but he didn't have the powers to recognize living things. Now the baby was attached to Gil. This didn't please him and made him a little angry. The baby crawled all over Gil wherever he wanted, all the while calling him daddy when he was on his head. Gil didn't stand out and yelled at the baby. Gil calmed down and pulled himself together. He didn't know how to handle the baby, and he didn't know what he wanted him for. He held the baby by the leg upside down. He repeated to him that he was not his father. Besides, he couldn't be with him all the time because it could be dangerous for him. Gil looked the baby in the eye and told him that he would ask Grandpa or Sally to take care of him. When Jill was telling the child this, he noticed that something strange was happening to him. He had seen other children change their behavior when they were not happy. The child didn't like what Gil was saying to him, and he began to scream and cry with all his might, expressing his displeasure to Gil. He cried harder and harder. Jill didn't know how to calm him down. He just asked him to calm down and stop crying. Jill had no experience in childcare. Jill received a notification from the system that for abandoning a living creature, he would receive a 30-minute punishment that would begin in 10 seconds. Jill didn't even have time to realize what the punishment was or how it was activated. The seconds flew by one after another. When the time was up, the child began to glow intensely, as if he was a portal and it was sending him to fulfill the punishment. Jill covered his eyes with his hands. The intense light coming from the child made him realize what was happening to him. Jill looked out from under his arm to see what was happening. He saw an even brighter light that filled the room. The baby carried him to a place unknown to him. Gil looked around and saw snow all around him. He couldn't even guess where he was. The baby was sitting on the snow and crying. Gil leaned over to him and tried to comfort him. He promised him that he wouldn't leave him. He was just a schoolboy who didn't know how to take care of children. Jim heard someone's ominous and violent growling behind him. He turned around to look at the monster. He saw two monsters in front of him. They were predators of the snowy fields, level 40. They had huge horns on their heads. They were huge monsters. Gil saw them and couldn't understand what picked up meant. It was something new to him. He hadn't met such monsters before. He was tasked with destroying all the monsters in 30 minutes. If there was even one monster left alive, they would attack him again in double the amount. The kid had to stay alive. Gil was shocked when he heard about the assignment. If a child died, Gil died with him. He had to protect the child from the monsters. The monsters, not thinking long, began to attack the child. When he saw them, he was very frightened, but they were determined to finish them off. They started to attack the child, but Jill managed to cover him with his body and picked him up in his arms. Jill set the child down in front of him and promised him that he wouldn't die today, and to stay close to him and not move away. He drew his sword and activated his elemental power. He prepared to complete the task and destroy all the monsters. Gil transformed into his power and was absolutely ready. He took the child around his neck and rushed to attack. Grandpa and Boban were walking home. Ubi asked him how Jill felt when Boban went to see him. He was fine and full of strength and energy. He answered the old man in a confident voice. Boban wanted to know from the old man how the companions they were looking for to go in search of the temple were doing. But no one wanted to go with them. Everyone in the town was frightened. Thanks to the tales Hicks had told them, they were sure that they would incur the wrath of the gods and their peaceful life would be destroyed. Boban was angered by the old man's words. He didn't want to look for anyone, and he didn't want to go searching with those who were. He didn't understand why they were going through all this trouble. The old man tried to talk some sense into him and told him that the monsters on their way were much more dangerous than he thought. The old man didn't want to risk their lives for nothing. He suggested he go to Gil. He would tell him all about how dangerous it was for them outside. Grandpa saw Sally coming back from town. She said hello to them and wanted to know what they were talking to Boban about. The old man told Sally that Jill was awake and could be visited. It looked like Boban had taken good care of him while he slept. Sally's eyes lit up. She wanted to see him as soon as possible and find out what elemental power he had awakened on his mission. She grabbed her grandfather's hand and rushed with incredible speed to Gil's room. She was very excited. Boban stood and watched as they made their way to Gil's room. He felt a little bad that he had been forgotten about, as if he wasn't coming with them. Gil was killing monsters one by one with his new power. The monsters didn't give him much trouble and he was able to kill them with ease. He was unstoppable. His speed was prohibitive. He did well, killing all the monsters. An unharmed child sat on his neck. Jill was a little tired. He had not yet fully recovered from the hardest battle with the Monster King, and this task had tired him out. The happy child, when he saw Gil, put his hands up and happily called him Daddy. He was safe now. Nothing threatened him. Gil didn't realize that he was now seriously supposed to be his father. He thought the worst was yet to come. After successfully completing the mission, Gil and the baby returned home. He was glad to be back. Gil hollered. Now he could rest easy to recover further. He needed some rest from the fights. He sat down on the bed and wanted to put his sword away as Sally came running into the room. When she saw that he wasn't alone, she froze at the entrance to the room. She looked at them and couldn't believe her eyes. She said something quietly, but Gil didn't know what she was talking about. Sally didn't hide her surprise. She wanted to know who the child was and how he had ended up with Gil. She ran up to them, grabbed the baby in her arms, and was very happy. She liked the baby a lot and was crazy with happiness. Sally asked him what the baby was and where it came from. She remarked that she was a pretty girl. Gil explained to her that the baby had hatched from an egg, but Sally didn't believe him. She thought he was joking. She had never heard of babies hatching from eggs before. He stood there thinking that this could hardly be true. He couldn't refuse or give up this child or he would be punished again. He didn't understand why he had to go through all this. Boban and Grandpa Obi came into the room. He asked Sally why she was being so noisy. She could be heard from the other village. What had alarmed her so much? Sally happily showed them the baby that Jill had brought. She thought the baby was cute and proceeded to squeeze and hug it. Grandpa and Boban were greatly surprised to see the baby. They couldn't understand where Gil had gotten it from or what it was for. They were in a stupor. Boban hadn't seen her before when he was taking care of Gil. Who was she and where did she come from? He wondered, furrowing his brow. Jill decided to jokingly say that she was climbing under a mole. He didn't know how to explain to them that the baby came from an egg. After some thought, he decided to tell them that he had rescued her from a den of monsters. Grandpa said that Gil needed a good meal, and after lunch they could talk about it. Sally leaned over to the baby and told her to behave while her big sister made her a yummy treat. Leaving Jill's room, Boban decided to talk to Sally and offered to be his girlfriend again, but was firmly refused. The little girl walked up to Jill, grabbed his leg to get his attention and pointed to her mouth, hinting that she was hungry. Gil saw that the child was hungry. He asked her to wait a little longer while her big sister made a nibble. Standing in the doorway on his way out, Grandpa Ubi apologized to Jill, much to his surprise. Gil looked at him and asked why the old man was apologizing to him. He didn't know what he was guilty of. The old man replied that he was careless and couldn't have guessed that there would be a high-level monster inside the cave. He could have died there. Gil hurriedly consoled the old man, saying that it wasn't his fault. He went there on his own, willingly, voluntarily. If it wasn't for this mission, he would never have understood everything the old man was talking about. Besides, he had a feeling that he was there for a reason. He told his grandfather what had happened to him in the battle with the king, that he had found himself in a parallel universe where he had met a man who had asked Gil to become his master. He had agreed because it was the only way out, and that when he came back to reality, he had already mastered the power of the element. It was as if it had been planned in advance. Gil looked at the old man and asked if everyone who possessed the power of the element had to go through the parallel universe, or if he was the only one who had gotten into it. Grandpa looked at him and said that he had never heard anything like that. The power of the element had never transported anyone, anywhere. It was amazing to him. This power, the element of chaos, the old man had once read about it in ancient books that spoke of events thousands of years ago as a power never seen before. Gil wanted to know what else those books said. He was sure they must have answers to his questions. The old man began to tell him about an ancient legend that thousands of years ago a devilish deity, Murius, fell upon mankind. He destroyed everything in his path. Mankind had no chance to survive. His power was so great that there was no other option but to surrender, which all of humanity was against. But when people plunged into the depths of despair, a hero named Hesiod appeared. With the power of the element of chaos, unseen before, he was the first to be able to resist the evil. Hesiod gathered an army and was able to overpower the devil deity, sealing the soul of Murius for long and agonizing years. He was able to defeat Murius. Hesiod was strong, possessing incredible skills. Mankind had never seen anyone stronger than him before. However, the price he would pay for sealing him was that he himself would be sealed. Gil assumed that that man from the parallel universe was Hesiod, who found himself sealed there forever. Grandpa Ubi replied that if he had really gotten the power of the chaos element then, and the old man stopped talking, as if he didn't want to scare Gil. But after a while, he said that the man he met was Hesiod. Gil's emotions were all mixed up, and he didn't know how to react to his grandfather's words. Sally appeared on the doorstep. She called out to them, then asked what they were talking about, but she had come to invite them to the table. It was time to eat. Grandpa turned to Sally, and with a smile on his face said they were on their way, and were finishing their conversation. Ube asked Jill not to tell anyone yet about their assumption and what he had just told him. Jill and Ubi came to the table to eat lunch. There was a large variety of food on the table. All of it looked very appetizing. He looked at Sally and said that the dinner table looked incredible. He was pleasantly surprised that she was able to cook all those dishes. Sally smiled at Gil. She was pleased that he thought she had made the lunch, but he turned before the cook and said that he had made it all, and she was only helping him. The cook turned to them and thanked them for their kind words. Gil recognized him. It was the beast-like barbarian Rashidler. Gil saw him and didn't understand why he was here, how he had gotten into their town. The boy thought he had followed them as they left the lair. Rashidler explained to Gil how he ended up in their home. After the battle with the king, the barbarian begged his grandfather to take him with him. He agreed and let him come with them. The barbarian invited Gil to the table to taste something delicious he had prepared. Everyone else was already seated at the table and about to eat. Grandfather explained why he had allowed Rashidler to go with them. He was good at orienteering in the desert. They could use it to find the temple. The child moved from Gil to the barbarian and started pulling on his ears, cheeks, eyes. Rashidler was having fun. He told the others that it was okay, not to worry. Gil remembered about Bros and Philog who had been seriously injured in the fight. He wondered what had happened to them and where they had disappeared to. Sally answered him that Grandpa had sent them to a healing station in town. They would check on them when they had some food. They began to eat. They had no idea the barbarian was such a good cook. He told them cooking was his hobby. Grandfather asked to bring milk for the baby. He couldn't eat their food yet. On that beautiful evening, no one suspected that while they were eating, someone was watching them. He was standing on the top of the mountain, from which he could see the whole house. Hicks was watching them that night. He wanted to know what they were up to. One of his subordinates told him that Grandpa Ubby and the stranger had assembled a team. Hicks ordered everyone to wrap up their surveillance here. Now they needed to report to the Lord everything they had seen and learned. There was a huge black castle in the underworld, with a violet light burning inside, and a dragon-like creature flying towards the castle. On the balcony stood a lonely, beautiful girl, thinking about something. She looked at the roses standing next to her. A monster landed behind her, but she held the rose in her hand and didn't even turn around. She knew what kind of monster had flown to her. She calmly looked at the sky, and when she heard that the monster was already on the balcony, she said that he had finally arrived. His name was Golas. In front of him stood Lord Hades, but Golas wanted to know why there was such urgency, why she called him, what she had to do with him. Hades stood quietly and plucked leaves from a flower. She told him that Finniar's energy had suddenly disappeared. It seemed to her that he was no longer alive. Golas was surprised. It was absolute nonsense to him. He thought Finniar could not be defeated by anyone. He was a very strong opponent. Hades understood Golas's resentment. She wanted him to go to the desert and find out what had really happened. Finniar was very important to them. He was guarding an important seal. Golas listened to what Lord Hades wanted him to do. He understood the assignment and immediately went to the desert. He had a difficult task ahead of him. On the way to the hospital, Gil was telling what he had been through in the lair. Sally was thrilled to hear what he had heard. It was just incredible. But Boban didn't share the admiration, thinking he had only defeated a couple of monsters. Boban wanted to show Sally that he was tougher than Gil. He said that if he had been there, he would have easily defeated them all. But Gil ironically told him that if he had gone to the lair, he would be looking for his remains. This made Boban angry, and he wanted Gil to show him what he could do. Sally remembered that Gil had awakened the power of an element, but he hadn't told them anything about his new abilities. She was very curious about what element he had. Jill remembered that he had promised his grandfather not to tell them about his new power. He had to think of something. He asked Sally what element the healers had. He was trying to hide his true element. Healers tended to have light elements, but Sally had met healers with very different elements. Besides light, she had met fire and water elements and many others. Jill said he had one of the light elements. Sally was surprised. She thought he must have had some other element. Boban didn't expect him to have any element awakened at all. Grandpa Obi thought it was best that no one knew about his real element until they knew more about his element. They walked along at a leisurely pace, talking about everything that was going on, and Sally stopped and told them that they had reached the best treatment center in town, where Gil's new acquaintances were. The treatment center was very impressive. It was big and beautiful. It was located among the trees, which made it feel like it was in the woods. Boban and Sally were already walking inside the center. Sally turned around and noticed that Jill was lagging behind them. She called out to him to hurry to them. He sped up and was already near them. Entering the center, Jill hoped that Braz and Phylog were all right. The king had injured them a lot. They were on the verge of death. They were lucky that Jill had saved them many times. After taking a couple steps, a seal formed under Jill's feet. He stood there unable to understand what was happening and who had put this seal under his feet and why. He was calm. The only thing that interested him was what was happening to him. The baby that was on his shoulders had gotten over his head. He was a little scared of what he was seeing. Boban and Sally were walking down the hallway towards the room with their companions. Sally couldn't figure out where Gil was stuck, why he wasn't catching up with them. She turned around and found that Gil had disappeared. Behind them, there were only the locked doors through which they had come. The whole thing that was happening greatly agitated the girl. Gil found himself at the place where the council sat, but there was no one in the hall. He didn't know what awaited him this time, but he was ready for anything. He looked around, examining the place where the seal had transported him. He found no one around. Jill wondered why he was here, who had moved him here. Hicks appeared behind him. He told him that he had used a simple displacement spell so Jill wouldn't be afraid of him. Hicks wanted to talk to him without any other people around. Hicks introduced himself to Jill and told him that he was one of the 4 guardians of the city of Delks. This status was only available to the most gifted people. Hicks wanted to brag to him about his position. Gil wasn't interested in what Hicks was telling him. He wasn't here of his own free will and didn't want to linger there. He wanted Hicks to quickly tell him what he wanted and get him back to the hospital. Hicks wanted him to join them. He had heard that Gil had defeated the Monster King, and they needed him. If Gil didn't need riches, then surely there was something he wanted. Jill wasn't interested. He had no interest in what he was talking about or any desire to join them. All he wanted was to get out of this place, and fast. Hicks was angry. Gil was as mean as Old Man Ubi. He didn't understand why they'd given up on this guy. He thought it was a waste of time to lure him in. Jill was about to leave when Hicks told him in his back that a group of their men were on their way to kill his comrades. And Jill stopped. Hicks threatened Gil. He was giving him a last chance to think. If he refused, he would be destroyed immediately. Now Hicks was not joking with him. He was ready to kill him. Gil was ready to release his new power. Hicks' words made him angry. He warned him if he didn't see Sally and the others, they would all regret what they had done. Hicks began to prepare for the attack. He didn't wait for Jill to turn around and make his attack. He had his sword in his hand, and now there was no turning back. Around the healing center, children were running and playing. It was a sunny and beautiful day. Everyone was going about their business. There was nothing to portend trouble. It was business as usual in the city. Boban and Sally couldn't find Gil. They didn't know what had happened to him, where he had disappeared to. He had just been right behind them, and now he was gone. Boban suddenly smelled an odor. It was familiar to him. He had smelled a similar odor before, but he couldn't understand where it was coming from. Suddenly, Boban shouted to Sally. He warned her that danger was coming. It looked like they were under attack. Boban had smelled it in time. Sally stood there looking frightened and unable to move. She had no time to put up her defenses and did not understand where the attack was coming from. Boban came to her aid. He reacted in time and saved her with the help of a shadow clone that took her away from the attack. Someone had stabbed the shadow clone that Boban had sent to save Sally with a sword. She was terrified. She would have been dead. Boban walked over to Sally to make sure she was okay. She was fine and unhurt. They were lucky to be alive this time. He turned back to his attacker to see what kind of asshole dared to hurt his beloved Sally. He would kill anyone for her without a second thought. In front of them stood a man with 3 black and deadly swords around him. He was dressed in a black balohan. He looked quite intimidating. Hicks was launching his attacks at Gil, who was only defending himself. He was trying to keep Hicks from hitting the child. He wanted to finish them off for refusing to join their ranks. It was hard for Gil to attack Hicks with the baby in his arms. He couldn't leave him in danger. He was terrified from Hicks's constant attacks. The child kept calling Gil daddy. He seemed happy around him and felt safe despite what was going on around him. Gil looked at the child and thought that he probably didn't realize the situation they were in. He didn't understand where he got so much energy and happiness from. Hicks advised Jill to take better care of himself at the moment, but he noted that Jill was stronger than he thought, even though Jill hadn't attacked him yet. Gil didn't understand why he was attacking him instead of joining forces and defeating all the monsters outside with them. Hicks laughed from him. He thought that after his attacks, Jill was interested in cooperating. He thought that he was scared of him and that his attacks made him change his mind. He became serious, the smile gone from his face. Hicks knew that Grandpa Ubi had not told Gil the whole truth he had kept from him. Hicks told him the truth, that they had an agreement with the monsters, peace in exchange for the people they sent them from time to time. They were not bothered by the monsters that snooped around the town. Ube was present when the treaty was made. He didn't say a single word against this peace. Jill was incredibly hurt to learn the truth that Ubi was hiding. Jill felt a deep sense of disappointment. From the beginning, Hicks and the others were not going to leave this place. They just decided who would live and who would die using their status. Hicks was pleased with himself. He thought that this peace plan was a great option. He suggested that Gil join them once again and decide the outcome of people's fates. He continued to convince Gil, saying that the monsters were sent to them by the gods, that they could not defeat them, and that old man Ubi was just a hypocritical weakling who did not know everything, but was eager to challenge the gods. Gil made it clear to Hicks that he would not change his mind and would not hide behind the backs of innocent people, and that Ubi would never agree to such a thing of his own free will. He was not interested in Hicks's plans. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. He confidently told Hicks that he didn't care if gods, monsters, or humans got in his way. They would all be destroyed, preventing him from getting out of the game. Hicks laughed again at Gil's words. He thought he was naive if he was so sure of it. Hicks believed that the gods could not be defeated and getting out was impossible too. Gil put the child in a safe place and asked him to stay here and not go anywhere. His safety was paramount to Gil. Hicks was still as confident as ever. He smilingly told Gil not to worry. When he killed them both, he would bury them together as well. Talking about killing them amused him. Before he could laugh enough, Hicks felt a powerful attack from Gil. He didn't even notice as he approached him and delivered a punch to his stomach. Gil made another blow to Hicks' head that sent him flying to the end of the hall. Gil didn't use all his power. He didn't need to. Hicks' words made him very angry. Hicks fell and spat out a pool of blood. Jill had done some serious damage to him. Hicks's defenses didn't work. He punched through it without straining at all. He was baffled by Gil's insolence. He didn't understand how he dared to attack one of the city's defenders with such ease. Hicks couldn't get up after Gil's successful attacks. He couldn't understand who he was that he could wield such power. Hicks was in danger. At any moment, Gil could end him. The people around the treatment center were scattering in different directions in terror. A fight was breaking out, and it was necessary to quickly escape from there, to a safe place. There was a huge explosion, a huge wisp of smoke billowing into the sky. A battle was going on. It was dangerous for people to be near the battlefield. Sally used her fire element and launched fire attacks at the enemy. She was skillful in fire. She was not an easy opponent. Boban attacked, the unknown attacker, with the help of his shadow clones. He and Sally together tried to destroy the unknown attacker, but he didn't attack them yet. He just defended himself from their attacks. He approached him, and together with his shadow clones made an attack, but the stranger used his swords and blocked the attack. Their swords crossed and Boban held him back. Boban commanded Sally that this was the time for her to make her attack, but she had to give it her all because there might not be another chance. Sally used all her power and attacked the stranger with her hellfire. It would work and kill the attacker. After the attack, she found the remnants of her attack on the spot where the villain was standing. It melted the asphalt that was underneath him, but Sally didn't hit the attacker. He just disappeared. Sally was greatly amazed. It was impossible. They definitely hit him where he disappeared too. In the girl's mind, the questions popped up one after another. Boban, just like Sally, didn't understand what was going on, why he wasn't killed, how he managed to dodge the attack. His speed amazed them. The unfamiliar attacker was already behind Sally's back, ready to kill her with one move. She stood there not realizing he was already behind her. She thought they had killed his clone. Boban noticed him behind her. He shouted at Sally to save herself. The girl was caught off guard. Boban couldn't help her. The villain was distracted from killing Sally. He was facing an attack that he noticed at the last moment. He had to defend himself against it. Gil prevented him from killing Sally. He attacked him first. He came to her aid in time. The stranger missed the attack and was thrown a few meters away by Gil's blow. He didn't care who they were, but if they dared to attack his friends, they could expect no mercy. He would kill every one of them without a second thought. After Gil's words, the unknown assailant simply disappeared, leaving behind a puff of smoke, but without saying a word. They stood there and couldn't understand what had happened. Sally tried to ask Gil where he had disappeared from the treatment center, but Gil didn't know how to explain his disappearance to her. Jill told them that now they had to hurry back to Grandpa Uba's house. He promised to explain to them later how and under what circumstances he had disappeared. Jill added that Grandpa Ubby might be in danger right now. He might be attacked by the villains who had attacked them. Sally and Boban didn't understand what was going on, but didn't ask any more questions. Grandpa Ubby sat reading a book. He was trying to find out information about the element that Jill had mastered. He thought that if it was really the chaos element, then they might be in trouble. According to the prophecy in the ancient books, soon the gods and demons could sneak into their world, and then everything around them would be plunged into darkness. And then only one man who mastered the element of chaos was able to save their world and defeat all the monsters, defeat the darkness itself. Boban, Sally, and Jill and the child entered the room where Grandpa Ubbe was sitting reading. He was fine. No one had attacked him. Grandpa turned around and saw them. He asked them why they had come back. Had they been able to check on their friends? He didn't know yet that they had been completely attacked. The kettle was boiling on the stove. They were all going to drink tea and sort out the situation. They wanted to find out who had attacked them and what they were after. They told Grandpa Ubby everything they knew about the men who had attacked them. Sally asked in an interested voice if Grandpa knew them. There was a chance he had met them before. Ube smoked a pipe and told them that the one Jill had met was most likely Hicks. He was an airbender, and Sally and Boban were apparently fighting the mage Lucius. He told them who they really were. They were the guardians of this town, and protected it from all dangers. All three boys were a little surprised. They didn't understand why they were being attacked by the guardians. Boban didn't understand what these guardians were. He hadn't met them before, and didn't know they existed. But after the attack, he wanted to find out more information about them. Hicks, Lucius, Salkia, and another mage who claimed to be the strongest in the Dorab Desert. They were the first to come here and founded this city. In those days, the Raknaya Desert was more terrible than hell. People who got there could not only hide from the monsters, but also from other people who killed, so they could survive themselves. Those who could not find food began to kill their comrades, and some even sacrificed their own children so that they could survive. In a time of despair, when there was no hope left, Dorab gathered all those who remained and brought them to this city. He gave them seeds and started them farming. And so a complete society was created, with its own rules and laws. But any thought of leaving the city and the Putinya was considered unacceptable, for by doing so they thought they would anger the gods, and then they would all be in great danger, which the guardians could not allow. The unexpected question that Jill asked, about why Ubby had not told everyone that the so-called peace had been achieved thanks to the sacrifices of innocent people, stumped the grandfather. Boban, who was next to Gil, could not believe what Gil was saying. It seemed to him that he was blaming Ube, who was sitting there smoking a pipe without saying anything. Jill explained why he asked Ubi that question. There was a pact with the monsters that innocent people would be sacrificed for peace and quiet. Ubi knew that, But Jill asked him if he was right. He asked why grandfather didn't tell them about it at once, why he didn't tell them what peace was worth in the city, and that innocent people were being sacrificed. He thought that Ubi was hiding this fact from them intentionally. Jill got a little angry and asked him if he thought it was right that people's lives could be bargained for. Jill couldn't get his head around it. Sally decided to stand up for Grandpa. She couldn't believe he was capable of such an act. He was one of the 12 heroes and would never have taken part in this. Grandpa sat up and with a sad face stopped Sally. He said that Gil was right in saying everything he knew everything. It was true. Sally was unpleasantly surprised. How could Grandpa hide this fact from them? Why didn't he tell them about it from the beginning? Ube couldn't say anything back. He was very disappointed that he had hidden the truth from them. Ube raised his head and turned to Gil. What would he do if he were in his shoes? If you had your loved ones on one side of the scale and strangers on the other? He would try to protect his loved ones. He would sacrifice strangers for them. Gil didn't know if it was the right choice or not. He wasn't in that situation, and it wasn't for him to judge Grandpa Ubi's choice. All Ubi thought about at the time was that Sally and Bobin's lives were at stake. If he broke the rules, they would die. He would gladly give his life, but their lives he could not sacrifice. They were the most precious people to him, so he would do anything to keep them safe. Sally came over to give him a hug and reassure him a little. If only his life was at stake, he would not hesitate to stand up to these atrocities. For his own death was the least of his fears. What would happen if there was a force that could protect the lives of loved ones and the lives of innocents? That question knocked Grandpa Ubi off his feet. He didn't know the answer to it. Jill asked if he had agreed to these rules just because he could not stand up to the Guardians and at the same time protect Sally and Ubi. Jill sat quietly and waited for the answer. Bobin was angry at Jill's question. He thought Jill was looking down on Ubi and wanted to punish him for it. Sally added that if Ubi compromised, it didn't make him weak. But Jill wasn't paying attention to them. He kept talking to Ubi. If he had to choose between Sally and Bobin's lives, who would he choose? That was a stern question from Jill. Gil apologized to them if his words had hurt them, but he was sure that turning a blind eye to everything all the time wouldn't work. Ube said he had nothing to apologize for. He was right. The old man had thought everything was fine for a long time, and had gotten used to the idea that there was no way out of here, and had stopped paying attention to what was going on around him. That was before he came along. It couldn't last forever. He turned to Sally and Bobin. They were adults now, and so they had to make their own choices. If they didn't want to put themselves at risk, then he had some arrangements for them. The choice was theirs. Sally replied that it didn't matter to her where he went, she would follow his lead. Bobin replied that he would not leave Sally to her fate. The choice was made. They sat and were silent until Gil told them that the time of silent submission was over, and now they would fight for their freedom. They would fight. For all those the keepers had sacrificed, for their freedom and their loved ones, they were ready to fight all together, shoulder to shoulder. Ube said that if they planned to leave the city, they had to defeat the 4 guardians. Hicks was the weakest of them. It would be easy to defeat him, but the other 3 would be more difficult. He explained to them that it would not be easy to defeat Lucius, Sarkia, and Dorob. They would come for their souls as soon as Hicks had regained his strength. The time was limited. If they did not defeat them, it would be suicide for them to go to the temple. The old man turned to the 3 of them seriously. They had to overcome their abilities and become stronger than ever, and then they would have a chance to defeat the Guardians. Now, whether they would survive or perish depended only on themselves. They had difficult trials ahead of them, in which someone could die. They were sure that they would succeed and find freedom. They were ready to become stronger to achieve their goal. Early in the morning, Gil was lying on the grass and thinking about his mom. He had been in the game for so long that she was probably worried about him. He promised that he would come back to her soon. The child ran through the grass and tried to catch a butterfly, but it almost fell into a hole. Gil picked her up and told her to be careful. If she died, he would die too. They were connected as one. Gil sat and thought about the fact that considering he had destroyed the king of monsters and gotten a large amount of exp, but he had only leveled up 10 levels, and he still had 50 points to distribute. Since he had the chaos element awakened, the destruction skills now required about 90% of his health. Even if it allowed him to ignore attacks and damage, his health could become critical and he would become vulnerable to his opponents. But luckily, he could use the Berserk Morning Potion he had gotten earlier. It served to instantly restore his health, but the price for it was 8 levels. Gil decided that in that case his recovery skills would be much more useful to him. He thought to concentrate on defense rather than attacks. When he got a higher level recovery skill, he would increase his health and defense. Then he made a decision and was sure that not many would be able to escape after his unleashed attack power. While he was planning where to allocate his earned points, the system displayed that Jill had received a new message, which shocked him. Jill looked at the nickname of who the message was from, and was surprised to remember that it was a letter from his beloved Xiao Mei. He had been very excited before opening it. He didn't understand what it meant, why he suddenly received a message from Xiao Mei. He thought it was some kind of system error. After all, he hadn't received any messages the whole time he was in the game. Jill clicked on the message icon and thought that if he could contact the outside world, why didn't he have this opportunity before? Maybe Xiao Mei had gotten into the game too. It was unclear what was going on. Xiao Mei wrote to him because she didn't understand where he disappeared. She told him that his mom moved to another city and that a bald man came to school. She wrote him many messages to which she didn't get a reply. She didn't know why he didn't want to communicate with her. Jill didn't understand why the game showed that he was still online, why his mom moved to another city, and who was the bald man Xiao Mei was talking about. He had a lot of questions that no one would give him answers to. He realized that something must have happened. Considering his mind was now locked in the game, and his body was in a vegetative state, Jill tried to find answers to Xiao Mei's messages. Jill figured his mom had sold the house and moved to another city in order to cure him, but the best hospital was already in their city. The whole thing was strange. They didn't live poor and there was no need to sell the house. He grabbed his head from the flood of thoughts. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. He needed to find out what happened in the real world. A child ran up to him and was happily showing him a flower. She didn't understand what was going on with her daddy. Jill was very angry and puzzled. From such messages, he lost control of himself. He pushed the child, telling her to go play somewhere. The child from the push fell on the grass. She fell down and said that daddy was bad and was going to cry. She was hurt that daddy pushed her and that he didn't want to play with her. Gil looked at her and realized that she could cry hard now. He rushed to apologize to her. He didn't mean to push her so hard, but it was too late. The punishment had been activated because the child felt miserable and abandoned. Now Gil would have to fulfill this punishment. The child continued to lie on the grass and cry loudly. Gil exhaled heavily. He couldn't understand why he was being punished for all these punishments. For what sins? After all the thoughts, he and the child began to move to another world. He did not know where exactly he would end up and what punishment he would have to fulfill, but it was impossible to refuse. The system transported them, and the first thing they saw was a huge fire monster that seemed like it could just crush them with one hand. But the monster didn't attack them, it just studied them. Gil walked over to his child and handed her a flower. He was very sorry for his behavior. He had done her no good. He hoped she would forgive him. The girl forgave her daddy, and he took her on his arm, transformed into the power of his element. He didn't want to stay long in this strange place, and started attacking the monster. Bros stood looking out the window of the healing center. He couldn't believe that Ubi was here too. He didn't understand why he asked them not to reveal the details of the fight with the king. He wanted to know what old man Ubi was going to do. When Ubi came to him for the first time, Bros recognized him. He was a legendary warrior who had defeated a troll, a quink, in a battle with an O'Brien alone. He didn't think he could meet him in the game. He wanted to know how he got trapped. Ube explained to him that he was a regular old man now, and that he had been here for a long time and the past didn't matter. He didn't want to talk about the past anymore. Bros couldn't believe that he had met the legendary man here, but he wanted to know the reason why he had come to his room. The old man, before saying anything, asked him to promise him something. He realized that the request was so important that the most legendary warrior had come to him to ask for it personally. It was something unbelievable. Ube said it was about Gil. If anyone wanted to ask them the details of Gil's victory over the king, he hoped they would pick their answers and be discreet. He didn't want them to divulge any important information. Bros confidently replied to the old man not to worry. He didn't understand why he was asking him to withhold this information, but he assured him that no one would ever find out anything from him. Ube got up and was about to leave. He thanked Bros for going out of his way to see him. He told him he wouldn't bother him anymore and to get well soon. He watched quietly as Ube left the room. Bros thought that even if one of the 12 heroes was trapped in this city, all his dreams of getting out were fading away with every passing moment. Ube stopped at the door and told him that if he wanted to leave this city, the only way was to find the temple that was hidden somewhere in the desert of Raknaya. It was the only way out. Bros nodded affirmatively. The old man informed him that they were putting together a team of talented fighters who might be interested in finding the temple. So if he had the desire, he could find it south of the city. He walked over to the window and continued to watch what was going on. Bros looked at the old man walking away and thought that he had decided to fight after all and wanted to leave this town once and for all. Philog came into Bros's room. He saw Bros standing by the window and he was not going to sleep yet. He noticed that his wounds were almost healed, but he didn't understand why he was awake at such a late hour. Bros said that thanks to a high-level healer, his broken bones were completely repaired. In a couple of days, he would be completely healthy. He had learned a lot of new things in these few days, and now he couldn't sleep because of the flood of thoughts. He turned to Philog and asked him if one of the 12 Ubi heroes had come to see him. What they had talked about, he wondered if the old man had also asked him to keep quiet about the battle in the lair. Philog was surprised to hear that Ube was one of the 12 Jarovs. He could not believe that the great warrior Ube had just spoken to him. He did not recognize him. Bro said it was him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was also from the Warriors Guild, the old man was his role model. He collected many portraits of him. He wouldn't have recognized him either. Philog didn't understand. How could it be? Ubi had defeated a Quinca troll single-handedly, and during the battle was trapped in this trap. Such a strong warrior was trapped. It didn't fit in Philog's mind. Bros told him that the 12 heroes were not just a name for them. They were the strongest 12 men in the whole world. No one could stand against them. He began to explain to Philog how it all started for Ube. There used to be a battle of the strongest every 5 years. All the guilds in the world would send the 5 best fighters to participate in this tournament. Regardless of whether they won or lost, the 12 guilds that made it to the finals would choose the strongest from their team. This is how the name came about. During one of the competitions, an outsider Thunderbird shocked the world. One Ube made everyone know about this guild. Even though Thunderbird Guild lost to Cloud Lake Guild and Phoenix Guild, they all barely survived against it. The 5 heroes from Phoenix and Lake were chosen as the 12 heroes of the previous battles. They were very powerful, but Ube Guild almost single-handedly defeated many of them. But shortly after, the Thunderbird Guild disintegrated due to the Battle of Obrian. Of the 5 strongest fighters that entered the battle, only Ube survived. After the battle, Ube traveled to the Black Sea to kill the troll Quink, where he disappeared without a trace. The two of them stood looking out the window. The story of old Ube, to them, sounded unbelievable. They were big fans of him and couldn't believe he was with them. Besides, Jill was with them. His abilities were unbelievable. They could hardly have achieved such abilities even in a lifetime of hard training. In one of the fights, the young Ube was badly wounded. He and his friends were attacked by a luteous monster. It wounded Ube and turned on his friends. Ube tried to warn them of the danger, shouting at them to be careful. They would be attacked by the monster. The monster, with huge claws, was already behind his friends. They stood there, unaware of the danger coming at them. Sally's parents turned around after Ube's warning and were unprepared for the unexpected attack. The monster swept past Sally's parents at full speed, giving them its deadly attack. They were defeated, blood splattering from their bodies on the ground. Ube watched as his friends were killed by the monster. He was angry. He couldn't help them. He was badly injured, and the monster was too strong for him. Grandpa Ube had a pendant with a picture of his dead friends. Their names were Luna and Morris. He never forgot about them. He finally decided to take Sally and get out of this ominous desert. All these years he was tormented by guilt and regret. He could not accept his fate. He kept telling himself that the desert was his punishment. But Sally was innocent. She did not deserve to suffer. She should have known the joy of the outside world and enjoyed her youth. Ube had placed the lightning god's spell in Sally's body so that if she encountered any kind of danger that would threaten her life, the spell would activate, and then even the gods themselves would be unable to harm her. He clutched the pendant with their pictures firmly in his hand and said that this time he would fulfill his promise that he had made to them. Jill and the child returned Obranto to where they were. He was very tired after successfully completing the mission. This time, he had a harder time fighting the monsters. He fell to the ground almost exhausted. This time the task was many times more difficult than last time. He was very curious as to why this was the case. The system notification informed him to keep in mind that every time he activated the punishment, the monster's combat power would increase by 10%. This fact made Gil take care of the child more carefully. Gil stood up abruptly. The notice had shocked him. He had only gone through 2 punishments, but they were already very difficult and dangerous. He needed to control his emotions towards the child. He realized that further punishments would only get harder. It was not an easy task for him to take care of a child. He had no experience in raising children before. Jill told the child standing next to him that if he understood anything, he would know how lucky Jill was. He thought he would get some kind of animal or weapon, but instead he got a child to take care of. The child stood next to Gil and looked at him and made a mumbling sound. But Gil told him he didn't understand him or what he was mumbling. But then Jill had a thought that kept him on his toes. He looked at the child carefully and thought he was beginning to understand something. Jill pointed to the notice and asked the child if she saw it too. The child confirmed that she saw the notice by nodding his head. He remembered that neither Grandpa Ubi nor Sally could see the system notifications, but this child could see them. Now he had more questions. Gil thought maybe the kid knew something he didn't know, how and why he received messages from Xiao Mei, since he hadn't received anything before. Suddenly he realized that it was useless to ask. He couldn't understand what the kid was saying, but he was sure that the kid was the reason why he received those messages. He sat there thinking about the messages, about his mom, how he could understand why he was given the baby, about Xiao Mei, when suddenly someone called out to him and he turned around to see who it was. It was Sally calling him. Gil turned around and saw everyone coming to his place where he liked to sit in silence and get his thoughts in order. Gil got up and walked over to them. He was surprised that they had all come, but he didn't know what they wanted from him, or why they were looking for him. He saw Bros and Philog, and he was glad to see them, and glad that they were all right, that the healer had gotten them back on their feet in such a short time. Bros immediately told him that he was glad to see him too, even though he hadn't visited them in all this time. Now they had decided to come to him. Jill apologized for not being able to visit them. He had some things he needed to take care of, and when he did it was too late, and he didn't want to bother them. But he saw that they were completely healthy. Bros decided to make a joke and said that it was thanks to Sally and Boban. Boban didn't get the joke and decided to ask who was the reason they were healthy. He didn't even know him, to which Bros told him that he could play along for the sake of the joke. Jill said that he was glad they were okay. He wanted to know what had brought them here. They told him that they wanted to join Grandpa Ubi's group and leave the desert. They didn't want to stay there as much as they did. Bros noticed the baby in Jill's arms, and with a smile on his face, he walked over to the baby. He told Jill that he never thought he was the father. He didn't know all that had happened to Jill. The child grabbed Bro's hand and bit his finger. Gil felt uncomfortable with the child's antics, but he didn't know how he should react to the situation. He let go of Bro's hand, who was in a bit of pain from the kid biting him. He looked at him again and said, "So we must have had Luca," Bros assumed. Boban stood there not understanding what they were doing. He came here to train, not to talk. He was tired of standing there wasting time. Bros told him that they hadn't seen Gil for a long time and would like to talk a little more. But Boban told him to take Grandpa Ube's training more seriously. Their conversation made Grandpa Ube laugh a lot. He started laughing loudly as if everything around him didn't matter. Everyone immediately noticed the laughter of Grandpa Ube and stopped all their conversations. Gil asked the old man why suddenly he started laughing. It was not clear to him. Grandpa answered him that to tell the truth, their casual conversation made him feel alive. Since he was in this desert, it was the first time. He continued to laugh a little. Sally stood behind him and was happy to see him like this. It was the first time she had ever seen her grandfather smile so genuinely, it warmed her soul. But suddenly the laughter stopped. Grandpa Ube added that for now they could just stand and talk about distracted topics, but it wouldn't last forever. He added that for now they could breeze by without a care, but when they start practicing so they wouldn't even think of crying to him, that was unacceptable to him. Bros asked him with a smile on his face that would the training be that painful and horrible? He was still having fun despite his grandfather's words. Ube, with a serious expression on his face, replied that he didn't think the word horrible fully described the essence. Even 12 heroes couldn't always pass this kind of test. They were all standing there. Their former cheerful mood had been replaced by a serious attitude. They wanted to know what kind of training it was that even the heroes couldn't pass it. Ube took out an unknown object and said that each fight itself allows them to better understand their strength, speed, endurance, because the ability to analyze abilities will help to find weaknesses, both their own and the opponent, and to win them. Grandpa Ube wanted them to realize that in battle, even the smallest mistake can be a factor in determining the outcome of the fight. But they must not make mistakes. They are engaged in a serious game. The item the old man had was designed to be able to clone anyone who volunteered to train with him, so they had their own clones standing next to them. He pointed out that in a team fight, however, the important thing was the ability to work as a team and their rapport on the battlefield. Ube told them the history of the training. It was created by the great mage Hollenhall, especially for the preparation for the competition. Each participant's clone was a full copy of him, with one difference. The clone's fighting ability was 1.5 times higher than the participants'. They could feel pain during training, but they didn't have to worry about serious injuries. The clones wouldn't hurt them, but as soon as they received a fatal blow, they would drop out of training, while the others would continue fighting with the clones of the dropped players. Ube warned them that there would be no casualties on the way to the temple, and those who remained would face more brutality that was hard to even imagine. The old man asked them to give it their best. In the temple, and the real battle, they would not have a chance to do it all over again. They could die, so they could not relax in training. Grandpa came home. The kid was sitting on the floor playing with cabbage, standing by the stove. Rashidler asked him if he could make something special for them. Today he was cooking for the three of them. He didn't know where the others were. There was a child playing next to Rashidler. The barbarian was worried about him and asked him to go play somewhere else so he wouldn't accidentally hurt her while cooking. He was afraid Jill would kill him then. Grandfather sat on a chair and smoked his pipe. He told Rashidler to cook not for 3 but for 20. He knew that training aroused a vicious appetite. Rashidler was very surprised. He asked his grandfather if he was expecting someone to come, to which Ube replied that he was not expecting anyone. It was about something else. Suddenly the front door creaked open and everyone who had been at the training came in. They were quite angry and not happy. Ube looked at them but didn't ask or say anything. He looked at them and said that he thought they would get through the training faster. This made them even angrier. They didn't know what to say to Grandpa Ube. Ube asked Rashidler to hurry up with the cooking and not to forget that he had 20 servings to prepare. The barbarian said that everything would be done, but he was surprised that the boys would finish the training so quickly. It had only been half an hour. Gil ate his portion very quickly. He was incredibly hungry after the training. He asked Rashidler to get him some more. Immediately, the other guys joined in. They were also very hungry and angry. The satisfied Rashidler happily agreed to bring them more food. Grandpa Ube started talking while they ate. He thought they had a good time. He wondered what they would say to him in response. They had lasted 30 minutes fighting their clones. Smiling, he asked if they enjoyed the training. But then Grandpa's cheerful mood suddenly changed. He looked at them and did not understand what was the matter, why they did not want to answer his questions. The boys stood up sharply and said that they did not like the training. Grandpa was not afraid of the angry boys for long. They began to explain to Ubba that they used to stand up to different monsters and creatures, but now everything was different. The clones were much more cunning than them. They had no chance against them. They defeated them faster than 30 minutes, and Jill's clone was too strong for them. Jill thought that now the fight reminded him of a fight between players in a game. Their opponents were not monsters that attacked without any plan or strategy. It was the opposite. They were as if they were analyzing the battle. They were just like humans. At the beginning of the battle, the clones split up and hid from them. They thought that they wanted to divide them, and those who fell behind, they would attack them, so they decided to stay together for safety. But they didn't expect to be trapped that way. Soon Jill was alone and surrounded by Boban, Sully, Bros, and Phylog clones while his clone eliminated all the other guys. In the end, he had to face them alone. Gil analyzed their training and how they stood up to the clones. No doubt they lost to them before their fight even started. Ube noted Gil's analysis. His analysis of what was going on made sense. As he said, the outcome of the fight was already predetermined before they engaged the clones. In team battles, it was not their own safety that mattered, but the ability to work as a team. It was like a game of chess, where some pieces had to be attacked and some defended, but also some had to be sacrificed so that others had a chance to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Ube explained to them that the shadow clones they were fighting had no skills at all. They had developed the most effective teamwork strategy based only on analyzing their own combat skills. It was the easiest and most effective strategy to fight newcomers. Ube's words had pissed off Boban a bit. He considered himself a very strong opponent, and far from a beginner. Gil thought that it was like a math problem. If they studied the question thoroughly, it would be easy to solve. But if they kept hoping for a miracle, they would end up falling into traps all the time. Therefore, if they wanted to improve their team fighting skills, they should understand their own abilities as well as those of their comrades. They should understand how they could most effectively defeat their opponents under the circumstances. Grandpa Ubba suggested that they finish training for today and continue tomorrow. Tomorrow they needed to learn how to work as a team to better interact with their comrades. They needed to regain their strength and get a good night's sleep. He advised them to relax and have a good rest, also to ignore today's training, to try to sleep without thinking about anything. Gil and the baby were already on the bed. The baby was already fast asleep and moving all over the bed, disturbing Gil's sleep. Now he was not comfortable sharing the bed with someone else. He couldn't stop thinking about training. Even though it was just training, he felt useless when he saw his teammates being killed. It made him very anxious. If this fight was real and not training, either Yaruka or Mom would be the first to die. They were weaker than the others. It wouldn't be hard to defeat them. He decided that wasn't the case. He believed he was still weak. To protect everyone he cared about, he made a promise to himself to get stronger by all means. Gil thought back to his childhood. When he was a kid, his mom had a great chance to get a job at a decent company. But to take care of him, she turned it down and chose a hard part-time job. She had a job interview and asked her boss if she could bring her son on Wednesday afternoons so that he could wait until she finished her work. She had no one to leave him with. The supervisor explained to her that the boy would disturb the customers, which was unacceptable, and Wednesday was a busy day for them. She said she would put him in a chair where he would sit quietly and not cause any problems. He asked her a question that had nothing to do with her request or work. He had his own agenda. He knew she was a single mom, but he asked her the question. He looked at her and devoured her with his eyes. He told her that with looks and figure like hers, she didn't have to labor in such a difficult job. The boss reached out his worthless hands to her and asked if she was free tonight, showing her his vulgar intentions. She didn't think he was going to hit on her. She just wanted to find a job. Jill, being a small but very brave child, broke away and with all his might slapped the nasty uncle on his manhood. He wouldn't let anyone hurt his mom. He was angry. He did not understand how he dared to treat his beloved mom. Gil did not think what would happen next. He just acted like a real man, standing up for his mom. Mom calmed Gil and asked for forgiveness from the boss. She needed this job. She wanted Gil to apologize to him too, but he was in no hurry to do it. The boss, who had already recovered from Gil's blow, became furious and wanted to attack the child and take revenge for the mean blow. He almost grabbed him and reached his goal, but Jill's mom got in his way. She grabbed his arm and threw him over herself, hitting him with all her might on the floor. She had no right to hurt her son. He lay on the floor unconscious from the blow. His mom stood over him, wiping her hands. She said if she didn't get the job, then so be it. Jill stood there bewildered at what was happening. She leaned over and apologized to him for not being able to get a job again. She said that now they would have to stop eating fried chicken in the evenings until they had enough money for that. At that moment, Gil realized that he had a duty to protect his mom at all costs. He was willing to work hard on himself that she could feel safe. Suddenly, a voice told him that protecting someone with powers like his mom's was more like a joke. Gil didn't realize whose voice it was or where it was coming from. He saw the uncle who had given him the power, the awakened element, the chaos element. But where did he come from and how did he know what Jill was thinking? Gil was confused. He tried to find out if it was that uncle or not and where he was. Gil wanted to talk to him. He had failed last time. He didn't understand what was going on. He was sure that the voice was definitely that man's. He couldn't forget it or mistake it for someone else's voice. Gil looked at the awake child and asked her if she had heard someone else's voice, to which the sleepy Luca silently shook her head in denial. All this was strange. If Luca did not hear him, what was it then? He decided that he was just very tired, that he began to see voices, needed to rest. Little Luca lay down on Gil's stomach and cuddling tightly fell asleep, mumbling her name to her daddy in his sleep. Gil looked at her and he became warmer in his soul. But the only problem he had was that Luca was disturbing his sleep. She just lay on top of him. He couldn't move. He didn't know how to lie down and how he was supposed to sleep now. He wanted to put her down next to him, but she was already asleep. He was surprised that she fell asleep so quickly, but he didn't want to disturb her sleep. Gil gently moved her from him to the bed. He carefully covered her with a blanket to keep her warm. He was slowly getting used to being a daddy, even though it was hard for him. He watched little Luca sleeping sweetly. He wondered if it had been hard for his mom to raise him alone. Thoughts of his mom never left his mind. Gil made her promise that he would come back to her soon, because he knew more than he did in the beginning. He just needed to get stronger, defeat the Guardians, and finally get out of this place with the boys. Although he had defeated the King of Monsters, who was the strongest opponent he had ever faced, but in today's training he realized that strength alone would not be enough. Unexpectedly for Gil, he heard that voice again, which was very similar to the voice of the man who gave him the elemental power. But where it came from, Gil couldn't understand. The unfamiliar uncle kept telling Gil that compared to that brainless monster leader, the fighting ability of the shadow clones was many times higher. But that wasn't all. Gil saw him, and finally realized who had been talking to him all this time. He calmed down. He thought he had heard the voices, but when he saw this man, he understood everything at once. He was transported to an unfamiliar place where the uncle lived. Gil asked him what this place was, and why he was in this place. He had never seen such places before. The uncle explained to him that this place was simply his inner world, the inhabitant of which he was now after he became its master in the battle with the King of Monsters. Gil looked around and was surprised that he was in his inner world. For him, it was a new sensation that he had not experienced before. His uncle told Gil that when he finally managed to get out of the trap, he was too weak. That's why he still hadn't shown up and hadn't made himself known. Gil told him that it was only because of him that he was able to defeat the King of Monsters. But there was something that was bothering him. Why his inner world was full of colors. He didn't think his world looked like that. Each person's inner world was full of things that were dear to each individual. It was like these flowers were directly connecting Gil to the outside world. His uncle was trying to explain to him. Gil took the flower in his hands. He could not remember ever being interested in flowers. It was a surprise to him, but he wondered why he was in this world. The uncle interrupted Gil's musings. He said he would have time to think about it. He had come to him to tell him something more important. He looked at him and wanted to tell him something, but something was holding him back. He wanted to prepare Gil for the serious information so as not to shock him. His uncle had told him that he could help him become much stronger. That was what Gil wanted. To protect his loved ones, he was willing to go to great lengths to be even stronger. Even though he was only able to recover 1% of his combat power, it would be enough that he realized how sinister and powerful the chaos element was. He told him that he was now only able to unleash 0.001% of the element's full power. Gil was speechless at hearing his uncle say that. He thought he was joking about the 0.001% of the entire power. He thought his powers were 1,000 times greater than Gil's. It was something unbelievable to him. His uncle told him that those were rough estimates and it could be different. He might have exaggerated the power of the chaos element a bit. It was extremely difficult to tell exactly how much stronger he could get. He said that he wanted Gil to understand how to access the power hidden inside him, because if Gil died, his uncle would die with him. After his uncle's words, a system notification appeared, stating that he had to survive for 3 minutes in a fight with the enemy. The reward for passing the challenge was 400,000 exp. Gil read the notice carefully. He found the task easy. He only had to survive for 3 minutes and the reward was very attractive to him. Uncle was already in the fight. He was fully charged up for the attack, but he didn't know if Gil was ready for the task. His opponent was Uncle, and he had to survive by fighting with him. Gil activated all his power. All preparations were complete, and both were ready to begin the fight. Gil was ready to learn the true power of the chaos element. They were ready. Gil didn't know what was in store for him yet and how he would face his uncle, but he was sure he would succeed and take the reward. In the house where the keepers were, one of them couldn't believe that Hicks was defeated by the boy Gil. It was incredible that he easily defeated one of the keepers. While Hicks was being treated, he said that he was just lucky that Hicks himself had lost his guard for a moment, so he was able to defeat him. But no one believed Hicks. It seemed that he wanted everyone to believe him and not doubt his power, but he was having trouble convincing the other keepers of that. One of the keepers told Hicks that if he had fought at full strength, he would most likely be a corpse by now, and he was lucky that he decided not to kill him. Her words pissed Hicks off. He wanted her to apologize immediately and never doubt his power again. He wouldn't let anyone make fun of him. She continued to humiliate Hicks by telling him that Lord Dorob had only asked her to assess his opponent's fighting ability, and he had suffered so many injuries, she couldn't understand how he became one of the 4 guardians. Hicks didn't tolerate the humiliation from Lucius, and said that she was no match for Gil in strength either. He couldn't understand where she got so much arrogance from. These words made Lucius attack the injured Hicks a little. She lightly kicked him on the head in order to show that she was stronger than him. She put her foot on Hicks's head as a sign of disrespect to him, and added that she was willing to help the Lord get rid of him as the weakest link at any time. Annoyed and angry Hicks already wanted to start attacking her seriously. He didn't understand how she dared to treat him like that. He didn't want to forgive her offense. Lucius had said that the boy might be strong, but it was obvious to a fool that he was completely unprepared. He was completely lacking in any tactics. She thought that even if it was Old Man Ube himself, in a battle against Lord Doroba, they would all be destroyed before the fight even started. Although Ube had started to gather volunteers for his team, and since he was one of the 12 heroes, people believed in him. But if Lord Dorob intervened, the whole city would be in chaos. People would start to panic en masse. It was not good for them. Lucius didn't understand what one of the guardians was saying, why there would be chaos in the city. She was sure that Lord Dorob would defeat those who would challenge him, and then there would be peace and harmony in the city again. One of the guardians didn't wait for Ubi to assemble a team that would be ready to fight back. Training hard, he summoned a monster that could defeat them before they were ready. Hicks and Lucius recognized this monster. They were shocked when they saw it. They didn't think it was that serious. This monster knew no mercy and killed anyone who got in its way. This monster was a desert wanderer, a huge wolf with incredible strength. The mere sight of it could terrify any creature that saw it. The Desert Wanderer's master ordered him to destroy Ubi and the rest of his gathered group. They did not pose any danger yet, and so it was important to destroy them now to avoid future problems. The Wanderer went to carry out the order. He would have no trouble finding Ubi and his group. He had a unique sense of smell. Once he smelled them, the ferocious beast went in for the kill. Gil resisted his uncle as best he could. He needed to hold out for 2 more minutes, and he would get the coveted reward he wanted. But so far, he was only escaping, thus trying to stall for time. His tactic was to avoid the fight for the 3 minutes he had allotted. He needed those points. Once he got them, he planned to start learning how to control the power of the elements. But first, he had to survive the 3 minutes of the fight. Gil tried to hide, but it was strange. His uncle wasn't attacking him, and that confused Gil. He had a very bad feeling, but he continued to stick to his tactics. He moved from place to place waiting for an attack, but there was still no attack. He decided to stay back to look around, and then quite unexpectedly, he was attacked from above, which he did not expect and was not prepared for. Gil managed to bounce out of the way of the attack. His speed had never failed him in critical moments, but if he had just a little bit more, and the points would have been lost to him forever. The ground was torn in half at the sight of the attack. The force of the attack was unbelievable. Gil couldn't withstand the force of such an attack. His uncle was much stronger than him. He didn't understand how this assignment could even help him in his training. Just a little more, and his uncle would have leveled him and he would have just died. Fortunately, one of Gil's fingers had a Monster King ring on it, which gave him a strong defense. It was thanks to the ring that Gil didn't turn into mincemeat after this attack. The uncle standing in front of Gil had already recognized his strategy, but he asked him a question. He thought that Gil had purposely avoided their fight, but there would be no result. He was surprised when Gil dodged his uncle's attack, which was very fast. He admitted that he had underestimated him at that moment, but now it wouldn't happen. Uncle warned Gil that such a strategy was doomed to failure beforehand. He couldn't constantly dodge his attacks. That way he wouldn't be able to develop his strength. Gil listened to his uncle carefully, and raising his hand he pointed to the fact that someone was hiding behind his back. At that moment, his uncle turned to check what danger was behind his back. But it was only a distraction from Gil. He thus outwitted his uncle and hurriedly escaped again and did not strike back. Gil was soaking himself and trying not to stay still for a second. He was watching the timer and counting the seconds until this task was over. But he was afraid of missing the attack from his uncle and losing important points for him. They stood across from each other, their small gap in the ground that had formed after his uncle's attack. Gil had suggested he compete later. He wanted to rest a bit. His uncle looked at him and with a serious expression told him that running away was not the solution to the problem. He would not be able to get the power he was hoping for. He told Gil that the real enemy wouldn't give him that much time to recover and catch his breath. He had to keep fighting. There was no other way. As soon as his uncle finished speaking, Gil immediately launched his lightning attack. He was just trying to divert his attention. He hoped he could defeat his uncle by stealth. Gil was behind his uncle's back and aimed his sword at him, hoping to hit him and win the fight. He wanted to get the reward that was very valuable to him. But Gil missed. His uncle didn't buy all his tricks. He easily dodged his attack by simply rising above him into the sky. In this world, his uncle could fly, and Gil didn't expect that. Gil appreciated his uncle's skills and the speed of his attacks. He was only able to dodge them because of his blast streak skill. Otherwise, he would have had trouble defending against his attacks. Uncle didn't realize when Gil had time to appear behind him. It wasn't because he didn't follow his movements, but because it was very sudden for him. Gil realized that it would take him 5 minutes to recover his blast strip skill, and if his uncle attacked him again, he wouldn't get the 400,000 exp reward. He had 30 seconds to wait. He wanted to trick him again and asked him to rest for a while. He told his uncle that he wouldn't run away, and after resting, they would continue his training. The uncle agreed to let Gil rest, but he was curious about the technique he used to dodge his attack with such speed. Gil didn't quite understand what technique Uncle was talking about. He was probably talking about a blast wave, Gil thought, smiling at Uncle. While they were talking, the time given to complete the task was up. Gil got 400,000 X points and increased his level. Gil explained to him that he had gained this skill by leveling up. Using his skills was more like following commands, his body moving as if he was doing something to defend or attack. He told his uncle that he had dodged his attack with a blast streak, but he wasn't quite sure why he wanted to know. Something was confusing him. Gil asked him if he had met someone before who could use this skill before, but his uncle had no idea what Gil was talking about. But he still thought he had met this technique before. The reaction of his body during this fight reminded him of something. He couldn't remember who the person was who first used this technique. He couldn't remember anything from the past. Gil remembered that Ube's grandfather had told him about a hero named Hesiod, a man of legend, and considering that this uncle had given him the power of the element, that meant he was Hesiod. Gil decided to tell him his name so he could remember something from the past. He turned to his uncle and told him that he probably knew who he was. His uncle looked at him with great surprise. He didn't know who he was or why he was here. Gil told him that he was Hesiod, the man who had saved the world. He had destroyed the evil deity Murius and brought peace and quiet to the city. But after the battle he had disappeared, and no one knew where he was or what happened to him. He asked if he remembered anything. If Gil's story had helped him refresh his memory, it was important to him to help him, because he could open for Gil a source of incredible power that would help him in fights with the Guardians. Uncle was very surprised to hear the name Hesiod. He couldn't remember anything that Gil had told him. He was completely confused and bewildered. He didn't know where to start to remember who he was. Boban lay awake and could not sleep. He thought that if they had agreed that he would bring this monster to the village, why was he obliged to live in the same room with him and share a bed with him? He got up and sat on the edge of the bed. He realized he couldn't take it anymore. Living with a barbarian in the same room was hearsay for him. He wanted privacy, which he lacked. A pungent odor appeared in their room. Boban smelled it immediately. He had a very sensitive nose and could smell almost any odor, but this odor didn't seem new to him. This smell made Boban wake up finally. He recognized the smell. It horrified him. Boban was surprised that he would ever smell this smell again. Boban realized who it was and why he had come. Now he was ready to face him and fight him. He was ready to kill him, but as long as he could smell it. But there was no one in the room. Suddenly, a monster came out from under the floor. He came to kill them all, and he decided to start with the barbarian and Boban, who were not ready for him. Rashidler was asleep when a piece of wooden flooring hit him. He didn't open his eyes and thought it was an earthquake. He didn't realize that the monster was after them. In front of them stood an empty wanderer, a monster that was very powerful and dangerous to them. He had no feelings of fear, but only the desire to kill anyone who gets in his way. Rashidler was already lying on the floor trying to get out from under the debris. He could not understand what was happening, what had happened, and why he was lying on the floor. He had not yet seen the monster that had attacked them. The barbarian got up and saw that the house was destroyed. He looked around and couldn't find Boban. He thought he might be somewhere under the rubble, but he didn't call out for help. It was all strange to him. He tried to find Boban, but he had no success. The barbarian didn't know if he was all right and why he had abruptly disappeared. Many thoughts ran through the barbarian's mind. Rashidler imagined the worst-case scenario, that Boban was crushed by the debris of the house and he was already dead. This thought frightened Rashidler. While he was standing there wondering where Boban had disappeared to, he was hit in the face by a stone from wherever he had come. Rashidler fell to the floor and tried to recover from the unexpected blow. Wiping the blood from his nose after the stone hit him, Rashidler thought that someone was throwing things around in the middle of the night. He wanted to punish the person who had broken his nose, but suddenly he saw that no one was throwing things around. There was a battle going on in their room. He recognized the monster attacking them, and he turned even paler from fear. The monster was attacking Boban with incredible force, destroying everything around him. The barbarian didn't interfere in the fight. He was scared and didn't want to die. Boban successfully defended himself from its ferocious attacks. Boban was calm and confident in his defense. He didn't attack him, he studied him, and finally he understood who was fighting him and what kind of monster he was. In a moment, Boban was already furious. It was the same monster that had killed his innocent parents. Boban remembered its smell for life and would never mistake it for anything else. Boban pulled out his shadow swords and said that he had trained hard all these years to find and finish him off, but he found him first. For Boban, this was the greatest luck. He was ready to avenge his parents' death. As Boban prepared to pay the monster back, Rashidler fearfully asked him if he was okay and why the monster was in their room. Boban was stunned with anger. He told the monster that he would tear off his flesh piece by piece, grow bone by bone, then he would spill his blood on his parents' grave. He rushed to attack the monster with an unknown rage and desire to kill him. He was willing to sacrifice himself but to avenge his parents' death. Boban lived only for the moment to avenge the monster for hurting him. Lucia stood and watched what was happening in Ubi's house. She was amused by what she was seeing. After they had fought in the battle, she was much more interested in watching. Hicks noticed that they were now conspicuous, causing all the ruckus. He wondered if it was too suspicious to the other people. The unknown guardian answered Hicks that this was why the monsters were sent to the city. When the time came, they would just have to trap Ubi. Lord Dorob would take care of him personally. The keeper gave Hicks the task of straightening out everyone else, but this time, the keeper asked him to try not to lose to them. The keeper's words caught Hicks, but he didn't bother to say anything back. Lucius asked Hicks to leave Gil to her. She hoped that he would be able to hold out with her in the fight, at least for a while. If it was otherwise, she wouldn't be interested. Rashidler ran as fast as he could to his grandfather Uba to tell him that things were getting bad, and they were being attacked by monsters. He was in a hurry to warn and wake everyone up. The danger was very close. The barbarian ran to Ubi's grandfather's door. He knocked on the door and Ubi came out. He saw a frightened Rashidler, but he couldn't understand what he was doing here in the middle of the night. Rashidler took a breath and began to tell Ubi that Boban was now fighting a monster and that they were sneakily attacked. They had to run to Boban's aid immediately. Ube calmly listened to him and told him to find Gil and tell him to take care of Sally. The barbarian replied that he would tell him everything and ran off to find Gil. Gil kept talking to his uncle. He told him that the legend said that the savior Hesiod had the power of the chaos element, that he had defeated Murius and then sealed him in the Tower of Violalos, but that Hesiod himself had been sealed along with him. He assumed that his uncle was Hesiod, the hero of the village, and that the place Gil had rescued him from was the Tower of Altalos. Gil told him with a smile. Gil's words upset his uncle, for he couldn't remember anything. All of Gil's words sounded unreal to him. He didn't know any way to bring back his former memories. He stood and thought for a while, but he couldn't remember anything. His words tore Gil apart. He tried to help him by telling him the legends, but it turned out he was wasting his time. Gil remembered watching movies in the real world, and when people with memory loss were told their name, they often remembered who they were. His uncle had no memories of this world. His name was nothing more than a sound. Even if he was the Geocid that Gil was talking about, he still didn't remember anything from that life. His fighting skills, however, reminded him of something. The first time he was able to grasp any connection to this world was because of his fight with Gil. Gil wondered what was about him, how he had even managed to get there, how he could save him and become his master, why exactly Gil had gotten the power of the chaos element. Now he had even more questions. So many unexplainable things had happened to him, but if he really was Hesiod and at some point remembered everything, it would give him the answers to all the questions he had accumulated, as long as he was left with only questions. His uncle suggested to Gil to start the battle again. He asked him to use all the skills he possessed. Maybe then he would remember something. Gil agreed to give him a fight. But no sooner had they started their fight, Gil heard a familiar voice that distracted him from his battle with his uncle. What was wrong with the outside world? Gil was lying on his bed and was still in his inner world. Little Yuruka woke up when she heard someone enter his and Gil's room. It was Lucius. She told little Yuruka not to be afraid of her. She had come to kill her daddy and she wasn't going to hurt her. Yuruka wouldn't go anywhere and she didn't want to leave her daddy. She fell on his leg, saying her name loudly, hoping to wake Gil up. Lucius told her that since she wanted to stay, she wouldn't dissuade her, then she would kill her too. She raised her hand up to begin her attack. She didn't have time to land a single blow before a voice came from behind her, apologizing to her for being late. Gil stood with a small and crying Yuruka in his arms. She was scared of the evil ant. He asked her to stop crying and calm down, and he would deal with the evil ant himself. The village was all on fire. The monsters were burning the houses one by one. Soon there were almost no whole houses left. There was no one to protect the people from the evil monsters who were ordered to burn the village. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger. They were killing people without sparing anyone. People were running away hoping to save their lives or find a safe place. No one understood what was happening. A little girl sat near the body of her dead mother. She did not understand what happened to her mother, why she did not rise. She protected her daughter at the cost of her life, but the girl did not understand it yet. A huge monster wanderer came at the defenseless girl and was ready to kill her. He had no sense of pity, only a thirst to kill everyone indiscriminately. The monster was almost at his target, but someone interrupted him with his triple thunder attack. It was super fast and effective. The monster didn't see anything. He only felt the power of the attack. Ube's grandfather arrived at the village in time where all the people who lived there were left defenseless. He wrestled the girl away from the monster. He took her in his arms and made sure she was uninjured and that she was all right. The monsters that were there started to surround Ube's grandfather and the helpless girl. Ube didn't have much chance, but he couldn't give up. Because he was not only responsible for his own life, he wanted to save the little girl from the wild monsters. Bros and Phylog came to his aid and chased the monsters away from the surrounded Ube. Bros asked if anyone knew why these beasts suddenly attacked and started attacking the town. Ube explained to them that the city was under a protective enchantment that could withstand the monster's attack. The barrier had a 24/7 watch in case of an attack. Based on that, these monsters couldn't sneak into the city on their own. From the looks of it, these bastards couldn't wait any longer. If Grandpa Ube was guessing correctly, these monsters were sent into the city as cover and nothing more. Bros and Phylog looked at Ube carefully, who added that the real purpose of this whole pogrom in the city was to get rid of them and not let them leave the village. Grandpa Ube got up, put his hand on the poor little girl's head to comfort her, and gave Bros and Phylog a task. He asked them to rescue the remaining townsfolk and shelter them from danger in his home. They needed to act extremely quickly to avoid more deaths. Bros furrowed his eyebrows and assumed that Ube was going somewhere, but he didn't know where, so he decided to ask him the answer to his assumption. Ube answered Bros and said that he was going to the border barrier that was on the outskirts of the city. He wanted to hurry there to repair it and stop the monsters from entering the city. Bros told him that the barrier was crawling with monsters and it was extremely dangerous to go there by himself, so they wanted to go to the barrier with Ube. Ube was confident. He thought he had the strength to stop the monsters and rebuild the barrier. There was no need to go with him. He asked them to stay and protect the humans. With a thunderous flash, Ube headed for the dangerous place. He needed to get there as soon as possible. The city was falling more and more into chaos, and more innocent people were dying at the hands of the monsters. Lucius turned to face Gil. She told him that she thought his speed was a little faster now than when they first met. Jill remembered that she was the one who had attacked Boban and Sally recently in the asylum. He hadn't expected that the Lucius Ube had told him about was actually a girl. He shouted out to her as her aunt. Why she had attacked him. What purpose did she have in mind? He wanted to know more information about what was going on before he started a full-on fight. Lucius was angry and saddened at the same time. He wasn't prepared for Jill calling her aunt. After all, she wasn't too old for that yet. It threw her a little off balance. He continued talking to her. If they could find the temple, then everyone in the city would be free. Why would the guardians of the city want to kill them? That question tormented Gil. He waited for her to tell him something. She told him that the city had been built entirely under Lord Dorab's leadership. The Lord had spent a great deal of time and effort to build it. Any action that threatened its well-being would have been stopped instantly, and the temple was just a fairy tale. She looked at him and said with a confident look that if she were in their place, she would not defy God's plan, and then they could live in peace in this city. But otherwise, only death awaited them all. Gil prepared himself for the attack. He was sure of the existence of the temple, so it didn't matter who got in his way. If someone tried to stop him or hurt his friends, they would all be defeated. He didn't care if it was a god, ghost, devil, or whatever. He would destroy anyone who got in his way. Gil was serious and convincing in his intentions. Lucius only smiled. She thought he was a pathetic braggart. She told him that if he defeated Hicks, it didn't mean he was strong. Hicks was the weakest of the keepers. She prepared herself for the battle and drew her huge black sword. She was sure she could defeat him easily. She was one of the keepers, and she couldn't lose to the pathetic boy. Lucius had told Gil that her power was as strong as their Lord Dorab's, the strongest of them all, so he had no chance of standing against her in this fight. She began her attack by applying a summoning spell to the Shadow Battle Wolves. They were all level 45, and were incredibly strong. They had incredible speed and increased flexibility. Lucius ordered the pack of wolves to attack Gil, but she didn't interfere in the fight. She tried to analyze his abilities first to plan her next attack. Gil held his sword tightly in his hand. He wasn't afraid. He was already an experienced fighter and knew what spell to use to stop the wolves and protect himself. He cast a death streak spell on them. That should be enough for these monsters. He directed the full power of the spell at them. He didn't even need to use both of his hands to do it. The death streak killed the entire wolf pack coming at him. No problem at all. Lucius couldn't believe that he had stayed her attack with such ease. It seemed impossible to her. She had underestimated Gil, so she was too surprised by his strength. In fury, she had already shouted a new spell. She used 3,000 shadow swords and aimed them at Gil again. This time she hoped to damage him. She couldn't lose to him. Lucius's attacks couldn't hurt Gil. He had a ring of protection on his finger that he had gotten after defeating the King of Monsters. His defense was almost invulnerable. Jill smashed her attack with confident ease. He wondered from her if this was her strongest attack. Was this all she was capable of? Jill was a little surprised. She was shocked that Gil had blocked her attack so easily without doing anything. She realized that she had made a mistake when she underestimated him. She needed to come up with a new plan of attack right away. Lucius thought for a moment and realized that she had just started to show him her power, and that it was time to show him all the techniques she had in her arsenal. She rose above Gil and told him that she was just beginning to take him seriously. A black sphere formed under her feet and it grew larger and larger. Gil had never seen such spells before. In front of Gil stood a huge wolf with an equally huge sword in its teeth. Lucius was standing on the wolf's head. Now she showed him all her power and was ready to attack again. She told him that now she would see how long he could hold out against her new attacks, and if he could withstand them. The system gave him a list of updated missions to defend the city of Delks. He needed to hold the integrity of the city as well as defeat enemy leaders and monsters. There was a crack in the city barrier that was allowing various creatures into the city. Desperate warriors were trying to stop them from entering. Another group of people were trying to repair the barrier before the monsters became too many. The mages held the sphere that was responsible for the integrity of the dome. They had to prevent it from breaking completely. They fought desperately and tried to repair the barrier. One of the warriors turned to the girl called Gray. She needed to know how long it would take them to patch the breach in the dome and how long they had to hold back the monsters. Gray answered her that the monsters kept coming and coming, Their strength might not be enough. If it continued like this, they would not be able to contain them. Next to the sphere was their teacher. He told the warriors to hold on. After all, the defense of this area was their responsibility. They shouldn't let the monsters break through at all costs. He told them to hold back the monsters as best they could. They had to protect the city from danger. There were so many innocent people in the city that they had to save from the monsters. The warriors understood the task and set themselves to fight the monsters that had infiltrated them. They were ready to give their lives, but to protect the people and the city from harm. Standing next to the teacher, Gray told him that they could not hold on any longer. The monsters were growing in number, and they could not close the barrier. Suddenly, a stream of powerful energy came into the barrier. The people standing next to it were shocked. They wanted to know who had come to their aid and was helping to save the dome. They looked and could not believe their eyes. The barrier was beginning to recover. Although they could not do it on their own, someone came to their aid at the right time. Above them, hovering in the air, was the old man Ube, who was one of the 12 heroes. He was the one who had helped them repair the breach and the relentless flow of monsters. Ube looked at them and told his familiar Damon to leave the remaining monsters to him and let the rest of them go restore the barrier. Damon understood the task and didn't argue with the old man who had come to their aid in their time of need. He gathered his men and was going to go fix the next brooch in the dome. They had not yet had time to take their positions and start rebuilding. When another of the guardians of the city appeared, he appeared to everyone very unexpectedly. But in time, he could easily close the passage for the monsters. People saw him and rejoiced. It was a guardian named Dorab. He's stronger than all the other guardians, and so to close the barrier and defeat all the monsters, it would not be difficult for him. Under the feet of the people who were protecting the barrier, there was a strange seal of red color, which they had not seen before. It was unclear what was going to happen to them. The spell worked, and all the people who were on the seal and suspected nothing were burned alive, without compassion or any chance of rescue. Ube turned around and saw that all the people had died at Dorab's hands. He didn't understand at all why Dorab had destroyed the people who were trying to save the city. Dorab took off his hood and began to say that he was the one who gave this trash a chance at life in the city, so he could take those lives at any time and at his discretion. He looked at Ube and explained to him that this was all just a consequence of the betrayal they had planned for their new team. Gil deftly dodged Lucius's attacks. She tried hard to find a gap in Gil's defenses, but it was all in vain. He was giving her opportunities to grope for his weak spot. He was also trying to do damage to both her and the huge wolf. But so far, Jill hadn't come up with a plan to get close to the wolf, for it was incredibly strong and carried a huge danger to him. Jill was hitting her, but she was just amazed. She couldn't understand why this boy's attacks were so powerful that he didn't care about her attacks. He didn't want to kill her. He understood that every person was important. He offered her to voluntarily surrender and admit defeat. Then she would live and go to defend the city. She was surprised when he told her about the defense of the city. Gil didn't even know what was really going on there. Lord Dorab had opened the barrier protecting the city himself, so that all the traitors would be punished that night. Lucius had told Gil that Dorab would take care of Grandpa Ube on his own. He couldn't forgive him for betraying the city and trying to escape, so he wanted to kill him. Gil couldn't believe what Lucius had told him. He realized that Grandpa Ube had left to fight Dorab, but there was a high possibility that he could have died there. He looked at the sword and thought that he had his grandfather's weapon, and if he was going to fight an opponent like Dorab, he surely needed that sword. Gil decided to hurry up and get rid of this ant. He needed to go to the aid of his grandfather Uba, who was in danger. He went into humiliation mode. It was no longer possible to procrastinate. He had learned the information he needed, and now he could kill Lucius in peace. Lucius saw that after Jill entered the annihilation mode, all his abilities became higher. This was a problem for her. Gil used the Divine Blessing attack, and with incredible speed disappeared from Lucius's sight, who couldn't follow his movements. In an instant, Jill was beside her and ready to end their fight. She didn't expect Jill to be so strong. She tried to attack him first so he wouldn't kill her. That way she thought she could buy time and damage him back. But Gil gave her a quick and precise blow that she didn't see and missed it. She spat blood from the damage he did to her. She was amazed at Gil's strength. Lucius was still alive. She asked him why he didn't kill her, but Gil decided to spare her. He had seriously injured her, but not fatally. He decided there was no need to kill her. She began to unconsciously fall from the injury Jill inflicted on her. The battle was over, and she had lost to a guy she thought was weak. The system informed Gil that the Shadow Mage Lucius had been defeated, that he had received extra exp, new items had been received, and there was progress on the mission. Dorab summoned many air tornadoes. He possessed the air element and could create air attacks against Ube's grandfather. He was a very strong opponent. Ube fought off the mighty Dorab's attacks as best he could. He wasn't going to give up. He was ready to give him a fight, even if he died. Dorob, with a smile on his face and a sense of his own invulnerability, asked Ubi that he really believed that he would be able to defeat him. This made Dorob laugh. He added that the era of the 12 heroes was long forgotten in the past, and that now Ube was a simple old man who was beyond his ability to deal with him. He considered himself a god. He despised pathetic, insignificant insects like Ube. He hated all humans. If it were his will, he would kill them all at once. Dorob began his attack by summoning wind. So far, he had only used aerial attacks. He was a bit angry at Ubi for his attempts to leave the city. He figured that one attack would be enough for Ubi, and that it was time to say goodbye to him. He didn't see him as an opponent for himself, and continued to smile wickedly. Lucia sat on the ground and tried to cough. She was in a lot of pain after Gil's attack. Her whole body wouldn't listen to her. She couldn't even move. She was trembling in pain. She thought that he could have easily killed her, but he didn't. She was tormented by that question. She remembered the moment of the attack. He had deliberately inflicted a non-fatal wound on her. Lucius couldn't even imagine losing a fight to keep her alive. She had never spared anyone, and Gil had kept her alive. She only had one thing on her mind. Why did he do that? She told him, was he really so arrogant that he couldn't stoop to finishing her? She thought it was his way of humiliating his opponent. Her next words surprised Gil. She shouted at him that if he thought she would be grateful to him for not killing her, he was wrong. In the future, she would find him, and she would have a way to finish him off. Gil replied that he wasn't surprised by her words. He wasn't counting on any gratitude. He had better things to do at the moment than talk to her. He told her that next time what would kill her would definitely not be his sword. She looked at him angrily. It was obvious that she would definitely take revenge on him and would do anything to find him and kill him in the future. Right now, she needed to heal her wound. Gil looked at her and thought, why wouldn't he really kill her? She's just a non-player character. But everything here seemed very real. It even seemed to him that he could kill a living being, appealing to his conscience to stop. That was the difference between reality and the virtual world. He had no need to adhere to the laws of morality in the game, because everything there was not real, but the pleasure of killing, no doubt imprinted in the mind of the real. Lucius slowly began to rise to his feet. Gil was ready to go in search of his grandfather. But suddenly Lucius stopped Gil and told him that Ubi was at the eastern border of the city. He needed to hurry. She warned him that even if the two of them were going to fight Dorobov, they wouldn't be able to overpower him. He was a very strong opponent. Gil realized what Lucius had told him. He asked her not to worry about it. He told the system to move him to the eastern border of the city as soon as possible, and he also ordered the system to return the weapons Ubi had given him. He looked at the child he had in his arms and told him that it was time for them to leave. They needed to hurry to Ubi's grandfather's aid as soon as possible. Gil ran at the speed of light to help. The system had given him the right coordinates to get to where he needed to go. He was worried he wouldn't make it in time and Ubi would die, but he couldn't let that happen. Dorob's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't think Ubi would fight back and he didn't want to die, but he was surprised that he dared to attack him. A sharp and precise blow came straight to his face. He didn't put up a defense. He wanted to see the power that Grandpa Ubi possessed. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with him. Grandpa Ubi was incredibly strong for his age. He knew a lot and could do a lot. He was an experienced warrior and knew when to attack and when to defend. He used all his experience in this fight. Ube's attack did not do any damage to Dorob. Moreover, he managed to dodge it and was already behind Ube's back laughing at him. To him, it was a pathetic attempt to defend a group of weaklings. That's what Dorob thought. He shook the dust off his face and Balashon and told Ube that it had been a long time since he had seen such amusing opponents. He was sure that the old man would not be able to defeat him. Dorob raised his hand ready to attack. His face changed. He became more serious. He said that unfortunately Ubi had no chance to win. He raised his hand to summon the elements, only out of respect for Ube. Dorob let him experience the full power of the 4 elements. Now Grandpa was in huge trouble. All 4 elements appeared in front of Ube: fire, water, earth, and air. They took the form of ancient monsters. They were incredibly gigantic in size, the likes of which had never been seen before. Bros and Phylog cleared the area of the monsters they were on. They killed them all. No one was able to escape from them. They had accomplished Grandpa Ubi's task. Bros assumed that Ubi had gotten to the barrier and fixed it. He looked at Phylog and asked if he was okay. They were fine. The monsters hadn't done any damage to them. Phylog replied that he was fine, however, this was his first time facing so many monsters. Luckily for him, it was a successful mission. They looked at the ruined city and said that they had never seen so many of them before. They kept appearing and appearing. It didn't look like there was anyone left alive after everything that had happened there. Bros and Phylog looked at the dead people. What they had been through was monstrous. So many innocent people had died in terrible agony. They didn't deserve this. Bros said they should move out, even though the monsters in the center had all been killed. However, in the areas where the barrier had been destroyed, there should still be many more. They wanted to help those who fought them there. A strange, loud sound distracted Bros and Philog. They turned their heads and looked up into the sky. This sound was coming from the battle of Dorob and Ubi. A water and fire element appeared high in the sky. They could be seen from anywhere in the city. The one who summoned them was very powerful and had incredible abilities. Philog saw these water and fire elements and was horrified. It was the first time he had ever seen them reach such a size. He was frightened by the presence of such a powerful mage near them. Bros had said that multiple mages could control all kinds of elements, but their abilities were not as high as single-element mages, although maybe they were just weak. But there was only one mage who could use multiple elements. Drops of sweat dripped down Bros' face. He was visibly worried. Only one mage could demonstrate such combat power. He had no doubt that it was him. Philog noticed that in the sky, something was flying through the fire attack. It looked like a star to him, deftly dodging the meteor shower of fire. He called out to Bros to pay attention to it as well. Breaking through the attack, trying to keep the element out of sight, Grandpa Ube was rushing at full speed, needing to get past the element to launch his attack on Dorob. When he got almost to the target, Grandpa Ube was in for an unpleasant surprise. The fire element directed a huge fireball at him, which was very difficult to dodge. But Grandpa Ube was able to deal with the element's attack. He got as close to Dorob as possible and wanted to give him a triple thunder strike. Dorob saw Ube's attack, and it was ridiculous to him. He thought that Ube was too naive to believe that his attack would succeed. He directed the stone monster to stop the attack. The monster made a direct strike at Ube, but Ube managed to dodge its attack. The old man's reaction did not fail. Ube headed towards the earth element and wanted to make a quick attack on it. He wanted to get rid of one of the monsters to make it easier for him to fight. The water element came to the aid of the earth element. They simultaneously started attacking Ube, who only had to defend himself. All the elements were very strong. Ube bounced from their attacks to a neighboring mountain. He needed to catch his breath. He was not young, and his stamina was not what it used to be. He needed to rest. But the monsters were not tiring. They attacked Grandpa again and again. They could switch and take turns attacking. Ube was already a little hurt, and his body was covered in blood. He sat there thinking how he could get to Dorob and not get trapped by the elements. The fight was very hard for him. Dorob was lightning fast again. He was already standing behind Ube's back. He was impressed that he didn't give up and managed to dodge the attack he made on him. He told him that even though he was dodging his attacks, he was just an ordinary old man. Now Ube was just a shadow of the warrior that had single-handedly defeated the troll Quink. Dorob added that he had a young body and limitless magical abilities unlike him. He reminded him that all their lives were in his hands. Ube stood up and told him everything he thought, that he had sold his soul to the devil in exchange for limitless power. He had licked his god's ass and served him like a dog. He was already a walking dead man who felt and sensed nothing. The old man looked at him and said that maybe he was the one who was jealous of ordinary people who knew how to be happy and were free in their own way. Ube's words made Dorob very angry. He shouted angrily at him. He didn't want to listen to what the old man said. He didn't like that someone wanted to be above him. Dorob, after Ube's words, started attacking him with shadow magic. He grabbed him and started bullying him, slowly and painfully killing him. He tortured him because it gave him pleasure. He approached the old man and told him practically in his ear that he was about to see him crush him like a cockroach. Before he killed Ube, he decided to tell him what he would tell the people of the town. He wanted to frame him by saying that it was the old man who had damaged the barrier, and he had nobly killed him and saved them all again. Grandpa Ube had already accepted his death. He could no longer resist, and his strength was not enough to defeat him. He closed his eyes and heard Dorob shout, "Die!" to him, and there was silence. But Dorob did not have time to finish his attack. Someone attacked him with all his might. He flew far away from the blow. He did not expect anyone to stand up for the old man. Ube's grandfather was picked up by Gil. He helped him up. He arrived at the scene just in time. He would have been dead. Ube was surprised to see Gil in front of him. Dorob was getting up, shaking himself off after Jill's attack. He looked at him, and he didn't know who was in front of him. He was seeing him for the first time. Jill held out his hand to the old man, helping him to his feet. He asked if he was all right. Ube told him that he was fine, and that he was only a couple of scratches. He wondered why he was here. Lucius told him that Dorp was going to kill the old man in this place. He went to help him. He apologized to him for not giving him his sword that could have helped him in the battle. Ube told him not to blame himself. Even if he had the sword, he could hardly have defeated Dorp. He had given his soul in exchange for incredible strength. Besides, as Dorp had said earlier, he was no longer the same. His body had aged, his strength was almost gone, his movements had become slower, he was just an ordinary man, Ubi told him with sadness in his voice. Ubi turned to Gil and told him that he had set up a portal in the vegetable garden near the beds. He asked him to take Sally and the others and get out of town, and as soon as possible, he would try to delay Dorp. But that was not an option for Gil. He would never leave his grandfather to die. He told him he would stay and fight with him. Ube, Yaluka, Sally, Boben, Bros, Philog, and even Rashidler were almost like family to Gil. He couldn't leave any of them, they were too precious to him. He remembered his mother's words. She always told him that even though their lives were hard, one should never give up their beliefs and blindly obey fate. He agreed. Gil gave him back his sword. Jill was sure that he and Grandpa Ubi would defeat Dorp, and all of them would go together to find the temple that would set them all free. Grandpa Ubi finished listening to Gil but didn't say anything back. His words were touching to him and went straight to his heart. As soon as Gil returned the sword to Grandpa Ubi, the system alerted him that he had completed the mission and that the sword had been removed from his inventory, for which he received 150000 experience. Their conversation was interrupted by Dorup's very loud, sarcastic laughter, who laughed at Gil's words that they were going to get out of this place. He stood and laughed loudly at them. When Dorup stopped laughing, he prepared a special attack for them. A huge sphere of dark magic appeared right above them. They saw it and were shocked by its size. Dorup aimed the sphere at them and was sure he could hit them, but Jill used Finiar's shield, which saved them from certain death. He laughed again. To him, they were pathetic lowlifes. He couldn't believe they had really decided to challenge him. Dorab was incredibly cocky. Dorab decided not to delay with his next attack. He had plenty of power. He could attack them endlessly. He used a blast of fire rain and waited to see what would happen to them. Gil used the shield again and they were safe, but the attack was incredibly powerful. The rain of fire didn't stop and they couldn't attack him. They only defended themselves. A system notification told Gil that Finiar's shield was about to be destroyed. They were practically left with no defense. This attack was too powerful. Their protective dome was shattered. Now they had to figure out another way to defend themselves from Dorab's attacks. He was a strong opponent. Dorab watched his attack with a smile on his face. No human could survive the blast of the rain of fire. He thought that Ubi had already turned to ash. But it wasn't what he suddenly saw. He was shocked by it. He was hardly surprised by anything anymore, but it was beyond his comprehension. Jill and Old Man Ubi were as shocked as Dorop. They already thought that Dorop's attack would kill them after the monster's shield was shattered. The little Yaluka came to their defense and made a huge protective dome around them that Dorop's attack couldn't break. Dorop couldn't believe it. It was impossible. How could a child be able to create a magical shield of that level? But it was, as it turned out, not an ordinary child at all. The system notified Gil that Yaluka's will to fight had awakened. She was level 5. Her ability was magical hunting. This awakening saved their lives. The ability that Yaluka had, when used, it creates a super strong magic shield that could absorb 50% of the damage and convert it into energy for magical attack. After the rain of fire finished, Yaluka gradually started to weaken. Gil thought that she was injured, but she was silent and fainted little by little. She looked contentedly at Jill's dad. She had saved his and Grandpa Ubba's life, but she herself looked incredibly tired from the attack. He took her in his arms and cradled her in his arms. He was very scared for her, but everything would be all right now. She had her daddy by her side, and he would protect her from danger. Gil was surprised that she was able to block an attack that even the Monster King's shield couldn't withstand. It was a real surprise to him. If it wasn't for her, Jill thought, he and his grandfather would be nothing but a handful of ashes. The system reported that Yaluka's power limit had been exhausted, and she would be placed in a vault where she would regenerate for 24 hours. Before the system took Yaluka into the vault, Gil thanked her, even though she was already asleep. He promised her that while she slept he would deal with Dorop. Ube told Gil that Dorp had already used magic for too long. His powers must have been at their limit by now. He couldn't attack them forever. He needed to restore his energy too. The old man suggested a plan of attack to Gil. He would distract him, and Gil would try to get as close to him as possible and attack him with all the power he had in him. Jill looked at Dorab and wondered what his level was, because his level couldn't be lower than Finiar's. Maybe even higher. He was angry that he couldn't get any information about Dorab. He didn't know anything about him, and he didn't know what he was capable of. Dorab was furious when he realized that his attacks were not reaching their goal, and Grandpa Ube was still alive. He wanted to kill him as fast as possible. Grandpa Ube, after getting his sword back, prepared to show him the true power of one of the 12 warriors. This was the last battle for them. His sword changed. It became much larger. A protective field formed around Ubi. He was calm and level-headed. He understood what he needed to do to win. Ube's words made Dorob laugh. He thought that the old man could not withstand a single blow from him. He did not consider him an opponent. He believed in his invulnerability and the power of a god. But Ube did not give in to fear and idle talk. He was serious about the battle. He did not retreat and would not surrender under any circumstances. He wanted to protect those he cared about. When the chatter stopped, Ube was the first to attack. He struck him with a blazing lightning bolt. It was fast and powerful. Ube's strength had increased since receiving the sword. Dorob stood and saw Ube's attack perfectly. He told him that he was overestimating his strength and that it was not enough to defeat him. He used the power of the earth to defend himself from Ube's attack. He closed himself with a huge stone wall, which became a barrier in Ube's path. But that was no problem for Ube. He shattered the protective wall with an attack of destruction, and the stone monster was defeated. But there were still other elements in its path. Dorob did not engage Ube directly. He attacked and defended from a distance. It was safe for him, and his enemies would lose their strength on the way to him. He channeled elements of water and fire to attack on Ube. The monsters were ready to destroy him with their abilities. Together they wreaked immense destruction all around. The monsters were no problem for Ube. His strength was incredible. He chopped them in half with ease and proceeded to head towards Dorob to attack. Dorob saw everything and told Ube to save his strength. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to get even one step closer to him. But he saw that Ube was breaking through the elements. As he watched Ube and his eagerness to get close to him, Jill was already at his back and aimed his attack at him. Their plan worked. Jill attacked him with a total destruction ability that used up 90% of his health. He only had 10% left. He had to keep a close eye on his health. He was practically at Dorob's side, ready to end this battle. He wanted Dorob to feel the pain and suffering of ordinary innocent people. But Jill was not able to attack. Dorob counterattacked him, and with his strength he tied Jill up. Jill was puzzled by what was happening. Smiling, Dorob told them that they would not be able to defeat him with such childish tricks. For him, it was nothing more than simple fun. But the smile quickly disappeared from the monster's face. He didn't expect Jill to be able to free himself from his magic and continue his attack as they planned. Jill activated the Divine Path. He spent 70 mana on it, but he also increased his speed by 20%, and he used this ability to remove the negative effect of Whirlwind. He used Divine Strike to maximize his attack and deal more damage. Jill dealt 20 hits on him, hoping that it would be enough. After the Divine Strike attack, Jill wanted to finish him off completely and applied full destruction on the enemy. The damage from the Divine Strike was converted into true damage. Jill was sure that he could kill Dorob with these attacks. After these attacks, few people could continue to fight with him. Jill had already used up a lot of energy on this attack. He hit him with a direct hit and commanded his grandfather Ube to continue his attack on Dorob. Ube rushed to join Jill's attack. Ube was already beside him and told him that though he had sold his soul to the devil and gained incredible power, the people would never give up and submit to him. Although Dorob was mega strong and had incredible abilities, but he forgot about his most important and weakest point. He forgot about his defense, relying only on his power. Ube attacked him attack after attack. He couldn't stop and give him a chance to survive. Ube knew he wasn't as strong and young as he used to be, but that didn't give him the right to humiliate him. Grandfather decided to give him a final blow. He felt that this blow would be enough and that he could take his life. Ube made his final attack and was sure that it was already over for him, and that they were now safe. Their plan had worked perfectly. Gil looked at the old man, who was incredible. He thought that this was the real strength of one of the 12 heroes. Grandpa Ube was really very strong. Grandpa's last strike was definitely no weaker than Dorob's last strike, maybe even surpassing it in terms of power and damage. Ube approached Gil and told him that they had many more gaps to fill in the barrier. They wanted to split up. They thought Dorob was already dead. The old man sent him to the west, and he would go to the east. It looked like the battles with the monsters were not over there. Gil realized what he had to do and wanted to go, but something was holding him back. He had a feeling that something had gone wrong, but he didn't realize what exactly was going wrong. There was something very alarming to him, as if everything around them was not real, as if they were in an illusion and could not get out of it. Jill thought that everything had gone too smoothly. Plus, there was no system notification after the battle was over. Ube saw that Jill didn't like something. He wanted to know what was wrong. Ube's grandfather's eyes were full of surprise, as if he had seen someone's ghost and couldn't believe it, which surprised him a lot during their battle. Dorob was standing in front of them again, completely whole. He marveled that Jill was able to get rid of the magical shackles he had put on him when he tried to attack him. Dorob said that Gil had allowed the old man to get close to the carrier and carry out his attack, but they had no idea what lay ahead of them. He was getting ready to show them what abilities he possessed. He was beginning the process of recovering from Ubi and Jill's attacks. He was getting into his best shape. Jill looked at him and couldn't understand why Droop was regenerating just like the traveling vertex that Jill had fought and killed him. Grandpa Ubi told Jill that he was wrong. He was sad to admit it, but he didn't realize right away what Dorob was up to. After the attacks, they had almost no strength left. Ube was wrong in that Dorob had gotten his power not from the devil, but from Hades, the god of the afterlife, which was why their attacks were not damaging him. Jill turned to his grandfather Ubi to further clarify who gave such powers to Dorp. He was surprised that it was Hades, the god of the afterlife. Ube asked Gil if he remembered what he had told him about Sally's parents and the man who had killed them. He had used exactly the same powers as Dorob. As he killed Sally's parents and was about to leave the scene, Ubi heard him say Hades' name. It sounded like he was looking for someone and Sally's parents weren't who he wanted, but he killed without a single Caliban. He was frustrated that once again he had only wasted his time. He had no luck in his search. He didn't know how he was going to report this to Hades. The assassin did not finish Ube, who was badly wounded lying on the ground. Ube wanted to continue the fight and kill him for the atrocities he had committed, but he did not continue the fight and flew to search further. Ubi wanted to know who he was and why he did all this, but the assassin flew away in silence. Ubi said that Dorob had used the same powers as the assassin. There could be no mistake, and the killing of Sally's parents and the fact that they couldn't get out of Latona was clearly something to do with Hades. Dorob had heard their conversation, but he had no idea that Uba would be aware of the source of his power. He hadn't originally wanted to use divine power, but he hadn't realized they would be so resistant. He knew they hadn't realized yet that the elemental abilities granted to them by the gods couldn't do him any harm. All their attempts to kill him were just pointless. Dorob didn't understand why they kept resisting. Wouldn't it be better to just die peacefully? Well, if they made the choice to fight, then only death awaited them. He wasn't going to kill them quickly. He wanted to torture them a bit, so that other people wouldn't think of challenging the gods. After saying that, Dorob just disappeared. Ubi and Jill stood below and didn't understand how he was able to disappear so quickly. They didn't even have time to notice it. Jill at first thought he was just moving really fast, but he really disappeared and they didn't know which side they should expect an attack from him. They thought he already knew which one of them he would attack first, but they were far apart and couldn't defend against his attacks together. Jill saw him and was shocked. Dorob was already standing behind the back of the worried old man Ubi, who wasn't expecting an attack from him at all, but he showed no fear. He unleashed a powerful attack on Ubi that he didn't have time to dodge. The old man spent almost all of his strength to attack Dorob. Gil was shocked by Dorob's attack. He was greatly afraid for Ubi's defenseless grandfather. He couldn't let him be killed right in front of his eyes. He rushed to the old man's aid and tried to repel him with his attack, but he hadn't yet recovered his abilities for more lethal attacks. He acted directly without making anything up. Gil wanted to strike him directly in the head, but it dissolved like it was a cloud. Gil's eyes were full of puzzlement. He bounced away from it to safety. It looked like he'd spawned his clone, but he didn't know when he'd made it, in such a short time. But Dorob didn't hesitate, and launched an attack at Gil, who was standing there watching the clone in amazement. As he launched his attack, Dorob decided to see where Gil was looking, that he had let him out of his sight. He was hitting Jill with precision, hardly any force in his strikes, but he was doing more and more damage. Dorob couldn't believe that such a weakling had decided to challenge him. Gil flew far away into the mountain behind him. He tried to regain his composure and recover. A laughing Dorob approached him to continue beating Gil. Gil was in big trouble. He could die now. He had less than 10% health left. He needed to replenish his health immediately or he would die. He got to his feet. His shoulder was badly damaged. He thought that Dorob could become invisible, and this attack of his was just incredibly powerful. He was lucky he was still alive. It was clear that Dorp had probably only gotten a small portion of the divine power, but he and Ubi still couldn't hurt him. This was the true power of Hades. Jill realized the bitter truth. In the eyes of the gods, humans were just pathetic insects that could be killed with impunity, and no one could stop them. Jill's thoughts were interrupted by Dorob. He didn't understand what was wrong. He thought that Jill was already desperate and didn't know how to defeat him. Dorob told him that the interesting thing was that humans were inherently cruel. Even small children could torture defenseless insects and laugh at how desperately they fought for their lives. But now the insects were replaced by the humans themselves, who were also fighting back amusingly. He couldn't tear himself away from torturing the humans. He lifted Gil to him, completely paralyzing his body, and subdued him. He told him not to try and make a hero of himself. In truth, he was just nothing to him. Dorob smiled. He was having fun. He promised Gil that if he could entertain him, he would consider keeping him alive. While Dorob was having fun playing with Gil like a mouse, Ubi drew his sword and wanted to attack him before he expected him to attack. Dorob saw Ubi's desperate attack. He realized that he had no chance of luck, so he just smiled and waited for Ubi himself to approach him. He caught him with his counterattack. He completely subdued him with his magic, giving him electric shocks with lightning. He was in no hurry to kill him. He told him that he didn't seem to have realized yet that elemental abilities couldn't cause any harm to the wielder of the divine power he had. He might as well not even try to do it. No matter how powerful their elemental abilities were, mere mortals could not kill a god. That was the harsh reality, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Gil looked at him and didn't understand why it was impossible to harm the gods. With the elements, he assumed it was probably part of the game's setting. Dorab raised Ube's sword and turned to Gil. He asked him if he remembered telling him that he could give Gil a chance to save himself. It was time for him to make a choice. He offered him to kill Old Man Ube right now with his own hands, and then he would be spared him and all his friends, but he had to kill the old man. Gil was immobilized and almost powerless. His health was below 10%. He was in danger of death. He rejected Dorab's offer, telling him not to even dream about it. He would never be able to kill the old man. Dorab was surprised by Gil's choice. He said that he could only watch the old man die in terrible agony, and then he would go after his friends and kill them just as slowly before his eyes. Dorab used all his strength to torture Ube as painfully as possible. He looked at Gil and told him to watch the old man suffer. He again offered to end his suffering and kill him. Gil was incredibly angry, but there was nothing he could do. He asked that old man Ube not be touched or he would kill him, but Dorab repeated that either everyone would die or just Grandpa Ube. The choice was Gil's. He inflicted more and more pain and suffering on old man Ube, thus trying to pressure Gil to make his choice. Gil was completely helpless. There was nothing he could do. He thought that all he could do was watch Grandpa Ube being tortured and killed all around him. He remembered all those who were very dear to him. Sally, Bobin, Bros, Jaluka, Philog. They all stood before his eyes. He was not ready to see them die. And of course, Gil remembered his mom. He made her a promise that he would come home and find out what had happened there, that they had to change their lives drastically. He was in despair. He didn't know how to save everyone, and how he could defeat Dorab. It was like there was no way out. But suddenly the voice of his uncle inside Gil spoke to him again. He smilingly told him, and this lowlife calling himself a god, it made him laugh. Gil was surprised that Hesiod would talk to him now. He didn't know that he could still talk to him on the threshold of death. Flowers appeared around Gil, and he realized that he was back in his inner world where his uncle Hesiod lived. But why he was there he did not know. Hesiod had explained to Gil that if his master had been smarting at the hands of this lowlife, he would never wash himself of such a disgrace. Gil told him that Dorp had divine power, and that elemental powers were no threat to him. Hesiod replied that he was right. The gods could not give men powers capable of harming themselves. Hesiod added that this applied only to ordinary elemental powers, which were indeed powerless before the gods. Gil, with hope in his eyes, thought he had thought of something because now he had to act decisively. Otherwise, all his loved ones would die. Hesiod had told him that if Gil died, he would die too. They were bound, so of course he couldn't let them die at the hands of this type. He was annoyed with this Dorp. The power of the god of the afterlife was truly immense, but today, to his misfortune, he had run into Gil. Gil didn't understand why it was because of him. He had no luck with what Hesiod was hiding from him. He needed answers as soon as possible. Ordinary elemental abilities couldn't hurt the gods. But in his case, it was different. The power of primordial chaos that Hesiod had given Gil was the only power in the world. Hesiod said something that made Gil stunned and unsure how to react. He said that this power was the only one that could kill the gods. Now it was time for him to find out what the power of primordial chaos really was. He gave him 3% of the entire power of primordial chaos. Dorab looked at Gil and laughed at him. He decided that he had already given up and he could safely kill him. There was no need to torture him now. He took his shadow sword and decided to kill the first old man, Ube, then the others, the old man he hated more than the others. But his intentions were interrupted by a voice behind his back. It said that now he himself would be killed. He saw who said those words and was really surprised. Gil released himself from Dorab's negative influence and was filled with an incredible power that Dorab himself had not seen before. He completely transformed and used the Divine Path ability to attack Dorab. It removed all negative effects, increased his speed by 20%, and now from hitting the enemy, his health was restored. Dorab didn't believe that his new transformation would help him defeat him. He only started laughing even louder. He thought he was funny and threatened to kill him. But his hysterical laughter abruptly stopped. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was impossible. He was a bit tense. Gil approached him with great speed and launched a divine strike attack. This time it was powerful and hit Dorab exactly. He immediately lost 3,000 health, but it was only Gil's first attack, which dealt incredible damage that no one had been able to do before. Hesiod was at Gil's side and told him that while the divine power was fire, the power of primordial chaos was water, which could quench it. Gil received a slew of new notifications from the system that described his new abilities and how they worked. as well as the fact that after killing an elite enemy or boss, all abilities were restored. Hesiod told Gil that he was a born killer of the gods. It was his destiny and that the other gods feared his new power. Grandfather Ube was released from Dorab's clutches. He stood on the ground and wondered if this was the true power of primordial chaos. He had never seen such a powerful force before. Gil did not understand why Hesiod only now allowed him to use more power. He asked for an answer from Hesiod himself, who was nearby. Hesiod answered him that he wouldn't have gone for it and given him more power if his rival didn't have divine power that could kill them both. The very existence of his elemental ability went against the will of the gods. The gods, with a keen sense of smell, should have already sensed the presence of this power in the world. Hesiod assumed that the gods had already gone in search of him to kill him. They feared his power and that he could kill them. He warned Gil that in the future he would have to face not the pathetic minions, but already the real gods. He had to be ready for that. The system prompted Gil that to fully unlock the powers of primordial chaos, he would need the high-level drug Tears of Dus, as well as a new task was available to Gil. The cure appeared in front of him. Gil looked at it and thought that even if his enemies were gods, he would still get out of here at any cost. Those tears were the crystal-clear tears of a monster named Dus. Using it instantly restored all abilities. The recovery speed was increased by 100%. Gil drank the medicine and submerged that before he could get out, he had a battle ahead of him. He was ready to kill that bastard Dorop. He used the Total Destruction ability. All his stats were restored. Gil thought that now it was time to end the fight. Gil unleashed many powerful attacks on Dorop, which left him on the ground knocked down. He thought it was impossible. Just impossible. He didn't understand why he was trembling in pain now. Hades had taken his soul and all his senses. He couldn't feel fear, but it was the opposite. Dorop, in an attempt to recover, raised his head and looked at Gil. He couldn't make sense of what he had just done. He was scared for his life. He wondered if it was him that the ancient legend was talking about, but he couldn't believe it. Dorop didn't have time to remember the whole legend exactly. He looked up to see that Gil had started moving and was heading towards him. He knew that if he missed a few more attacks, he would be a corpse. Gil was closing in on him with his attacks. He was full of energy and strength. He was determined. For all the pain Dorop had caused him, he was ready to kill him. Dorop barely dodged his attack. He wanted to use invisibility so Gil wouldn't know how to damage him. This was his chance to save himself. Dorop stood and watched the attack pass him by. But suddenly Gil looked at him. This was impossible, Dorop thought. Now he could see him even in invisibility mode. Gil activated the Eye of the Deuce. This ability allowed him to see the enemy and his location. Now the target was fixed. He would not be able to escape. Dorop couldn't believe that he could see him now. This was a problem for him. He had no way to escape him. Gil went towards him and gave him his attack that made him lose a lot of health. He hit him 30 times, and the enemy took 3 blast damage. He dealt him attack after attack. Dorop spurted blood and lost his health, while Gil's abilities, after each successful attack, were restored. The Divine Path attack dealt the maximum damage to Dorop. His health was less than 10%. Gil had 5 seconds left to deal him total destruction and kill him. Gil was determined. Now he would have no mercy and not spare Dorop, who threatened his loved ones. He couldn't forgive him for this. Before his death, Dorop was smiling. He seemed pleased that he was able to see the power of a true killer of the gods. There was a huge explosion in the sky above the city, like the explosion of a celestial star. It was so powerful and bright that everyone around him felt it. Gil defeated him. Dorop was defeated. He was able to avenge his friends and his grandfather Ubi, who was injured in the battle. Now the city was safe. After defeating Dorop, he received a red clevis, windstone, ice cuirass, earth ring, everything that was in Dorop's inventory. Also, Gil leveled up several times. Gil completed the quest and fulfilled all the conditions that came with it. Everything ended very well for him. Now everyone knew of his true power. Grandpa Ube walked up to Gil, who looked very tired. He had just finished one of his hardest fights. Gil, in a tired but happy voice, told Grandpa Ube that he had won. He was a little injured and had some recovering to do. He collapsed to the ground unconscious. He had run out of strength. Luckily, Grandpa Ube was nearby to pick him up and keep him from falling. Lord Hades was drinking tea and saw Dorp's soul disappear, and he was Latona's keeper. But she was not surprised that it had disappeared. She was perfectly calm. She had learned that the killer of the gods had appeared in the desert of Latona, having killed Dorp. Argolis must have been there by now, and she was looking for someone with that power. A small, unremarkable boat was sailing on the vast sea. Who was in the boat was not visible. It seemed that the sea would never end, and they would be sailing on it forever. Argolis was nervous. This boat was so slow. But unfortunately, it was the only way to cross the vast sea. There was no other way. He turned to the guide who had helped him cross the sea. He asked him how much longer it was to sail to Latona. His patience was running out. The guide was a skeleton named Cecile. He was afraid of his master. He answered him that she was already right in front of them. Argolis saw there was a huge portal over the sea that would lead him to the right place, and he could finally begin the quest that Hades had sent him on. Gil was lying there trying to come to his senses. He could hear his name through the noise. He could clearly hear someone asking him to get up. He didn't realize what was going on around him at all. The voice that was calling him was very similar to his mother's voice. He jumped up and shouted loudly, "Mom!" But she wasn't there. Gil found himself in the subway where people were looking at him with shocked eyes. Gil looked around and didn't understand what was going on around him. How could he be in the subway? He was in a game after all, and he hadn't encountered a subway there. The guy sitting next to him got scared when Gil screamed throughout the car. He grabbed Gil by his jacket and asked him why he was screaming. He scared the shit out of him. Gil heard an announcement on the subway that the next stop would be Institute Avenue. He couldn't believe he was in the real world. He shouted again to the whole car that he had finally managed to get back to the real world. The guy who was holding him by his jacket didn't understand what he was saying. He thought he was crazy. The train was approaching the Istitutsky Prospect station. The platform was on the left. The train driver announced this to all the passengers. Gil looked at the guy and tried to settle the conflict. He said that he had a nightmare. That's why he shouted at the whole carriage. Unexpectedly for him, the system alerted him again about the approaching danger, but he couldn't understand what it was. It was like Gil was dreaming about the real world again. He couldn't understand why the system was still with him. Gil thought he was back in reality, but the system alerted him to danger again, and he realized he was still in the game. Gil heard someone in the distance telling them what they were doing. The guy who was holding Gil decided to hit him. He thought he was just trying to scare him. A voice shouted at him to get out of there. Some people tried to grab him, pushing people who were standing in the car. Gil was very surprised. He didn't understand what was going on. The voice that warned him of the danger was very similar to his mom's. The guy who was holding Gil by his sweater was just stunned. Gil suddenly disappeared from his hand, scaring the guy even more. The people who wanted to grab Gil approached the guy and told him if he had seen the high school kid here, they saw him holding him. The guy, very emotionally, explained to them that Gil just took off and vanished. He was surprised that they didn't see it. Gil woke up back in his bed. He sadly realized that he was back in Latona. It was just a dream. He thought that everything was so realistic if it happened in his dream. Why did he hear his mom's voice? Suddenly, someone walked into Gil's room, and he was happy to see that he was finally awake. Everyone was waiting for him. At the entrance to the room stood Sally with a tray. She had brought him something to eat. She was incredibly beautiful as always, and she was glad that Gil was awake. Gil wanted to know how everyone else was doing. He was worried about them. Sally said they were fine. Grandpa Ubby and the others had gone to rebuild the town, and it had only been 10 days. He couldn't believe it had been 10 days, and that he had been asleep the whole time. Sally explained to him that his wounds had healed long ago, but he still couldn't wake up. Rashidler had tried and made him some restorative medicine. Sally looked at Gil with confusion. She was now going to go help Grandpa Uba. She told him that when he had eaten to come and see them. As she left, she said that tonight the people of Dirks would have a big feast to thank him for saving them. She asked him to prepare his speech. Gil looked at Sally in amazement. He didn't understand what kind of speech he needed to prepare. He had never spoken in front of anyone before, and didn't know how to prepare a speech. Sally said there were new clothes for him at the door so he wouldn't forget to change. Gil, sitting on the bed in shock, nodded positively. He slowly came to his senses. After a while, he remembered that Yaluka was still in the vault. He needed to wake her up. Gil went into his vault to wake her up, but she was inaccessible. He was surprised by the fact that it had been a long time and she hadn't recovered yet. He pressed the activation button, but the operation was denied. He didn't understand why she hadn't recovered yet. After all, she had been asleep for 10 days. Gil saw on his screen what was waiting for him. Another new message. It alarmed him. He didn't know what it could be. The last messages he had received had upset him. The system congratulated Gil on getting through the first part of the Cosmos game prologue, Awakening the Killer of the Gods in Latona. On a hell of a difficulty level, soon all the system functions would be unlocked. Gil was surprised at the difficulty level. Was that really why he couldn't quit the game? And he wondered why he was only now getting access to all the system functions. He left that question for later. Right now he wanted to see what was in the weapons and armor forging section. After all, he had given the sword to his grandfather Uba. Entering the section, he saw all the possible weapon options. He had seen a similar forging system in other games before. He thought that creating medicines would be about the same. Everything around him was just like in normal games. And in the illustrated guide, he could see all the information about all the creatures that came his way. He noticed that Yaluka and Wandering Supreme had question marks instead of numbers on their levels, so he had to level up the guide to get information about them. Jill had one divine element. When used, the power of primordial chaos would increase by 1%. Jill wanted to increase the power level of his element now. To increase his elemental ability, he needed to collect divine elements. So far, he had 3% power available. He still had to go to the temple and kill the Nabalusi beast, so he needed to increase his power. He pressed use the god element, thus increasing the power level of the primordial chaos. He became stronger and more confident. His body began to transform after taking the element. His entire body was filling with energy and restoring his power reserve. Gil felt his ability level increase. Only 1%. But he could feel the immense power filling his body. He received additional items, an earth ring, a high-level ring with the power of the earth, and an ice cuirass, an armor that served as an ice shield, deflecting enemy attacks and reducing their speed by 50%. Gil put on the armor, and he had one more item left. It was a key. He didn't know what he needed it for. He remembered that the last time he used it to open a chest, he had Yaluka. He wondered what would happen this time. Bros came to Uba, who was repairing the house, and told him that all the gaps in the magical barrier had been fixed, and that they had taken care of all the wounded. Ubi asked him how the preparations for tonight's feast were going. He told him that Rashidler and Philigi had been working on the preparations since this morning, and they would be done soon. They just had a few things to do, and life in the city would be back to normal. Bros informed him that Hicks and Lucius were in Boban's care, and that the last keeper of Sarkia had escaped the city, and they had lost track of him. The old man was surprised that the last keeper was able to escape the city. It was too suspicious for him. Something seemed unclean to him. Bros didn't think the keeper would show up again. He thought he wouldn't last long alone outside the city. The old man had said he might be right, but he always thought he was hiding his real power. Perhaps he was even stronger than Darab. Gil in his hands had a purple key. When the blood moon would descend on this world, the brave hero would destroy a great evil and receive limitless power for it. After using the key, a side quest would open up, and he would be sent to a special labyrinth. For killing monsters, he would be given experience 3 times the amount. The quest would be considered completed after destroying the final boss in the allotted time. Gil thought that if he died during the quest, the system would destroy him. When he went through Yaluka's penalty quest, the system said the same thing. It seemed strange to him. He remembered that when he first got into the Latona, and he was killed by that traveling apexer, he saw a sign that said player dead, but no connection between the player and the actual body was said. Gil realized that his consciousness was trapped in the game. But he had a question about how his body ended up in the subway. He was a bit confused. He became very angry. He didn't understand what was happening to him after all. Was what was happening in the subway really just a dream? Jill was sitting on his bed and was furious, but he heard someone coughing behind him. The person was asking him if he was okay or if he needed help. He turned around, saw Hesiod, but he didn't understand how he was here. Hesiod told him not to worry. It was just his illusion. He came to tell him that it wasn't a dream. He had actually disappeared from the Latona for a while, but then he came back for some reason. Jill looked at him in surprise. He couldn't believe that he had really left the Latona, but he didn't know how he had managed to do it. Hesiod answered him that he had seen everything that Jill had seen on the subway train, but he didn't say anything else. Jill told him that the bald man was obviously looking for him, and he knew from somewhere that he would end up on the subway. But why he heard his mother's voice telling him to run away? That didn't give him any peace. Hesiod didn't hear his mom's voice. He hadn't heard of this method of travel before. Jill teleported. Not with the power of the elements, or divine power, but with some incredibly powerful energy. Gil frowned his eyebrows and realized that he was indeed leaving the Latona. Now he had only 2 options as to why he was able to teleport to the real world. The first option was that his consciousness had remained in the game the whole time, and he had simply teleported to a location very similar to the subway in the real world. The second option was that he did return to reality, but his unconscious body couldn't have been riding around the subway all the time, so not only his consciousness, but also his physical body must be in the game. In any case, this proved to him that this world was unreal, he thought. Is this the bald man that Xiao Mei wrote to him about? Jill clenched his fist and assumed that these people had really taken his mom. He didn't understand what he was in for, why he was even in this place, and how he could get out of it. Jill was furious. He was screaming all the time, but Hesiod, who was nearby, told him that he should calm down and stay calm. The system notification suggested him to use the Crimson Key. If he didn't make a decision within 10 seconds, the window would automatically close. But Jill didn't think about it yet. Jill picked himself up. He said he was fine and not to worry. He wanted to ask him if he had ever killed any gods, and if he regained all his strength, he could defeat the strongest god in this world. Hesiod couldn't remember anything. His mind was still blank. He must have killed a god, Otherwise, why was he trapped in that strange place, and he couldn't remember anything about his past? He explained to him that in any case, all the gods were afraid of the power of the primordial chaos, so one day he would definitely get the chance to kill the strongest god. Jill looked at him and realized that he was right. By that time he should be stronger, for he did not know what power the strongest god had. Hezi had warned him that since he had already used the power to kill the gods, soon the gods would come for his soul. He had better prepare for this meeting. Gil, putting on his jacket, answered him so Hesiod wouldn't worry about him. He couldn't die here. His goal was to get to the real world. He was determined. Not only did he want to get out alive, but he wanted to find out what was really going on here. Heading into town where Sally had called him, on his way to them he decided that he would start training right after the feast. Right now he needed to rest. Rashidler told Sally that this was the 10th time she had come up to him in the last hour. He told her that everything had been ready for a long time, and he was just waiting for Jill to come. Bros and Ubi watched as Sally watched the cooking process. She was very anxious and wanted everything to go perfectly, so she kept tugging at the Rashidler who was in charge of the feast table. He told the old man that he had never felt better than he did after arriving in the Latona. The old man replied that he liked Bros's attitude, and if it hadn't been for Jill, there was no telling how things would have turned out. Bros relaxed and added that he knew there was no way Jill would have lost to him. He had seen with his own eyes how he had killed the king of monsters. Ube replied that the monster king was no match for Dorp. Dorp had gotten his power from the afterlife god Hades, so he was many times stronger than the king. The old man's words made Bros laugh. He could not believe that such a thing was possible, and that he really possessed the power of the god Hades. It seemed impossible to him. Suddenly Gil intervened in their conversation. He came up to them without them noticing and saw Bros laughing. He asked him jokingly why he started to fall. Jill stood renewed and revitalized. He was glowing. He thought that Grandpa Ube was telling him scary stories. Everyone in the kitchen saw Jill. Rashidler was practically crying because Jill had come to his senses. Sally was waving happily at him. Boban, as usual, was pretending not to care about him. Grandpa Ube got up and said that their great hero had arrived. It was time for the festive feast made in Gil's honor to begin. Not far from where they were sitting, a bonfire broke out. Loud shouts of people began to reach them. They welcomed their great hero. People came to their party, which was made practically in the center of the city. Everyone was happy. Thanks to Gil, they could enjoy life and this beautiful evening. Gil was incredibly touched. He didn't know how to react to this. He was an insanely humble guy, and this was happening to him for the first time in his life. Sally took the stage, which was outside a beautiful large building. She asked the residents to pay attention to her. She had something to tell them. She informed them that now their savior and great hero, Gil, would say a few words for them. She asked them to support him with loud applause. Jill was in no hurry to go on stage. Everything was unusual for him. Grandpa Ube looked at him and told him to go on stage. Everyone was waiting for him. He noticed that Gil was not himself. He asked him what was wrong with him. He thought he was nervous before he went on stage. But that was not the reason. Jill didn't think he was a hero. He thought he didn't save the whole town. Ubi, Bros, Philog, Boban, and all those people who fought for the town were heroes like him. He looked at the old man and said that without his help, he definitely wouldn't have defeated Dorop, so he felt uncomfortable with the others. Gil couldn't just take all the credit. The others had sacrificed their lives that the city had survived, and the inhabitants were still alive. Ube put his hand on Jill's shoulder and asked him not to worry. They all here realized that they were still only here because of him. He added that right now the people needed a hero to give them hope for a better life, and in case of danger, could protect them. Grandpa Ube looked at him and with pride in his voice told him that he was worthy of being a hero. He deserved to be recognized by all these people. All of his close friends supported him. They could see that Gil was feeling insecure. They saw him as a leader and wanted him to enjoy this evening. Grandpa Ube asked him to be the hero who would lead all the people who had come to the feast. He asked him to tell them that they still had a chance to leave the Latona. Gil headed towards the stage. He thought Ube was right. After what these people had been through, they needed someone to give them hope. As he walked towards the stage, he had only one thought in his mind. If he was going to be called a hero, he had to really be one. He was sure he would protect them all. He got up on the stage and saw all these people. He thought that's what it was like to feel needed. He loved it. Gil walked to the center with Sally standing behind him waiting for his speech. He introduced himself to them and thanked them for their trust in him. He shouted loudly to them that he would be sure to protect them from any danger and that they could still get out of the Latona. He wanted to cheer them up after a hard battle. Argolis jumped off the boat and entered the portal. He ordered Sassel to wait for him at the same spot. He wasn't going to stay in this place for long. He stepped onto the sand and thought that it had been centuries, and the weather was still as nasty as ever. He was going to go and see Finiar's domain. Argolis turned into a huge dragon and flew to the king's lair. He couldn't believe that the fool had actually been killed. Gil had already finished his speech and was leaving the stage where Boban and Bros were waiting for him. Bros said he gave a good speech. He liked it. Bros said he wasn't afraid of the stage at all. He wouldn't risk speaking in front of so many people. To which Boban said that Gil had no shame or conscience, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Gil replied to Boban that he was still the same rude man. He asked where Ubi and Sally were. Bros held Boban, who wanted to throw himself at Gil, and added that Ube had had too much to drink, and Sally had taken him home, and Philog had gone to feed the prisoners. Bros asked Jill a question. He wanted to know when they would go to find the temple, but Jill said he wanted to increase his strength first, or he wouldn't be able to defeat the mythical beast guarding the temple. Boban was walking ahead of them and didn't interfere with their conversation, but he was interested in what Jill had said about the mythical beast, and wanted to know more information about it. Jill was sure that Dorab was just a baby compared to the temple guardian, so he needed to become much stronger before fighting him. He wanted everyone who was going to search for the temple to increase their fighting power from the beginning, including himself. This journey could be someone's last. Jill didn't stay until the end of the feast. He turned around and said he was going to bed. He asked them to do the same, to go to bed early. They watched Gil leave. Bros thought what was wrong with him. Why was he always so mysterious? It kept him up. Jill went into his characteristics to examine them. After defeating Dorab, his level was 78. But the levels available for use were only 41, and he had 65 skill points available to distribute. The level of his total destruction ability had increased, and now there was a reduced recovery time for the rest of his abilities. This meant he would have to spend more mana. He should have increased his intelligence level. So he decided to add another 15 points to intelligence. That was enough for him. He also added 25 points to strength and 25 points to dexterity, which were also important in battle. He still needed some sort of weapon. After unlocking access to the weapon store, he would only have 11 levels available to use. But even the weakest weapon was a better option than no weapon at all. After giving the sword to the old man, he needed to buy himself a new one. Jill spent 30 levels to unlock the store, and he accessed the stockpile of weapons, which the store was full of. He stopped at the sword section. He liked them better than the others, and was not bad with them. He stopped at the sword Golden Glory. It wasn't bad, but it was inferior to the Etzel, and the price was too high. Jill found a sword that suited his price. It was an enchanted sword of Karthus. Its characteristics were average, but he could use the fact that it restored mana, so he bought it. He spent 10 levels to buy this sword. When it appeared in his hand, it looked good. Now he wanted to complete the task. Jill pulled out the purple key, and the system asked him if he wanted to use it. Jill confirmed that he did, and went on the mission. A huge red teleporter appeared in front of him, and he had to enter it. His trial would start in 5 seconds. He couldn't delay. As he approached the teleporter, the system asked him to make sure he had brought any armor, weapons, and medicines he might need. Gil entered the teleporter and found himself in a purple dimension where he didn't know what awaited him, but he was sure he could handle the challenge. The system gave a description of this place. The countless murders of Goddess Bastei had stained this world with blood, so even the moon was red here. Gil thought the name of the goddess seemed very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it, so he set out to meet the unknown. He had to find the ruthless Bastet and kill her before the moon set, and he would get not only a legendary weapon or armor, but also 10 million experience points, so he could increase his level and become stronger. He understood his mission, and now he was going to go in search of the Bastet, but he didn't understand where he was going at all, and he didn't have much time. Gil looked around and realized that there were no signs. He had no idea where to look for her. He thought that if he went searching at random, he might not find the Bastet before the moon set, but he didn't know where he should start. He was suspicious of one phrase that was one of the conditions to search for the Bastet before moonset. Before moonset, this phrase made him suspicious, but eventually he realized where to find her, and where he needed to go. He knew where she was. A small smile appeared on Gil's face. He realized it was just a riddle. The phrase before moonset indicated not only the time, but also the location of the Bastet itself. His attention was distracted by something. Gil looked in the distance and could not understand what was there. He was wary and ready to attack in case of danger. Around him were already monstrous servants of the goddess Bastet. They were level 60, and there were a lot of them. They surrounded him, and showed by their appearance that they were ready to attack him. He looked around, looking at these monsters. They had him in a ring, and he had no way out. He needed to kill them all. Gil thought that in the past he would have spent a lot of time and effort to defeat them all, but now he was much stronger and more experienced. Now all these monsters were just an easy way for him to gain some experience before his main battle. Argolis stood by the empty throne of the Monster King, which had been empty for quite some time, and Argolis was convinced that Finiar had indeed been killed. He thought that Finiar didn't have divine powers, but mere mortals couldn't kill him. It was all suspicious to him. Argolis thought that the whole place stank of the pathetic humans he thought were weak and worthless. But one odor seemed very familiar to him. He couldn't believe that this was the same person here. It just couldn't be real. He figured he should have been killed long ago, but why his scent was in this place, that thought tormented him. Argolis smiled, assumed he was still alive and had made some new friends. He liked that thought. Ube read a book where he learned that the imprisonment of the evil god Morpheus was not the end of history, but its beginning. The appearance of Hesiod, who could kill the gods, made them wary of humans in the future. He read that the goddess diviner Gevion had read in the book of prophecies that one day a murderer of the gods would appear among men, and then all the gods would be brought to judgment, and a new world order would be established. The gods could not accept that the people they had created could pose a threat to them, so they began to exterminate them. But the people who were under the oppression of the gods revolted against them. And then the killer of the gods would lead them to defeat the evil deities, so that they could live in peace without fear of being killed. Grandfather Ubi had no doubt that Gil was the god killer who would save the people from the gods. Ubi smoked his pipe and thought sadly that if there really was going to be a war of men against the gods, he didn't want to believe it. But something distracted Ubi from reading his books. He was a little scared and surprised. Something had started in the city, but it was not clear what it was. He looked out the window to see what was happening outside. He was informed that someone had attacked the barrier again. A huge fireball flew straight into the barrier. The whole town was in danger. The old man didn't yet know who the powerful mage was that decided to attack them. Ube's eyes widened as if he saw a ghost from the past. He couldn't believe it was the one in front of his eyes. In front of him was the bastard who had killed his friends, Morris and Luna, the parents of his granddaughter Sally. Argolis asked who was the guardian of the city. He was looking for the man who killed Finiar. If he answered him, he promised an easy death. Gil, passing his test, killed monsters with ease. They were no danger to him. For each kill, he gained experience points. He looked at his sword and thought that his ability was mana recovery. If he used Divine Strike and Sword at the same time, he wouldn't have to waste his mana. Gil wanted to try out his sword and Divine Strike as soon as possible. He wanted to test his assumption. Luckily, there were still many monsters around him. He started killing them, and it turned out to be true. All the mana he had spent was immediately restored after killing the monsters. Gil thought that if he didn't have to worry about spending mana now, then killing monsters would be much easier. After a while, there were mountains of monster corpses all around him. He had completed his part of the task and killed all the enemies that were attacking him. It turned out that now to level up, Gil needed to gain 500,000 experience points. It was no wonder why his level didn't increase after killing so many monsters. After doing his calculations, he realized that in that case, the 10 million experience points he would have received for this task, they would not be enough for him to raise his level to at least level 20. The system warned Gil that the durability of his weapon was 93%. He had forgotten that weapons could wear out at all, but it was kind of fast. He hadn't even killed 50 monsters with this sword. He thought that if he continued like this, he would soon be without a weapon at all. And he hadn't gotten to the Bastet yet. He needed to take care of his weapon. When he selected the ability, there was Divine Punishment. It would deal an area attack, and he wouldn't have to use his sword all the time. But the damage from the attack was too low. The system prompted Gil that Yaluka was awake and could be retrieved from the vault. He was glad to see her unharmed. Gil rushed to activate her. He was ready to release her from the vault. She had fully recovered and could now be with him again. As soon as Gil released her, she started hugging him tightly. He missed her too. She hugged him so tightly he found it hard to breathe. He looked at her with happy eyes. He told her not to be afraid anymore. The bad man was already dead. Now they were safe. Jill didn't have time to thank her yet. He told her thank you. She had saved not only his life but also Grandpa Uba's, who was just as grateful to her. Yaluka jumped high up into the sky with happiness. She was insanely pleased that her dad had praised and thanked her. She went back to Gil's shoulder and tried to ask him something. He realized that she wanted to know where they were now. He explained to her that he was on a challenge. He had to kill the boss in a certain amount of time. They would only be able to leave when they passed the challenge. Gil smiled at her and told her with full confidence to follow him, but only she had to be very careful and try not to fall. Suddenly, people were rushing down the corridor of the hospital. They were carrying someone. He needed urgent help from the doctors. The person was dying and needed to be saved. He had a very weak pulse. The doctors said that he needed to inject adrenaline and urgently prepare a defibrillator. The situation was extremely difficult. Unfortunately, the doctors could not save the patient. Their actions did not help him. His heart failed and stopped. He could not be resuscitated. Police officers were watching the situation. It was the 3,000th death due to sudden cardiac arrest this month. Most of the deceased were men in their early 20s. Without any health problems, the cause of the cardiac arrest was unknown, and no pathologies were found at autopsy. Miss Sue asked if these people had anything in common, to which her co-worker replied that they were not related in any way. The only thing they had in common was that they played the game Cosmos. She suggested that so many people playing the same game who died violently could not be a coincidence. There was another incident related to the game. Last month, a woman went to the police department and said that her son, Jill, had gone to his room to play and just disappeared, and they didn't think much of it at the time. But last week, there was a video of a guy suddenly appearing on a subway car and then disappearing just as suddenly, and thanks to facial recognition, it was found to be Jill. He gave the report to Miss Sue and wanted to know what they would do next. The situation was getting out of control. Something had to be done immediately. She ordered the video to be taken out of the public domain. They couldn't have a panic. Then they had to talk to the head of Cosmos and try to find out what was useful and report back to her immediately. Grandpa Ube sadly realized that the monster that had killed his friends was the same monster that was in front of him. He watched him silently. Argolis didn't understand why the old man was silent and didn't answer him. He thought he was mute. Ube didn't answer him anything. He only wanted to finish him off without talking. He tried to unleash his lightning attack on him while he wasn't expecting it. But his attack failed. The monster saw everything and calmly blocked it, and made his attack on the old man, which threw him backwards. Boban came to the old man's aid. He caught Ubi with his shadow ability, preventing him from falling. He was well aware that there was a fight waiting for them. Boban was worried about Ubi. He looked at him and asked if he was okay. The monster hit him well with his attack. Ube was shocked to see Boban. He didn't understand where he came from here. He asked him to get out of there as soon as possible. He was too strong for him. Boban hurried to calm the old man down. He realized that he would have a serious opponent in front of him, so he didn't come alone. He had freed the former keepers of the city Hicks and Lucius from the dungeon, who were now fighting at their side. Gil was getting closer and closer to the moon, but in his path an increasing number of monsters he was successfully killing. The monsters were getting stronger the closer he got to the moon. The higher the level of the monsters were, and it was getting harder to progress to the task at hand. In addition, his sword was rapidly wearing out, so he couldn't use the divine strike all the time. He needed to kill them instantly by hitting their weak point. The time to complete the task was severely limited. If he was delayed on the way, he would have no time left at all for the boss battle. But suddenly he saw that Yaluka also had power, and started to help him kill monsters. Now the advancement would be faster and more efficient. He smiled at her and told her that her attack was very cool. She liked that her dad had noted her fighting power. Gil needed to deal with the monsters quickly. There was not a second to lose. They were almost near the target. The people below saw Agrolis. They didn't understand what was going on. The monsters had invaded the city again. They were scared for their lives. Agrolis saw that the Guardians had come to the old man's aid, and said in disgust that they were just a bunch of pathetic insects to him. But he didn't have time to deal with them. He just needed them to tell him where that person was. His patience was not unlimited. But who he was talking about, they couldn't understand. Boban told him that he didn't care who he was or what he needed. Right now they were protecting this town. He gave him advice to get out of town as soon as possible. Before he could say anything, Agrolis was already beside him. No one could even understand how he was so quickly beside Boban, who was in danger of being destroyed. Agrolis glared at him. He told him that he thought too much of himself. He was just a lowlife that he could crush like a bug. He attacked Boban, who stood as if in a state of Acepian and could not put up a defense. It was too late. But now Ubi's grandfather had saved Boban. He had his back to him and the monster struck it, causing deep wounds to the old man. Ube looked at the shocked Boban and asked if he was all right. He asked them all to get out of there, and as soon as possible they wouldn't be able to overpower him. Boban realized that his grandfather already knew who it was. So he asked him what it was and why he was sure they wouldn't be able to overpower him all together. Ube corrected him, saying that it would be more correct to say not man, but deity, so they had no chance of killing him. In front of them was the dragon Argolis, a subordinate of Hades, the god of the underworld. He was tasting the old man's blood at this time. It seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had tasted such blood before. Ube told Boban that he was the one who killed Sully's parents and his friends, so he knew who they were facing. Boban was surprised to hear about it. He said that the elemental powers against him wouldn't help them. He wanted to hold him off so the others could escape to safety. Argolis smilingly asked if they really thought they could get away. It was too late. Once he saw the fresh blood, he was unstoppable. He couldn't let his prey escape. Hicks and Lucius were already ready to attack and defend the city from him. Lucius stood on the huge wolf and shouted for him to see that they would not give up without a fight. They smiled and told Ubba that they would not leave and abandon him. They believed that the guardians of the city, it was not proper for the guardians of the city to run away from the battlefield. At the first danger, Boban was angry with him. He had killed Sally's parents, now he didn't care if he was a man or a god. He couldn't get out of there that easily. He thought that together they would be able to defeat him. Ube listened to them and let them stay. Now they had made their choice. There was no going back. The old man began to heal his wounds so he could attack him. They prepared their weapons and were going to attack him all together. They believed in the success of their attacks. Argolis stood silently watching them. He didn't care that they were preparing to attack him. But he didn't let his guard down either. He smiled and told them that all their intentions and attempts looked very foolish. They couldn't defeat him. He summoned his weapon against them without straining at all. Behind his back appeared a huge dragon that inspired fear with its mere appearance. There was almost no chance to defeat it. Gil and Yaluka killed the last monsters on the way to the moon. He had increased his level through kills. It was very timely, just before the boss encounter. He looked at Yaluka, who looked very tired. He suggested she take a little break before the final battle. Gil thought to himself they had killed so many monsters, they had spent a lot of effort on this, but his level had only increased by 1 point. He looked at his weapons, which were starting to wear out from the battles much faster than he thought. This could be a problem in a boss battle. Gil looked at his abilities and enhancements and realized that they worked pretty well in a one-on-one battle. But when it came to mopping up multiple enemies, he was having trouble. Last time he had gotten 2 abilities out of 3. And although he had chosen a relatively strong combination, the damage from the 3rd ability was quite low. But it did area damage, and allowed him to use his weapons less, and helped him save energy. He remembered that if he had chosen a different class in the beginning, he would have had better abilities, and he was confused as to why he could only choose 2 abilities. He wanted all 3. The system notified him that when he reached level 100, he would get access to the new abilities. He would get them when he could defeat the boss Bastet. Gil thought that this was great news for him. Once he won, he would get a legendary weapon or armor and would be able to access new abilities. Then defeating Nabulusi would be easier. He was set on positive thoughts and not thinking bad thoughts. He looked at Yaluka and told her that it was time to get on their way. But they didn't have time to go anywhere. They heard a very menacing growl, but they didn't know whose it was or where it was coming from. Gil assumed it was Bastet. In front of them appeared a huge, ferocious monster, which knew no mercy and was ready to tear them into small pieces. It was the final boss of this challenge, the monster Bastet. Her level was higher than Gil's, and she was a serious opponent for him. Gil smiled and said that the boss turned out to be just a big cat. He started to use the power of his element. He was sure he could overpower her. He asked Yaluka to be careful. If she died, he would die too. She started waving her arms nervously. He calmed her down, saying he knew she was very strong. Gil exhaled and was ready to attack her and start their duel. Time was slowly running out to kill her. He had to hurry. In City B, there had been an increase in deaths with unexplained causes. Some thought it was a new virus. Some thought it was a radiation leak. There were also rumors that the game Cosmos had something to do with the deaths. The reporter said that now all over the world, people were demanding that the government tell them the truth about the cause of the mass deaths. Today, the government had invited a number of other countries to hold an emergency meeting on the matter, and they would have their questions answered at a press conference this evening. Right behind the reporter's back, on live TV, there was a scream. A man fell down. It was not clear what was wrong with him. He needed an ambulance immediately. She looked at the camera, saying that she, Lu Yao Yao, a reporter for Neo TV channel, will continue to keep them updated on all the developments. Scientists conducted autopsies on the dead and examined them for any abnormalities, but no signs of poisoning or virus infection were found. The doctor of medical sciences explained that they found out that the cause of death of all people was not heart paralysis at all. The real cause was more complicated and mysterious than they could imagine. All of the victims had stab wounds or blunt force trauma to their internal organs or brain tissue. He had every reason to believe that these were in fact brutal murders committed by brain stimulation. Earlier in Australia, they had done experiments on human brain tissue. They put it in a petri dish, and using electrical stimulation, trained it to play ping pong. They found that the tissue learned faster than any AI. He added that they might have thought that this research and the mysterious deaths had nothing to do with each other. But in fact, it all pointed to just one thing, that there was only a 1 in a billion chance that the world they all lived in was real and not virtual. The Bastet's attack was very powerful and fast. Jill didn't have time to react and dodge, but Yaluka came to his aid and created a protective barrier for him. Jill landed without losing his health. Yaluka helped him in time. She practically saved his life. Smiling, Jill said it was powerful from the Bastet. He thought that the boss in this challenge was clearly not inferior to the Monster King or Dorob. Both in terms of attack and defense, he thought that the Bastet was even stronger. If this cat were to hit him now, he wouldn't be able to fight any further. He couldn't relax even for a second, otherwise he might die. He still hadn't realized what her abilities were. He thought to save his strength. Once he found out what Bastet was capable of, he would immediately strike her with a decisive blow. Gil used the Divine Path ability and rushed to attack the Bastet. He needed to find out her weak point. He saw during his attack that something went wrong. She didn't move or try to dodge the attack, and she didn't attack. It was like she was studying him. Gil was practically on top of her and wanted to make an attack. She noticed him but still stayed put. He couldn't figure out what the Bastet wanted from him, what her plan was. Maybe she was planning to let him get close to her and attack him. While he was thinking about how to kill her, she summoned her shadow clones who had already surrounded Gil. He was trapped. He looked around, but he didn't panic. He was calm and determined. He knew what he had to do at that moment. Gil broke free from the trap and began to attack the monster with his quick divine strike. The divine strike would help him avoid her magical attacks. That way he could study her and attack her at the same time. But the Bastet was cunning and dangerous. While Gil was thinking about his next attack, she was already at his back and attacking him. She launched her attack at him and Gil fell straight to the ground. He couldn't stop on his own and Yaluka came to his aid. While Gil was falling, Bastet had time to make another attack, adding more damage to Gil. Yaluka was very close and almost caught Gil. She managed to save him, and together they stood at a safe distance from Bastet, who was not trying to build on the success of her attacks. But she didn't need to get close to her target. She sent her shadow clones to attack them again, who could do a lot of damage to Gil. The shadow clones snuck up on Gil as close as possible. She only used them for one purpose, to put a ghost mark on Gil. Gil's eyes were full of surprise. He clearly didn't expect them to take him by surprise. He had to dodge the attack immediately. The monsters managed to do some damage to Gil. They knocked him down, but they didn't manage to kill him. He managed to soften the attack. He crouched down a bit to catch his breath. A Yaluka flew over to him, worried about him. He didn't understand why they didn't finish the attack. Gil thought he couldn't dodge this blast at all. He had a feeling that no matter where he went, she could still get him, and he had managed to dodge it like this before. The system told Gil that Bastet could put a ghost tag on his opponent. The damage from the blast would then hit the exact target. Bastet was very fast because she had to get close to the enemy and leave the mark on him, and she could kill him with her blast attacks. But Gil also needed to get close to her so he could apply his attack. Gil didn't know what to do or how he could outwit the monster. This was a difficult task for him. The monster didn't give him time to develop a plan of attack. He noticed that all of her shadow minions had gotten a lot faster too. He needed to keep them in his sights. Gil looked at Yaluka and told her to be careful. He warned her that their speed had increased, that she stayed on guard. As soon as Gil spoke, Bastet was already beside him and ready to crush him with her huge paw. He didn't even notice her movement. He had to dodge the attack immediately. He did not have time to bounce away from the Bastet because the attack area was large. The Bastet with all its power struck a blow with its paw, but Gil was saved by the protective barrier, which managed to put Yaluka. As soon as Bastet removed her paw and wanted to retreat to a safe distance, Jilu counterattacked her with a lightning attack right in her eye. He began to launch a huge amount of attacks at her. He thought his attacks were successful and he was able to damage her. Gil looked at the child who already had little strength left. She had often saved Gil and had used up a lot of energy. All he could do now was to use Yaluka's shield to get close to Bastet and attack her. But that way Yaluka would lose her strength rapidly and might fall back into the vault. Another problem was that the Bastet was moving too fast. He wanted to use the total annihilation attack. But if he didn't hit it in the allotted time, he would have to wait for the ability to regenerate, losing the chance to win. He looked at Yaluka, who was already looking pretty tired, and if he wanted to finish off the Bastet, he needed to change tactics. Plus, while he was trying to deal with this cat, he needed to keep an eye on her to make sure she wasn't using tags for her attacks. Plus, he still had to somehow fight off her shadowy helpers who kept attacking him. Gil didn't know what to do, how he could sneak up on her and use his attack. His attacks weren't working. He needed something new. He had an idea. He remembered when Hesiod had trained him. He had used an ability that allowed him to do damage from a great distance. If he had it, he would have easily defeated Bastet. Gil didn't feel his presence, so he wanted to know if he was with him now, and if he knew a way to kill the monster. His knowledge was very much needed now. There was no response from the Hesiod. Gil fought off the attacks of the shadow clones and tried to address him again, but all was to no avail. Gil thought that he couldn't contact him during the test, but when he returned to reality, the Hesiod was leaving Latona with him. He had very little time left. He couldn't afford to forfeit the opportunity to gain 10 million experience points and a legendary weapon or armor. He needed to kill the monster immediately. Bastet did not stop. She continued to attack Gil, who managed to deftly evade her powerful attacks. But this could not last forever. Someone had to win. He realized that this would not be the case. If he failed this challenge, then one could could not even hope to defeat the Nabulusi that guarded the temple. Gil could not give up. He realized that there had to be some way to defeat the Bastet. He needed to take every opportunity to attack. But suddenly a monster appeared behind his back that was going to kill him with her fast attack. He couldn't believe that she was even faster and more dangerous. Bastet gradually dealt damage to him. The system warned him that his health was less than 10%. He needed to regain his health as soon as possible. Jill realized that Bastet was really moving faster. With his current amount of health, one missed attack on him could result in his death right there. The mission would be a failure. All Jill could do was to use a total annihilation attack, drink a potion to restore his health, and activate the Yaluka shield for a decisive strike. But suddenly an idea popped into his head that he wanted to put into action. If everything worked out, he could kill the monster. He thought that now the powers of primordial chaos and all his abilities he had only used according to the system's prompts, but he had never yet tried to figure them out on his own. He was pretty sure that when Hesiod had struck with his sword, he had concentrated all the elemental power into his weapon and then just released it on his enemy. He wondered if he put all of his primordial chaos power into the sword he had. Would he be able to achieve the same result as Hesiod? He had to check it out. He made the decision that he had to try it. He had no other options. Time was not on his side. Jill began to concentrate his primordial chaos power on his sword as luck did. Such an ability would allow him to attack the enemy from a distance. After Jill made all the preparations for the attack, he unleashed all the power gathered in the sword towards the Bastet monster. He hoped it would be enough. He succeeded, and he mastered the new ability of the Crescent Moon Strike. Now he didn't have to get close to his enemy to attack. Gil was glad that he had succeeded and that he now had another ability. Now he would definitely be able to kill this boss in this challenge. He saw the Bastet attacking him. He wasn't going to dodge it. He waited for it to get close to him, and then he was ready to use his new ability. As soon as she was at the right distance to attack, Gil used his total annihilation ability to end the fight. But his attack stopped abruptly, drops of blood falling to the cold ground. It looked like Jill had missed an attack from Bastet. This was all part of Jill's plan. As soon as she got close to him, he hit her with his new ability with a Crescent Moon attack that hit right on target. After using this ability, he felt as if his body was stuck in quicksand. He couldn't even move. But part of him managed to defeat the monster. With this attack, he chopped the Bastet in half. He had successfully passed the test. The system notified Gil that the Crimson Moon's test was complete. He looked up and saw a bright beam of light directed at him and Yaluka, straight from the moon. Jill did not realize what that light was. He asked Yaluka to be careful as this beam passed dangerously close to them. This beam went straight through Jill. He got experience points for killing the monster, which helped increase his level. His actual level was raised to 100, and thanks to the level increase, the wounds on his body started to heal, and now he could get another new ability. His new skill was something similar to Bastet's ability, but combined with Divine Strike and Flying God Strike, it allowed him to do a good amount of damage to the enemy. He needed to allocate skill points and go to the temple. Gil had gotten the Amethyst Moon Key, the legendary chest, and the Divine Elemental for completing the quest. He hoped that the chest would contain something worthwhile. He didn't expect to be given another divine element for defeating Bastet. He was surprised. He wanted to find out what the element was. He picked up the key. He looked at it and thought that this amethyst key, most likely like the crimson key, was also used to activate the test. He turned his attention to the chest, which he was a little scared to open because he had gotten the Yaluka from the chest last time and was completely responsible for her. He saw her getting angry. He looked at her and told her it was just a joke, but he was curious what legendary weapons or equipment was in there. He decided and opened the chest. The system notified him that he had gotten the legendary gear he had wanted for so long. In the chest, he got a lucky jacket. It increased the chance of magic equipment falling out by 20%. This item could benefit Jill in the future. Jill also got the Afterlife Song of God Ra. These were earrings that contained the souls of monsters that wanted to destroy the world. They increased all the characteristics of whoever wore them. Jill thought that it was called legendary equipment for a reason. The earrings gave a big bonus to intelligence, and the probability of success when dodging increased. Wearing them, you could safely spend all the skill points on strength and agility. Gil looked at the earrings and realized that his ears were not pierced. He didn't know where to put them. He saw the equip button and pressed it. All of the new items were applied to Jill. He was wearing a necklace, earrings, and a jacket. All of the items increased Jill's abilities and characteristics. He became stronger with them. After the equipment was completed, a system notification appeared. The test was completed. A portal opened in front of them, and they could leave the place. They had 5 seconds to get into the portal. Jill and Jaluka hurried to it. He told her that as soon as they got back, they would go looking for the temple. Upon returning back, Jill was surprised that it was still evening in the city. He thought that when he was going through the trials, time had stopped in the city. It was strange. He hadn't seen the city itself yet. The portal took him to a clearing. As he got closer and closer to the city, he couldn't believe what was in front of him. In front of him was a ruined city, burned down houses. It seemed like it happened recently. He didn't know who did it. He wanted to find his friends. Two guys were standing outside a club, taking a dump. One of them said if he had heard of the game Cosmos, that was killing everyone around him who played it. The other guy answered that he had, but he was sure it was just a rumor. No game could kill people. He thought it was because the youth of today played a lot and didn't care about their health. He asked to look at him. He was not so young, but he had a lot of strength. He said that tonight girls came up to him and they thought he was only 20+ years old. Then the first guy confessed that he was also playing the game, and lately he couldn't concentrate on anything. He was always afraid that he would die, to which his older friend calmly told him to hurry up. The girls were waiting for him. As the two guys were leaving, they noticed that behind them there was a strange purple ray that stretched straight up into the sky. They turned around to look and were surprised. The older guy with a smile on his face was surprised at how bright the light was. He thought there was some illegal party going on that he wanted to go to, but suddenly the smile disappeared from his face. Both comrades were very scared. What they saw made them terrified. They did not know where to run. A huge bone monster appeared in front of them, which could destroy the whole city without too much effort, but they didn't understand where it came from and how they could escape. They began to run away. The older friend did not understand what the hell it was, how this monster was in their city. The young guy told him that it was the boss from the game Cosmos. There was nowhere to escape. The monster was heading towards them. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a hero appeared, who stood in the way of the monster and prepared to fight him. Gil walked through the town and saw the destroyed houses that were still, little by little, smoking. He didn't understand what had happened in the town while he was gone. He thought that time must have been passing in the dimensions for the trials just like in the Latona. He had too many questions in his head that he was looking for answers to. The first person Jill saw after he returned was Hesiod. He looked at him and was surprised that he had been gone so long in the city. Now he was finally back. Jill asked him where he had disappeared to, but Hesiod was angry with him. He should have asked him that question. As it turned out, he could have kicked him out of his spiritual world. When Gil heard these words, he was very surprised. He did not understand how he could kick him out of the spiritual world, the place where he lived. Suddenly, from behind, a shadowy attack was made on Gil, which he successfully repelled, but he had not yet seen the enemy who attacked him. The attacker was a Boban. He was furious. He wanted to tear him apart, but Gil didn't understand what was going on. He was surprised by the Boban's behavior. He wondered why he was attacking him, where Grandpa Ubi and the others had gone. He wanted to know what had happened while he was gone. Boban was too angry with him. He didn't understand how he had the nerve to ask him about Grandpa Ubi. Everything that happened was his fault. Jill was shocked at what Boban was telling him. He didn't explain to him what was his fault. Jill wanted to know what had happened, where everyone had gone. The Boban led him to a small house that stood among the destroyed houses. Charred and dead bodies of people were lying around it. Everything looked terrible. Gil entered the house and saw the others. They were standing over Ube's grandfather, who was badly wounded. He could not imagine who could have done this to him. He ran over to the old man who was lying unconscious on the table. He asked everyone how this could have happened, but it looked like he was not welcome. Everyone sat silent. No one gave him an answer. Jill said irritably that he had only been away for one evening. He needed to know what had happened here, but no one gave him an answer. But suddenly the silence was broken, and Gil heard a short phrase that concerned everyone. The Rashidler wanted to address everyone, but abruptly stopped talking. Jill turned to him and asked him to explain to him what had happened, who had hurt Ube's grandfather so badly, and who had destroyed the city. The Rashidler was surprised at Jill's words that he was gone one evening. He told him that he'd been away for 3 days, and they thought he had left, and decided not to say goodbye to them. Jill was confused. He didn't understand how he could have been absent for 3 days. He had passed the tests in just one evening. He couldn't get his head around Varvar's words. Boban walked in and told him to stop pretending to care. Gil had told them all along that he would protect everyone. But at the crucial moment, he just ran away. He looked at him reproachfully and said that thousands of people had died because of him alone. Because he had cowardly run away, Boban couldn't calm down. He couldn't understand who Gil really was, and why the one who destroyed the city was so desperate to find him. He wanted to know what Gil was hiding from them. 2 guys came to the police station saying they had seen a monster. The police officer said that if they kept talking nonsense, she would arrest them for disorderly conduct. They stood there and tried to prove to her that they were telling the truth, that a huge monster had come to their town, that everyone was in danger, but no one believed them. A senior staff member passing by asked what was the matter, to which she replied that the 2 had come in and were talking nonsense about seeing a huge monster. They were scared on their faces, screaming all the time that there was a monster, and there was a flying girl who killed the monster with her nimble attacks. The senior staff member didn't believe them. He turned them around and pulled them out, saying that if they came in again and talked nonsense, they would get in trouble. But the guys kept saying that they could tell everything in great detail. While the employee was talking on the phone, her colleague stood listening to the guys. They described the monster, saying that it looked like a beetle the size of a 3-story house. Suddenly on the phone, the chief informed her that there were unknown creatures in the city. Everyone standing in the hallway heard about it and were alarmed by the information they heard. The chief ordered her to immediately gather all the employees and wait for further orders. They had to be on full alert. The monsters could attack them at any moment. Having finished talking to the chief, the girl turned around and there was no face on her. Her colleague asked her what was going on in the city. What was she talking about? But the girl couldn't answer anything yet. After calming down a bit, she said, "The chief just called. A state of emergency has been declared in the town. Right now the residents are being attacked by creepy monsters." In the small, dilapidated house where the survivors were, there were angry screams. Someone was trying to get answers from Jill, who sat silent. Boban did not understand why Jill was silent. He was very angry with him because of Grandfather Ubi. He could not just let him go. He wanted to know where he was at the right moment. Boban was getting angrier and angrier. He claimed that Jill had found out that the guy was coming for him, so he decided to hide from him. Boban called Jill a cowardly bastard who only thought of himself. He was out of control. His emotions got the best of him. He thought Jill had abandoned them. He promised to protect them, but he couldn't. Boban tried to strike under Jill, but he failed. Jill was stronger than him and easily stopped his attack. He clenched his teeth and waited for a retaliatory attack, but there was none. Jill apologized to the Boban, but it wasn't what he thought it would be. He couldn't have known the monster would come for him so early. He wasn't going to leave them, but he took all the responsibility and blame on himself. He made them a promise that he would find this monster and kill it with his own hands. But unfortunately, he couldn't turn back time. Bro told Jill that it was impossible. They wouldn't be able to overpower him. He was too strong for them. Even old man Ubi couldn't handle him. Boban held his hand that Jill had hurt a little and said he was also wondering why the monster was looking for him. Jill explained to him that he had gained the power to kill gods, and now he was being hunted, and everyone around him was in danger. He remembered that when they had fought the Dorp, he had noticed that normal elemental abilities could not harm him. As it turned out, the Dorb had sold his soul to Hades in exchange for divine power. Jill didn't know how it happened, but it turned out his elemental ability was the power of primordial chaos, which allowed him to kill gods. Then Hades noticed him when he killed the Dorp. Dragon Agrolus landed in the desert, far away from the city. He thought that was where it should be, but what it was, he didn't know yet. He set the seal, and on this place was to be the temple that Hades had told him was the place where the gods were imprisoned. After he activated the seal, Agrolus realized that this was it, the temple he had been looking for so long, and its location was told to him by Hades. A huge Khepri temple appeared in front of him. It was very beautiful. 2 huge statues of Anubis stood at the entrance. Now he could enter it. Gil went out into the fresh air. He needed to put his thoughts in order. The warm sun was falling on him, and he couldn't understand where the real world was and where the virtual one was. He looked at the sky. He looked at the desert. He looked around. He thought that everything here was so realistic and at the same time so unrealistic. He had mixed feelings. Gil believed that the human brain could be fooled, but it was impossible to fool their inner feelings. He blamed himself for Ubi's grandfather being hurt, for people dying. Even if it was all unrealistic, he couldn't forgive himself. He firmly decided that before he left the game, he absolutely had to avenge Grandpa Uba and all the innocent people who died because of him. Jill remembered that there was something in the medicine store that could help Grandpa Ube. He hoped that he could find some medicine to repair the old man's damaged limbs. He went into the store and he managed to find the medicine he needed. It was a magical medicine created by the god of medicine Asclepius. It instantly repaired damaged parts of the body. Gil was glad that he was able to find this medicine. He wanted to give it to his grandfather Uba immediately so that he could get well soon. But before he could go back to the cabin, he saw that somewhere far away in the desert, there was something like an explosion. It alarmed him, and he thought that the monster might be there. He had never seen such a powerful explosion before. He noticed that even in the city, the earth shook from the power of the explosion, but it didn't last long. Jill went into the system and saw the point on the map where the explosion had happened. It was a very powerful energy release. He wondered what could have caused such an energy release. But Jill saw something else on the map that confused him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The system alerted Jill that the Khepri temple had been activated. Now he could see what had caused such a powerful release of energy. Gil stood and looked carefully in the distance where the release was. He was pretty sure he should have gone there and found out. He was also sure that the temple had been activated by the monster that had damaged the city and crippled Ubi's grandfather. Agrolus walked down the corridor of the temple and thought that if it were not for Hades' orders, he would never have entered the temple of his own free will, even if Zeus himself had asked him to do so. He figured Hades had sent him here to test the strength of the seal, but he never told him who was imprisoned in this temple. He walked scratching the wall with his claws. He thought that in such a huge temple in the middle of Latona, there must have been one sealed up that even the gods were afraid to remember. Agrolus assumed that the sealed beast was feared, even by his master Hades, so he was here to test the strength of the seal. He reached the end of the tunnel and saw a door with a huge seal on it. It was intact, but more and more he wanted to know who was behind the door. He raised his hand and used magic to open the seal. This was what Hades had told him, and soon he would know what creature was sealed. Agrolus channeled all of his magic to tear the seal off the door. Just a little more and he would have succeeded. That was why Hades had sent him to the temple. With a smile on his face, the demon continued to break the seal. He saw who was there. It was a mythical monster, the guardian of the entire temple, an ancient Nabulusi monster. Gil didn't understand why the demon needed the temple and why it had activated it, but he couldn't delay. He had to follow the monster before it left the temple. He remembered that the gods could sense his power of primordial chaos. If the demon went looking for him again, the rest of the town could be affected. He couldn't let that happen. Gil turned to Hesiod. He wanted to know how the gods realized where he was. Hesiod needed to know what could be done to prevent them from tracking him down. He explained to him that when he used the power of primordial chaos, his body would begin to emit a unique odor that only the gods could smell. Hesiod added that there was only one way to get rid of this odor. If Gil died, the odor would be gone and the gods would not be able to find him. The price of owning this power was very high. One must realize that if he were to use this power, the gods would find him sooner or later anyway. He was left with only one option. He needed to kill those who wanted to kill him. He had no other way. Jill said that if there were other gods who wanted to kill him, he had to go to the temple as soon as possible and break the seal of the Kepri and help all the people of Dirks to leave Latona. He had to do it for his friends. With sadness, Gil realized that Boban was right. Everything that had happened was only because he had come to this town. He thought he was the one who had brought them all into trouble. He thought that Grandpa Uba had suffered because of him. He couldn't even imagine how many more innocent people had died because of him. Jill went into the cabin where no one was. He approached Grandpa Uba, who was lying unconscious. He apologized to him for being in such a state. At that moment, Rashidler came into the cabin and was not much surprised to find Gil standing near the old man. He could not understand when he had come. He told him that he had come about a minute ago, and he was wondering where the barbarian had been. Rashidler told him that Sally had asked him to bring some medicine that the healer had given her. He hoped it would help him. Rashidler wanted to support Jill, and asked him not to take offense at Boban and Sally. They had had a big accident, and everyone was having a hard time. Gil took out the medicine he had bought at the store and put it on the floor. He told the barbarian that it would help heal Grandpa Ube's wounds. He asked him to be sure to give it to the old man. He headed for the exit, but heard the barbarian ask him what the medicine was and where he was going. He said he wanted to take a walk and asked Rashidler to take care of Grandpa Ube. Gil walked out of the house and thought that he couldn't put things back the way they were, but he could at least protect the remaining townsfolk and help them get off the Latona. He turned around and took one last look at the lodge. He apologized to everyone for going to leave them without saying goodbye. Gil ran in the direction where he saw the energy release. If he hurried, he would probably catch the god that destroyed the city still there. The people ran in fear in different directions. They were trying to escape the monsters that attacked them. They were merciless and killed anyone who got in their way. The system notified Commander Chin that the city was attacked by an S-rank monster, and they had never encountered such a strong monster before. 3 level 120 fighters headed over to help her fight the monster. Commander Chin asked the system to direct them to S City. She could handle it alone, but the system wasn't sure about it and asked her to wait for help. At least 3 more monsters of the same level appeared in the eastern sea that was near the city. They couldn't be allowed to reach the city. They would destroy it. Commander Chin realized that the convergence of the 2 worlds was happening much faster than she could have imagined. Soon there could be even more monsters in the city. The news told people that all over the land, in all corners of the world, horrible monsters were appearing out of nowhere, destroying everything in their path. People tried to fight back, using the most advanced weapons, but it was useless against them. They destroyed weapons with unprecedented ease. Mankind was unprepared for the invasion of the monsters. No one knew if there was any way to defeat them. Jill had been walking through the vast desert for 3 hours and 28 minutes. The remaining time to arrive was 8 hours and 37 minutes. He had a serious distance to cover before reaching the temple. He figured he still had a long way to go. Even though he had access to teleportation, he couldn't get to a place he had never been before. Hesiod had said that if they had the ability to fly a dragon, it would save them time. Gil was not much annoyed by his words. They had been walking for a very long time and nerves were on edge. He asked him where he would be able to get a dragon now. Hesiod's advice was of no use. He looked at Yaluka and smiled. He jokingly told her that maybe she could take him on her shoulder and carry him after all she could fly. He laughed at the joke and how Yaluka was a little nervous. He tried to keep his head down and tried to banish the negative thoughts. He walked and laughed until his attention was caught by something in the distance. He looked over and was shocked at what he saw there. Gil saw the traveling summoner, the monster that had killed him the first time they met, but he wondered how he had gotten here. He saw him drinking the blood of another innocent victim. He looked exactly the same as the first time they met. Gil was surprised that the system didn't alert him that there was an enemy nearby. Gil could see the top man coming straight at him. He smelled a familiar scent but didn't realize where he had met him before. It was like the system couldn't detect monsters of such a high level. Gil tried to avoid such monsters relying on the system's clues. Now he only had to fight. Gil, with a smile on his face, decided to tease the monster a bit. He told him that they had met again, only now Gil was stronger than before. The trickster recognized him. He thought he was the same human he had killed, but he couldn't understand why he was still alive. Gil grinned and told him that thanks to him, he was not only alive, but he was doing very well, growing stronger every day. The Supreme did not wait any longer and swung at him with a quick attack. He wanted to kill him again. He thought that this time he would win, but it wasn't as easy as last time. Gil was fast and agile. He dodged his attacks with ease, but he didn't attack him yet. He dodged until the summoner was caught in his trap, and then Gil gave him his attack. It was strong, but not fatal. Gil told him, did he really think he had not changed since then and could still only swing a sword, but he could do a lot of things. He was now someone who could defeat anyone. He was a killer of the gods, and Gil began to use his power of primordial chaos. But the mastermind was not as simple as Gil thought. He still thought he was a pathetic little man who could not use his power to defeat an opponent like him. He showed him his true power. He was completely transformed into another being, stronger, and in his hands was a huge weapon that seemed to be able to kill anyone. The summoner told him that it would just tear him apart. He activated the ability Summoner's Scythe, which increased his attack power by 30%. Gil thought that was his elemental ability. He was surprised at his final form. Hesiod had warned Gil to be wary of him. He was very strong. He remembered that last time all his stats were increased by 10%, but he was still able to kill him with ease. That alone was enough to realize how strong the summoner was. But after his victory over the Bastet, Gil's level had been raised to 100, and he had finally gotten some high-level equipment and weapons that would be useful in battle. Gil thought that if he couldn't defeat the Apex now, he could forget about the temple. The Apex would fight to the very end until there was only one of them left. They began their attacks against each other. At this point, Gil realized that this battle would show him if he could get out of the game or if he would lose to the monster again. The Supreme was very strong and fast. He was attacking with his scythe, noticing that the human was still so slow for him. Gil wasn't going to stand for being mocked. He used his Divine Strike ability in an attempt to deal damage to the Wererider in response to his attack. Gil couldn't believe what was happening in their fight. He noticed that the man was stronger now than he had been in their first fight. Gil hit him with his attack, damaging him. He was surprised that he was so fast and strong. He hit him with his weapon that practically pierced him. Versteal was confused. He didn't understand how this could happen. His strength didn't help him in the fight with Gil. It seemed that his abilities were superior to his. After a successful attack, the system told Gil that his weapon's durability was less than 70%. He thought that the durability was wearing off too fast. He needed to deal with him quickly. Gil decided to use total annihilation. Taking his completed form, he saw that the summoner was confused, and this was his chance to finish off the monster. The summoner saw Gil in his completed form. He was greatly disturbed. The summoner looked at him. Gil's face looked very familiar to him. Gil didn't wait for him to come to his senses and attack him. He saw that he was now unprotected, and he used the momentum for his attack. He hit him and completed his attack, but he was puzzled why the Verishtal didn't dodge his attack. It didn't hinder him in any way. Gil plunged his blade straight into the chest of the Verishtel, who despite his serious injury kept repeating that it was impossible, just impossible. He looked at Gil and trembled. He couldn't attack him, and he couldn't resist him. He saw in him something that held him back. Unexpectedly, the Supreme, looking at Gil, said in a quiet, trembling voice that he was his master, which alarmed him greatly. At the secret headquarters, one of the staff members reported that a large number of unidentified creatures had appeared in the eastern Pacific Ocean. The J and H countries had sent a unit to the area, and the A country had also sent a unit. Miss Su questioned the suspect Zhang Wusan. She asked him to explain why the monsters from the game appear in the real world, what he was up to. He answered her that they were just a game development company. The monsters that were in their game were just computer code. Zhang Wusan was the CEO of Cosmos. He had no idea why monsters started appearing in the real world. That was not a question he should be asking. She threatened him that on behalf of the country's special law enforcement department, she asked him to immediately shut down the game's servers for them to investigate. Wusan replied that all the game servers were in Europe and Country A, and Country C did not have the authority to conduct such investigations. When he finished his speech, he set the cup down and informed her that he had more business to attend to and said goodbye to her. He wasn't going to continue the dialogue. As he left, he reminded her that all the game monsters were not made up by them from scratch. Their images were based on ancient legends from different countries. He advised her to study them and stay out of his company's business. He stumped her, Madame Su thought. Did he really mean to say that all the monsters from the legends were real? She couldn't believe it. A squad of level 120 warriors stood in front of the huge, bloodthirsty monsters. This was the first time they had seen 3 S-rank monsters appear in one place at once. One of them remembered that the last time they had sent a squad of 4 level 80 warriors and 2 level 120 warriors to fight one of these monsters. But now there were 3 monsters. They wouldn't be able to deal with them alone. The eldest of their squad ordered them to prepare for the battle. They needed to hold back the monsters until help arrived. This was Commander Chin's order. As they prepared to contain them and planned a plan of attack, a look of worry appeared on their faces. They didn't realize what was happening in front of them. Another high-level monster burst out of the portal. Now the forces were not equal, and they were on the verge of death. They didn't know how they would be able to contain them. They were unrealistically strong for them. The older warrior couldn't understand what this place was that they were all crawling out of. They needed to seal the portal immediately, otherwise the city would be completely destroyed along with the people. The last monster that broke out was bigger than the other monsters in rank. It was huge and fierce. They had to attack it without getting close to it. Otherwise, it could just crush one of them. Jill was dumbfounded that the wandering summiter recognized him as his master. He didn't understand why he said that and why he considered him his master. But the summiter saw more than Jill. He saw his true power and was even more frightened. He had the power of his master in him, and now he couldn't fight him. Gil saw him start to rise. It made him bounce away from him to a safe distance and be at the ready. He thought it was a trap from the Vertexer. The Vertexer obediently rose to his feet and reiterated that Gil was now his master. He lowered his arms and was completely subservient to him. Gil was completely confused. He didn't understand what the monster was telling him. He asked him what the master's power was. He thought he was up to something. But the summiter himself was confused. He couldn't realize that his master's power was in some pathetic human. How it happened he couldn't even imagine. Gil turned to Hesiod, who was standing behind him. He thought that the master the summiter was talking about could be Hesiod himself. Hesiod didn't remember anything from his past life, and couldn't know if he was his master or not. Even if he was, he wouldn't be able to remember it. Gil turned his head towards the summoner and wondered if Hesiod could be his master, how he could find out. He had no idea. He looked at the monster and asked him if his master was a man with poor hair. He wanted to describe Hesiod to him. Maybe he really was his master. Hesiod answered him that his master was not a man at all. He was a riding god. Everyone knew him by the name of Ra. He was his master. Gil was surprised to hear the Apex Master's answer. He had never thought it was Ra. He was the strongest of the 9 major gods of Egypt. The master got on his knee and said that it didn't matter who he was. The master's power was now his, and so from now on, he was his master. As soon as he had finished speaking, a system notification appeared, stating that a new entry had been discovered in the illustrated directory, the servant of the god Ra, the scarab god Khepri. He asked to be accepted into his service. Gil had a choice the system provided, accept or refuse Khepri's servant. Gil looked at the Apex man who bowed before him and thought he was Khepri, the same god from the Khepri's revenge mission. Things were getting interesting. Jill didn't like him at all. He had already killed him once, but it would be much easier to defeat the Nabulusi with him, so the choice was obvious. Jill confirmed his choice, and the god Khepri became his servant. Their energies were now linked, and Jill became his new master. He had access to the Ghost Servant ability to summon Khepri to fight alongside him. Using this ability did not cost mana. Khepri could stay on the battlefield for an unlimited amount of time. Gil thought that was pretty good. And if he had a few of these servants, he would no longer have to fight on his own. The system warned him that each of his servants received 30% of his experience, and if a servant died during a battle, it would be impossible to resurrect him. Gil expected it to be more complicated than that. He realized that the more servants he had, the less experience he would have left. And if one of them died, all that experience would be wasted. He decided not to think about it now. He was a little sad that Herpy hadn't gotten to him sooner. It would have been so much easier to defeat the Bastille. Gil looked at Herpy, and with a serious face, asked him to tell him everything he knew. He wanted to know everything. A staff member came to Mrs. Sue and told her that there was a call from the headquarters, and they said that unknown monsters were appearing all over the world, and they also demanded that she go to City B to take countermeasures. She listened to him carefully and asked him to tell them that she would be ready to leave in 15 minutes. She sat and read something carefully. Zhao Jiang, the head of the Special Affairs Department, entered the office. He said that they had received a photo from H City. The photo showed a mysterious girl killing one of the monsters. They also received 3 photos from the S City Sea Patrol. There were 3 more monsters in the Eastern Sea, and they were fought by 3 young men who were also unknown to them. The officer reported to Miss Sue that they had sent these photos to the experts from City B, and they informed them that all the monsters were exact copies of the game. But that wasn't the end of it. These monsters were also described in the mythology of Country R. She sharply recalled the words of the company's Gadawa, who had advised her to better study these ancient legends, and asked her to stay out of his company's business. The 3 warriors were desperately fighting very powerful monsters. They were trying to drive them back into the portal, or try to immobilize them so they couldn't break through to the city until reinforcements arrived. One of the warriors shouted to his comrades that he would hold off the SS rank monster for now, and asked them to deal with the monsters that were below the S rank first. His 2 comrades were desperately trying to fight the monsters. They were not sparing themselves. They could not let them enter the city where there were many innocent people. But the SS rank monster was very strong. Its fighting power was unbelievable. The warriors realized that they could not cope with it. They needed immediate help. Their commander firmly told them that with or without help, they would not let them reach S City. It was their sacred duty to protect innocent people. But then they heard the words that gave them hope. Help had arrived. It was Commander Ukimi Hikashi, and he asked them to provide the monsters to him. He rushed past all the monsters with incredible speed. He stamped on them. Thus, he united them for one attack that would end the fight. Ukimi used his Snow Moon Strike ability against them, and all the monsters were sealed into huge blocks of ice. They were immobilized and unable to attack back. The Supreme began to tell Gil everything he knew. It all started with the appearance of the god Morpheus, several tens of thousands of years ago, long before the other gods appeared. After the War of the Titans, the brothers Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon were angry because people worshipped other gods. Then they decided to summon Morpheus from the Tartarus to punish people. This displeased those who believed in Ra, Buddha, Taoist deities, Izanagi, and many other gods. But the gods did not want to start a war because of humans, so they turned a blind eye to what was going on. But this was not enough for the 3 brothers. Hades deceived Buddha, as a result of which Ra was imprisoned in Latona. The Taoist deities were locked in the abyss, and Izanagi was in Tartarus. The Supreme said that he had to find Ra. He had spent 10,000 years crossing the vast sea, and now he was finally in Latona. Gil didn't understand why Hades had sent humans to the Latona then. Herpy explained to him that in the eyes of the gods, humans were just pieces of meat and nothing more. They thought they were no different from insects. They were just fodder for the monsters guarding the Latona. These words made Gil angry. Gil understood everything, and now for him the mystery of the Latona was revealed, but it did not calm him down. He now had even more questions than he had before. He didn't understand why Herpy had said that he possessed the power of the god Ra. He thought that Hesiod and the power of the primordial chaos had something to do with him, or maybe Gil himself was related to him. Gil decided that to get the answer to many questions, he should have found the god Ra and asked him personally, then he would have told him everything. He left all the thinking for later. He said that it was still a long way to the temple, and there was a long journey ahead. They needed to hurry up and continue on their way. Khepri looked at Gil and said it would be faster, but Gil didn't know what his servant meant. Herpy could take the form of a flying scarab. Every 10 kilometers of flight would take away 10 mana points from Jill. Now Jill understood what Herpy meant. Jill was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that he could fly, and the mana cost of flying was not much. This option suited him very well. Herpy, in the form of a scarab, looked at Gil and told him to hurry up and get on top of him. He would take him to where he needed to go. Gil climbed on the Herpy and ordered him to move forward. He promised himself that he would be sure to free Ra. He was sure that he would be able to save him. Ukimi arrived at Commander Chin's office and told her that the situation around the land was out of control, and that he needed to take immediate action. Commander Chin replied to him that if they did not think of anything, humanity would be wiped off the face of the earth, once and for all. She was afraid that not only the inhabitants of Earth would be wiped out, but also the people from the cosmos world. They needed to save the situation and prevent the complete annihilation of the human race. Commander Chin ducked into the portal that Ukimi had made for her. She informed him that the Hades army had already reached the continent of Bergama. The situation required urgent intervention. She assumed that it wouldn't be long before Palaces would be drawn into this ruthless, bloody war. On the way to the temple, Gil noticed Hesiod. It seemed to him as if he remembered something, but did not tell him anything about it. But Hesiod did not please Gil. He could not remember anything. In his head was a complete void, which did not give him peace. He tried to remember something, but there was no result. Gil kept trying to figure out how he could help him get his memory back. He felt sorry for Hesiod because he couldn't even remember who he was or who he was. He smiled at him and calmly told him that together they would definitely figure out something to help him get his memory back. They got carried away with each other and did not notice how they were there. Herpy took them to the exact place. They were near the temple. Jill bent down and asked Herpy to go downstairs. They decided to go to the temple on foot. Jill hoped that the god was still in the temple. Argolis smelled a familiar scent inside the temple. It intoxicated him and beckoned him to leave the temple. He recognized it, and it pleased him. Herpy took on his usual appearance. Then Gil thanked him for speeding up their movement. The Apex Man replied that it was a great honor for him, and he was happy to do his master's bidding. Gil saw the very temple he had been looking for so long. He needed to defeat the guardian of this place, and then he would be able to return to the real world. He looked at the majestic temple and wondered. He was curious if the temple was activated by the one who attacked Dirks, or if it was someone else. Gil headed towards the temple entrance. He thought that maybe the monster was still inside the temple, and then he would pay with his life for what he had done in the city. But no sooner had he entered the temple. From its roof, Argolis spoke loudly. It was the same smell that had driven him mad, and now the one he had been searching for in the city stood before him. He was happy that they had finally met. He had been hunting him for a long time. Now he could actually finish him off right in front of the temple, which would give him great pleasure. Jill looked up and realized it was him without a doubt. But to his misfortune, he had stayed waiting for him for nothing today. Jill would have killed him for what he had done to Ubi's grandfather. Argolis took the form of a dragon and with a smile told him to relax. All he would do was chop off his head. He would die easily and almost painlessly. In a second, he was standing next to Jill, preparing to deliver a deadly attack. Jill stood there and didn't even notice how fast the demon had gotten to him. He attacked Jill, but his servant Herpy was on his defense and blocked the attack with his scythe. He couldn't let his master be killed. Gil didn't expect him to be so fast. He should have hit him with his attack, but Herpy stopped it. He saved Gil's life. He looked at Herpy and realized that he was even stronger than he had assumed. He was lucky to have him fighting on his side. Argolis was surprised that Gil had a ghost servant. Only gods had them. He realized that Hades' fears were correct. Suddenly, Argolis was already being attacked by several attacks that worked as one organism. They grabbed him and started attacking him from the back while he was distracted by Herpy's servant. Jill had all his friends come to his aid. They made an attack on Argolis. Bobin had a smile on his face that he was going to get his ass kicked for abandoning his squad. He turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. How could they find him in this place? It was a real surprise to him. Sally explained to Gil that they had found him thanks to Lucius, who had managed to find a way to find him and had led the whole team to him. Lucius said that her wolves had memorized his scent, and because of that they were following his trail. But at some point his scent disappeared, so they decided to just keep walking forward and not turn around. But they kept walking and walking, and they couldn't find him. They had almost given up hope. But luckily for them, Grandpa Ube felt a powerful surge of energy nearby, and they decided to check what it was. Gil looked at Grandpa Ube and was glad that his hands were restored. His medicine had helped him and he was happy about it. Ube walked over to him and put his hand on his shoulder and told him that he was perfectly fine. He didn't blame him for what had happened. He looked at him carefully. He realized the weight of responsibility that was on his shoulders. He thanked him warmly for his help. The old man noticed that there was a monster standing next to Gil, and he could not understand who it was, so he decided to find out from Gil. Gil told him that it was Herpy. He became his ghostly servant and obeyed only him, and that he used to serve the god Ra. Everyone who found out that Herpy was with them was in shock. They couldn't believe that he had become Gil's servant. They knew who he really was. Bros decided to ask him if they understood correctly that he was the golden scarab god Herpy, who was the bodyguard of the legendary god Ra. Gil confirmed that it was him. Herpy stood guarding his master Gil. He did not let his guard down for a second. A sharp, powerful red energy shot out from where Argolis lay. It looked like he had come to his senses and was preparing to attack them. They had managed to piss him off. He was furious. They were preparing to kill each and every one of them, a painful death. He was not going to spare them. They would not be able to escape now. Argolis aimed his crushing attack at them. The blast wave raced from his hand straight into Gil's team standing across from him. But his attack didn't reach any of them. Someone had put up a powerful defense barrier and saved them all. Argolis didn't expect such an effective barrier. Herpes saved them and blocked Argolis' attack. He was not inferior to him in strength. His job was to protect his new master, and even Argolis himself would not be able to kill him. Herpes turned to Gil and told him that he would deal with the lowlife himself. He added that they should search the temple for the seal as soon as possible, before it was too late. Jill and his squad went to the temple not knowing what awaited them there. As they ran away, Jill thanked the Herpes and asked him to be careful of this demon. Argolis saw them heading for the temple, but he couldn't let them enter the temple and break the seal. He couldn't let them free. But Herp reappeared in front of him. It looked like Argolis didn't take him seriously and thought he was a weak opponent for him. Gil and his team found themselves near the huge doors. Gil approached them, and the system asked him to confirm the entrance to the temple so they could move on. He confirmed entry and turned around to look at everyone again. They had to hurry while Herp held back Argolis. Herp prepared for battle. Now it was just them, and no one was going to stop them from having a duel. Herp had to hold him back at all costs. Jill was running through the temple, and he thought that everything was very strange. They had been running for so long, but the corridor never ended. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Suddenly, Jill stopped and asked the others to do the same. He had an uneasy feeling that something was wrong. Bobin drew his shadow swords, thinking that an enemy was approaching them. Everyone else looked around wondering why Gil had decided to stop, but he was quick to reassure them that there was no one around. But he had a strange feeling that something was stopping him, and he wanted to find out what it was. Bobin jumped on him and couldn't understand what he was doing. He thought he was scaring them on purpose. Everyone else stood silently watching them. Gil was calm and didn't pay attention to Bobin. He asked everyone if it seemed to them that the corridor they were running down was endless, and they were moving in circles. He remembered perfectly well what the temple looked like from the outside, and they would have come to the place they wanted long ago, but they were still just as far away. It seemed like the corridor was spelled to never end. Gil told them that the distance they had already traveled was clearly excessive compared to the length of the temple. They should have arrived at the right place long ago. He assumed that space and time inside the temple was very different from the world outside, but it alarmed him that even if that was the case, they could be stuck inside for a very long time. Grandpa Obi listened to Jill carefully, and then went to the wall and made a mark with his sword, and said that by this mark they would know if they had moved forward or were still in place. Gil ran ahead of the group and wondered why he couldn't open the map and see where they were. It seemed strange to him that there were no clues from the system for this task. He thought he had missed something important, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He kept moving in the hope that they wouldn't see the marker and that his suspicion would be wrong. Suddenly, Sally stopped and called everyone to her. She pointed her finger at the temple wall in surprise. She had discovered an important detail. They saw the mark left by Ubi's grandfather. This meant they were moving in a circle. Gil's suspicions were confirmed, and they were stuck in the same place. Bobin was nervous. They had been walking for so long, he wondered when this corridor would end, to which Braz told him that they should have waited a little longer. According to their calculations, they didn't have long to go. Sally noticed that they were moving much faster than before, and that they should have reached the exit long ago, but they were near the mark again. Gil listened to their versions, lowered his head, and in an uncertain voice told them that he thought there was no way out of the temple and that they were trapped. Everyone realized that the task was very difficult. They were walking, and there was no face on them. Gil said that if he was not mistaken, there would be a mark ahead, which they left on the wall. He was already angry at the situation and that he could not find a way out of this trap. He was annoyed that they were walking in circles. They were running out of energy. Gil decided to log on to the system to figure out when they were trapped, but the system didn't give him any clues. They had to act on their own without any clues, relying on their senses. He looked at the system and thought that while Herpes was fighting that type, they couldn't waste any more time in this place. If the monster got to them, it would be over. Gil stood there thinking until he heard his squad running down the corridor. They had important information for him, and they wanted to share it with him. They searched all the walls and floor of the temple. They found no secret doors or mechanisms. There was nothing to help them get out of this vicious circle. Grandpa Ube looked all around in this strange temple and found no magic circles or barriers. Everything was clear. They didn't know what to do next. Jill asked if they had checked the ceiling. Maybe there was something on it, but Ubi told him that they had checked absolutely everything. They had no clues. They had to find another way out of this place. Bobin asked Sally to punch through one of the walls with her fire sphere ability. He thought maybe something would come of it. Sally was embarrassed. She wasn't sure if it was possible, but Braz told her that they had no other choice now. They should try. She listened to them and was ready to use her ability. She stepped away from them so she wouldn't hit anyone with this attack and began to do the fire dance spell. After casting the spell, she channeled all her power to blast a fire sphere directly into one of the walls. The wildfire was aimed at destroying the wall. Sally completed her attack and was pleasantly surprised. She couldn't believe it looked like they had succeeded, and the wall had been breached. Bros was the first to rush over to the destroyed wall. He said with a smile on his face that she had a very useful ability that helped them break through the wall. Boban followed him. The smile disappeared from their faces. They were surprised again. They couldn't believe what they saw right in front of them. Through the huge hole in the wall, they could see the mark left by Ubi's grandfather. Their attempt had failed. They had no way of getting out of the trap. Rose went to the wall and said that the thing on the wall looked exactly like the mark the old man had made. Sally asked him in surprise if that was possible. Boban had lost his patience. He thought it was some joker doing these tricks on them. He asked him to show himself, and then he would kill him on the spot. Gil remembered that in school he had read that someone had called the earth a prison for all mankind. It looked like they were in a kind of prison too. The whole corridor was a circle, but he could not feel it because their perception of space was obstructed. They were in one continuous labyrinth. Gil began to think about how they could get out of the maze, how they could free themselves from this prison they had fallen into. He had to think of something urgently. Mrs. Su showed the pictures to Professor Miyatake. They were of monsters that were appearing all over the world. She needed her help. They looked like monsters from the game. They looked like monsters from the myths of different countries. It was very suspicious to the police. They needed to know how to destroy them. Professor Miyatake confirmed that these creatures were true in mythology, but she was unsure. Sue asked her if she was sure. If that was the case, then all the legends were true. Professor Miyatake was horrified to realize that all these legends were not fictitious at all. The proof of this was the appearance of monsters in their world. These monsters confirmed all the real historical facts. It frightened them. The monsters could destroy all living things around them, and it was difficult to stop them. Boban, looking at the mark, didn't understand what was happening in this place. He was boiling with anger, and he didn't want to be stuck in this place until he was old. He had to look for a way out. Lucia stood quietly and thought about how to get out of the situation, but she was interrupted by Boban and angrily asked him to stop yelling and calm down. But her words only made him angry. He was ready to start a fight with her, but she stood still and did not pay attention to the angry Boban. Jill was sitting on the sidelines and not touching anyone. He was thinking about how they were going to get out. Sally came over to him and sat down. She asked him if he had any ideas on how they were going to get out, but he waved his head in the negative. He sat there thinking that this was just an assignment, so there definitely had to be a way out. He felt like he was missing something important, but he didn't realize what it was. Hesiod was behind him. He appeared and said a word he didn't understand, which drew Gil's attention to himself. But Hesiod repeated the Ouroboros with concern, he realized, which indicated that it was indeed him, and that was a big problem for them. Gil listened to Hesiod, and suddenly remembered that he had encountered the name before in a mythology book, but he couldn't quite remember who the Ouroboros was yet. Finally, he remembered that it was a serpent biting its tail. It was a symbol of the endless cycle. The legend said that the serpent Jormungand and the thousand-headed serpent Shesha looked exactly like Ouroboros. Gil looked at Hesiod and asked if they had to slit the serpent from the inside to get out. But Hesiod said it wasn't that simple. They were trapped in a trap set by the god Onir. They had fallen into it as soon as they entered the temple. He asked him with hope in his voice if he knew how they could break the trap, and how they could get out to complete the task. It was vital for them to leave the trap. Hesiod knew how to break the trap. They just needed to find the one who activated the trap and kill him, and then they would be free. Now the task was even harder for them. Gil was shocked that one of the guys was not a real person, but a fake created by Onir that they needed to find. Hesiod had warned him to be careful, that inside Ouroboros this imposter was like a god and could not be spooked. He only had one shot. Gil realized that he couldn't let him get away and scare him away. He needed to figure him out and kill him before he suspected anything or knew that Gil had figured it out. He looked at everyone very carefully. He began to analyze their behavior. He had a difficult task ahead of him in finding the not real person. They were all behaving as usual, and it was very difficult to find the fake. He needed a plan to identify it, but so far he didn't have any ideas. Gil watched Sally and Ubby chatting sweetly and was afraid to imagine that the fake could be either of them, and he would have to kill one of them. He noted that the fake was very well disguised. He had to figure out who it was and break the cycle. On the Okroin of the underworld, leaves began to fall from the magic tree. The girl stood and caught them with her hand. She didn't understand how this could happen in the temple of Latona. She realized that in the temple, someone had activated the divine trap, and that's why leaves were falling from the magic tree. She couldn't know who it was, really. The girl stood and quietly looked at the tree, as suddenly behind her back was a man who told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl was disturbed by this meeting. The god Hades himself had come to meet her. She was very surprised that he had come to her. She wondered what purpose had brought him to her. Hades saw her anxiety and asked her what was the matter. Was she not happy to see him? He could not understand the expression on her face. But Onir replied that it was just that he had come to the outskirts of the underworld for the first time, and she was surprised at this. She wondered what business he had come to her for. Hades told her that his dearest father, Kronos, had escaped from the Tartarus. That was why he had come to her on the outskirts of the underworld. He needed her. Onir was shocked by this news. She thought it was impossible. The divine trap in the Tartarus had not been activated. He could not just disappear unnoticed. Hades didn't want to hear anything. He needed her to help him find Cronus before Zeus and Poseidon found out. And if that happened, she herself would be in her father's place in the Tartarus. Onir was frightened by Hades' words. She had no choice but to submit to him. She answered him that she would do anything for her lord. She wondered what Kronos had done to escape the Tartarus while avoiding Cerberus, and how he had managed to circumvent the trap. She caught another sheet and looked at it carefully. She was very curious as to what exactly had happened in the Latona that the trap in the temple had triggered. Gil and his team were still sitting in the same place. He couldn't figure out the fake yet, but he had an interesting idea in his head, and he approached Grandpa Ubba. He had something to ask him. He voiced his request to him. Grandpa Ubby was surprised that Gil wanted to hold a training session for the Archimage of Hulrinkum. That was the idea that came to Gil's mind. But he didn't voice the real reason for his request. He told him that they were stuck anyway, so why don't they practice a little? He remembered that last time the clones had beaten them to a pulp. Boban didn't understand why Gil wanted to do this, and now, when they should be thinking about how to get out of this place, but instead he wanted to practice. He told him that they had nothing to do anyway. He reminded him that last time he had been beaten like a baby, and he thought Boban was just afraid it would happen again. Boban asked Ubby to get the artifact. Sally went over to her grandfather and asked him not to listen to what the two men were telling him. She thought it wasn't serious and didn't give it much thought. Gil thought that if he checked them one by one, the imposter would notice sooner or later. It was better to have a battle for all of them at once, and the messier the battle was, the sooner he would give himself away. He submarined that if he had the real Grandpa Ubi in front of him, he would not ask him any unnecessary questions, and he would have one less suspect. Grandpa Ubi answered him that he didn't mind. He was ready to get his artifact out and proceed with the test. His answer surprised Sully. Gil thought that if the old man was real, he would definitely agree to fulfill his request. He was well aware that he was asking him to do this for a reason, but because he had a plan. Grandpa Ube had once been one of the 12 heroes. He was an incredibly perceptive man who would definitely understand everything right away. Hesiod couldn't even think that Gil would choose such a way to identify the enemy. He told him that the imposter couldn't be identified by his fighting skills. Gil replied that he knew the skills could be copied. However, there was something that no doppelganger could replicate. What he meant was that no imposter could exactly copy the habits of a real person, so he hoped to figure out the enemy by the habits that each of them had. Gil remembered that each man had his own tactics during battle, which he repeated in almost every battle he was involved in. He understood that the thought process during battle was embedded in the very essence of the man, in his character and behavior, and it was the one thing the imposter could not fake. Gil just needed to observe each of them very carefully, and then finding the imposter would be easy. It was all decided by people's habits. Hesiod reminded him that he only had one shot, and if he didn't solve them, they would be stuck forever in a time loop that would be impossible to get out of. Gil drew his sword and prepared to test and observe. He answered Hesiod not to worry. He was bound to pull this off. There was too much at stake. Grandfather Ubi shouted for everyone to get ready. The training was about to begin. He asked them all to be extremely careful and try not to hurt each other. Lucius turned to them and said that she wasn't interested in their childish fun. She wanted to get this over with as soon as possible and get on with thinking about how they were going to get out of this place. Gil noticed that Lucius had decided to do exactly the same as him, kill the weakest opponent in the first few seconds. Based on his experience fighting her, he could tell she was the real deal. He saw his doppelganger start to attack Sally and rush to her aid. He managed to stop his attack near her and told her that while he would hold the doppelganger, she and Lucius had to help the others. Sally stood there unable to get away from the fact that Gil's doppelganger had almost killed her. She was still trembling, but agreed with Gil, and they set off to help the others. Gil watched them closely. He needed to get them to make choices all the time. It was the only way he could recognize the imposter before he gave himself away. Lucius came to Brose's aid. She killed his clone and told him with a smirk that he couldn't even overpower such a low-level clone. She thought he was weak. Sally stood with Philog and asked if he was all right. Brose saw Lucius and thought she was beautiful. He wanted to get to know her better, to which she gave him a rude rebuff. Jill analyzed that Boban decided to attack Lucius's clone. She also possessed shadows. Brose and Philog as before chose their clones. He and Lucius decided to attack the weakest clone, Sally's clone, and she as usual didn't know who to attack. But he abruptly realized that he had missed something important, something that would give away the imposter, but he couldn't figure out what he was missing. After analyzing everything again, Gil finally found out who was the imposter that had put them in this time loop. Boban had defeated his doppelganger and was proud of it. He hadn't been able to defeat him the first time, but now he was doing his best to snatch victory from his clone. Gil walked up to Bros. He didn't say anything. He just looked at him and tried to figure out if he was real or not. Bros looked at him and didn't understand what was going on, why he was staring at him. He said nothing and drew his sword and slit Bros' throat. Blood gushed onto the floor, dumbfounding Bros himself. He didn't expect Gil to do such a thing. Philog saw his close friend Jill killed in front of him. He thought Jill had lost his mind and decided to start killing them. Everyone around him couldn't believe that Gil had killed one of them. Fear and horror was on their faces. They didn't understand anything. They didn't guess anything. But abruptly, everyone stopped talking and saw Bros's body turned into a pile of ashes. It caused them a lot of questions. They were confused. They calmed down and walked closer to the ashes. They began to realize that it wasn't Bros at all. But they wanted to know why Gil had killed him. Gil looked at the ashes and realized that he was right, and it wasn't the real Bros in front of him. His plan had worked. He had figured out the imposter. Abruptly, everything started to collapse. A bright light came through the huge gaps, blinding everyone in the corridor. It looked like the trap had been broken. When the trap collapsed, they all sat there looking at each other. At the very end was Bros. He was feeling pretty bad, but he didn't know what had happened to them. Gil wasn't sure if they had gotten out of the trap or not. He needed to check it out somehow, but he didn't understand how to do it. Philog went over to Bros and asked him how he was feeling. Bros told him that he was fine, but he didn't understand what had happened and why they were all sitting there. Boban was angry with Gil. He didn't understand what he was doing, why he had killed Boban and why they were in this place. He wanted an explanation. But Gil didn't listen to him. He turned his head and stared at him. Boban noticed this and decided to ask him what he was looking at. Gil smiled and happily told him that they had managed to leave the time loop. They were free and could continue their journey. Boban turned his head and looked at the same place. They were sitting in front of a huge gate, with two handsome statues near them. Herpy said that it turned out the dragon of the underworld, who had sold his soul to Hades, was really just a weak lowlife that he was about to destroy. He thought the battle with Argolis would be more interesting, but he was extremely bored. He was too weak for him and was no competition for Herpy. Herpy ran up with incredible speed and grabbed the dragon by the throat. He wasn't expecting this. He didn't realize who he was, that he had such power. He answered him that if he wanted to know his name, he should go to hell and ask his vile master. Herpy pressed his throat even harder, and not expectedly, the dragon ignited with blue flames. Herpy didn't realize what was happening. The fire started to move over him. He realized that there were hellfire hidden inside this dragon. It had fallen into Hades' divine trap, and now the flames were consuming him. Argolis watched as Kepri burned. He was very lucky that the trap had worked. If it wasn't for Hades, he would have been dead by now. He raised his head and looked up into the sky where his trap was. It looked like a flower. He was very grateful to his lord for saving him. Onir realized that the divine trap that was sealed in the dragon's body was activated. This confirmed that the killer of the gods was in Latona. Grandpa Ubi approached Gil and asked him if it was really the dream god's trap or something else. He couldn't get over the misunderstanding that was hanging over him. He also wondered how he knew about divine traps. He had never told him about them. This information was not available to everyone. Gil could not tell him about Hesiod. He did not know how to explain his presence in his inner world. He was afraid that they would not understand it. Everyone was surprised that Gil knew about the traps. Sally had never heard of them, and Boban didn't know they existed either. Bros wondered what else Gil might have kept from them. Lucius explained to them that each god had a unique spell that allowed them to create a special divine trap. The object of the spell could be either a person or an object. If the god himself didn't break the spell, it would work. The most important thing was that the trap worked against the gods themselves. You could say that it was their strongest weapon. The fact that they managed to get out of it alive was a miracle. She turned around and looked at Gil. She asked him how he knew that killing Bros would help them break the divine trap. It didn't make sense to her. Bros was shocked when he heard whose murder had broken the trap. He didn't realize what Jill had just done to free him. Gil explained to him that they were trapped in a divine trap and they could only get out by finding and killing the imposter, which was Bros, but he was fine now. During their conversation, a system notification informed him that Herpes' ghost servant had been injured in the battle with the dragon, and now he was sealed. He would be available for summoning again in 30 hours. Gil told them that it was time to hurry now, that Argolis had sealed his ghost servant, He teased that it wouldn't be long before he would catch up with them. They approached the gate, calm and attuned. They did not yet know what awaited them, but they stepped into the unknown with a full sense of confidence. The group entered the gate and walked down a long corridor. Grandpa Ube had asked everyone to be as careful as possible. Sally noticed that it was strange that there were no guards. Once they were deep into the corridor, the door slammed shut behind them. There was no turning back now. They needed to defeat anything that came their way at all costs to get home. They walked on. Everything around them seemed suspicious, ominous, and scary. As they walked a little further, Sally noticed something ahead of them, but she couldn't make out what it was. Right in front of them were skeletal warriors who were already waiting for them and had long ago prepared to meet them. There were a lot of them, and they were ready to destroy them, but they hadn't attacked them yet. Bros said that he knew that there were monsters waiting for them outside the door, but he didn't know that there would be so many of them. It wasn't just the number of them. They were much stronger than the normal monsters that were in the Latona. Gil realized that the level of the Helldraugers was only 20 more than the servants of Goddess Bastet from the Purple Moon trial, but there were too many of them, and they were attacking all at the same time. He saw the monsters running at them, and thought that there was too little space here. The environment around them was oppressive, and also the numerical advantage of the enemy. It would be very difficult for them to take the fight from them. The moving infernal draugrs made the boys involuntarily feel the fear gripping them. This could not be allowed or they would lose before the fight even started. The system updated the task in which the Devil's Eye, created by Nabulusu, would continuously summon monsters. They had to kill all the enemies and destroy the eye. The reward was the summoning of Nabulusi. Behind the backs of the monsters was a huge eye from which were coming in droves of monsters that they had to kill. They needed a plan of attack on the eye, because the monsters were getting more and more. Gil understood the mission, and where all the monsters were coming from, he needed to urgently stop the flow of monsters arriving on the battlefield. He looked at his squad and realized that the most important thing he needed to do now was to kill the sense of fear in them, because they were scared. Grandpa Ube stood calm and unperturbed. He was one of those who didn't have an ounce of fear of them. Sally asked him what they should do, for there were more and more of them. While everyone was standing around watching the monsters arrive and thinking about how they would not get killed, Jill, like lightning, jumped past them and started attacking the monsters. He was sure that by his actions he would push them to take decisive action and kill the sense of fear in them. They had to believe in their own strength. Gil shouted to them to gather their strength and that the monsters were coming out of the OK. They just needed to cover him so he could destroy it, and that way they would be victorious. Grandpa Ubi pulled out his special sword and told the others that their job was to cover Jill, and they had to help him get close to the eye to launch an attack. Ube and Gil succeeded in restoring faith in their powers to the rest of the squad. They all knew their tasks and knew all their abilities and what they were capable of. Gil wanted to let them know that they were not alone in this battle, and that he was someone they could rely on. He would try his best to protect them. Boban was already geared up for battle. He didn't want to let Gil take all the glory for himself. He too was eager to prove himself in battle. Maybe then he would have a chance to face Sally. After a long attack on the monsters, suddenly something was wrong. Gil couldn't understand what had changed, but it was only making it harder for them to complete the task at hand. Gil tried to make another attack on the monster, but the attack seemed to pass through him, and he did not do a single damage to it, so he could not hurt it. More and more questions arose in Gil's mind. He didn't know how to counter them now. They were now unbeatable, but they didn't stop and began their ruthless attacks. The system notified Gil that the infernal draugrs had now taken the form of spirits. The Doogies were immune to physical damage. This made it very difficult for the entire squad. This was a problem for them. Now the monsters were immune to physical damage, but they were attacking and taking damage. Jill didn't understand what he had to do to defeat them. Bros tried his best to damage them with his attacks, but they were going through them. All their attacks were useless. They were trapped. The monsters tried to attack Sally more. She was the only one who didn't have any weapons. She was a threat to the monsters because of her abilities. Gil thought that normal weapons couldn't defeat the monsters. Magic skills were needed, but among them only Sally was a mage, but that wasn't enough. The whole squad stood in defense of Sally, who was being attacked mercilessly by the monsters. They defended themselves as best they could, but they had to attack the monsters. The monsters were getting bigger and bigger. They were doing damage without stopping. They needed to attack them immediately, so Sally used the Fire Dungeon magic ability. While Sally was using the Fire Dungeon ability, Little Yaluka put up a protective barrier so that the monsters couldn't get close to them. At this time, Jill used the heal ability to recover the squad. Boban was not happy that he healed him so slowly. He wanted to get back into the fight faster. Jill lightly tapped the boban on the shoulder to keep him quiet and not stop him from healing him. Now they needed to heal the team's wounds faster while Sally held back the monsters. He noticed that if you used healing on other people, you had to cast the spell continuously for a minute. He still had a lot of rules of this game to figure out. Gil turned around and watched as Sally held back the monsters. He had to figure out how to destroy these monsters that were immune to physical damage. They couldn't just rely on Sally and Yaluka. They wouldn't last long that way. There were so many monsters. They needed another plan on how to damage them. He noticed that there were monsters constantly coming out of his eye. As soon as they dealt with one, another would appear, making the team feel down. Gil thought that if this continued, they would be doomed and the monsters would kill them, but he didn't know how to physically damage them. He healed the Boban, who noted that his healing ability wasn't that bad, but Jill said that now they needed to find a way to overpower these monsters. Sally and the Yaluka wouldn't last long. Jill couldn't understand where Hesiod had disappeared to. As soon as the battle started, he disappeared. He thought that maybe Hesiod might know how to defeat the monsters. He began to call out to him, through his inner world. He wished he knew where he was now, when he was so needed, but he was silent. Gil realized that calling out to Hesiod was useless. There was no reaction from him. He had only one question in his mind. What should they do now? He noticed that Grandpa Ubby was standing there watching the monsters as if he was analyzing them and looking for a way to kill them. Jill wondered what he was doing. Jill headed over to his grandfather to get some information from him. As soon as he approached him, the old man asked if he was able to heal the Boban's wounds. He replied that he was fine. Now they had to figure out what to do about these monsters. He asked the old man if he had ever encountered anything like this. The old man replied that, to tell you the truth, he had seen something like this for the second time in his life. His answer surprised Jill. He wanted to know when was the first time, and assumed that the old man must have known how to kill the monsters. The old man remembered that during the War for Ablain, he had traveled alone to the Dark Sea, and when he fought the troll Quink, he used this ability too. The old man could not do any damage to him. He only had to defend himself. And when the troll tried to give him a fatal blow, the old man thought it was the end of him. But it wasn't. As Ubi held the troll's sword close to his heart, a blue sword intertwined with lightning appeared in front of him out of nowhere. The old man saw the sword and realized that it was the gods who had given it to him so that he could defeat the troll. Only this weapon could kill him, even though he was immune to physical damage. And so it was. Not only was the sword able to pierce the Quink, but it also allowed the old man to deal massive damage to it. And then he finally killed it. The old man explained that he later learned that it was a legendary magic sword. It contained the inexhaustible power of the thunderstorm element. The sword itself could not hurt Quink. It would be more correct to say that he was killed by the thunderstorm magic that was imprisoned in the point of the sword. After Grandpa Ubby finished telling the story, Jill seemed to have come up with a new tactic to attack these monsters. He knew exactly what he needed to do now. Jill realized that in this game, magic and physical damage were strictly separated, that the attacks of Baban, Brood, Lucius, and Philology couldn't harm the monsters, because the system defined them as physical attacks. Only Sally's attacks were considered magical. She belonged to the mage class, and it could be deduced that the character's class affected the type of attacks. Jill thought that total annihilation allowed him to harness the power of primordial chaos, and thus added to all attacks the power of the element, which made them magical, and the crescent moon strike also the same power, and allowed weapons to deal magical damage. Grandpa Ubi added that he had yet to meet a mage who was able to enchant a weapon, but Jill already knew exactly what he needed to do to hit all the monsters. As he watched Sally burn the monsters, he analyzed the information he had received and thought that if he got it right, it would be easy to kill the monsters. The monsters did not give up, and were already preparing to use a new type of attack. Their mouths began to form magical spheres. Now they were preparing to shoot from a distance. This was a new threat to the squad. They shot one after another at the protective barrier that Sally and Yaluka were holding with all their might. But after this attack, they had even less strength left. After this attack, Sally shouted to her grandfather that she couldn't hold them back anymore. They were too strong for her. She did everything she could. Now the monsters had nothing left to hold them back. Jill began to use the power of primordial chaos. He remembered that the equipment Afterlife Song of the God of Ra increased the damage on undead by 100%. He swiftly jumped out from behind the protective barrier and killed 5 Draugr at once. His damage was increased by 100%, and now he knew how to defeat them. Jill didn't stop his attacks, he only sped them up. He now used total annihilation on the undead that was bursting out of the eye he needed to get to. Jill turned around and looked at everyone else. He told them to all follow him. He could protect them from the monsters' attacks. He saw that the monsters were nailing everything. He needed to get to the eye before his ability time ran out, and then he would be unable to damage the monsters again. Jill was killing Draugr at a rapid pace. His experience was gradually growing. Using magic attacks, he was increasing his chance of a critical hit by 50%. He realized that all he had to do was destroy the eye. Then all the monsters would disappear, and he would finally be able to meet Nabulusi. Jill made a promise to himself that he wouldn't die in this place. He used the Flying God Strike ability. After hitting the enemies, they were tagged. After tagging the monsters, Gil hoped that the eye was really behind them, otherwise all his attacks would be in vain. He decided for himself that he would win no matter what it took. He needed to defeat the eye so that it would appear on the Nabulusi, so he could kill it, and then get out of the place. According to how much Draugrs are regarded as elite enemies by the system, after killing them, all his abilities were instantly restored. Also killing elite enemies activated the Total Annihilation combat ability. The only thing that worried Jill was that the sword was wearing out quickly in battle. There was a chance that it would fail, and he would be left without a weapon. He also noticed that he was moving forward too slowly. If he continued like this, he would have to fight the Nabulusi with his bare hands. Behind the monsters' backs was an eye that needed to be destroyed. Jill realized that he could still spend a few levels to buy a new weapon if his sword failed. But then, during the boss battle, he might not have enough levels to buy the cure. He plotted to perform one technique that would greatly reduce the durability of his sword, but he had no other choice. Jill gathered his strength and used the power of primal chaos, dealing a crescent moon strike to all the monsters in front of him. This blow helped Jill kill all the monsters in front of him. All his abilities were restored. Now he needed to destroy the eye before the new monsters reappeared. Bros watched the force with which Jill attacked. He was shocked by his abilities and thought he was even stronger than he was when they first met. Philog wondered if there was a limit to his strength. He realized that he was superior to all of them in his fighting power, and no one could give him an equal fight. Boban was happy for Jill, but he still knew that one day he would surpass him, even if he had to train for ages. Grandpa Ubby also recognized that this kid was far superior to him in strength. He admired Jill's abilities. Everyone noticed that Jill was so strong that he involuntarily made them feel safe. They knew that in a difficult situation, he would have saved them. Everyone was shocked by Jill's strength and abilities. He managed to give them hope that they could get out of this place by defeating the Guardian. After a long fight with the monsters, finally Jill found himself near the sinister eye that was trying hard to stop Jill from getting to him. Jill looked carefully at the eye that already knew what was ahead and why Jill had shown up. He just needed to destroy it. He was sure he could destroy the eye. He had no other way. Killing the eye would cause the Nabulusu to appear, which is what Jill had come to the temple for. Jill jumped high to attack the eye that no one was guarding anymore. It was doomed to die by his sword. He raised his sword high above the eye and plunged down sharply, slicing it in half. In this challenge, Jill won, but he had an even harder task ahead of him to kill the Nabulusi. The head of the company was playing golf when one of his employees reported to him that Gil had recently appeared in the subway and disappeared. They had sent their men to look for him, and that his mother was still in their custody. He wanted to add something else to his report, that there were different rumors, but he had no time to finish his report. His boss turned to him and he was silent. The head of the company hit him in the face with a golf club. He told him that he had wasted so much of his time, but he had not found the right person. He raised his head with the club and looked at him carefully. His servant was trembling all over with fear. He already thought he was going to kill him. He whispered quietly and uncertainly to him, "Boss," and fell silent. But his boss knew no mercy. He said he didn't care how he did it. But if he didn't get what he needed within 7 days, he wouldn't get off with one punch. He glared menacingly at him and decided to threaten him that if he didn't get the one he wanted, he was allowed to consider himself dead. His employee got on his knees and bowed to him. He understood and was ready to go looking for him. The boss turned his back to him and threw a club next to him and was about to leave. Her colleague came running to Mrs. Sue and reported to her that they had just been informed that the giant monster that was heading towards them had suddenly disappeared, and it was exactly the same in other cities. She was surprised and asked him for a video to confirm it, but they didn't have one. They only had old photos, and the video surveillance system all over the world had gone down at the same time. She was surprised that all the systems were down. She wanted to know if there was any more information from the eyewitnesses, to which she heard that all the eyewitnesses claimed, and started rummaging through the papers looking for the right one. He hadn't had an answer for too long, and Mrs. Sue turned to him to ask what the eyewitnesses had said. He should have hurried to find the answer. Finally he found the sheet on which it was written that they had seen the gods come down to Earth and kill all the monsters that were killing innocent people. She was greatly surprised by this information. She couldn't believe what he had just told her about the gods. It came as a real shock to her. Jill destroyed the devil's eye by cutting it in half. Thanks to this, he gained experience and increased his level. He also received the key of the Amethyst Moon and received a new title, Holy Demon Slayer. With this title, Jill would receive a 10% damage bonus when hitting demon-type monsters. If he was attacked by a demon-type monster, his defense would increase by 10%. After attacking the Devil Eye, the durability of his enchanted sword was 39%. He needed to change his weapon before the important battle with the Nabulusi. But unexpectedly, without any explanation or warning, Jill was attacked by Boban. He ran up and wanted to kick him, but Jill put up a block. No one expected such behavior from Boban. They thought he was crazy. He had no reason to attack Gil, who saved them all from the monsters. But he did it because he was a bit jealous. He asked him when he became so strong and how he achieved it. But the answer was simple. He leveled up by killing monsters. At this point, Braz decided to play a joke on him, saying that he thought he was possessed by a demon. But it turned out that he was just jealous. His joke made Boban very angry. Boban calmed down, and looking at Gil made a promise to himself that no matter how strong he became, one day he would surpass him. Now that was his goal for life. Gil didn't retaliate with his attack or harsh words. He just looked at him and gave him a friendly smile that made him feel much better. He extended his hand to him and told him that they were now on the same team, and he had full faith and hope in him. Boban smiled at him, for the first time since they had met, and told him that he was ready to go and defeat the temple guard with him. They shook hands, and there was no more rivalry between them. This moment cemented them together as if they were brothers. Gil told him that Boban would have to do a good job of keeping up with him and smiled at him. To which Boban replied, still with a pleasant smile on his face, that it remained to be seen which of them would have to try harder. But their conversation was interrupted by a sharp sound that came from somewhere they couldn't understand. They both looked around and braced themselves for battle. Sally stood beside Grandpa Ubby and asked what that sound was. She had never encountered such a sound before, but this sound was not good for them. They were all very tense after that sound. The corridor they were in started to collapse. It was like an earthquake had started. The squad drew their weapons so they could break the blocks of stone that were falling on them. Phylog used his ability and put a huge shield over them. Gil saw that the ceiling was falling on them. He asked everyone to be extra careful and cautious. He was worried about them. No one understood what had caused such destruction. Gil thought it might have been the moment the Nabulusi appeared, but he didn't have an answer for that yet. After everything had rolled, Gil looked up and it took his breath away from what he saw. He couldn't have expected to see this. There were two huge evil eyes looking at them. Looking at them, one could involuntarily feel a sense of fear, but it was not yet clear where they came from or who they belonged to. The girls passing by saw the man kneeling on his knees and saying that it was the end of the world, that they were all going to die, and that the gods were punishing them for their sins. He practically threw himself on them, shouting that the gates of hell were about to open, and that a terrible judgment was waiting for them, and repeated that they were all going to die. Fortunately, there were two military men nearby who quickly twisted him, but he kept repeating that they were all going to die. The little girl clinging to her mother didn't understand who the gods were. She thought the gods were those horrible monsters that attacked them. Professor Miyatake thought that if a computer were to create a world identical to the real world, then the inhabitants of that virtual world would be like ordinary people. The professor's teacher, who was passing by, hastened to add to her thoughts that for the virtual world, people would be gods, would be their creators, and no one in that world could compare to them. She asked him that if it was true what he was saying, then their world could actually be a virtual world too. She wanted to know if there was any evidence for this hypothesis. The teacher answered her that it wasn't really hard to prove. If their world was real, then 3 conditions had to be met for it to be real. Firstly, people should not be interested in creating virtual worlds. Secondly, the scientific and technological part should not allow the creation of a virtual world. And thirdly, if a virtual world was created, then humanity should be destroyed. Summarizing, the man said that if these 3 conditions were met, then no matter how strange the world seemed, it would be more than real. But the conditions were broken. There was a good chance that for the creatures living in the virtual world of that game, humans were also gods to them. Miyatake thought it was just a hypothesis before, but the appearance of these monsters confirmed Professor Shindai's guess. The world of humans was virtual, just like the world they had created. They were all just puppets, she thought, acting according to a script written by someone in advance. For Jill and the squad were beginning the final phase of their mission, Kepri's Revenge. The reward for completing the task was the Key of Freedom, the Eye of the Nabulusi. Once the task was completed, they could leave Latona. Gil looked at the monster carefully and thought that was how it was the final boss of the Nabulusi. It had a very powerful aura. His old feeling came back to him. From what he saw, his body was once again paralyzed with fear. The monster was huge and powerful. It past will instilled fear in him. Gil realized that it couldn't go on like this. If they let fear get the best of him, then they would definitely lose. Grandpa Uba saw that they had all succumbed to fear and were in a daze. He needed to get their confidence back or the fight was over before it even started. He told them that he understood that this was the first time they had met an enemy so superior in strength, but they had to remember that in any battle, no matter the opponent, they must not let fear take over. Ubi added that since they had come to the temple, they had two choices: die in the Lathon or kill the thing. They were obligated to give their best to defeat the monster. He turned to his squad and practically ordered them to overpower it, and not let fear take control of them. All of them were now energized to fight and to fight. None of them felt fear anymore. They were ready to go into battle. Gil looked at them and realized that Grandpa Uba had solved the problem they had in an instant and had been able to drive the fear out of them. Suddenly a strong wind blew on them. Sally noticed it and couldn't understand where it came from in this place. There was no wind in this place before, but Jill realized that it was not wind at all, and that it was Nabulusi. He created this wind flow, but from where he did it, and for what purpose, Jill could not understand yet. The Nabulusi had already attacked the team behind him. They couldn't dodge it. They were too late to notice the danger looming over them. Despite the fact that the team was unprepared, Gil came to their aid and was able to cut off the tentacle that had almost reached its target and hit them. Grandpa Ubi picked up his sword and used his lightning elemental. He was ready for battle. He told them that this wind was caused by the temple guard's attack that they almost missed. He asked them to be more careful and try to dodge his dangerous tentacles. They didn't know what the guard was capable of yet. Ube was already fighting off several of the monster's tentacles. He told Boban and Gil that while he would fend off his attacks, they needed to get as close to him as possible and attack him. Gil and Boban looked at each other and were ready to attack the monster together. They were now out of competition. Not only their lives, but the lives of the whole team were at stake. They rushed forward towards the huge monster while Grandpa Ube tried to draw its attention to himself. It wasn't easy for them to get through the fast tentacles. Gil thought that his agility level was quite high, but right now he didn't have time to react to the monster's attack, while Grandpa Ube appeared to still be able to move quite fast. They tried to find a loophole and jump through the nimble tentacles, but one of them almost caught them. They were able to dodge it at the last moment. Jill and Boban bounced to a safe distance. Boban was slightly wounded in the arms, but they weren't going to back down or give up in their attempts to get closer to the monster. He turned around and looked at Boban. He asked him if he was okay, and if he could continue the fight. He replied that he would live, and not to worry about him. Gil thought that his tentacles could attack them even from underground. Then it turns out that they couldn't anticipate his actions. It was almost impossible. The monster's tentacles attacked Bros and Phylog abruptly. They hurt them badly and swept them up into the air. They couldn't free themselves from them. They needed urgent help. Sally and Lucius were very scared for them. They didn't know how to help them because the monster kept hunting them. It didn't give them a chance to save their friends. At the last moment, Grandpa Ubi came to their aid. He was incredibly fast and strong. He freed them. Bros and Phylog were badly wounded and needed treatment. The enemy was hiding in the darkness and attacking them, and they were right in front of him. Jill thought that it couldn't go on like this. He had to think of something. He went to the marketplace, hoping to find something useful. Jill saw an interesting thing. It was a light grenade, which cost only 3 levels. The light of this grenade was able to illuminate even the most impenetrable darkness, the effect of which was 5 minutes. Gil thought that with this grenade he would be able to illuminate his tentacles from all sides. Then only those tentacles that came out from under the ground would need to be feared. He bought a grenade and immediately decided to use it. He threw it hard forward towards the Nabulusi. His plan was to help them dodge his tentacles more effectively. The grenade exploded and a bright light appeared. They all saw what the Nabulusi looked like. It worked, and now they could see everything, but they had very little time. The Nabulusi monster was horrible. The mere sight of it inspired immense fear. It had a large number of eyes and tentacles on it. Its body seemed to sprawl in the darkness. As Jill stood looking at it, it put its plan into action. It sent one of its tentacles from the ground straight at Jill. It pierced through him, almost killing him. Jill fell to his knee and grabbed his chest. The wound was incredibly deep, and a sea of blood gushed directly onto the ground. Jill was completely unprotected at this point. Nabulusi did not hesitate with his next attack. He aimed his swift blades at Gil while he was defenseless. Thus, he got rid of one opponent. A girl sat on the roof of a house and looked out over the city. She thought that this was the world where the so-called creators lived. She noticed that it wasn't much different from their world. The guy standing behind her said that he enjoyed watching the smug people being smeared like cockroaches. The girl told Jinx that he was an idiot for thinking such thoughts. Jinx replied to Amira that she must have enjoyed it too, but she changed the subject and asked him to inform Shelley that the man they were looking for was not in this town. He wanted to know why Shelley would even want to do that. He just wanted to kill all the people so they wouldn't have to look for anyone else. Ymir, with a smile on her face, told him that if he said one more word, she herself personally would nail him on the spot. Jinx didn't argue with her, much less pick a fight with her. He turned around and said that he was off to Shelly's as she had told him to. After he left, Ymir pulled out a photo picture of a girl and her baby. It was clear that she cherished that picture. Gil had suffered a very life-threatening injury. He was bleeding excessively, which could lead to a permanent loss of health. He needed to get treatment immediately. He was on his knees, cradling the wound to keep the blood from oozing out even more. He thought about how painful it was. His lungs were being pierced through. It was becoming difficult for him to breathe. Nabolusi saw that his victim was immobilized, and he could deliver the fatal blow. He aimed his swift blades at Gil's attack. Gil saw the deadly tentacles coming at him, but he couldn't move. His injury was too severe. He wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. The tentacles reached where Jill was standing in a safe place. The squad couldn't believe that the monster had killed Jill. They didn't want to believe it. Nabolusi only laughed. He was sure that his attack had reached its target, and he was able to kill one of them. He was confident in his strength and his invincibility. Lucius thought this was some kind of nightmare. The speed of this attack and the destructive power of the Temple Guardian was simply unbelievable. She had never seen anything like this. But in the middle of this attack, Lucius noticed something. She hurried to inform the others, so that they wouldn't lose hope that Gil was still able to dodge this attack. At the last moment, before the attack reached Jill, Grandpa Ubi used all his speed and agility to save him. He carried Jill on his back to safety. He had to wade through the monster's dangerous tentacles while fighting them off. Preventing them from killing Jill, the old man used his Thunderstorm Blade Final Strike ability and began to get out of the trap. He moved with incredible speed, striking his opponent's tentacles with the power of his lightning element cutting through the darkness. Lucius couldn't believe that Ubi, even with Gil on his shoulders, could dodge all the monster's attacks. He was one of the 1,200 heroes, nicknamed the Son of the God of Thunder. He wielded blue lightning, which he used to cut off the monster's tentacles. When Ubi stopped beside Sally and Lucius, they saw that he was incredibly strong, even though he was already an old man. Ubi put Gil in a safe place. Yaluka flew over to him immediately. She was worried about him. He hurried to calm her down and with a smile on his face told her that he was fine. He looked at Ube's grandfather and thanked him for saving his life. If it wasn't for him, Gil would have been dead long ago and his dreams of returning home would have been destroyed. Ube turned to him and told him that his wounds were non-lethal. He would protect him while he tended to his wounds. Gil didn't understand how Grandpa Ubi could do that, because even when he wasn't wounded, he couldn't completely avoid the Nabolusi's attacks. He began to heal his wounds and thought that Grandpa Ubi was not only able to evade the monster's attacks, but he was also able to carry it on his shoulders. Jill realized that Ubi was much stronger than he was. He was an incredibly skilled warrior, and his speed was prohibitive. He could not defeat Ubi in battle. There were loud noises at the entrance to the temple. Someone was walking down the corridor and he was surprised. He thought the squad should have still been here, but they weren't there. Argolis had already recovered from his fight with Kepri and was following the squad. He wondered if they had gotten out of the trap and headed for Nabolusi. He was surprised. He lit the flame in his hand and noted that he had indeed underestimated them, but he was sure that Nabolusi had probably torn them all to shreds by now. The dragon walked over to the wall and placed his hand with the flame on one of the stones. He was annoyed that Lord Hades had asked him to bring the killer of the gods alive. He opened a huge portal. He stood there thinking that now the Lord would blow his brains out because Nabolusi had already killed him. Argolis smiled and was about to enter the portal. He was excited that he would be able to bring his master at least the corpse of the god's killer. Gil continued his healing and watched Grandpa Ube. He was amazed at his speed. He dodged those swift tentacles so easily. But Nabolusi's attacks were getting faster and faster, but Ubi kept up his speed. He had to protect everyone he cared about. He couldn't let the monster kill any of them. Gil thought that he was level 100 now, and even if he spent 2/3 S of his skill points to pump up his agility, he still wouldn't be able to match the old man. It was unbelievable to him. He couldn't understand how Grandpa Uba managed to achieve such results. He watched him carefully and tried to learn something from him. A long time ago, a village elder called out 3 names: Joel Ubby, Andrew Wiggins, Dominic Davis, and these 3 boys were not chosen at random. The elders solemnly announced that they had passed the test and were heroes of the first class. Even then, Ubby stood out among them. He was the youngest boy to be so honored. He continued that they were now members of the first-class combat unit number 27. He hoped that they could become loyal comrades and work hard to protect their homeland. His comrades were walking behind him and discussing him. This was the boy everyone was talking about. They couldn't think that they would be on the same team with him. Ubi was a first-class hero at the age of 10. There had never been such a case in the history of the academy. Andrew said that someone had said that a warrior who possessed the power of Thunderstorm had passed the test in only 30 minutes. Repeating the previous record, Dominic couldn't believe it. After all, that was the speed of Chen Butong of the 12 heroes. It couldn't be true. They were shocked by Ubi's abilities and a little scared, because he was very strong and it scared people away. Almost no one wanted to be friends with him. Everyone thought he was not a human, but just a monster. Ube sat on the grass and thought that geniuses and fools were similar in some ways. The former caused envy in others and made them keep their distance. The latter were despised, ridiculed, and avoided as a rule. He sat alone. He thought that if you were different from ordinary people, then everyone else would consider you an outsider. That was the case with him. But then his loneliness was interrupted. He saw someone's hand extended in front of him to welcome him. Standing beside him was a couple. The guy's name was Morris, and he had heard that he had passed the exam. Next to him was his wife Luna. She too had become a first-class hero this year. He told him that they had heard a lot about him but didn't think he was so young. Ube smiled back and said hello to them. He was pleased that he was finally not alone. Looking at them, he felt he could have friends now. Morris told him that he and Luna would like to apply and form a small squad of the three of them, and asked if he would agree to it. Luna in turn hoped that he would agree and be with them. Ube thought that life knew how to surprise, and there would always be those who would accept you, no matter what. Whether you were a fool or a genius, there would always be a place for you in this world. They talked for a long time. The sun had long since set and it was almost dark. They shook hands and Ube agreed to be in their squad. While Jill was healing his wound, the system informed him that in the illustrated guidebook, information about Ube's character had been added. It had his whole life story. Gil, after learning the story of Ube's grandfather, was upset. He understood his pain. They were something alike. He too was always different from ordinary people. Morris looked at Luna and said that she was just recovering from childbirth after all. This task wasn't that important. He asked her to let him and Ube do it, without her. Ube looked at him and said that it would be better for him to stay too. Sally needed their care. He and the boys could do the task themselves. Morris answered him that they had agreed that they would go on the mission together and they could convince Luna to stay with Sally. He wondered why he had suddenly changed his mind. Luna overheard their conversation. She was furious. She turned around and told them that she couldn't believe that the two of them were conspiring behind her back. Morris kept telling her that this assignment was quite dangerous and that it was better for her to stay here, to which Ube replied that it was better for him to stay home with her too. He didn't like that Ube was trying to leave him at home. He wanted to go on the mission with him, but Ube thought that he was right and that it was better for him to stay with his wife and child. Luna got fed up with all their talking and arguing. She turned around and used Fire Strike on them. That was her way of trying to calm them down. Ube turned to his friends and told them that today's assignment had been quite difficult. All the members of the 2 second-class squads had been killed. Now they had Sally, and he didn't want them to take on such dangerous assignments. Luna was playing with her daughter and listening intently to what Ube was saying. She answered him that even though they now had Sally, he was very important to them. Morris said that was why they wanted to go with him. If he was there alone, they would be worried about him. They couldn't let him go alone on such a dangerous mission. With a smile on his face, Morris went on to say that they had one genius in their squad that met once every 100 years, and that genius was Ube. Luna looked at him and smiled as well. She assured him that they were not afraid of anything with him, and they were ready to go on any mission with him because they believed in him. Ube looked at them. Their words touched him very much. He was ready to give his life to save them all. They were very dear to him, and he didn't want to lose them. Remembering the past, Ube once again made a promise to his friends that this time he would definitely protect Sally and get her out of the Latona. It was his duty to them. He was ready to protect her, even if he had to give his life to do so. He jumped to attack the monster with the lightning strike technique. He flew at the monster, and all he could think about was that he would be able to protect Sally. He had to do it in memory of his friends. But he failed to attack the Nabulusi. He used a counterattack, emitting a tremendous sound, the waves of which threw Ube backwards. The old man couldn't understand what this attack was. It was the first time he had encountered something like this. He didn't know how to dodge or defend himself from this attack. Gil covered his ears with his hands. The sound was driving him crazy. He didn't understand what happened. He started to feel dizzy. The system told him that the enemy had activated the Nabulusi Scream ability, which applied the negative effect dizziness to the enemies. The time of the effect was 30 seconds. Nabulusi used the opportunity to attack again after the effect was applied. He grabbed Boban, Brood, and Philog with his tentacles, which he was about to devour. He lifted them high above the ground and dragged them into his huge mouth, which was ready to devour them. They could not free themselves from the tentacles. But Grandpa Ube came to their rescue. He cut off the tentacles that were holding them. But the monster grabbed Sally, who was screaming furiously. The old man had no time to save her. She was trapped. She was in great danger. The old man saw that Sally was in trouble, but he was freeing the other members of the squad. It was a problem for him to free Sally. Nabulusi grabbed not only her but also Lucius. He completely immobilized them so they couldn't even move, and he started pulling them into his mouth. Grandpa Ube fought off the tentacles. He couldn't let history repeat itself. Sally was very precious to him. He tried his best to get to her and save her. Jill managed to remove the negative effect of vertigo. He used the divine path and started to help Grandpa Ube. He also started to attack the tentacles of the monster. He managed to save Sally and Lucius just in time. He held them in his arms and tried to carry them to a safe place where the monster couldn't get near them. Gil turned around and looked at Grandpa Ube. He could rely on him now. Gil had healed his wounds and was ready to attack the monster. He looked and realized that Ubi's power made him like a god. But unfortunately, such power made those around him doubt their own strength, and they didn't try to fight. Jill knew the feeling of loneliness when everyone thought he was some kind of monster. His parents let Ubi feel like a normal person when they took him in. To him, they were more like parents than friends. Jill couldn't even imagine how young Ubi felt when his friends were killed right in front of him. Jill hated that feeling a lot. The feeling of his own powerlessness. He couldn't deal with it, and he tried every way he could to fight it by training and getting stronger. And he decided that he had to protect his friends and family and save his mom. No matter what it cost him, he was ready to fight anyone. He saw everyone trying to recover from the monster's attack. Jill was sure he could beat it and go home and help everyone else get out of here. Grandpa Ubi walked over to Jill and thanked him for saving Sally. But the battle wasn't over yet and he couldn't relax. Ube noticed that his tentacles were quite fast, but the monster moved very slowly. As soon as he got close to him, he activated his defense ability. Jill could get rid of the effect of this ability, so he would have to attack. Jill was surprised by what the old man told him. He thought Ubi had also managed to get rid of the negative effect of the dizziness. Ubi explained to Gil that he hadn't managed to get rid of the effect completely. It was just that his elemental ability allowed him to reduce the dizziness. At that moment, Bros and Phylog approached them. They informed them that they were also ready to fight the monster. They were serious. Their lives were at stake. Sally and Lucius had also healed their wounds and got rid of the effects of the dizziness. Now they had no sense of fear. They were ready. Boban, wiping the blood from his face, said that he couldn't let Gil take all the attention and all the glory. He was also ready to continue the fight. Ube didn't repeat himself and thought everyone heard what he was saying to Jill. They had to help him get to the monster to give him a deadly attack. Jill drew his sword and began to use the power of primordial chaos. He had to try and kill the monster with one strike. Grandpa Ube started to attack him first. He ran towards him to strike him with 3,000 lightning bolts. He tried to distract his attention so Jill could get close to him. Jill saw that the monster had turned his attention to the old man. He rushed to seize the moment and start attacking him. He activated his divine path ability. His speed increased by 20%. He only had 40 seconds to hit the monster. Jill headed towards the monster and mentally thanked his squad for believing in him, and believing that they could get out with him. It gave him strength. He was already as close to the monster as he could get, and was preparing to deliver a deadly attack, using his ability of total annihilation. Jill managed to hit the monster with a divine strike. It dealt critical damage that was increased by 50%, and the God Ra's Afterlife song increased the Nabulusi's damage by 100%. The monster felt the full force of his attack. It was defeated. No one could deal such damage to it, but the monster was still alive. Gil's attack didn't kill it completely. Nabulusi left the point of Jill's attack and moved to a safe place for him, but he was spotted by Ubi's grandfather. He couldn't escape. The old man was greatly amazed that the monster could teleport. It made the fight more difficult. He could at any moment of attack move to another location. But Gil wasn't going to stop there. He needed to finish off the monster. He used the Flying God Strike, which had entered the second phase. He approached it lightning fast and struck it. The monster didn't have time to react to it. He couldn't dodge or teleport. The strike hit it right on target. Gil analyzed his attack. When he used the Divine Path, he immediately, subconsciously activated the Flying God Strike, so it should have worked. He shifted into the God Killer mode and prepared to give it a decisive blow while the monster couldn't get up and tried to recover its strength. Jill used the power of his primordial chaos element he needed to finish off the monster and complete the task, after which they could be free. He struck a crescent moon strike to stay away from the monster. It was a powerful attack that would rip the Nabulusi in half. Gil thought that it was over, that they were able to defeat the Temple Guardian, and that the fight was over. He was glad that everyone was unharmed. But suddenly a dragon appeared and told them that he couldn't believe that they had broken the trap of the God of Dreams and had gotten into the depths of the temple. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of Agrulus. They thought Kepri had been able to defeat him. Now they had another threat that had already ruined their lives once before. The dragon blocked Jill's decisive strike. He saved the temple guardian. He made no effort to do so. It felt like such an attack was ridiculous to him. Agrulus looked at them, and with a smile on his face said that he did underestimate them a bit, but they were still small bugs to him. Gil looked at him and didn't understand how he was able to block his attack so easily. He had put all his power into that blow. Monster remained unharmed. He realized that he had used a lot of skills, and that his body had reached its limit and his abilities had not yet recovered. His servant could only be summoned after 29 hours. He didn't understand what he should do next. Gil looked at his squad and realized that they too had put all their morale into the battle with the Nablusi, and the dragon had shown up and ruined their efforts. Some of them were injured. They were not fatal, but they needed to be treated. The big problem was that they had lost all their morale. Things got even worse for them. There were now 2 of them. With the appearance of the dragon, the preponderance of power could be on their side, and they had not spent a lot of energy fighting the Nablusi. Argulus looked at Jill and turned to him. He wanted to know what the killer of the gods was like. He wanted to meet them sooner. He approached him lightning fast, and with a smile on his face told him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, though Jill had never seen him before. Jill bounced away from him thinking that he would attack him. It was very dangerous for him. He moved away to a safe distance. Jill's actions made the dragon laugh. He told him not to be afraid of him. He would not kill him. He needed him alive. Grandpa Ube didn't wait for Argulus to attack them. He drew his sword and attacked him first, while he wasn't expecting it. When his attack failed, the dragon put up his shield again, which withstood the attack and saved him from the old man's attack. Argulus, with a smile on his face, told the old man that he was nothing but a pathetic little man, and he was getting tired of him. He was beginning to wish he had killed him in the first battle. But Grandpa Ube didn't give up. He tried to deliver another devastating blow. He used the Thunderbolt ability. He was sure it would work. The force of his blow was enough to break the dragon's shield. The Argulus had to dodge his attack. The dragon was annoyed and wanted to kill the old man. Ubi turned to his squad and shouted to them that he would hold him off and ask them to find a way to kill the Nablusi. They needed to complete the mission and get out of this place. The old man realized that all they had to do was kill the temple guard, and then they would be free to leave Latona. Argulus was amused by the old man's attacks. He couldn't believe that these stupid bugs really thought they could escape from the Latona. The dragon looked at the Belusi and thought that the beast of Hades was very weak. Some pathetic humans could almost take him down. He thought that if he hadn't wasted time fighting with his ghostly lair, he would have grabbed the boy long ago and made his way to the vast sea with him. All this annoyed the dragon greatly. He was incredibly angry. His patience was already running out, and he wanted to deal with them as quickly as possible. A strange seal appeared from his chest. He turned to the guards and said that it was a gift to him from Hades that would help them kill all the enemies. He pointed the seal at the Nablusi, which hit him right in the chest. Hades' gift turned out to be hellfire, which began to transform the monster into something else. No one understood what was beginning to happen to the temple guardian. They were seeing it for the first time. They didn't know how to stop it, or what lay ahead. The system explained to Jill that the hellfire had activated the power of the underworld. The guard's power was increased. The dragon was pleased with what had happened to him. It was a masterpiece of Hades that would never let him down. After the transformation was complete, Argulus ordered Nablusi to kill them but asked him to leave the old man to him. He wanted to deal with him personally. Jill saw the final effect of the dragon seal. He didn't understand what kind of creature had appeared in front of him and how it could be defeated. Now the guardian was even stronger. He saw that the monster was headed to attack the squad. He shouted to them to be extremely careful. He asked them to just defend themselves. They needed to conserve their strength. Suddenly, Jill began to feel a strange feeling. He had never experienced this before. It was new to him. It confused him. He found himself in total darkness with only soft sounds coming from it, like someone knocking on a door. Jill wanted to find out what it was. He looked at his hands. He looked around him, but he could not see anything. There was blackness all around him. He was a little scared and surprised. He did not know where he was and why. He tried to call out for Grandpa Ubi, Sally, Boban. He wanted to know if they were with him, in this place. He tried desperately to shout to them, but there was no result. After hearing only silence in response, he thought he was alone in this place. He wanted to know where everyone else was and how he could get out of this darkness. Jill heard someone coughing. He was a little scared. He couldn't see or hear anything. He didn't know how to dodge the attacks. He knew he was trapped. He pulled himself together. He stopped panicking. He remembered that he still had one light grenade that could illuminate where he was. Gil tossed the light grenade high. hoping it could illuminate where he was. He had no other ideas. He needed to figure out where he was. But using the light grenade had no effect. He continued to be in the dark. He was shocked that the grenade had no effect. Jill fell to the ground from the attacks made on him. He felt like a fish on a chopping board. He could not do anything to get out of the dungeon. Grandfather Uyube saw that Gil was not with them. His consciousness seemed to have fallen into oblivion. He could not understand what was happening to him. Argolis explained to the old man what had happened to Gil. He had been struck by the infernal eye that Hades had created to trap him. He said Jill's soul was trapped in a space filled with boundless darkness. Soon fear would consume him and he would die. He threatened them that soon it would be their turn too. Grandpa Ubi did not give in to his threats. He tried his best to cheer up his team. He asked them not to lose concentration and to be careful. Boban saw Sally undergo the same spell as Jill. She slowly began to fall. She was no longer conscious. Soon the whole team was subjected to the spell of the infernal district. They all lay on the ground and slowly died. An agonizing death awaited them in this trap. Argulis watched them suffer, and it brought him joy. He asked Nabulusi to leave the old man to him. He would be happy to deal with him himself. But his joy was short-lived. Behind him, a powerful stream of energy in the form of lightning suddenly formed. He didn't immediately realize what was happening or who it could be. It was the old man Ubi who had managed to escape from the trap of the Hell Eye. He looked like Zeus, who had just descended from the heavens. Argulis was stunned with surprise. His face no longer had a smile on it. He couldn't understand how the old man had gotten out of the trap of the Devil's Eye. Now he saw how strong he was. Getting out of the helicopter, the guy was telling Mrs. Su that 30 years ago, a financial group suddenly bought a desert south of Cairo, 300 kilometers from the city of Karga, to make it a tourist spot. Soon after, the country's satellite discovered that a temple had appeared there, but such a huge temple just couldn't be built in a short time. It was amazing. Then the president of Country M began to invite the head of Giza almost every day for a month. In addition, Giza began to cooperate with Country M on many large projects. It seemed strange to them that the financial group Giza, which dealt with energy, suddenly created the game Cosmos, and all the programmers were recruited in secret. They assumed that the head of this project was the father of the missing boy Gila, but they had no information on him. When they searched his house, they found a picture of Jill and his mother. Mrs. Su asked him if he knew where Jill's mom was, to which the guy replied that she was missing. Mrs. Su rushed to the temple. She told her subordinates that they had only 3 days to find out all the information about Jill's family. At the entrance of the temple, she thought Jill and was the key to solve this mystery. She couldn't understand what their family was hiding. Jill couldn't figure out what to do. He couldn't use his abilities. He couldn't even identify a target to attack. The feelings of loneliness and helplessness were driving him to despair, and the constant attacks on him were only making it worse. At that moment, it felt like he was several thousand kilometers underwater, just waiting to die very slowly. The system notified him that he only had 30% of his health left. He decided to get rid of the bad ones. He couldn't let despair take over his mind. He was sure that there was definitely a way out of this situation. He remembered that he used to be able to win kendo competitions, only because he kept calm. No matter what opponent he faced, he never lost his head and just fought. He figured that if his eyes couldn't see and his ears couldn't hear, he just needed to give up those two senses. He needed to feel his own breathing and heartbeat. He tried to relax and focus. He needed to rely on his reflexes to fend off the attacks that were keeping him awake. He completely immersed himself. He calmed down and tuned in to repel the attacks. He waited for his reflexes to sharpen, and now he was safe from the attacks. This plan worked. His skin and body hair felt the attack coming, and he managed to protect himself from the missed blow. But his invisible opponent attacked him too fast. He couldn't fully defend himself from the blow. He needed an incredibly fast reaction, but there was one more thing Jill didn't use. Jill was starting to get good at dodging the invisible attacks. Now he wasn't afraid of them. He needed to figure out how to leave this place. But a new trap was waiting for him. His foot began to sink. He was scared and didn't realize what it was. The ground he was standing on suddenly began to suck him in. He abruptly fell and began to sink. He was out of control, and he was once again wrapped up in fear and a sense of his own defenselessness. Jill began to gasp for air. He had to get out or he would have drowned, but he was panicking and could not control himself. He felt danger approaching. Grandfather Ube explained that the Eye of Hell did not create an illusion. It separated the soul from the body, sealing it into oblivion and causing him to suffer unbelievable suffering. Argolis was amazed that the old man had managed to escape the trap of Hades. Even high-level gods were not so easy to get out of that trap. He couldn't understand how he managed it. The old man wasn't as easy as the dragon thought. He was a worthy opponent who didn't give up without a fight. The dragon saw the old man begin his attacks against him. He deftly dodged and bounced to safety, away from his fast lightning bolts. He realized that now the old man was not to be underestimated. The Argolis thought he had remembered everything correctly about the source of his power. Grandpa Ubi didn't just start attacking the dragon. He hadn't forgotten that there was also a Nabulusi temple guardian on the battlefield that needed to be killed. Argolis remembered this power with horror. The old man had the power of Zeus, the god of thunder and lightning, but he didn't understand how it was possible for a simple old man. He wondered where he got Zeus's power from. He thought he was nothing and a pathetic bug, but he was incredibly strong and could kill a monster. Grandpa Ubi decided to use his power quickly and trapped the monsters in a cage of lightning he had made himself, thus ensuring the safety of the entire squad. Inside the cage, he needed to quickly deal with them while he still had this powerful force. He aimed his lightning at the dragon. He couldn't dodge, and the lightning went straight through his cheek. Argolis, wiping the blood from his cheek, didn't even notice the lightning approaching. He noted that it was very fast, and his reflexes weren't helping him. He noticed that every time the lightning reflected off the wall of the cage, its speed increased, and pretty soon they could just destroy him. The dragon shouted to the Nabulusi that he had to destroy this cage before it killed them both. They needed to attack the wall and get out of it. The two of them ran up to the cage and started throwing their strongest blows at it. They tried to make a bridge in it so they could escape and survive, but their attacks were useless. They couldn't destroy the cage, they couldn't destroy Zeus's power, they were trapped. Grandpa Uba launched his attack. He aimed his lightning bolts at them, and with incredible speed, they began to pierce through them, causing incredible damage. Argolis laughed as hard as he could. He shouted to the old man that even though he had the power of Zeus, he would still have to watch his loved ones die before his eyes. The dragon was already half dead, bleeding and barely standing on his feet. He had managed to order the Nabulusi to kill everyone. He didn't want to leave anyone alive. Argolis said smilingly. He didn't know yet that the Nabulusi could enter the netherworld of any man struck by the infernal eye and could painfully kill him. He had nothing left to lose. He was going to finish them all off. He laughed wildly, telling him that they would all die with him. The monster was very pleased. Country Zamnima studied the temple, but no one could understand who and how it was built. Later, with the help of radiocarbon dating, they were able to find out that the temple was at least 50,000 years old. But no one could believe that the temple was so old. The country of E had only existed for 7,400 years, and when the temple was built, there was still no civilization that could do it. Some thought it belonged to the god Ra, where a Macedonian found the tablet. Mrs. Sue could not understand what it all meant. Her assistant explained that in 1995, one institute received one item. It was a stack of parchments describing alchemical research. One alchemist from the 16th century, he had collected them all his life. One of the parchments described how Alexander the Great found the Emerald Tablet, and it was very similar to their case of this mysterious temple. In 331 BC, the army of the great Alexander the Great defeated the army of the Persian king, and thus opened the way to Egypt. After the battle, Alexander traveled to the small city of Siwa, and according to historical records, there he went to an ancient temple so that he could receive divine guidance. In this temple, the Egyptians worshipped the god Ra. He was also known as Amun-Ra, but Alexander believed in the ancient Greek gods. No one could understand why he needed the guidance of an Egyptian god. The answer was found in the records of the alchemist. He was advised to do so by his teacher Aristotle. He told him that near the temple of the god Ra in Siva was the tomb of Hermes, in which was hidden the secret of becoming a god. And Hermes in ancient Greek mythology was the son of Zeus, the messenger of gods and the conductor of souls of the dead in an underground kingdom. So ancient Greek and Egyptian histories were intertwined. And in the end, Macedonian really discovered the very tomb in which was hidden the Emerald Tablet. Medieval alchemists believed that on it was written the main truth of this world. He added that this story was something similar to the case of the Giza Financial Group. He thought that maybe there was that legendary temple of the god Ra. The young employee looked at Madame Sue and he thought that there was something wrong with her. He knew it didn't sound very believable, but that was all they could find out. She replied that she was fine. Mrs. Sue said that there were video game monsters running around the world right now. She couldn't be surprised by anything anymore. He informed her that there was something else very unusual ahead. He asked her to prepare herself mentally. It surprised her, and she wanted to know what was lurking there. The guy asked her to pay attention to something. He pointed out to her the place where it was. Madame Sue was mentally prepared for everything. She tuned in to almost everything. They found themselves in front of the statue of the god Ra, the supreme god of the ancient Egyptians. The writing behind his back was in the process of deciphering, but experts were sure that it was the text of the very tablet. And perhaps it said how a man could become a god. Scientists believe that because of this tablet, and the fact that man sought to become a god, could affect the appearance of all the monsters that attacked people. Argolis had taken the form of a dragon and was bleeding profusely. He was on the verge of death. Almost nothing could save him. He couldn't understand why he couldn't regenerate. He thought it was because of Zeus's power that Grandpa Ubi possessed. Grandpa Ubi stood and watched the dragon. He was in no hurry to attack it. It was still dangerous and could hurt him, so he prepared carefully before his attack. Argolis couldn't understand why the old man had hidden this power from him during their last battle. He hadn't shown it even when he had cut off his arms. But he didn't recognize the power to Zeus. He didn't care that the old man had possessed it. He was the strongest of the dragon clan, and he couldn't accept defeat. He was ready to die, but he wouldn't give up for anything. The dragon was willing to give everything he had not to lose to the old man. He didn't want to die at the hands of the old man. He wanted to gain the strength to overpower him. The monster wasn't going to just die. It wasn't his time yet. The old man had hurt his ego too much. Now he couldn't back down. After showing the will to live, he transformed into a perfect dragon form that was more powerful than the previous one. He was ready to continue this battle. He smirked at Old Man Ubi again. He told him to look at those poor children who were lying on the ground trapped by Hades. Grandpa Ubi looked at them carefully. He saw the life slowly coming out of them. He had to help them and free them from the trap. He tried to launch an attack on the monster, but it put up a defense block. It was now much stronger. Ubi needed to hurry in saving his loved ones. The dragon told Ubi that he remembered him. It was him when the monster was killing his friends. He remembered that he looked very helpless. He wished he had killed him that day. 3 lights appeared in his hand. He offered the old man to play. Every 10 minutes, one of the 3 lights would go out. For every fire that went out, the Nabolusi would kill one of his friends. It was all a lot of fun for him, but for Ubi, it was all too serious. The lives of those dear to him were at stake. He couldn't let them die. Argolis provoked Grandpa Ubi and asked him to attack. He was burning with impatience. He was eager for battle. His body was overflowing with new strength. Grandpa Ubi had no choice but to attack him, but he tried to remain calm. If he started to panic, the fight would be over before it started. He unleashed a powerful attack on the monster. He used the lightning strike destruction ability. He tried to attack it from a distance. He didn't want to move into close combat. Argolis managed to dodge and evade Ubi's attack. Dodging the lightning bolts, the dragon tried to make his attack. He sent a powerful stream of fire at him, which Ubi barely dodged. He told him that he had overestimated his abilities. Although he had managed to get Zeus's power, his mortal body could not withstand it for long. He laughed out loud, saying this. Grandpa Ubi realized that this was his strategy. The monster wanted to exhaust him so that Zeus's power would leave his body, and then he would be able to kill him easily. Ubi couldn't lose and let his friends Luna and Morris down. He was willing to protect Sally and the others even at the cost of his life. Argolis thought he was about to die. He told him that soon the Nabolusi would have destroyed his entire pathetic squad. He thought it was all over for them. Ubi applied the lightning strike ability Swift Stream. He prepared to defend everything he held dear. As long as he had a chance to save them, he wouldn't stop trying to do so. His lightning bolts were large and powerful. They quickly reached the monster and tried to damage it, but the nimble monster managed to put up a shield with its wings. The strike was so powerful that it brought the dragon down to the ground, and he could see that Ubi was not going to stop there and wanted to attack him further. He needed to attack him back. Argolis was about to counterattack Ubi, but all his attacks were useless. The old man was faster than him. He got close to him and cut off his arm. He turned around and rushed to inform the old man that he was still alive and that he was still dangerous despite the damage he had taken. Grandpa Ubi noticed that one of the lights was beginning to go out. This meant that one of his squad would be killed. He regretted greatly that there was nothing he could do to help them. The dragon ordered Nabolusi to kill one of the boys. He was cold-blooded and ruthless. He wanted to trample the old man, but first he made him watch his friends die. Nabolusi had gotten into Boban's mind and was painfully killing him. Everything was already doomed for him. He wouldn't be able to escape the trap. Gil couldn't move and stop himself from falling downward. But it wasn't just a fall. Something was pulling him downward at a frantic speed. His reflexes again didn't help him. He couldn't focus and dodge the attacks. He missed one of the attacks and the tentacle was already near him, ready to do damage. It pierced him through. The pain Gil felt was hellish. He didn't know what to do or how long he had to live. It seemed the end was near. He lay there covered in blood, with a tentacle in his stomach. He was in pain and cold. The thought slipped into his mind that he could have died here. His thoughts were interrupted by the flowers. He couldn't understand what they were or how they could be in this place. The flowers seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. They covered his body completely, and he remembered that they were cottonwood flowers, the The same ones that were in his spiritual world. It seemed strange to him. Gil found himself near this tree that was dropping these flowers. He looked at it and thought that he had managed to get out of that unfortunate place. He looked at his body and found that all the wounds he'd received in the dark were gone. He thought for a moment that he was dead. Behind him, he heard a familiar voice calling his name. He recognized the voice. It belonged to Hesiod. Gil had been looking for him for a long time and had come to him at the right moment. He was greatly relieved that he was not dead, and that he had indeed managed to escape the trap of Hades. But he had not yet seen Hesiod himself. He was impatient to talk to him. Hesiod came up to him and said that he used to think that these flowers were in his spirit world, simply because they were important to Gil. He took the flower in his hand and said that he had no idea they had such power. It shocked him. Gil was surprised that the flowers were able to get him out of that horrible place where he was slowly dying. He wanted to know what it was. Hesiod explained to him that they were not his flowers, and that someone had left them in that place on purpose. But who had left them he did not know. It was divine magic. He asked Gil if he remembered the divine trap from the temple. The flowers were also a manifestation of divine power. He felt that this magic was as powerful as the power of primordial chaos. Now it was clear to Hesiod why he could control the elemental ability so easily. But Gil didn't understand what he meant. Hesiod looked at Gil very carefully. He wondered who he really was. He was no ordinary man. Hesiod could feel it. Gil answered him that he didn't know anything himself. He had never seen these flowers before, and his life was the most ordinary. He wanted to know what was going on. Hesiod said that this magic was perfect for him. It felt like it had always been just him. He wondered if either of his parents had divine powers. Gil was greatly surprised by this question. He said that his parents were ordinary people, and he was in a game world that had nothing to do with reality. He thought it might be a system error, but it was impossible. Such power was originally the owner and his family. Gil thought that it was unlikely that either of his parents had divine power. His mom was just an ordinary woman who watched soap operas and did household chores, and his dad died when he was still a kid. He looked at Hesiod and said it was unlikely that such a thing could have happened. There was no point in discussing it now. He was impatient to get back and save his friends as soon as possible. Grandfather Ube mourned Boban, who had been mercilessly killed by Argolis and Nabulusi. He was like his own son. The pain of loss was unbearable for the old man. Argolis laughed. He told him that from the fact that he had divine power, he would still have to watch all his friends die one by one, agonizing deaths, right before his eyes. Grandpa Ube didn't pay attention to the dragon. In front of his eyes was a memory when Sally and Boban were still children. He couldn't stop crying. He felt the loss intensely. He also remembered how helpless he was when his friends were killed in front of him. Grandpa Ube couldn't pull himself together. Boban's death had severely shaken his morale and hit him with painful memories. Argolis decided to take advantage of the situation and told him that he would give Ube one chance. He had to get on his knees and beg him for mercy, and then he wouldn't kill Sally. With a serious expression on his face, he shouted at him to get on his knees and beg him. The dragon wanted to humiliate Ube before he died. Ube's grandfather was silent. He didn't say anything back to the monster, and then the monster gave orders to the Nabulusi on his command to kill Sally if the old man didn't start begging him. He started counting down, and the old man had less and less time to think. It looked like he had made a hard decision. The monster counted almost to the end, but he never heard any words from Ube, who couldn't help Sally anymore. The dragon was glad that the old man was losing to him. But then, unexpectedly for Ube's grandfather, Jill appeared and managed to get out of the trap. He gave the old man hope that they could defeat these monsters and avenge their troop. Jill was determined and serious. He got out that he would come to the aid of Grandpa Ube, who had done more than he could for them. Argolis was incredibly shocked that Jill had managed to escape the trap of the Hell Eye as well. He couldn't believe it. The monster summoned the Nabulusi to him. He was going to order him to kill Sally before they released her from oblivion. They needed to hurry up and kill her. Gil looked at Grandpa Ube, who was looking at him with sadness in his eyes. Gil told him that he had already pulled Sally out of oblivion and she was safe. The monster turned around and saw the injured Nabulusi sitting behind him. It looked like he had missed an attack while he was in nothingness. This put the dragon in a stupor. He turned around and looking at Gil asked him how he managed to do that and kick the Nabulusi out of oblivion. It was impossible. Gil didn't answer the monster. He was angry and ready to kill them both. For his comrades and for bullying them, he told the old man that he would deal with the Nabulusi. He wanted Grandpa Ube to finish what he started and finish off this dragon. By killing him, he could get even for his friends and let go of his past. Grandpa Ube gathered all his anger and regained his confidence. He was going to use the power of Zeus and kill the monster that had brought him so much grief. He rushed in lightning fast and struck at the dragon that could only defend itself with one hand. The attack was strong and he barely broke through its defenses. Gil had seen the strength and power of Grandpa Ube. He kept feeling that he was hiding something from him, and now he had shown all he was capable of. But he had unfinished business. He turned to the Nabulusi and said that finally they had met again, only now he would be able to kill him. After the old man's powerful attack, Agrolus tried to regain his strength and regenerate his wounds. He almost died after such a powerful attack. He was bleeding and seriously wounded, but he kept saying that the pathetic old man would never force him to admit defeat. The dragon rushed at Obi and shouted at him that they would fight until one of them died. He wasn't going to run or hide from him. Agrolus tried to strike at the old man with his paw, but he easily stopped the attack. He was still full of energy and ready to continue the fight. Grandpa Ubi launched several attacks at him that knocked him to the ground, and as he recovered, he jumped up and prepared to deliver the final blow. A multitude of lightning bolts appeared in his hand. His final attack was incredible. All his lightning bolts were transformed into a huge Zeus made up of only lightning bolts. He had to hit the monster with this strike. The old man might not have another chance to kill it. The dragon raised his head and saw a huge sword flying at him that could kill him and end the battle. Ubi's attack was incredibly powerful. The sword hit the target. The power of the attack made the whole earth shake, and the attack was over. It seemed that the dragon had no chance of survival, and that the old man was able to defeat him. Ube fell to the ground with absolutely no strength. His body was at its limit. The power of Zeus had left his body, and he returned to his former form. He hoped that the dragon was finished. He sadly said that he was finally able to avenge the murder of his friends. The weight of the promise he had made to his dead friends was lifted from his shoulders. But suddenly his attention was drawn to someone else's words. Someone turned to him, and he was clearly surprised to see the power of Zeus and his grandfather Uba. Argolis stood before him, but it looked like he was not the one who possessed his body. The dragon was looking at Ubi carefully, who had the strength of his younger brother. The dragon didn't realize what he was doing. His body had regenerated, and there was hardly any trace of the old man's attacks on it. He didn't understand how the old man was able to inflict such attacks on him. He was just a human. He didn't consider him a rival for himself. Hades grabbed the old man by the throat and didn't understand how he managed to get the power of his younger brother. Why Zeus gave him his power? This question did not give him peace. He took a deep breath of the old man's scent and told him that he hadn't smelled that power in a long time. Finally, he could feel his own superiority again. Hades held the old man, who had no strength left to resist, and thrust his dragon arm into him, piercing him through. Making sure the old man was dead, he threw the corpse on the ground. After killing Uba, Hades held up the dragon hand and breathed in the scent once more. He licked the blood and felt the power of his brother. He looked at the old man's corpse and said it had been several thousand years, but he still remembered the taste clearly. But he couldn't imagine that Zeus would give his power to some lowlife, an ordinary man who wasn't worthy of it. Hades asked not to worry his brother. He would take care of everything himself instead of him. He knew they would meet in person soon. Gil continued to fight the Nabulusi. He used his primordial chaos ability and gave him a crescent moon strike. Nabulusi was barely on his feet after this attack. Jill managed to hurt him a little, but it wasn't enough. He was still alive. But Jill wasn't about to give Nabulusi a chance to catch his breath. He was preparing to deal him a flying god's water to increase the damage he received. He approached him with incredible speed. The Nabulusi was unprepared for this attack. He didn't have time to put up a defense or dodge to safety. He only watched Jill's actions. Gil drew his sword and prepared to strike the flying god. He knew that the Nabulusi would not be able to dodge this attack. Gil was confident that he could defeat him and complete the task. He was relentless in his attacks. The Nabulusi could not resist and missed his blows. It seemed he would not be able to survive these attacks. Gil threw his final blow and thought it was over. He didn't think the Guardian had a chance to recover. Suddenly, Jill noticed that someone was attacking him. He noticed the attack in time and was ready to dodge it. He didn't see who was attacking him. He didn't get confused or panic. He remained calm, and now he saw the attacker, and he counter-striked the monster. Gil was not let down by his reflexes and senses. He effectively delivered his lightning strike and severed Argolis' other arm. Argolis noticed the strange similarities between Gil and the man he had fought long ago. Gil used the same techniques as him. The monster knew that he was not a simple guy, and that he was not going to have an easy fight. He was a killer of the gods, and he should not be underestimated. Argolis regenerated his arm. It was a surprise and a complete surprise to him. He didn't think he would ever meet a man with such a fighting technique. Jill, after attacking the monster, landed in a safe place and could breathe easy. The Argolis attack was very dangerous for him. He almost killed him. He remembered that Uba's grandfather, whom he had not seen, was fighting with him. He thought that the dragon had managed to kill him. He decided to look for the old man. Jill and Sally saw Ubi's grandfather lying on the ground. He was badly injured. He was almost dead. Hades had done some serious damage to him, and he might not recover. They turned him over, but he was unconscious. Sally was very worried about him. She was crying and praying that he would be all right and survive. Sally picked up his head and laid it in her lap. She continued to cry. She looked at Gil and asked him to heal him as quickly as possible. Gil leaned over and started healing him. He kept telling Ubi's grandfather that he would be okay, he would be able to help him, and he would survive. Ube came to his senses and in a very weak voice asked Gil to leave him, take Sally and run away from this place. Now it was no longer Argolis. Hades had taken over. Gil was very much surprised by his grandfather's words. He couldn't believe that Hades himself had started a battle with them. It made it harder. Hades was too strong an opponent. Nabalusi ran to Hades and ducked his head before him. He apologized to him for having to personally intervene in the duel himself, that they had let him down. Hades forgave him and told him that if he had not interfered, he would not have learned something interesting. But he did not go on to tell his servant what he had learned. Gil told Grandpa Ubi to try to cheer up and come to his senses. He would do his best to save him. He wouldn't leave his side for a second. Grandpa Ube regained consciousness and told him that he would not succeed in his greatness. He was too weak. He did not want Gil to waste his strength. He asked him to listen carefully. He told him that he had put a magic mark on Sally's body. He was going to activate it, and then they would have a chance to escape and stay alive. Uba felt bad that they couldn't leave Latona together, but he was comforted that at least the two of them could get back to the city and stay alive. Before he died, he asked Gil to take care of Sally. Gil couldn't hold back his tears. He had already grown very attached to the old man, and he didn't want to let him die. He couldn't leave him in this place. Grandpa Uba had told him that their comrades had already left them. They were all dead. They had given their best and done even more than they could, but all they had to do was admit that they had lost. He said that it was still beyond the power of ordinary mortals to defeat a god. He thought that was probably their human fate. They couldn't compete in combat power with the gods. But Ubi's words only made Gil angrier. Gil remembered being a teenager and being attacked by bullies. They surrounded him, and to any suggestions he made, told him not to condition them. They thought he was scum. The main one of them grabbed him by the hair and told him that if he didn't want his mom to worry, then let him just give them all his money nicely, and they wouldn't beat him up. When Gil gave him the money, he started laughing at him. He didn't want his money. He wanted to humiliate him. He was from a decent family, unlike Gil. He humiliated his mom and didn't consider him a human being. The bully took him by the cheek and told him to remember one thing. Gil had to do everything he told him. If he resisted, his men would deal with his family. Gil didn't bully his family. He could tolerate being bullied. But his mom he would not allow anyone to abuse. He, with all his might, kicked him in the groin. He explained to him that, first of all, his fate had nothing to do with people like them, and he was not going to entertain anyone. And secondly, he did not fight them back, only because he did not want to upset his mom, but he would not tolerate threats to his family. Gil was very angry. He could hardly control himself. He told the bully lying on the ground that he might not like his fate. The bully, squirming in pain, unable to rise to his feet and striking at him, he ordered his men behind him to kill him. They attacked him and started beating him, not choosing where to strike. Gil thought that since he was born, people have been fighting all the time, for life, for money, for their kin, and he was no exception. Gil had already been beaten by them badly enough, but he didn't give up. He wasn't afraid to die. He was only afraid to give up and make peace with his fate. He stood up and looked at Grandpa Obi and Sally. He told them that he didn't know why he was in this game. He only knew that as long as he was alive, and he abruptly stopped talking before finishing his sentence. Gil turned to the monsters and continued that while he was alive, he would fight to the very end. He wasn't afraid. He was willing to give his life in this fight. He didn't care who his opponent was, whether he was a human, monster, or god. He would never run away from the battlefield, nor would he abandon the people he cared about. Mrs. Sue thought that despite the vast differences in culture and lifestyle, every nation had their own gods. It was strange that people believed that their world was created by gods. Dr. Lee told her that order was born out of chaos. Nothing was something. The gods came first, and then they created humans. It was like the Big Bang Theory, that the universe was born out of an expanding point called the singularity. He sat very pensive. He wasn't much fun and didn't know what to talk to Mrs. Sue about. He asked her if she ever played computer games. He was curious to know. She replied that she had only played computer games as a child, but she wondered why the doctor was interested in this question. Dr. Lee looked at her and continued. Had she ever thought about the fact that until she started the game, the world inside her was like a singularity point? When the game was turned on, it was as if her world suddenly appeared out of nothing. He asked her another uncomfortable question that she didn't know the answer to. He asked her what would happen if they lived in a game created by someone else. What would happen then? But she only shrugged. Dr. Lee went to the fridge to get a drink and said that science was advancing very rapidly. that creating a virtual world was only a matter of time. Passing by Miss Sue, the doctor continued to ponder that in the eyes of the inhabitants of this virtual world, they would be considered gods, their creators. He handed her the bottles, and said that in that case the question arose, if that was the case, then who had created their world was not clear to him. Dr. Lee thought that when the inhabitants of one virtual world created another, they became gods themselves. It reminded him of a Matryoshka doll, where inside one was another, and it could be like that indefinitely. Hades looked at Gil and laughed out loud. He took Gil's words that he was going to the very end as a funny joke, the funniest one he had ever heard. He looked at him and told him that even though he was a murderer of gods, he would have no trouble straightening him out. He thought it would be the easiest thing for him to do. But if he wanted to play so badly, the monster didn't mind. He asked him to show him how he was going to fight him and continued laughing loudly. Hades raised his hand up to cast a spell. He used dark magic. He commanded the dead to rise up and play with Gil. He was going to kill him, not his own hands. Gil saw what was happening, but he couldn't understand what the monster was up to. He didn't know what to prepare for. He didn't know what kind of power was in the coffins that Hades had summoned. Hades smilingly told him that he hoped he would like his gift that would soon appear before him. He enjoyed playing with Gil. He had resurrected and subjugated his friends. They were all chained together and were no longer the people Gil knew them to be. The monster had used every technique to defeat him. What he saw gave Gil goosebumps. He was in a stupor and didn't know how he could fight against his friends. It was beyond his comprehension. The monster liked to watch humans kill each other so they could survive. He warned him that if he destroyed their souls, they could never be reborn again. Gil was furious. He thought he was a total asshole. He didn't expect him to resurrect his friends and have to fight against them. Hades didn't hesitate to attack and aim them at Gil. He wanted the show to start, and they entertained him. He felt invulnerable. Gil told Yaluka not to let them get to them. She could put up a protective barrier. He didn't want to get into a fight with them, or he would have to kill them. Yaluka put up a strong protective barrier that they couldn't reach them and damage them. Gil had time to come up with a plan. He approached Yaluka to see how she was feeling and to make sure she could hold the shield. She was still small and might not have enough power. Hades told him he was a stupid human. He reminded him that he was going to fight. He suggested he get rid of the shield that was in their way and fight for real. Gil told him that he was wrong. Maybe someone else would have sacrificed his friends for his own interests, but it wasn't him. He couldn't get over them. Hades thought he was a cocky fool. He wouldn't be able to hide forever from his new servants. They would be ready when the barrier fell, and then Gil would be in their hands. Gil began to use the power of primordial chaos. Hades made him angry. He dared him to use his friends, and this further inflamed his fighting spirit. He looked at him and told him that he was the lowliest godling his father had abandoned, and his own brothers had sent him to the underworld, and he could never understand Gil. Gil's words were quite painful to Hades. He wanted to silence him forever. He wanted to be destroyed. He would regret the words he said when his servants got to him. Hades no longer waited for the barrier to disappear. He quickly approached the shield and easily managed to break it, thus clearing a passage for his servants. He was the first to strike Gil with a blow that nearly broke his ribs. Gil had not seen the moment of the attack and could not dodge it, so now they were fighting each other. Hades was caught up in Gil's words. He threw blow after blow. He couldn't and wouldn't stop. With each attack, he repeated that no one had abandoned him, but Gil's health was rapidly declining. Gil had less than 15% health left. He needed to regain his health as soon as possible, or he would just die. Hades couldn't throw away Gil's words. They were deeply embedded in his mind. He was sure that no one had abandoned him. It was very important to him. Gil was already on the verge of death, but he kept provoking him. He told him that there was no way he could accept the fact that everyone had abandoned him. Hades was no longer going to attack him himself. He ordered his friends to go and kill him. He had had enough of him. He didn't want to listen to any more of what he was telling him. He calmed down, and with a smile on his face, he told Gil that if he didn't want to leave his friends, then he needed to prepare to die at their hands. His dead friends began to attack him. They successfully thrust their swords into him, and with the help of magic they immobilized him. They practically did their master's bidding. Gil stiffened, kneeling on his knees. He was bleeding. His health was already less than 5%. He needed to do something as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die. He tilted his head, spit out the blood on the ground, and with a smile on his face, turned to Grandpa Uba, who was already dead. He said he couldn't take it anymore. But suddenly, behind Hades' back, appeared a man shrouded in lightning. He didn't understand how it was possible. He was sure that no one would be able to stop him from killing Gil. Hades was met by Ubi's grandfather, who was holding the head of his servant Nabulusi. He killed him and brought the head to Hades as a sign of victory. Hades could not believe what he saw. He thought it was impossible. The old man should have been killed. He killed him himself. He did not understand what was happening, why he was alive. Gil slowly began to come to his senses. He saw that they had succeeded, that their plan had worked, and now they could deal with Hades. The system notified them that they had successfully completed the Herpes revenge mission, and they could now leave this place and the Latona. They were close to it. After successfully completing the task, they successfully broke the seal of the god Ra, who was sealed, and he was now free, and he was able to regain his power. As a reward, after completing the task, Gil's health was fully restored, all his abilities were fully restored, and the ghost servant's seal was broken. His friends' souls returned to the dead bodies of their friends, and they regenerated again. They were alive, and gradually trying to regain consciousness. Gil remembered their whole plan. He told the old man that there was no way they could defeat Hades, but they needed to kill the Nabulusi, not him. Once they killed him, the seal would be broken, and they would be able to get off the Latona. He told him that he would distract Hades. He gave him the medicine he needed to drink. It would help him recover from his wound. After that, he needed to go kill the Nabulusi. Gil turned around and went to take Hades away. He was yelled at in his wake by Ubi's grandfather not to do that. He could kill him. He was sure this was their only chance to turn the situation in their favor. He was counting on it very much. The head of the company approaching the elevator turned to his assistant. He wanted to know if they had found the man he had been looking for so long, but the assistant's answer was negative. His assistant told him that they had managed to find out that the son of the person they were looking for was Chen Gil, and he was actually in the world of the game Cosmos. The head of the company wanted to know where he was now, but the assistant said that the tracking system showed that after he entered the game, he immediately disappeared. They couldn't locate him. But there was one strange thing. 5 months ago, he suddenly returned to the real world, but it was not long. He almost immediately disappeared again. The head of the company and his assistant had almost arrived at the floor they needed. He asked him if she was still silent, if they had managed to get her to talk. But the assistant replied that everything was unchanged, and she continued to be silent. Smiling, he told him that an idea had come to his mind that could help them, but he hadn't voiced it yet. He just smiled. They arrived at the right floor and approached the cage where the girl was held captive. He suggested, take a picture of her and anonymously send it out to all the people in their world and their Cosmos game. He was sure that this way Jill would definitely come to them himself. After all, he couldn't leave his own mother in such a state. His partner replied that he would do it. In the city, a huge red circle formed in the sky. People didn't understand what was happening and ran in panic. They thought they were being attacked by monsters, and they urgently needed to get to a safe place. Rashidler looked up into the sky and couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was shocked that Gil was able to do this. It was incredible. The barbarian rejoiced greatly. He knew it was real. He asked the men not to be afraid. He assured them that now they could leave the Latona and would be able to get out of this place. Hades realized that he himself had fallen into a trap. All this time Gil had just been distracting him so that Grandpa Ubi could kill the Nabulusa. It was a very cunning plan. Gil looked at Hades and told him with complete confidence that he had failed this time and that they would still be able to leave the Latona and get out of the game. Suddenly Gil was struck by lightning. He couldn't understand what was happening. He thought it was someone else's attack. Hades stood and prepared to defend himself against Gil's attacks. The system notified that the god Ra had been released and that Gil had received his power. Now he was practically invulnerable. Ra's power was immense and could kill Hades with ease. Ra had taken over Gil's body, and with a smile on his face, said that they were finally meeting Hades again. He seemed to have been waiting for this meeting. Hades answered him that it had been a long time since he had seen him. He had no sense of fear of Ra. He was still confident in his abilities, and was ready for this fight. Ra was extremely fast and very violent. He approached Hades and kicked him. He didn't even use his hands or his magic. He didn't need to. His attack hit the dragon. It fell to the ground and immediately spat blood. It was a powerful attack, but it was a normal attack that had already caused him noticeably heavy damage. Ra looked at the defeated monster and asked him if he liked his welcome gift. Ra was happy to have a duel after so many years of imprisonment. He gave the monster a few more attacks that made it collapse to the ground. He walked over to it and put his foot on its chest, pressing it down lightly. He tried to pry information from it about the whereabouts of its body. The stained and battered dragon was not going to just give up. He laughed in his face and said that if he wanted to know, he should properly beg him to tell him the information. But the monster's reply only amused Ra. He thought his words were too impertinent, and that he was a complete impertinent who did not realize the extent of the danger to himself. Ra didn't say anything more to him. He silently lifted his foot and kicked with all his might at the place where Hades was lying. He was sure that this attack would have killed him. Hades managed to dodge and bounce behind Gil's back. He was unsure of his feet, but he said Ra without his body, he was just nothing. Not to mention that no mortal could withstand his power, which was incredibly powerful. It dominated the host's body and could kill him. Ra didn't care about that. Jill's body would be unusable in 30 seconds. He looked at everyone else and said that there was still plenty here to use, and that he would have time to kill the monster. Gil woke up in an unknown place. He couldn't figure out where he was. Everything around him seemed unfamiliar. He tried to figure out where he found himself this time. When he came to his senses, he was horrified to find that his whole body was chained. He was very tense. His whole body was restrained. He suddenly started to panic. He was screaming furiously. He was a bit scared and uncomfortable. He had no idea how he was going to get out of those chains. Hesiod came to his aid and told him to use his power of primordial chaos as soon as possible. If he didn't do it now, he would simply die. Gil tried his best to use the power, but he was not able to activate it yet. But he didn't give up and kept trying, with even more fervor. Hades was smiling. He was going to tell Ra something he didn't know yet. Something that would surprise him. He told him that Gil was the real killer of the gods. But Ra did not understand what Hades wanted to achieve with these words. He did not understand what was wrong with this nasotile of his power, that even Hades himself had a little fear in his eyes. After these words, Ra felt the power of the primordial chaos. Jill managed to break all the chains that bound his soul and controlled his body. Jalil returned to his body. He was breathing heavily and trying to come to his senses. Jalil regained control of his body and managed to kick Ra out. This surprised Hades. He didn't expect him to be able to break the chain and regain control. He recognized that Gil was very strong. After completing the task, there was a huge open gate with a portal that would allow him to leave Latona and gain his freedom. Hades saw the portal and could not understand what it was in front of him. He had never seen what a portal to leave Latona looked like. Freeing himself from the shackles of Ra, Gil saw the portal. He had to run to his comrades so they were ready to leave. Gil pointed it out to them and told them that they only had to enter that door and they would be out of this place in no time. They could not delay. Grandpa Ube ran up to him and asked him that he and the others go ahead to the portal. He would join them a little later. But in their path was a huge fire monster that was blocking their path to freedom. The more they had to try to overpower it to get into the portal. The monster told them with certainty that none of them would leave Latona. He couldn't let that happen, or it would mean loss for him, and that the humans had the upper hand over him. Jill was very angry with Hades. He kept putting obstacles in their way to freedom. He wanted to kill him very badly so that he would never get in his way again. But then the power of the god Ra returned to Gil's body. He wasn't ready for this, so he had to use the power of the primordial chaos again to free himself. Hades scoffed at the god Ra and said that he probably didn't expect this guy to be able to resist him, and managed to get out of his shackles. While Gil and Ra were fighting over his body, Hades directed his attack at him. He wanted to kill both of them. He was glad that he would be able to kill the god Ra. But something went wrong. Something surprised Hades very much. The smile was gone from his face. Now there was surprise on his face at what he saw. Gil stopped his fiery attack with one hand, with almost no effort at all, thus disconcerting the surprised god Hades. Jill's blood was running down his arm. He had had enough of all the gods and told them that he would not let them defeat him. He would end their rule over the humans. They deserved to be killed. Hades looked at Gil and told him that his survivability annoyed him, that he didn't apply, and no matter how hard he attacked him, there was no way Gil wanted to die. He added that his pointless attempts to fight were only prolonging their agony. Jill's arm was badly burned after blocking Hades' attack and needed to be healed immediately. Jill could not stay in place with his injured arm. Hades could attack him at any moment. Boban came to Jill's aid. He attacked Hades with his shadow and managed to get him to safety. Boban was shouted down by the whole squad. Philog, with the help of his magic, started attacking Hades with a huge stone snake, which hunted him relentlessly and managed to grab him with its mouth. But that didn't help Philog. His snake Hades was easily able to smash the snake inside its mouth, but it helped Boban and Gil to be in a safe place. Grandpa Ube did not give Hades a chance to regain his strength, and struck him with 9 thunder strikes using the ability of total destruction. It was an incredibly powerful attack. The attack reached him and did some damage, but the god did not give up. He stopped the thunderbolt sword right next to his head. He tried his best not to miss this dangerous attack. Boban looked at Gil and asked him to pull himself together. They needed him. But he was confused and was easy prey for the monster. If he didn't pull himself together, they would all be in danger. Grandpa Ubi was holding Hades back as best he could. He wouldn't give him a chance to attack his loved ones. He asked Boban to get everyone away from this place. They needed to move towards the portal before Hades could attack them. Boban didn't understand what the old man was saying. He wanted them all to leave the Latona together. He couldn't leave him alone to fight against Hades. He had a chance to defeat him. Hades was already running out of patience. He was intensely angry. He told them that he was fed up with them and that the games were over. Now he would attack them in earnest. He started to free himself from the chains Grandpa Ubi had wrapped around him. He was going to dodge the old man's attack and throw off the huge sword he had been holding back for a long time, preventing him from killing himself. Grandpa Uba turned to Lucius and Braz. He asked them to listen to him and get the others away from the battlefield. If they stayed, no one would be able to leave this place. They would all die. Sally heard her grandfather's words, but she didn't want to leave him alone with the god Hades. She couldn't leave him. They had been through a lot together, and she loved him very much. The old man was already running out of strength. He couldn't hold it back for very long. He turned to them once more and ordered them to quickly take Sally and Bobbin away. They were the most precious thing he had. Sally couldn't leave him. She was going to help him, and started running to his aid. She felt strongly for Grandpa Ube and couldn't let him sacrifice himself. Philog obeyed the old man's orders and with the help of earth magic placed Boban in a cocoon. He restrained him so he wouldn't fight back. Boban didn't realize what they were doing and why they were obeying the old man. Lucius immobilized Sally and took her on his shoulder. Broas carried the injured Gil on his back and ordered Philog to get Boban. They were going to lead them away, and then they would have a chance to escape Hades' grasp. Bros stopped with Gil and told the others to go ahead. They were to carry Sally and Boban out first, so they wouldn't tear back to help Grandpa Uba. Lucius, with Sally on his shoulder, was already running into the portal and they were safe. Philog was running behind. Boban was struggling to get out. He didn't want to leave the old man alone. Bros stopped and asked Philog to do the same. He asked him to take Gil with him as well. He needed to stay a while and he would follow them. Philog took Gil away from Bros, who at that moment thought that he had spent half his life in a fog. He had accomplished nothing, just languishing in an aimless existence. It always seemed to him that those who said they weren't afraid to die were very afraid of it. He didn't want to run away or hide behind anyone else's backs anymore. He decided that he would rather die in battle with Adium than continue to live like this. Bros got serious. He was sure he had made the right choice, he thought. Grandpa Uba needed him now. He continued to think, but then quite suddenly someone struck him on the head with such force that he lost consciousness. Gil told him that it was all very touching of Bros, but they all had to leave together, so he had hit him to save his life. Everyone except Jill and Ubby's grandfather went through the portal. They were safe and left the Latona. Ubby saw that Jill hadn't left him. He didn't realize what he was doing. He wanted him to leave immediately. Jill got up and with a smile on his face told him that they would leave here together. He was sure that none of them would die, and they would be back amongst their friends who had successfully made it out of the Latona. Hades was watching and had already released himself from the old man's attack. He thought Gil was a fool for making this decision. Gil turned to Roz and told him that he couldn't take over his body unless he helped him kill Hades. They could be stuck in this place together. He asked Roz for his power in exchange. He would help him get rid of Hades. He didn't realize yet if Ra heard him or not. He didn't hope for anything. He thought that killing Hades was beneficial for both of them. Now the decision was up to the god Ra. Ra made the decision and gave Jill his power. Hades couldn't believe that he had actually given him his power. This decision surprised Hades. Jill was instantly in front of Hades and ready to start the fight. He looked at him and said that now it was time to pay the bill. Hades was amazed at the speed with which Jill approached him. He tried to strike at Hades fast and strong, but the wily god put up his dragon shield and with a smile on his face repelled his attack. It was not hard for him. But the smile quickly disappeared from his face, because Gil did not stop at one attack. He continued to attack him, and now his blow reached the target and he was able to bleed the god. Jill, with the power of Ra, became even more powerful. He hit Hades with a heavy blow that even his shield didn't save him from. Jill literally drove him into the ground with his attack. He wasn't going to stop and didn't give Hades a chance to get up and recover from the missed blows. He was preparing another big attack on him. He summoned 3 huge swords. Gil aimed all 3 swords at Hades. From the force of the strike, he had less and less health left. He was taking massive damage from the power of the god Ra. The system notified him that Argolis had been killed. Jill had leveled up after defeating him. Now the monster was finished, and he no longer needed Ra's power. Jill was glad that he was able to defeat the monster. He happily turned to the old man and, smiling, told him that everything was over and they were able to defeat Hades together. Now they could get out of the place together. He didn't know if they would meet after they went through the portal, so he wanted to thank the old man for everything he had done for him. Grandpa Ubby answered him that when they got out, he was expecting they would definitely go to Sasil's bakery in the center of Zerath. He asked Jill to be sure to go there. Jill did not hide his joy. He was happy that everything was over and they could finally be free. He promised that if he succeeded, he would come to them. He did not hold back and ran up to Grandpa Ubby and hugged him tightly and thanked him. He had saved his life many times, and without him, Gil would not have made it out. Grandpa Ubbe asked Gil to go first into the portal. He would follow him. He unsuspectingly agreed and headed for the portal. Gil stopped for a moment and looked around. He thought that everything here was so realistic but at the same time was unreal. He had already said goodbye to Latona forever. He went through the portal with no thoughts. He was already imagining how he would meet his mom. Grandpa Ubi stood aside and saw him off. But already in the portal, Gil felt that something was wrong. He did not like and did not feel safe. But there was no turning back. He turned around and shouted to Grandpa Ubba, but it was too late. Jill was trapped and he couldn't get out. It was no longer Grandpa Ubbe. He had been subjected to a spell. He told him he had memorized his name. He had managed to trap Jill and do as he needed. Gil tried to get back to the old man, but the barrier was in his way. He struggled to make it through to him before the portal would send him elsewhere. But it was very late. The portal had sent Jill and he never made it out of the trap. Watching as the portal carried Jill away, the god in the old man's body said they would meet again. Gil flew through the portal to a place unknown to him. He didn't know where the portal would take him, but he knew for sure that Hades had lured him into this trap and hated him even more. At the Nolan Hospital, there was talk going around the hallway that they had found people from the Broken Moon Guild in a vacant lot outside of town, but it was still unclear what kind of people they were. The two nurses were talking amongst themselves that they were the same people that had once gone missing. There were several thousand of them. It was unbelievable. Such a number of missing people made them afraid. They were a little frightened, and one of them said that more than 300 people had been admitted to the hospital. The rest had been distributed to other hospitals. Suddenly there was shouting behind them. Boban was trying to run away from the two nurses who were telling him not to move so much. It was dangerous to his health. He ran and told them they were getting to him. He was fine. He wanted to find the girl with the red hair. He also wanted the old man and one arrogant guy, and he wouldn't go back to the ward until he found them. Boban walked through every door that came his way. He was desperate to find his friends. He went to the door and said he would just see who was in there. The nurse informed him that it was a women's ward. He replied to the nurses who were trying to restrain him that he was just looking for a woman. He assured them that he would just take one look. Sally could have been in there. Boban entered the room where the women were changing. When they saw him, they were absolutely shocked. They were speechless. They didn't expect to be watched at all. He was very embarrassed to see them changing clothes. He had no face on him. He was sweating a lot. He greeted them carelessly and wanted to ask them for information. But before he could say anything, the angry women started throwing whatever they could get their hands on at him. He stood there, unable to dodge anything that came at him. Sally heard a familiar voice outside the door. She saw Boban burst into the room. She was surprised to see him in the women's room. Boban deftly caught the bottle flying at him and noticed Sally coming out of the door. He had finally found her. It was their first meeting since they got out of the Latona. The two of them went to the front desk to see if any of their friends were in the hospital and were told not to worry. All the patients they found had been assigned to different hospitals. The information would be uploaded into the system after they woke up. The nurse informed them that Bros and Lucius were among those they were looking for. Bros and Lucius had woken up. They were at the Phoenix Hospital, but there was no information on Philog, Gil, or Uba. Sally and Boban went out into the yard to get some fresh air. Boban told her not to worry. Grandpa Ubby and Gil were fine. He assured her that they should have woken up soon. She told him that he was right, but she felt uneasy for some reason. She was very worried about those who were still awake. Boban saw how worried Sally was. He told her that he had asked the nurse to check the system every hour, and if there was any information, she would let them know immediately. He remembered that Sally had told him a lot about this place before. It was much better than the Latona, and the food here was better too. When they would find the others, they would definitely go and try the food here. Sally was in agreement with him, but she couldn't stop worrying about them. She wanted to find them all as soon as possible. They were very close to her. They sat there and didn't talk anymore. They were too sad that not all their friends were with them. But then suddenly 2 cars drove up to them. They couldn't see who was in them. The windows were tinted. They didn't understand what was going on and who they were. The guard got out of the car, opened the door, and opened the umbrella. A red-haired girl who looked like Sally came out of the car. She went towards Boban and Sally sitting on the bench. Boban noticed the resemblance between them and asked her if it was a friend or acquaintance, but Sally said it was the first time she had seen her. The nurses outside the window saw who had come to them. It was the head of the Broken Moon Guild. She was the only S-class hero in the city of Porsa. They wondered why she had come to them. The girl walked up to them and, taking off her glasses, told them that her name was Qin Xiaomei, and she was the head of the Broken Moon Guild. She looked at them and said that she was saddened to inform them that Chen, Jill, and Uba, whom they were desperately searching for, had not left the Latona and were still there. Jill was lying in the middle of the desert where the portal had taken him. He was unconscious, and Yaluka was sitting on him, trying her best to wake him up. He barely opened his eyes. As Yaluka had already bent to him with hugs, he coughed a little, saw the frightened girl, but did not understand what was happening and where he was. Jill came to his senses, and Jaluka was very happy about it, and she cried very hard. The system notified him that the penalty test was starting and started the countdown. He was not ready for the test. He was scared and asked Yaluka to wait. He asked her to calm down and not to cry. He informed her that he was fine. Gil hugged her and apologized to her for scaring her. She snuggled up to him and the penalty trial was canceled. Gil had calmed Yaluka down in time. He looked around and couldn't believe he was in the desert. He thought they must have left the Latona. He thought it was already a different desert from the one he had been in the first time. Gil put that question aside for later. It didn't matter now. He needed to get out of this place and find his mom. He thought maybe she was already waiting for him at home. He logged in and selected the game item to try and leave the game. After all, he had completed all the tasks and could leave the game. Jill selected the item that allowed him to leave Latona. Gil told Yaluka that he needed to leave the game for a while and go. He asked her to wait for him in the desert. He would leave her food and water. But now he had to go save his mom. He was determined to leave the game. He needed to find his mom. Then he would go back and find all of his friends that were already very dear to him. Gil remembered the last time he had seen Grandpa Ubba. He clearly remembered the look on his face. He was sad to realize that he was no longer alive. His memories were interrupted by a system notification that told him he couldn't leave the game at the moment. The system asked him to try again later. Gil was surprised to see the message. He didn't understand what was going on. Why he still couldn't leave the game. He had completed all the quests so he could leave the game. He pressed the quit button again and again, but it was all useless. He didn't understand why it wasn't working. He had freed Ra. He wondered what was wrong. Gil opened the map and wanted to know where he was. He thought he couldn't stay in the Latona. The area where he was still undiscovered, and he realized it wasn't the Latona. He tried to contact support, but that was also impossible. It was unavailable to him once he got into the game. Gil logged into his characteristics section and couldn't understand what the hell was in there. From what he saw, he was confused. There was no way he expected that this could have happened to him. His level had dropped from 132 to 1, and all his characteristics were reset. He had to start all over again. He felt like everything was repeating itself. But he noticed that all the skill points he had gained earlier were still there, but all his experience was gone. He didn't understand at all how it happened or why. He had kept the skill points for all 132 levels, but the level and experience itself was back to its original state. He decided to look at his abilities, and he wondered what was wrong with his power of primordial chaos. He didn't realize if Hesiod and Ra were still with him. Gil entered the gear and medicine section. They were all in place, but his primordial chaos power and all his other abilities that he had mined hard in battles were gone. He was puzzled as to why he still had this strange assignment hanging around. It should have disappeared as soon as he completed the mission in Latona, but he still had it. Jill noticed that he had unread messages. He thought they were from his beloved Xiao Mei, but he wasn't sure. In one of the messages, he saw a picture that horrified him. He saw his beloved mother, the one he wanted so badly to find and fought for. She was being held captive. The man holding her head was addressing Tao. He knew he was seeing this, and if he wanted to save her, he had to come to City A. He called himself Li Ming Yu, but Jill didn't know him. Jill was angry at what he saw. He told his mom to wait not much longer. He would surely find a way to come back and save her. Deputy Lee asked her if they had found that guy named Jill. He was curious what his companions had told her. She told him that they only said he was their friend. She couldn't find out anything else. He sat and used magic to play with a cube. He suggested she go with her and make them tell them everything. He was able to get them talking. Mrs. Lee got up from her chair and went to the window. He did not express any emotion. She thanked the aide for his concern but refused his offer. She stood at the window and told him that in the northeast of Zerath, portals were appearing where the Hades army was coming out of. They had sent some level 100 heroes there. They would be able to hold them off for a while. Mrs. Lee noticed that more and more powerful demons were coming out of the portals, so they needed more high-level heroes to fight Hades' army. She thought that it was entirely possible that heroes like them, who had eaten countless astral fruits, thus breaking the 300-level limit, would not be able to resist them. Lee said that they wanted to defeat a god who had no level limit. She thought that such a task was beyond their capabilities. Just like in their world, it was impossible for humans to beat the speed of light. In this world, they would not be able to defeat a god. Her assistant disagreed with her. He didn't think that defeating a god was impossible. He smiled at her and said that they still had a chance. Gil stood in the desert and tried to think of a plan to get out. He knew there were black holes that could stop the light. He had to get out and save his mom. Night had fallen in the desert. Gil cradled Yaluka and thought that it was murderously hot during the day and very cold at night. It was a good thing he had the gear he had prepared when he was still in the Latona. Otherwise, it was possible he wouldn't have survived the night. But he noticed that there wasn't much food left in his inventory. He gave Yaluka a loaf to eat, and tomorrow morning they would set out to find the nearest settlement. He was going over in his head the message he had gotten, where Li Mingyu was, appealing to Tao to come to him and save his mom. He was trying to figure out who they were. Gil couldn't remember who Tao was. It was a name his mom never remembered. But if Li Mingyu was using his mom as bait, then they were definitely not in a normal relationship. He couldn't understand why his mom didn't tell him about Tao. If they were close to him, he assumed that Tao could be his father. That's why his mom didn't tell him anything about him. Gil analyzed his life and realized that his mom never told him about his dad. He knew absolutely nothing about him. But if his mom was suffering because of him, he would never forgive him for that. He had Li Mingyu in front of his eyes. He was ready to tear him apart for the atrocities and pain he had caused his mom. Gil knew that one day he would answer to him for everything. Gil thought about his family for a long time, and then the system notified him that he had a new assignment and needed to familiarize himself with it. He was surprised that he had received the assignment. Jaluka was also curious about the assignment Gil had received. They wanted to see what the assignment was and what they needed to prepare for. Gil opened the assignment and froze in place. He couldn't believe that the system had given him such an assignment. The system assignment had him stumped, and he didn't know what to do. He had to find the buried magic needle that was in this desert. Find the immortal Wukong and give him the needle. It would help him get back to the real world, and he had to save his mom. All his abilities and level would stay with him and out of the game. Gil didn't like that the system had made saving his mom his assignment. It made him angry and frustrated. He couldn't understand why he deserved to be tortured like this. He thought he was some kind of toy for the game to amuse itself with. But most of all, he was worried about his mom. He didn't understand why the game was making her suffer. Gil couldn't take it anymore and screamed. He wanted to know who was controlling him and what they wanted from him, why they were making him suffer. He wanted to know who was running everything. He demanded answers. He leaned over and exhaled heavily. He realized he was just a pawn, but he didn't understand why someone was playing so cruelly with him. He wanted to know the whole truth. Gil calmed down and accepted the assignment. But if he died, the assignment would not be passed and would be considered a failure. He had no choice. His mom was at stake. He wanted whoever was in control to hear him. He promised he would pass the mission and save his mom no matter what it cost him. He was ready for anything. Mrs. Lee was studying and listened to the news on TV that 3,726 people were recently found in the suburbs who were reported missing, who had been searched for a long time. According to the victims, they had been mysteriously transported to a legendary lost land called Latone, where they needed to survive by any means necessary. The Broken Moon Guild announced that they were starting to investigate the case. No one knew if it was a mass kidnapping or if they were really in the game. That was the main question. To find out, you had to keep following the news. She received a notification that her mom's birthday was in 10 days. Lee had been in the game for 209,145 days, which was 573 years. But in the real world, it had only been 285 days. She calculated that if 10 days had passed in the real world, then 20 years would have passed in the game. So a 600-year-old woman would be celebrating her mom's birthday. It was funny to her. Lee finished her workout, took a cup of coffee, and went to the window. She thought that she had been in the game for a long time, and she couldn't tell the difference between this place and the real world. Solo, the head of the Blackbird Guild, a SSS-ranked hero, he was a storm berserker. He looked around Miss Lee's apartment and noticed that it was quite beautiful. Her assistant threw a robe over her. She wasn't happy to see him and got straight to the point. She wondered why he had come to see her, and she furrowed her eyebrows. She clearly didn't like him. He sat down on the couch and said that he had been told that all the humans had returned from Latona, and their guild hadn't said anything to anyone, but had already announced that they would sort it out themselves. He wondered why they had hidden the return of the humans. Solo leaned over to her and told her that what they had done was completely out of line. He thought it was foul play and asked her to answer for these events. She explained to him that the humans had shown up in a territory that was under their jurisdiction. She wasn't going to answer to their guild, and felt that if she had acted differently, it was definitely not by the rules. Solo suddenly laughed in surprise. He told Head Chin that he was just joking and asked her not to take his words seriously. He just decided to make a joke, only that's all. He wondered if they had figured out the coordinates of the Latona. He asked her to tell him. He asked her not to worry, and in case of danger, the Blackbird Guild would be able to protect her. But Mrs. Lee told him that unfortunately she didn't know anything, and even if she did, she wouldn't tell him. That was her firm stance. Smiling, he wanted to know why she answered him like that, and why she didn't want to make contact with his guild. It was obvious that he was threatening her and was going to attack her. She didn't wait for his attack and got ahead of him. She approached him lightning fast and put a sharp dagger to his throat. She told him that he knew perfectly well that she didn't like to repeat herself twice. Gil sat and thought how best he should go about it, how best he should allocate his points, what to pump first. He thought of pumping the same thing as the first time: strength and agility. He needed to increase his combat ability. Now, he wasn't a beginner. He thought that if he got into a fight with a lot of monsters, weapons would wear out quickly, and he had to rely on melee combat. But if the enemy had magic, there was a risk of getting sucked into an endless game. Gil remembered that last time, the Eye of Nabulusi had summoned a huge number of monsters, and if it wasn't for Ubi and Boban, he might have died due to exhaustion of physical strength and weapon wear and tear. But if one could get the ability to summon or buy mercenaries, he would be able to increase the efficiency of the battle quite well. But unfortunately, mercenaries were unavailable. Gil realized that Hesiod and Hepri had disappeared as soon as he left Latona. They were much easier for him to fight with. They had helped him many times and helped him defeat monsters and fight the god Hades. He had to think hard about how best to distribute the skill points so that he could get good abilities that would help him in battle. He realized that if he gave all his skill points to intelligence, he could probably get a magic ability, but he could also get a technique that could restore health. Gil sat and thought for a long time about how he should allocate the points properly. In the end, he thought he would spend 300 points on intelligence and hope he would get lucky. But if his plan didn't work out and he got a bad ability, he would use the remaining points to pump strength and agility and stick to the previous tactic. He applied all his points and his body and abilities started to change. He thought his perception and spiritual power had improved by leaps and bounds. He liked his new changes. After applying all his new abilities, Gil could feel the sand moving 100 meters away from him, being moved by the wind currents. All his senses sharpened. The system notified him that after the distribution, he had gained enough intelligence points to be able to change classes, and the system gave him several new classes to choose from. Gil was surprised that the system would allow him to change class. He wanted to see what options were available to him. He had not had access to this feature before, and he did not know what lay ahead. The system gave him 2 classes to choose from, the King of Paladins and the Ruler of the Infernal Shadows. Now Gil had a difficult choice to make. He had to think hard.